Day 4 of our China region, and to kick it off in the best way possible, I have my lovely panel joining me. It's Sheep, T, and Kezu. The first time we're not seeing Lizard on panel, so Kez, how does it feel replacing him?
Feels pretty good. Maybe I don't have all the muscles to do it.
No,
you know,
it's the same. It's the same.
It's the
Don't
exact
worry.
same.
Looks pretty good from really far over here.
Yeah, from here, if I like squint and I like maybe...
Why are you being so mean to the boy?
How are we being
He's been
mean?
trying
They're
hard.
being real. They're being real.
That's that's true.
It's a different good, sort of good looking. That words were hard.
Thanks. I'll try
I was
to...
like trying to like pull it back after you called me mean, and there was just no saving that one.
Thanks, team.
Yeah,
I'm the rift between the panel at this point, yeah.
Of course.
he's the mediator.
Yeah, that's true.
Mm-hmm.
I'll keep him away from you, don't
Why
worry.
don't- let's just go all in. You disgust me. That's why we put you on the end.
Oh my god.
I'll skip.
Yeah, T really is staying the
Yeah.
mediator in the middle there. I
I was
believe.
enjoying that part.
Oh, you're right. Okay, come around and back. We're gonna have a look at standings because we had four teams play their second series yesterday, and it definitely went well for the likes of eHome and Knights. Knights went up against Astor in day number 2, and even though they didn't win that series, they looked good. Now they came up against IG, and they got that series to tie it up for themselves, and eHome up there with 2 wins.
I mean, I would say that eHome have looked probably the best out of the teams that I wasn't so sure about how they were going to do. I think Knights as well, I put them somewhat high up on my ranking. You know, a little bit of luck, but this team has also looked pretty good, like from the games, like their drafting, their playstyle. They had even games against Astor, and they did well yesterday. So, yeah, I mean, these two teams, I feel like even though we haven't seen much of them before, they're looking good at the start.
Yeah, I feel like when you come into the start of the division, you're either the team that sets the trends or you're the team that you think you're really good, you play, you're like, wow, we're really bad, and then you have to start looking at everyone else. So I think eHome's a team that they've had their own identity, played well, and like we don't have to look at other teams yet because we are the team who's also doing pretty well. So it's good to kind of see that kind of the division.
Yeah, I feel like a team that might need to hit that reset button, though, is Dawn Gaming, who went up against eHome yesterday. T, when you saw them, do you think that there was a lot of hope for them? Especially, we'll talk about it later, but their series is coming up against IG today, who also didn't do so great yesterday. So coming up against eHome, were there these moments where you're like, this is great. Dawn could hit the reset button. They could look good.
I'm trying to make sure I phrase this as
we were
nice as
so
possible.
doom and gloom
Give them
yesterday.
some-
That's the
No,
only
no.
reason why.
No, to be fair, the highlights we're looking at right now, the second game draft, it might look a little bit quirky, but I can respect the concepts where it's some super high pace, you play lanes, you move around the map, Centaur sets things up, people TP in. Like, I can respect the style of play. I just don't think they have that level of execution in game as 5 to be able to do that. I think they have individual players that can make big plays, but we're yet to see that full cohesion that just unlocks their ability to draft this quirky. And when you compare that to them playing against IG, they're the team that has really robust drafts, but they have questionable calls in game. They lack that captain figure. So this upcoming series between the two, it's kind of in the same position of one team's better at drafts, one team's better at play, but yeah, it's very volatile. So a lot of uphill battles for both of these teams.
Yeah, definitely, like, the things I'm most interested to see is this series, seeing what could be said as the 2 bottom teams, and then seeing how teams like eHome that we talked about earlier face up against teams like LGD, who we all consider to be really strong, because I think eHome have kind of had these 2 teams right so far, so it's not like a true depiction of their strength on all accounts. So yeah, just the more matchups we see, the more excited I am. Definitely Dawn IG. We're probably figuring out like the bottom team at this point.
Oh my goodness.
No,
so
I'm just
doom
gonna
and
put it
gloom
out. I'm
again.
just gonna say it.
We're still on yesterday, though. We want to have a little bit more of a chat about the Knights and IG game. Because even though eHome, you said, have gone against potentially the 2 bottom teams, Knights have gone up against Astor, and then they went up against IG yesterday, Kezu.
Yeah, so I think when it comes to Knights, I really, I kind of have to say that I like their map movement a lot. Similarly with, I feel like they have these heroes, and they really know why they're picking them and how they want to play them. Like, I feel in this game, the Tidehunter and, actually all of them, in the early game, they had the smoke with the Tiny CM, then they played exactly in the right positions with the Tide, they played the teamfights pretty nicely with the Spectre. And IG, I feel like they still need to find their footing. Maybe with these games they had now, they can do this moving forward. Because, so they have Emo, who's a superstar, and I think he performed pretty well in these games. But I would say that his hero picks have not yet, they're not the golden one that they need in order to win the game.
Yeah, I mean, he picked a CK on the last pick. He's picked a Morphling when it's all about momentum and rather than winning the game. So yeah, it's just very disjointed still for IG. I feel at some point with this type of team, they will find that day, which is like, this is what we need to do. But maybe it's going to be today's series. Maybe going against Dawn, I would still think IG are the favorite. So a cheeky little win against a Dawn team might give them that spur of confidence to push themselves deeper throughout the later weeks.
Yeah, like I also think the one carry pick I liked from IG was when Emo was playing the Monkey King. And I feel like what showed in some of their games is that they weren't sure when to play fast, who should go in first. And I feel like if he can play this type of hero that can scale but also give the tempo and like lead the team in that type of sense to take a bit of responsibility away from his teammates, I think that could be really good for them.
Yep, I don't know.
Yep.
I spaced out in that moment because I was like, I was just looking at the replay and I just spaced out, just thinking about the teams that had already done the double. And then I was like, oh, Ehome, we're not going to see them for a while. And then I was like, Dawn and IG kind of have it rough because they played day 1, day 3, and now day 4 again.
Seeding, yeah. That's how it goes.
Yeah.
I mean, very true. But yeah, I was just thinking about that. So that's a great segue into our schedule because we are starting earlier today. We have 3 best of 3s going on. We've already touched on the first one is going to be Dawn up against IG. The second series, though, is LGD up against Ares, and then Extreme up against Asta. And the Extreme Asta series sheet, that one's going to be insane.
Yes, yeah. I mean, I'm excited for all these top teams playing. Like, everyone has been rating, like, Aster is #1 amongst the talent. Then we have, like, Extreme, who, probably fell a little bit flat last year after, like, a kind of a year of hype. Like, LGD, obviously, the teams, like, so those 3 together, I think, are, like, my personal, going into China DPC, oh, yeah, I want to see all these teams play. Now it's like, oh, I want to see more Ehome and stuff. But, like, these are the big 3. Aster Extreme going to be super hype. I mean, I don't know what else to say. I mean, it's kind of Asta was very close in their last series, right?
Yeah.
So which is what excites me because now it means anyone could really take these wins.
I mean, it was similar to me. Like everyone has Astro like as the clear favorites going in, but then in their opening game they kind of struggled at least a little bit against Knights. So I think it's not like the difference between the top 5. I don't think it's as big as people think it is.
I think for Asta Ares as well, it's like they're the team that they've always been in the shadows of Asta. We mentioned Asta being the similar, they're already winning. So I'd like to see Asta Ares, even though they lost their first series, they can step up today as well. The true test for PSG. Maybe they surprise us and they take a win and suddenly it's like, oh, it's going to be Asta versus Asta Ares actually for a spot maybe, but maybe I'm just getting a bit carried away there.
It's possible.
Yeah, it's probable.
It definitely is possible. LGD, they had that game, that series up against Dawn, and when we interviewed them, they're like, oh, we kind of expected to win an easier opponent. Do you think they're going to have a similar mentality coming into that second series?
You'd think so on track record. Like I think in the history of Asta Ares versus PSG, I'd be very surprised if there's that many wins towards Asta Ares, just because they are like the B team of Asta, right? So I think PSG are going to be the favorites there. So yeah, we'll still see if they can overcome that or not.
And then the Asta and Extreme, again, I know it's our last series, but Asta having that new coach, they were saying they were having some not like issues with the coach or anything, but just obviously they needed a little bit more time. Do you think that is going to give a lot of way for Extreme to be able to capitalize on it?
It's honestly really hard to say.
It's
I feel like
TK. It's fine. It's going to be a very quick transition period.
they had like what 2 days in between, so that's enough for RTK.
Exactly.
He yelled at some
2 days is
people.
all he needs.
Yeah, then they had some team meeting. They huddled up. He was like, "It's okay, man. Next time you play this, and today it's gonna be good."
All right, you reckon absolutely no issues. That's
Yeah,
prediction.
0.
None. It's
Zero
gonna be
mistakes
flawless
made.
0
gaming.
mistakes.
All right, well then let's jump in. Let's talk about our first series, Dawn up against IG. T was a little bit doom and gloom on Dawn yesterday, so I'm gonna make you be all hype and
hype man?
yeah, the hype man for Dawn Gaming right now.
Ooh, all right.
Ooh, let's go.
Let's see. So
I just looked through the notes.
I think they are improving. Their drafts were, to be blunt, not very good at the beginning, and over time they've been getting better. This series, I am hoping to see good things. I think they're starting to figure out like how to build like a well-rounded idea so that they can actually make moves on the map and give themselves conditions to fight. Their carry player, I think, is very good. Like especially on his Lina. I know Lina's like busted hero and stuff, but he was very proactive. He was making moves by himself. He was seeking opportunities on like side lanes. Like he wasn't 100% reliant on his team to make things happen. And I think that's good when you're like a lower team and you're struggling. You need someone to give you that push, momentum, like encouragement, like we can do it, we can get these kills. So I like their carry. I want to see them like build around their carry and really just like take a win off the back of him.
Yeah, like I have to go with that too. Similarly for IG, I feel like they want Emo to have a good game and have tempo with him. I think they want to do the same thing in Dawn. And also, they have Son Goku. I don't know if you guys have watched the anime before, but bad stuff needs to happen first for this guy
Oh,
to
he
achieve
needs to
his
get
power
knocked
level.
down.
I
They're like,
see.
oh, they have like 0.5% chance
Yeah,
of
people
staying
have
in
to,
Division
you know,
1.
people have to die, things have to explode, and then he can unlock his real stuff.
I mean, their ancients are exploding every
Heroes.
single game.
Heroes, heroes.
Heroes and ancients, guys.
I grew up on Naruto. This one's like over my
It's
head.
okay, I got you.
Thank you.
I got
He
you.
gets serpents. Alrighty, then it's going to be IG. Yesterday, it was really rough for them. No one was really in their court for their drafts and how they were playing as a team. We said that their best bet yesterday was when they got their hands on that Terrorblade. But T, what's the best bet today for them?
I think what Kazu mentioned already earlier today, I think IG's first game, when they had this like Techies Beastmaster Morphling, they invoked a lot of fear into Knights. They took it to 50 minutes, and they had some exceptional plays. I think the only reason they probably lost that game was because Felix Xiaoba on the Mirana jumped in stole Aegis when they should, or IG should have been taking top racks and breaking down the game. So I think IG yesterday, they'll be kicking themselves they didn't win that first one. And I'd like to see, like Kazu mentioned, the Monkey King, maybe Morphling, on Emo. I think CK, he's tried to play aggressive, but the game was too passive for like 20 minutes. That CK lost his timing. So I think, yeah, some Morphlings, some Monkey Kings. Let Emo play the farming, fighting style of core. And also, I need to see Dust just calm down a bit.
Yeah.
When he plays his Tusk, he goes super active, and then he goes to the bottom of the cores on net worth. Where other Tusk players, they're a bit greedier. They'll maybe get a Desolator after BKB, or the Blink, or an Ag, so they have farm, but he always seems to be the lowest core and value when he plays Tusk. But when he plays other heroes, always up there with everyone else fighting. So I think Dust needs to be a little bit less aggressive, play with the team, and if he's playing Tusk, find a way to mirror farm and fight. I think that's the main volatility I'm seeing in IG.
I also have something on Dust. So what I could figure out is that actually he's currently D rank 1, or last time his rank was recorded, he was rank 1. So this guy has got to be good. So when he's performing like this, it means there's probably some outside factor that's making it harder for him to do what he wants to do. So I feel like when you take a little bit of responsibility away from him so he doesn't have to initiate and stuff like this, and instead maybe put some more trust in him to just play his game and perform, I think he's gonna look better. Because if you have a rank 1 mid player, you should trust this guy.
I'm looking at his pubs. He's like 29-1 quap, 14-1 DK. He's like
What?
10k average games.
Yeah.
And then he moves into like the team, and it's like the 5-10 Tusk. Of course, it's different. It's a team game, but
Yeah.
I just feel his net worth isn't translating to how well he does outside of the team game.
Yeah, I don't know if it's nerves or what. It's just some like questionable behavior, like on his Bat Rider as well. Remember when he just dove the base
Yeah.
super far away from his team, caused
Yeah.
his team to overextend. They literally threw the game on that move. Sorry, man, I don't want to blame it all on him.
But-
But it's like you have to,
It
you
was
have
a bit of a game changer.
yeah, well, when
decision.
you're that far ahead, you're in the winning position. Like you need to be able to, like you said, calm down. He needs to be able to calm down and like really just think about
Yeah.
how to finish these games out in a normal way.
I mean, the perfect example is in Western Europe, Stormstormer. Like a year ago, 2 years ago, he was the same exact player, where he was like these top 25 ranked player, Bat Rider player, super high skill. But when he got to the team, he was like blinking on top of runes, making all these like plays which weren't like professional plays. And now, fast forward to today, where he's on Entity, styling at TI, insane comebacks. Like it's just a matter of when you move from pub to pro, there is that like transition period. And again, if I quickly check, what is Dusk's pro career? It's relatively fresh. He played on LBZS for like a year or so, but like he's not had that tier 1 experience. I think he's still in that learning phase at least, but I'm excited to see if he can polish.
He needs time, and I think also this transition phase that you talked about, it can be hard, and it's very much influenced by the people you play with, your coach, the atmosphere in the team, and so on. Like maybe he feels like, oh man, like Emo was mid before, I need to prove myself. But in reality, if this guy's rank 1, he just needs to play his game.
Yeah.
He's already
Yeah.
proved himself by
like,
getting.
like he's got it. He just needs to play, not overthink, and that's gonna
Do you
be
think
it.
he's going to have the time and I guess that experience knowing how much of IG's roster has changed, or is this just going to be a little bit longer because the only person really is Emo on IG that has that experience?
I think that they need to help him, and then he can make it happen. He's a new player, you know. You need to cut him some slack. You need to help him out, and that's gonna be on his team to do that.
Don't treat him like a scapegoat.
Yeah,
Like, I
don't
could
do
see
that.
this being like end of tour 1. I could see like if
It's
they're
like,
doing
right.
this bad, it's like, yeah, sorry, Dust, but you know, Bat
You're
Rider, and they're like, oh, you know. So I think, yeah, again, it's just how Dota goes. You know, MMR is just a number, in the words of Dendy, but hopefully IG can polish themselves off, and this is going to be the series to do it. A cheeky game against Dawn. On paper, IG should be winning this because again, Dawn are the stack, IG are the team, kinda. So yeah, we'll see how Dust does. I'd like to see Dust not play Tusk today. That's going to be my one draft takeaway. I want to see him just on a flashy hero that he can just pop off on. I've seen, again, I just checked his pubs, the Storms, the Co-ops, these heroes that just dominate the game. Show me what you can do, Dust.
What are some targeted bans that you feel need to come out for either specifically IG or Dawn? And do you think these teams are going to try and stray a little bit from the meta, or would you like them to stick more towards the meta we see developing?
I would say that these two teams need to stick what they like to do, because that's something I looked at is that they have very high diversity of heroes being picked, which is also not
Right.
great when you're a new team. You
Often
wanna
doesn't work out.
yeah, like you really want to stick to like your set of heroes. And something else I saw is that 9 of these teams actually play Treant. Even when they have first pick and it's available, they have not picked it. Instead, they opt to ban it. So maybe that's something the last 2 days they talked about. Other than that, I think we need to look at these team fighting offlaners.
Yep, I think for IG, did they get their hands on Beastmaster or Enigma? They've never had Enigma so far, it's always been banned out. I assume that will continue. But Knights respected Beastmaster after game 1 and instantly first phased it. Are we going to see Dawn do that as well? Maybe they take that. If not, I think IG will be very excited to play another Beastmaster game because they're like, we can replicate that game 1 and we can execute on it.
Yeah, I think there's also like the exchange of the more generic heroes. We've seen a lot of Rubiks flying around,
Yeah.
these Maranas as well. I'm really enjoying these supports that are buying the mechs and the Greaves instead. Like Marana especially is just rushing this mech, and I like it a lot. I think it's great, and it kind of gives your offlaner space to get items as well without just rushing it, because it is like a really good item and you should be aiming to have it on your team.
Does that mean there's going to be a change up for the first phase bans? Normally it's been like the Lina, the Tusk, the Tree, Enigma.
A lot of these heroes will
Brute
be
sometimes.
getting through.
Yeah?
Because if, like, say, Dawn's banning Beast Enigma, then it's on IG to decide, okay, are we going to be giving away a Lina or the Tree or whatever, right? So I think realistically, if they are the bans, it'll be Beast Enigma for Dawn, and IG will be like Lina +1. They will have free choice on what they want to give away. Also, did you know that the 5 player for Dawn actually just a carry player?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I didn't know that. I just
feel like we
looked
talked
at it
about it
today.
on day one,
I
but-
Yeah.
didn't hear that on day 1, but I just found out today. I was like, that's weird. That's why he's got MMR. I was like, no way you can be a 5 player like ranked 40. It's like, you play carry in your pubs. You're cheating. You're cheating the MMR system.
Cheating the MMR system.
Well, is that like the new way to get picked up in a team? You play
Yeah.
core roles and like, I'm a support 4, bro. Look at my rank.
I'll be on the
Exactly.
team, I'll be 4, I'll be 5, please just pick me up.
Exactly. I was like, damn, what the hell? But no, it's MMR's pretty cool. And for Dawn at least, their safe lane is where all the MMR is condensed. It's like 2 top 100 players in their safe lane. Everyone else fluctuates from like 200 to 500 in the region. So it's like, I think there's a lot of emphasis on Dawn. Your safe lane should be going way better. Because like when
I was
you're
going to say, why aren't we seeing it be more stable then?
I think there's laning phase is about discipline and practice and a lot of kind of bigger concepts. I think a lot of teams spend months to years trying to perfect that. And I think just because you have high MMR doesn't translate to we'll win every lane. And I think we saw that yesterday as well when Dawn have Dazzle Furion against a DP. You should crush that hero, but they weren't able to prevent the 4 position just dragging the waves and resetting the lane for 4 minutes. And that's just off lane really.
Yeah, I think this could be another like factor where a player needs more time. I've seen the carry to 5 swap quite a lot, and these carry players who swap to 5 in the start, they tend to feed quite a bit because they're like, I used to play carry, I'm so strong, I can do this, I can do this. Yeah, no, you can't. You step
They're
up
pressing
once.
BKB and it's like just a smoke now. They're
Yo,
like,
what's
what?
happening?
What's happening? This is not good.
Yeah, like they run in and they have like a silly death in the lane, and you know it takes some time to get this out of your gameplay. So I think that's another factor.
We've become like so aware of the like line as a 5 very
Yeah.
quickly, where it's like you take literally 1 step
You're dead.
and you're just dead, and it's
Yeah.
like you know it in your mind clicks like.
Haven't you
"Ah,
been
shit."
practicing post 5 a lot recently?
Yeah,
as
I
well?
swapped from offlane to 5. It was
Yeah,
the worst
how
thing
was
ever.
that?
Yeah, I was just having a good time, and then like CM, I see like I accidentally path into a tree, and
you're
suddenly
dead.
I'm dead, and I'm just like, what the hell?
You're like, wait, I used to be able to play this game. Now it's
Yeah.
just death timer.
I know, it's terrible. It's like it's actually really hard. And then I imagine like take that and then times the stress by like 8,000 because it's in an actual pro game with
Yeah.
official players. It's like must be really really hard.
I've played POS 5 ranked for nearly 6 years now,
Tell me more.
and I am.
Is this just a
emotionally-
therapy
I
session
think so,
for you
yeah.
now?
And I am emotionally broken. I physically can't continue anymore. Getting to mid 8K was really hard and challenging, and I don't know if I can ever go back. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you for sharing. Anything you would like to share?
No,
Kazu?
he's done. I played core. I'm good. You know, I'm
Okay.
stable.
I was gonna say, what do you reckon is like the average time to feel comfortable going from a core to a POS 5?
I'd say if you're very good at playing pubs correctly to improve, probably about a month. I think the
Really?
best example is Toronto Tokyo. He transitioned from mid to support, and you can see I played some pubs with him as well, and the quality of his 5 is insanely good. But that's because when he plays his pubs, he's like treating them properly, and he's not just like kind of chain queuing. And I think he is like the perfect example of you can swap roles and just be OP. But other players might take half a year to a year. Like it's a very rare scenario. But
Yeah, I would say it depends a bit on the player and how much they spoke and how many calls they made in
True,
like
that's
the
true.
role they played prior. He played mid, so he's very comfortable with the shot calling. So if you need your 5 to be a captain and he didn't do that before, I think that takes a lot of time,
Yeah.
like half
That's
a year
true.
plus. But if they just need to play, get used to the role, I think 2-3 months and they should be good to go.
Okay, well, let's see if they have the tail end of that 2 or 3 months as he swap into POS 5. But this draft, first phase bans coming through there.
Pick tree and pick tree.
I was gonna say tree.
I mean, Beast and Enigma are both through. Dawn might be going, all these teams ban Enigma against you. If we don't ban it, do you just pick it? So it's kind of like a test, a game 1 draft, and yeah, they just go tree. Not falling for the Enigma bait. And this is the type of game now where if IG don't pick Enigma at all, teams are like, why are we wasting a ban
Yeah.
against
Yeah.
IG? Like, this is honestly a really fun series now because it's going to, the trickle effect will go the whole way down the rest of the tour.
I mean, for Dawn, I don't. So again, we've seen tree multiple times. The hero dominates. The IG now decided to pick it. As I said before, both these teams usually they skip over the hero. I have yet to see a very good idea, you know, against the hero when teams do let it through. So I'm kind of interested to see what Dawn want to respond here with their second and third pick, or their first and second pick.
Yeah, we've seen so many. There was a couple of Dooms that got picked in response. I saw some Moranas in response, some Rubik +1s in response. Everyone's just trying different things. Nothing is. I think Trans lost once
Yeah,
that I've seen.
I think he has an 80% win rate.
Yeah.
What?
It's
Actually?
yeah, it's a good hero.
I mean, he's not getting
I'm
through
surprised.
that
I'm
much.
surprised we even saw him lose once.
Yeah. I think it might have been Dawn or IG that picked it and lost with it.
I feel like Clock. We've seen him once already this tour, but getting first pick for Dawn.
I mean, I would say it's like a type of hero where if the team is comfortable playing it, I think it's okay. I don't think he's like some crazy hero that's like super busted, but you know, they just want probably some melee frontliner with this DP. Kind of makes sense.
Yeah.
I still think this hero is perhaps slightly overpicked, but if teams like it and it fits their comfort, it's okay. And then we have the classic, 3 and SF opener for the 4th time perhaps.
Yeah.
SF good against DP, they go well together. I've said it 5 times. So
Exactly, yeah. So
You
it's,
can say it one more time.
I'm good.
no.
T got me.
Yeah, so bait the Shadow Fin. No, I'm not going to do that. But no, the Dawn at least with the DP, I think I'll always be happy seeing it when they have second pick with the flexibility. We mentioned that before. I think going back to yesterday's game, when Dawn did put it on the mid lane, going for a mana boots, going for the Yules, delaying the BKB, I think these concepts of items for DP are just fundamentally not that good, aka bad. And if they do put it mid,
Not good equal bad.
yes. No, I was like, whatever. And I feel like if you do play the DP mid, you need to go like phase boots BKB into straight away like an armor item. You can't delay these items because, again, in Dota, it's like one bad item will delay your next play like 10 minutes, 15 minutes. Because if you start dying, you can't play the map. And I feel like DP mid is a hero that you often go even on farm, but with 1 or 2 heroes, you can break the entire game open, or at least force all the rotations. But when you buy cheaper items, you can't really do that. So I'd love to see if they do have that flexibility that they've kind of improved since yesterday and buy items to actually kind of propel them into the game.
Yeah.
If you have nothing, that's fine.
And-
Yeah.
Yeah,
And these bands
it's-
are, nothing shocking. The Dawn, the Dro.
Yeah, I mean, going back, kind of building off of T's point as well with this DP, like the items that he built going Arcane's first in lane meant that he lost the lane as a result because he's not building stat items and it's making his CSing worse, and as a result, it's delaying his level 6. Like you get your DP, you want your 6, you want to start making moves, you want to pressure the map, and you don't, when the enemy gets more levels, more gold, they're going to be able to respond to your movements and make your life like way harder. And
Yeah.
And-
No, I can talk a bit more about the DP. So the thing is, I think that oftentimes players, viewers, anyone, like even pro players, whatever, you forget that Dota isn't just one big play or whatever. It's very small instances that then lead into something bigger. So when you mess up your item timings, even just on one hero, it can ruin your entire draft. So I think DP is definitely one hero where this very much so applies. And I think in this game, to lead into the bans a little bit from IG, they banned the Drow Ranger, and I think DP Drow is pretty good together, especially against SF, because Drow gives DP like all this bonus armor she needs to then go into the fight to like tank through this SF and stuff like that. So I think, IG's bans are pretty good there. And in terms of IG, I think all that they really need to do is to solidify their team fight in the second phase.
Silencer, okay. That was more of an observation, if anything.
Yeah,
no,
yeah,
the
they
thing-
picked Silencer.
The thing is, when you're second pick, when you open up that second phase, it's pick 15. You just need a generic hero that doesn't really say too much about your draft. And for Dawn, their flexibility lies in DP. So for 15, we've seen teams pick Disruptor. You've seen, again, like Liches, Rubik's if it's still available. And here it's we just go for Silencer. You lock down a little bit more team fight. Dawn is clearly subscribing to a skirmishing lineup. Silencer clock, they can leave lane together, run around the map. They play with DP. It is a nice looking opening compared to the other drafts. This has kind of just meaning behind it. I think this is just very punishable still to the illusion heroes, the Ursas, the Slarks, anything like this, which is a little bit harder to catch. You can't just rely on hookshot on global and the DP to be aggressive. So I think it's good that Dawn have an idea with their draft today. It's a very punishable opening.
Yeah, like I think the Silencer, their draft on its own, it looks pretty good. But then you go into the next step where it's like Clock, DP, Silencer, they all share very, very similar counters. Illusion heroes, they don't push all the waves too great. They're not good against summon heroes that run into you, like some Lycan type hero. If I'm on IG, I would call for Lycan or Brood, whatever, something like this. But, for now, what I've seen in the Chinese scene, they generally just like these big team fighters, which are also totally okay against them. You're tanky, you can buy Greaves, Mars with BKB, some stuff like that.
Yeah, I feel like IG, they could just be picking up their Centaur, their just casual offlaner to enable Rubik, and then you just play a really strong side lane. And okay, yeah, sure, they go Mars instead, but they did this, I think, I know it was Knights who did this yesterday. They did Tree, Shadow Fiend, Centaur, Rubik. So exact style of draft pattern, but just change out of Mars for the Centaur.
I think Mars is Irving's best hero, or most played hero at least, by like quite a fair amount, and something he's very comfortable on. I like it. And he's like pretty self-sustaining in lane as well. Like if he goes like this Bracer, Falcon Blade, Phase Boots, and it'll give space for Rubik to like stack the Ancients, because that's something that IG did in their previous series. They were really good with their like stacking of the Ancient, and just pumping that farm into their cores like a Shadow Fiend.
Sven is a wild pick.
Why?
Yeah.
Because
Why wild? Why that word to describe
no,
it?
wild as in like, okay, I'm finding PMA ways to describe things, okay? All right? It's my new day.
That's what I mean.
all right?
Is it a wild, like,
Do you need
whoa, this is great, this is
No,
wild.
okay, it's wild
You
as
need
in
to
like, I
flame
didn't
more,
expect
T.
it. Because like, against a tree, you naturally want a carry that at least buys Manta, naturally, to be able to get rid of Overgrowth. And also with Living Armor, you may want to have like kind of diverse damage for the early mid-game fights. And for Dawn, they've now put a lot of emphasis on physical damage, and this Sven at least, he's going to get very easily kited in the early fights, be it from a Rubik lift. When he blink jumps in, we've seen Rubiks be so OP with their shard, just play on range, pick back up. And my fear is this Sven, as the game goes later, against the tree, the Rubik, even the Mars, it's going to be hard to get explosive damage unless he's like 5-6k ahead in net worth and dictating every fight on his own accord.
I would say it's perhaps a little similar to the Silencer pick. I think it's good for them. I like that they're going for something where you have more than one person that can go in and start the fight. So I think for that aspect, it's good. Also, if they execute very nicely, they have Silencer who can, global to get the tree and not to ulti him.
secure
in the,
the set, yeah.
Exactly. But with that said, I still think it's not the easiest Sven game. There's a tree and armor, a lot of random spells that you want to play into when your BKB is down. It's not too easy, but for their own draft, I think it's pretty good.
Maybe it's just the same concept of like team spirit being like, yeah, we're picking Sven into Razor because our damage just out damages the lost damage from the link. It's like, okay, there's tree armor, but we'll just out damage over it. Also, presence of the Dark Lord, don't care, supply our own armor. Really, he's just filling all of the holes that IG's draft is taking away.
I mean, it is one more good point. Like I talked about the Drow Ranger giving armor to the DP, right? This is another way where one of the core heroes is actually helping another core in the game. So in terms of that, it's not too bad.
They need to make sure that their last pick on Dawn, of course, they will get to see all of IG. If it is DP to mid, like what if it's mid or offlane, whatever they pick, it needs to have some additional damage for the early fights.
Yeah.
Because outside of DP ultimate and some cheap spells of, let's say, Silencer, there isn't like innate damage coming out. There's not this like Leshrac style of hero or these disruptor style supports that are going to give a little bit more. So I think, yeah, Dawn, it's a really nice skirmishing lineup. Sven can farm and get to his point, but they just need the extra piece of the puzzle to get them over the edge so they can try and convert, get a quick Aegis on Sven or something. But I am still leaning towards IG draft. I think it's other Chinese teams are doing it. It is just the formula for success right now. And yeah, we'll have to see if Dawn can play up to what their draft needs.
Yeah, I would tend to agree. I think for now, IG's draft looks a little more robust. Also, if I look at their bans, they banned Bloodseeker, which I feel like kind of forces out this Pango ban, because I feel like otherwise I don't really know why this hero will get banned. But in terms of IG, I think some mid playmaker for them once again kind of fits the role. And in terms of Dawn, I was kind of looking at Pango for them too. Let's see.
What a good Leshrac. Man, I love IG's draft.
It's very clean. And the Leshrac, it's just going to be, you play mid lane. If DP goes there, you can also just push out the lane. You're never really going to perfectly defend your tower, at least, because Silencer Clock comes in. But again, IG can mirror that themselves. And yeah, it's just a hero that takes away a jungle a little bit more. If you win lanes, Leshrac's the perfect hero to take over the entire game as well. So yeah, IG's got a very clean looking draft. I think DP probably moves to offlane now, and now need to think of a mid hero to go up against Leshrac.
I was trying to look at this mid hero, and actually right now I'm not too sure. A lot of the good heroes against Lesh that you would traditionally want are banned. Lina first phase banned, Bad Rider second phase banned. Even Pangolier was now banned in the last phase. So in terms of Dawn, I also agree that DP kind of has to go to the offlane. You pick a new mid here that helps combine, help the DP later to go top. But I'm looking for a hero that can do that and also mesh up well against Lesh in the lane.
Could you, I mean, Kunka's not, I mean, push out the lane, get tanky enough? I don't know. It's probably not too great.
I'm gonna just lift. I'm gonna just.
They're just going Darkseer.
This again. I love their Darkseer. Or I love the Darkseers I've seen in the DPC so far, but it's a very hit or miss hero.
I was going to say, you don't sound convinced.
I'm not convinced, because you see this hero running 18 waves around in the lane because he's so bad at laning that he has to do that to like live. I mean, Kezu understands. Kezu's Darkseer.
I know. It's also, it's a Son Goku last pick Darkseer. Is that enough?
I mean,
look at the heroes he's enabling. It is, in theory, it could be enough. No, it's not. Okay, so Darkseer in principle in this draft, if you ignore IG's heroes completely, Darkseer is the perfect pick to like enable Sven, DP, Iron Shell, Surge. These heroes love playing it. We've seen this tricore in Western Europe with Nigma multiple times last year. But now, when you look at IG, they have the recipe to win lanes and to take away jungle. When you have those two things, and you pick up a draft that needs 2 items on each core to want to play Dota, you often don't get to those items. So I think I like the idea of Dawn drafting this style of play, but they didn't respect IG's what they're bringing to the game as well. So I think, yeah, IG just have the better lanes, better game, and yeah, be their game.
Yeah, I think this is one of Dawn's better drafts so far, but I still prefer
Do you think
IG.
it's consistently improving for
Yeah.
Dawn? Okay, all right. I just had to ask that.
I mean, I love Darkseer, so I'm willing to be optimistic about it. And
Let's
it also
go.
might mean that the Shell can give the damage to Sven to like help him
Yeah.
engage in like these early mid game fights too, get involved, especially on like mid skirmishes and stuff. So yeah, down to see
Let's
it.
go.
Let's go.
All right. How about instead, because of telling me what you feel this lineup can do, how do you actually see the game playing out?
So I'm gonna think that IG will do
He
very
didn't
well.
get to say it. I know
Sure.
you said it, but he didn't.
No, I'm just saying technically, whatever, it doesn't matter. Go.
Well, I think IG will do pretty well in their lanes. This Darkseer is like a very high skill hero in the lane. So I think SF3 will do better in that lane. I think IG will go a bit in the early game, take it over, but like 15, 16, 17, 18 minutes, IG will bring it back and win from there.
That's it. Done and dusted. That's exactly how it's going to play out. And the people to cover this game for us is going to be B Cup and Lacoste.
Thank you very much. We've got the honor of covering IG against Dawn, and it should be interesting. Both these teams are, trying to find themselves in the
0
division.
and 2, yeah.
that's,
Definitely not where we expected IG to be. Dawn, a new team coming up, but looking at the draft, I gotta agree with the panel. Like, their drafts seem to be improving with each game, but I don't know if it's enough to take IG down in this one. IG does have a bunch of team fight. They're looking to get, like, 2 items. Once you have a BKB, if you have 3 cores with BKBs, it's going to be very limited, the amount of damage that they can do. There is Dead Prophet ulti, which is physical. There is Sven, but I feel like Sven is definitely countered in this one, playing into Mars, playing into Treant Protector, BKB piercing ability. He might struggle a little bit, but we got to give them credit for trying something different. This is Sven Darkseer. It's a good combo, and we might see a fight straight away.
Ooh, could be a fight, but there's a pause instead from Dolphin. Dolphin looking like he's standing in for this team, as I believe Dolphin used to go by the IGN PP, and he used to play for LBZS. He was a good player. I actually liked him on that team. I don't know where I'd place him in terms of like how he compares to X. It's always hard to kind of come in as a stand-in and just fill a role that's very
we started
make or
early
break.
with the stand-ins. 2 losses, and we already have stand-ins coming in. Some interesting build coming out from Emo's Leshrac. Magic Wand and 2 Mangoes.
Yeah. You like it?
He's going to be playing the safe lane with the Leshrac. I mean, usually you see like a branch or something, but it's going to be, you know, just some extra regeneration coming out from those Mangoes. Dust will be playing Shadowfin. I thought they're going to swap things around a little bit. Maybe have... like. Also, looking at... because I did mention the counters, you also have Dead Prophet playing into Shadowfin. It's an old school counter where you have so much damage, like the triple raise, Requiem. Dead Prophet is always going to be afraid of any kind of burst damage. She relies on getting multiple Spirit Siphons in a fight, sustaining. This is where like Sven's gonna help out with his armor and also Global Silence. So bottom lane, they're playing very aggressive early on. This is a type of a hero that Darkseer needs. He needs like Tusk, Earth Spirit, Nyx Assassin, anything with a stun, and Clockwork as well. If you trap one of these heroes with Ion Shell, especially if you do manage to get level 3 faster, this is like a guaranteed kill.
So we'll see if they can get to that level 3 quicker than the side of IG and how they're going to approach this. And taking a look up towards top as Sumong, I've liked what he's done. I feel like maybe here and there he's found himself in a couple of bad positions in the games that they've lost. But the same could be said for IG, right? They put themselves in like just some game-losing scenarios where like the rest of the game looks pretty decent. You know, that one game, Dust, diving the tier 4s, that obviously led to a bit of a downfall in that situation. But other than that, I feel like, you know, these players are still looking pretty good. And
Someone has to lose at the end of the day. But,
sure.
yeah, a couple of mistakes from IG. Maybe we had higher expectations coming into this DPC season, how they're going to perform. They're still, you know, 5 series ahead of them. This is the 3rd one that they're playing, so definitely need a W in this one.
yeah, it's not the old style of you'd have 1 series a week and, you know, have a lot of time to kind of sulk in a win or a loss, right? Like, you kind of got to get back into it, and this is already the 3rd series for both these teams, so they really need to figure it out. Week 1. It's a little bit scary as MS getting low. He's going to drop here to Irving. He'll be able to walk away as Pelosin taking some damage from Sumong, and neither hero going down. The question to me for MS is, what's the build going to be? He's had a couple of greedier builds in the 5 position.
Yeah, most definitely. He was playing Dazzle, didn't get Grave until level 9. And then he was playing... what was the other hero that he was playing?
I can't remember off the top of my head. Dazzle. I'll just say Dazzle again. That works.
Yeah,
for me.
double Dazzle.
Sure.
Like, he played Undying.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's right. And he kept the
He
tombstone
is
at
a
level
greedy. Ex-carry player. He's a greedy one. I would not be surprised if he decided to get Glaives of Wisdom level 1. Steal that int.
1. Yeah, it's all about the Glaives level 1. And well, what does he have right now? Right now, he's doing it right. 1-0-1, Arcane Curse, and a little last word action. Now you just max Glaives. By shard.
It's not happening. Mars, it's very satisfying to watch someone last hit underneath the tower. He didn't miss a single CS.
Ooh, a little bit of a deny there from Pelosin as well. So has the Courier coming out with some boots. We'll see if they can get anything done. We've seen lanes like this a lot. Rubik Centaur, Rubik Mars, just stun with stun. And hope
When
to
you
get something
said
done.
we've seen lanes like this, I thought you were going to say lanes with no kills for first 6 to 10 minutes.
That too.
We can see rotations, trying to secure the water runes. And IG is going to pick it up. Dust will bottle one. And also Poloson there, waiting until the last second. Son Goku, one more hit.
One more right click. There's the first blood for Emo. And when Dakres leaves the lane, it gives them an opportunity to go for this. We've seen some aggressive plays from Treants in the past. And, you know, you've also got a Leshrac there. So things seem to be a little bit easier to get a kill. And, you know, they kind of missed the mark on that, right? Like you were asking, level 3, can the Darkseer and the Clockwork get something done? Instead, it's IG who get first blood.
IG used the opportunity. They saw Clockwork rotating for the water rune, and then they immediately started to play aggressive. Darkseer does not have a point in Surge. He gets slowed down, and now Leshrac about to finish his mana boots using the couriers.
Irving was impressive when he was playing for Vici, so it's nice to see him here with IG. We'll see if he can kind of make something happen in this series. MS, again, getting run down by Pelosin, and we'll have that Fade Bolt to finish him off, but it looks like it will be a trade of
Fairy Fire.
Siamang. One more right click. Ooh, Fairy Fire. Now in over to the trees and doesn't lose sight of him, so we'll get the kill. Ends up being a bit of a trade as now Dolphin has to be on the run. Dust searching through the trees. We'll find him, we'll raise and kill him. And Dolphin, well, sent back to the shores of the base as bottom lane Dakres dies to Emo, and it's just kills all over the place for IG.
IG playing the laning stage almost perfectly. Like, even the trades that they're doing, they're really worth it for them. But yeah, this bottom lane, oh man, Emo has 2,000 gold saved up on this safe lane Leshrac.
Oh boy. Ooh, Arcane Boots? Yes. Buys out on the Arcane Boots. So, this stick move, or the wand mango move, was working. Telekinesis into the Nature's Grasp, into a raise from Dust. He also bottles up a double damage. The movements here from IG, they get a back-to-back kill on the Death Prophet, and that's going to really slow down the mid-game.
This has been the story of the Chinese DPC, where every 6th minute there's going to be 6 heroes on a mid lane.
Yeah.
Clockwork, chasing
QX.
chasing Treant Protector, and he's gonna get a solo kill. That's a good one. A problem is Emo's
boy,
having
MS.
too good of a game. Same goes for Dust. Ooh.
Short race? Not what you wanted. MS is probably surviving because of that. And now Duck Race actually goes over towards Dust, but not the easiest hero to kill at the moment, especially you don't want to walk into him with that double damage. We'll get that bottle refilled too. So QX comes over, refills the bottle. MS still sitting over mid. Dolphin's still just level 5, and you said these races are going to do a lot of damage, and it is really blowing them away.
Still 6 heroes on a mid lane.
Party.
Clockwork and Silencer. These heroes can move together. They can make stuff done, especially Clockwork. I'm a little worried about like their mid-game initiation. I want to see what the Sven is going to go for. For now, it's just going to be a standard build. Mask of Madness into Echo Saber. When he's going to be picking up the Blink Dagger, they might struggle with the initiation. Also, initiating into like Requiem into Mars Arena, Treant Protector ulti might be a bit difficult. Oh, here they come.
Surge forward into the cogs, but immediately bailing on that proposition. And Sven up top with an arena laid down and Dust making the rotation. They're able to get the kill on Siamang, and now they'll look over at Duck Race for a second, but MS bottom too. So heroes aplenty for Dawn over bottom, but not really getting anything done while Dust is able to rotate and clean up.
Oh, he almost got it.
Arcane Rune into an immediate exorcism, but a TP out, he's just gone.
Oh, this is going to be some big damage on the tier 1 tower. He needed like 0.2 seconds to pick up that Arcane Rune, and it could have potentially been a kill on Rubik. Double raise, potentially even a triple raise if he lands a telekinesis, puts him away. And you can see both supports, again from Dawn, gaming around the mid lane. They want to use this exorcism, try to bring down the tier 1 tower. This would open up the map. This is pretty huge if they can get it.
Requiem, that comes through. Does hit on the Dolphin. They've got the Nature's Grasp, and Dolphin in some trouble. The Spirit Siphon's not going to be enough. Dust gets the kill there onto the Death Prophet. Dust now dominating.
That was so close. Battery was running, and still Requiem did go off in that fight. If it didn't, maybe it's a bit of a different fight. That Prophet did get feared, but also good rotation from Emo.
Yeah, Emo making a rotation, helping his boy Dust out, and it seems to be a lot more fluid from IG this game.
Oh, Son Goku's in trouble.
Yeah, now Emo trying to go over, lands the stun, and Son Goku going to be slowed up. Dolphin even joins in. Not sure you really want to be there. Clockwork over to the side, but he's not able to offer anything. Meanwhile, Telekinesis on a Siamang. The Raze misses. They've got a Stormhammer that stuns up Dust for the moment. They think about TPing in Chris, but they're not going to send the Clockwork over, as there's really not much going on that will benefit them over in the jungle.
Their lanes are falling apart. They don't even have lanes anymore.
Yeah.
I check what that Prophet has in her inventory. This is like Gloves of Haste. It's like, she's going to go for Midas. It's not. It's going to be Power Treads in the end, but considering how the game's going for that Prophet, it's a difficult one. Shadowfin sitting at the 4.3k net worth, that Prophet about the crack 3k, and also the towers are gonna drop. There's still no point in the Diabolic Edict from Leshrac, but he does have a Yule Scepter. It's a stun for his setup. It's a good way to dispel Global Silence on himself, Ion Shell, Surge, Warcry, you name it. It's a deep, like, sure, Leshrac in the last 6 months has been pretty one-dimensional when it comes down to itemization. You are getting that Bloodstone, but sometimes you need to think outside of the box, and Yule Scepter definitely the best item you could have picked up here.
Exorcism and Cogs pushing away QIQX. We also had MS coming through, and not really what they want to do with this Exorcism double damage on the Death Prophet. So IG, they're ready to defend. This tower doesn't have a lot of health left, but you do have a Treant. Maybe you heal it up a little bit or just deny it. Just get it out of the hands of Dawn. Getting anything from this, it again, is a good reaction from IG. And yeah, they don't have the living armor. Just working with the Nature's Grasp and the Leech Seed for now. So no heals, maybe a deny.
Treant Protector's thinking about it, whether they need an Overgrowth or if he wants to put a point in living armor, just to try to heal up this tower. Smoke. Irving still doesn't have a Blink Dagger, but
May not matter.
he might even need it.
Oh,
There
Dolphin.
we go again.
Right in the arena. Fade Bolt Spear. There's the combo. Everybody here for the side of IG. They're going to get a tier 1 tower with this after the glyph runs out. Pose and immediately going to TP top. He'll clean that up and get some solo experience for himself. Their movement's clean. The game going well. 3k lead and a tower gone.
Very crisp movement coming out from IG with the rotations to defend the tower. First Emo TPs, then the rest of the team. They understand where the real threat is coming from this Dead Prophet, and they did manage to shut her down. Dolphin 0-4-0.
Yeah, not really having much of a game, and that'll happen, right? Like, you come in as a support, you're trying to figure out the wavelengths of the team, and you just don't set right. Looks like top might be next, too.
Hook shot misses.
So that leaves QIQX to sit down here, ready with Overgrowth if they want to start TPing in.
They're
Heroes.
going to defend this one. Ooh, Shadowfin
No.
does have Invis.
There you go. Couple raises. Dust gets an easy kill. QX avoiding that hook shot, ready with the Overgrowth if needed, but they just catch somebody leaving, right? Making it look very easy.
And they're also going to be able to take down tier 1 tower on the top lane. Leshrac finally putting some points in Diabolic Edict. This is going to be more than enough. Treant Protector very annoying on the bottom with his Nature's Grasp. And finally getting a point in Living Armor. Did he cast that on a mid lane? He didn't.
83 health. Oh, where was that cast?
Yeah, mid lane.
Hey, there it is.
Here we go.
Heal it up. Bring it back to full. I mean, level 1, but it'll get there. What, you need like 45
45 of
casts
yes.
of living armor to get there. That at a 30-second cooldown a pop, that means it's like 22.5 per minute. So when we get to 30 minutes, that tier 1 will be right about full. If it's just a level 1 the whole time.
Now it's on the bottom lane. Without Exo, they don't really have that much tower damage, unless Sven decides to pop his ulti, but mostly that's gonna be used to farm up the Ancients or try to take a fight with it.
Uh-oh, QIQX, he can't save the tower. But here comes the side of IG. I thought they were going to wrap down towards bottom, but they are also looking mid.
They're coming down.
Here they go. Now the smoke going to be broken. They've got the blink. Irving missing the spear by a bit of a margin. Hook shot comes in, and now Irving's in a lot of trouble. The arena's going to be gone, and so will Irving's life.
That was a bit unfortunate there. Even if he lands it, they know that there's going to be a global, so needed to do something regarding it. Yeah, IG ready to take a fight right now.
Yeah, they've got Polosin as well as Emo trying to fight. Polosin's going to be in some trouble. They got the vacuum up onto the high ground, so now Emo's kind of like okay, and they're keeping him close with the overgrowth, so he's outputting a lot of damage with the Diabolic Edict. They'll look over at Duckraze and get one. Dolphin walking back in. Arcane Curse on Emo, the finishing blow onto Son Goku from Polosin. Ooh.
Gets the magic wand and lives.
Yeah, just surviving, but he Yule's up into the air. QIQX coming to help, but Emo missing that stun, so he will fall on this cliff, and Dust now here with Irving again. Dolphin staying nearby. They've got a blink from Irving, so if he can catch Dolphin, he will with that spear that, I guess, landed. Looked like, I don't know, my screen, it looked a little bit wide.
It was a bit laggy, but,
but he gets it.
Overall, not too bad of a trade from Dawn Gaming, managing to kill Emo. And the first usage of the Global Silence, nicely timed. That Prophet did go ham in that fight. 2.6k damage coming out from her.
I don't want to alarm any IG fans, but as these fights have been kind of going on, Siumang, top of the net worth by a lot. He is farming a storm.
He is. This is the farming build, Mask of Madness. Plus Echo Saber. Did pick up a Blink Dagger, which I really like. 51% chance
Even
for IG.
50-50.
50-50, here we go.
50-50. Something like that.
So Sven with the Blink Dagger will be able to get another form of initiation. He goes in, pops the God Strength, locks onto a target, follow it up by a Global Silence or a hook shot. They could delete one of the heroes immediately if they execute properly.
Delete one, why not delete all? You get the vacuum, 5-man vacuum, God Strength, Stormhammer.
Darkseer is going for a Blink Dagger, so he's looking for that combo.
Get a nice team wipe in a split second. They're smoked up, they're gonna make a move towards QIQX. Blink in, Stormhammer with some right clicks, Arcane Curse to slow him up, and that's a kill for Dolphin as Dawn starting to find themselves a little bit. Hitting a stride. Always nice. Irving. You shouldn't be jumping on this. There's nobody else here.
Radiant are scanning.
Once IG picks up 2 BKBs, the fights are going to be much easier for them, especially the one on Shadowfiend, which is getting closer, just 800 gold away from it.
Yeah, let's see if they let him get there, though. Hook shot comes in, Exorcism committed. Dust in a lot of trouble. The Arcane Curse, he's on the edge. Overgrowth looking for the Requiem, but it's only in death. That's not the Requiem that he was trying to cast, and now Dolphin will take away that 5-time streak out of the hands of Dust. And over on the side, Irving comes in with the God's Rebuke as well as a Spear to finish off Duckraze, but that's not the trade you really want to make.
That was a good Global Silence. Again, stopping Irving from using the Spear after Arena, pops it very quick on the fingers on MS. 2 really good Global Silences to win them the fights.
He's got Veil, and he's gone, what, 4-1-3, so not the all glaives I wanted.
It's the most damage you can do. Veil of Discord plus Arcane Curse. You also have Darkseer. There's a bunch of magical damage that can be amplified.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
So even game, and well, we saw that with the Dota Plus, the 50-50. Still kind of feels that way, truthfully. Anybody's game, but Siumang's still farming up really well, and he is getting closer and closer to this BKB.
He has it. Will disassemble Echo Saber, go back to Echo Saber probably one more time. Just needs to farm one more camp, and then with the next Exorcism, That Prophet just hit level 12, which means that it's 16 Ghosts, so they can easily try to take a Roche fight. Global Silence will be available. Sven with a BKB, That Prophet with level 2 EXO. It's go time for them.
So we'll see if they go. Will they go?
Dire's top tower.
So Rocket Flare comes up. Emo's got the Bloodstone ready to go, and we'll TP away from this one. And we're looking at what Dawn's starting to do in terms of their movements. They've got Dakre showing over mid, as well as, I believe, MS under some vision of Siumong. So they have an idea here on IG where everybody's at, but they need to maybe play a little bit more defensive, because with this BKB and this jump, it could be a little bit dangerous for IG to take a fight. Global Silence not up just yet, but will be in 10 seconds.
I think they want to force a Roche fight. Potentially, they feel very strong with this BKB on Sven. The only thing he needs to care about is Overgrowth. Trian does have a Blink Dagger.
Arena, and
no global this time.
There's the global coming
Here it
out.
comes.
Hook shot comes through, and now they need to start to leave, but Siumong comes in with the telekinesis. Oh no! Now the BKB goes off, but they've got themselves the wall with the vacuum. They get the kill on Irving, they'll take on the Mars. It's a 1-for-1 so far, but the damage on the Siumong, he needs to be careful, he needs to retreat. That BKB is running out. Arcane Curse, last word on the QIQX. With a little rocket flare action and some damage done. A 1-for-1. But with no BKB, no God Strength on the Sven, maybe an opportunity for IG to continue going.
We've seen so many good Rubik plays these days, and
There's another one. Telekinesis comes in. There's the blink for QIQX. Arcane Curse onto a couple. They land the stun coming out from Emo. QIQX running low, but they get the kill on a Dakres and, well, MS. Not much he could do there with Son Goku either, and eventually to the Arcane Curse, QIQX will fall.
We've seen Felix Shoba and also Salad with some really nice Rubik plays. In the previous fight, Sven blinks in, gets instantly lived by Rubik, then he pops a BKB, but he's already down to half HP. Train Protector with the ulti, holding him in place during the BKB duration, so he needs to fall back. So not the best of the execution that Don Gaming was looking for. So I'd say this was a W for IG. And also, how much they can sustain with their heroes. With the Bloodstone, Train Protector does have 3 points in the Leech Seed. That's quite a lot. Shadowfiend, what is he aiming for? He's going for just straight up Crystallis, wants to maximize his damage output.
Yeah, trying to maximize that damage. Meanwhile, Sven, he's maximizing it by farming a hell of a lot, and now at 13, almost 14,000, going into the AC next. So got back into the Echo Saber, has the BKB, down a tick, but is this AC going to be enough?
It's a lot of value from AC. You are giving extra armor with the Warcry AC to your Dead Prophet, so she becomes more tanky.
Hook shot and then a 4-staff, all to just get that Obs. They are also going to get QIQX, so value.
You're also reducing armor from Chain Protector. Shadowfiend does have minus armor from his aura, so very good item choice from Sven, I would say.
Immediately into a 4-man smoke from Dawn Gaming. They're going to move over towards mid. BKB ready to go. Irving in a good spot in the trees, breaking that smoke. Blink Stormhammer right on it, though, and they'll take out Pullis in 2 shots. BKB's been popped by Siumong. Irving on the run, but last word on him, so he's silenced.
but
and
no
now,
stun.
Yeah, BKB's going to run out in just a second on this Sven. He's up onto the high ground. They put the cogs there to defend him, and now they'll back away.
They needed a hook shot or something because they can't stun. They're very limited in terms of stun. If Sven uses his hook shot on cooldown, they need to stop chasing.
So with that, IG still up towards Roche. Trying to place down some vision here and there. But Dawn Gaming, they break through. They've got the net worth lead. They were down 5,000 at one point.
They were choosing good fights. Those 2 nice global silences by MS did change things around, because IG, they are relying on Mars getting in, using the spear. Things are going to be much easier now that Irving did manage to pick up his BKB, and with the sustain that I was talking about, they're going to go inside the Roche pit, but they know. Clockwork just scouted him out.
Already down to half health, though. They need to make a move. They've got hookshot available. Somebody going to go out to block it. It looks like QIQX is kind of there, but hookshot actually just goes to Irving. They'll steal the cogs. The Roche is low. The Aegis into the hands of Dust with the BKB being popped by Irving. They'll go after Doc Grace. They'll throw the Requiem out. Sun Goku, though, yules up into the air. Silence lands from Dolphin onto the Leshrac. Dust now hit with a wall. Force staff across.
Oh, BKB
BKB's been popped, and Siumang on the other side of the fight. They'll go and get the kill on the Irving. These cogs are blocking them away as Pelosin 3-shot while he's trying to TP out. It's a second kill there for Dawn Gaming. They give up the Aegis, but they get a couple. And you can see the strength of Sven. I think they're just wishing that they could get that Aegis into their hands.
Sven right now deals a ton of damage. The one hero that's gonna control him is gonna be Treant Protector. Like, he needs to get in and use that overgrowth. Like, this hook shot didn't look as good, but once Sven decides to go in, he did manage to get BKB out of Mars, and then Sven finds a good opening, already using the Requiem. They felt like we need to fall back after that Prophet used the ulti. They were already way too split, not on the same page, and Dawn Gaming, you know, even they didn't manage to take a fight inside the Roche pit, get more stuff done, didn't get the Aegis off Shadowfin. They're still, I'd say, the one who are going to be controlling the game for another, like, 5 to 10 minutes. Every single time Sven ulti is up, he's going to be ready to join.
Emo looking to get a kill here on Dolphin, but forces the BKB. QIQX, he's in the vicinity, so Blink Overgrowth available if they want to go for this. But a hook shot comes in, and that's going to hit QIQX. Siumang going over, but the Overgrowth stops him in his tracks. So Dust starting to throw out some right clicks. He'll turn his attention on the Dolphin. They get the kill on a QIQX with the Stormhammer landing onto this Shadow Fiend. But now with the Arena and the God's Rebuke, they get the kill on a Doc Grace. They'll take out MS. 3 heroes gone on the side of Dawn Gaming, and not much that this Sven could do.
Sven did not have a BKB available for that fight. It was on cooldown for like 5 to 10 seconds. Didn't feel too comfortable jumping in on top of the Shadow Fiend, who's still holding on to that Aegis. And also Darkseer was on the other part of the map. Like, he didn't have a TP available. Maybe with the Surge, he would be able to get there. And also, I'm not sure if this was intentional or not, but Treant did block that hook shot.
The hook shot coming down ends up hitting QIQX. The Overgrowth holds him close. Now Son Goku was into the fight before, though, is going to die to 3 IG members, and a tier 2 may drop.
This is very, like, back and forth game. You don't know who's going to win the next fight because there's, like, at least 1 or 2 mistakes that just, like a casual one. I want to also keep it PMA, but feels like they need to wait another 5 to 10 seconds to take a fight, regroup. Darkseer's missing. Now Darkseer's dead. This lineup from Dawn Gaming will fall off. You have Silencer Clockwork as your supports. Sven is your carry. Like, he's going to reach the peak at one point. Like, he's not going to get any stronger. Once he gets to his next item, which seems to be the Overwhelming Blink, he doesn't have a crit. Like, these are not going to be some big crits coming out from Sven. There's no Silver Edge. There's no Daedalus.
It feels like it's all on the back of Siumang right now. To make it work with the timing. And QIQX with the hook shot. So Doc Grace is in on this. They'll use the Exorcism as well. Overgrowth comes in. I feel like it's going to buy time for IG to respond. BKB's been popped by Dolphin. Requiem over on the side. Not really the best Requiem, but a telekinesis from Pelosi to pull back his Leshrac. And now the BKB is gone for Dolphin. They only got the kill on a QIQX with that. And this Exorcism is really not going to garner them much. They chase Pelosi for a second, maybe unknowingly going the same direction as him. And Dolphin will farm. Try to get a bounty, but that's not happening.
Yule Scepter.
Oh. Pelosi? He's going to die to Dolphin. I feel
Okay,
like that,
that's a freebie. 500 gold.
I feel like that definitely didn't need to happen.
These are the mistakes that I was talking about. Like these small ones, some freebies. But Darkseer finally finding out some good initiation with his hook shots.
Yeah, I wasn't sure that was really going to turn into much considering the circumstance and the fact that the BKB from Dolphin really wore out after a while. Thought maybe IG had a moment to be able to return fire and never really did. So just 15 seconds left on that Aegis for Shadow Fiend. Dust will have to try something different without that second life as Doc Grace is in the trees again. He's got hook shot ready to go. He's right by Emo, and now the Cogs are going to come through with the BKB being popped by Emo. They'll look over at the Clockwork. Easy BKB.
A lot of these BKBs are popped prematurely, I would say. Even some of the spells like Requiem, Dead Prophet, Ulti, Hook Shot.
That's in. And they've got the telekinesis coming in from below, so to try and pull back Dust, but they get the kill on this Rubik very quickly, and they'll take out QIQX. So immediately, Dust needs to BKB and TP out. So Dawn's still holding on to the grasp of this game, and they're going to go for a tier 2 over mid.
No Exorcism, but still, with the Sven ulti running for another 15-20 seconds, they should be able to bring it down.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Top lane being pushed in by the Leshrac, by the way. Trying to do some counter
Radiant's bottom tower
measures,
is
some
under
counter ratting.
Leshrac found a really nice item for himself, Blast Rig against Sven, and also did buy a casual plate mail for now, going into Shiva's next. He understands where the threat is coming from. If he has a BKB active and a lot of armor, he doesn't need to be afraid of Sven and Dead Prophet.
Radiant's bottom tower
They look
is
over
under
towards the
attack.
bottom tier 2. These heroes on the side of Dawn are starting to cut through the jungle, and you can see Doc Race, he's always landing these hook shots, but he's got it back up. Spear, not going to land. They've got the damage to get the kill immediately. They go to the Exorcism. Dolphin is going to be a little bit risky. They've got the silence onto him, and now they're going to look over at this Leshrac. The silence onto both him and Dust, as well as Irving, so the 3 cores are silenced up. They just need this Sven to join the fight, and he's TPing into the outpost, but it's going to be a little bit late. They land the Spear. They've got themselves the Split Earth. They'll steal Crypt Swarm, and they got themselves the Global Silence coming out from MS, but it's not going to be enough to save the life of Dolphin with the BKBs being popped here. And, ooh, Seomong thinking about going in. Doesn't have BKB for 2 more seconds, and we'll decide against it as it was really living life on the edge there.
He did not want to go into Mars's shard because it would cancel his
wanna
Blink
go
Dagger.
immediately. Ooh.
He's ready to go in right now if they decide to chase. But without a Dead Prophet, might be too risky. We could see the power of the Dead Prophet, how much she can tank. When she pops the Exo, everybody on side of IG starts to run. Oh, double damage.
Yeah, time to clean up some heroes.
Seomong will bottle this one up.
Irving looking for the refresher. He's close to that. Double BKB, double Arena, double Spear. Roche potentially up in 30 seconds as well. So certainly an opportunity. You can see IG. Everybody is there except the Leshrac, waiting for a moment to potentially go for a fight. And then Roche, hook
Well, actually,
shot.
he's really
not
low
gonna
on
land.
mana. Does have that Bloodstone, but it's not going to get much out of it. Sitting at 700, he's deeping back to base.
I think he wants to get back to his team so they could go for Roche. Roche is going to be a short one. 10 seconds till it's up. Still holding on to this double damage, though. So IG, they're kind of potentially falling into a trap.
This might be a disaster. If Sven manages to get a couple of right clicks with the double damage on a BKB target, if Treant Protector is not there to use the Overgrowth, could be a disastrous one. Dolphin does have ulti available in 15 seconds. IG Smoke trying to make a wraparound, but seems like Dawn Gaming, they're holding on to high ground. We still haven't seen
Haste
the
as well.
combo.
Oh, my God. He's going to have a full duration haste and double damage here. They need to be careful. Here comes the smoke.
They need to dispel it. Yule Scepter straight away.
Need to, but the Stormhammer's going to come in. They're looking for the damage, but the Cleave's doing a lot of damage here over on a Dust. They get the kill
He's
on
dead.
Irving, and now he's trying to run with the TP. Not going to be enough. Seomong with a double kill. Down comes the wall as well as a Stormhammer. Overgrowth's on 5, but for what? It's really not going to get them anything, and they'll get the kill onto 3. With that, they'll go towards Roche, and Dawn have complete control of this one, as they should be able to pick up the Aegis and the Shard.
You can feel Shadowfin thinking about going in, but the cleave damage, he's like, I'm already down to half HP, I can't take this fight. This was pretty much a one-man show. Sven getting in, using his Stormhammer, double damage, or Ice Frog show, Gaben show, whatever you want to call it. DD plus a haste rune for Sven. He did bottle it up, though, so yeah, that kind of changed things around. And Darkseer finally picking up his Blink Dagger. 33 minutes into the game, so the execution of the combo is going to be much, much easier now.
And things getting easier for Dawn, or Not words that IG want to hear. One Thorn almost finished here for Sven, as he's going to take this tier 2 tower with no contest. Everybody up in 5 for IG, but really fighting into this Aegis is probably counterintuitive to them winning this game.
Sven is about to crack level 25. Extra 50% God Strength
Hook shot.
damage. Docker's found him.
Emo in trouble. Doing some damage out of Docker Ace, and we'll actually just turn this one around, maybe even getting both. I said Emo was the one in trouble, but maybe I lied. They'll go forward with the arena. They'll land the spirits on the Dolphin. Now the damage is coming out. They've got the refresher. They've got the Venn diagram of arenas coming through and locking up Dolphin and Son Goku. It's going to be 4 heroes out of the side of Dawn Gaming, and maybe they can catch Seumung by himself. Triple kill for Emo. There's the stun. There's the Requiem. Everything coming in a parlay to get the kill and the damage out to get the first life out of the hands of this Sven. Can they do it again? And BKB, Blink. Overwhelming Blink, and
Oh,
they're
Trin
all
doesn't
slowed
have
up,
enough
and
mana.
he just can't get there. BKB runs out, Spear a little wild, and they only get the Aegis out of his hands. A lot of damage being done there by the Leshrac.
What the hell was that? Like, why did they decide to go with 2 supports on a Leshrac who's jacked? He's this is like 5th slotted Leshrac with Clockwork and Silencer. There was no real follow-up. Look where the rest of the team is on a minimap.
Guys,
There's Dead Prophet coming, but she needs like another 10 seconds.
yeah, that was a little...
Like, they should have let these 2 supports die
Yeah.
and just go back.
Here's my favorite part, the Venn diagram. Whoop. On one side, damage. On one side, control. And when they come together in the middle, it's the Venn diagram. Dolphin, Son Goku, they fall. They get this Aegis. But then they can't follow up with the back-to-back.
I'm not sure why Seumang decided to join. Like, they just kept feeding one by one.
Save your friend syndrome. Big time. So 3K lead here for Dawn Gaming, but after that fight, it doesn't really instill confidence, right? Into what Dawn Gaming have. Or maybe the communication that's there or not there.
IG's, I mean, it comes down to execution. This was, oh, look at Seumang bottom.
Yeah, he's bottom
What?
with the arena stunned up, and, well, Global's not going to help him.
What
He's
the
dead.
hell is going on? They're
He's all
crumbling.
alone. Why is he by himself?
That's a good question. I don't have the answer for it.
Look at where the rest of his team is.
Well, it was his turn. Rest of the teammates already did this move. He was like, yeah, I'm the only one. They're really throwing the game. This game's not going to get any easier for them. Once you start getting some extra armor items on the side of IG, this Mars, he's gigantic. If they don't kill him and if he gets a double arena, double spear 2 times potentially.
MS. He saw them
He
coming,
really
I thought.
showed them there who the boss is. It does have a buyback though.
You're not in the 1 position anymore, MS. That may not work.
Structures are fortified.
You always want to hold buyback as silencer, right?
It's
he
the
doesn't have
best one.
global.
It's the best tool.
Yes, he doesn't have global. Here comes the hook shot. But there's still no Sven. Vacuum wall on to 2. They're going to throw the spear. It lands on the cogs, and they're going to get the kill here on a duck race. They'll use the overgrowth to lock down Dolphin. Dolphin, well, now he's close to the shallow waters of what is the grass of IG. They'll get a kill on a Dolphin. They've taken out 2, and I don't know how they really come back into the game without a Death Prophet for 75 seconds. They bump back on the Clockwork as well as the Silencer. But it's not going to time out
They
right.
need Sven. He's the most damage that they got. He's 6 slotted, and he's not going to get any bigger pretty much, so they need to play around him. I'm not sure what that was, but it sure was costly.
Seriously. Emo 9-1 and 12. Having a game here. Ooh, 10-4 and 9 for Irving. Guess the back problems aren't there anymore, and he is carrying this team with some of these arenas and spears.
Didn't he have those problems because of the carrying in the first place?
Yeah.
And he's about to finish Octarine. So lower cooldown on his spears, on Arena, on BKB Refresher. So that's going to be quite nice. Leshrac hit level 25, something we didn't mention. So that's going to be a lot of damage coming onto the towers.
More explosions. So we'll see how quickly they can rip through these towers. All of a sudden, it's IG with a 6,000 net worth lead. I mean, the buybacks came out. They lost the bottom set of racks. Dawn kind of disjointed here. They don't know what they want to do to respond.
Next Roche potentially respawning in 2 minutes. I'm not sure if IG wants to give them that opener. They're probably going to look into another fight before potential Roche spawn, and they are smoked.
Smoked up, close by, Dolphin
Dire's middle
needs to be careful. Dockrate's also looking for a potential hook shot. The team not exactly right together, but they could probably conjoin on each other if need be. Got to think that everybody's here. If you're looking at this, a rocket flare comes in, and Emo, you can tell he's standing his ground like he's very confident the team behind him will help out. The hook shot missing means, well, yeah, that's still pretty much the case. Stolen Warcry with Shard for Pelosin.
That's a big one. So you also have an extra armor because you do have a shard, and once you pop that, yeah, it's a great tool against Dead Prophet and Sven. Probably one of the better spells, if not the best spells you can steal at this point. Maybe a running Exo, but this one's pretty good.
So the smoke, they're waiting for their opportunity to see somebody, but all they're seeing is Emo at the moment. They're not really getting that opportunity into the blink as well as the vacuum. They are pretty close. They'll go to the arena, but the BKB is going to be popped by Dolphin. And now, Simon going in with the damage. Double Silence comes in. He'll go up into the air with the Yules and come back down with the BKB. Emo on the run. Needs one more right click to get the kill, but he doesn't end up dying. He's able to walk away. They go with the Requiem. They hit it onto this Death Prophet as well as the Sven. They're going to look for Siomang. They'll get the kill on both him and Dolphin. The vacuum into the wall, but it's not going to matter from Son Goku. Everybody's still here for the side of IG as Son Goku on the run. Irving with the blink lands the spear, and they'll get the kill onto the Darkseer. It is 3 heroes dead without buyback. Dawn Gaming, it looked okay for them if they could just kill Emo, and that was never possible, never in doubt.
Even if Emo dies there, he already did his job, and he did have a buyback, but he was super tanky with the Living Armor, with the Warcry armor, had the Stormcrafter and the Yule Scepter to throw himself into the air. So the BKB timings on both Dead Prophet and Sven ran out, and they're going to call it. Yeah, they have no business left in this game.
Yeah, so it ends up going awry for Dawn Gaming as it looked as though they had themselves a bit of an advantage to work with, and you could see the damage coming out from the Sven. It felt like, again, things are kind of lining up for these teams. Like, this has been a similar story for both the IG as well as Dawn, where it's like, oh, okay, cool. Well, we look like we've got things rolling for us. We look like we got it clicking, and then all of a sudden it's just like,
Yeah,
well,
those
we hit.
That initiation from Clockwork onto Lashtrack near the outpost is what kind of sealed the deal. Rest of the team also going, let's go one by one, you know, and that was the start of it. Then Sven dying, then Silencer dying one more time. You can't have these mistakes when you have a lineup like this. Yeah. Sure, like Sven was 6-slotted in the end, but you can see the power of Treant Protector, ulti, the overgrowth, like during the BKB timing, the kiting potential. We talked about the armor, how effective that is against the lineup from Dawn Gaming. We saw the stolen Warcry in the end. Treant Protector, Living Armor, everybody pretty much itemized for it. So difficult game. Like they kind of handled this game to IG.
Yeah, IG, I mean, there was a lot of things that looked really good for them, and, you know, I think Irving was one of my standout players for that one, and he played a very good game, and to, well, give us a bit of a better breakdown than what we just did, and I say bit, but it's a lot better breakdown. You're going to want to watch this. It's the panel. Take it away.
IG having a little bit more of a stereotypical draft there, and it worked out in their favor. We just got to talk about it. The Dawn Gaming, the Sven, you guys pointed out all the issues that were there when they picked him up as their carry. Were they the same things that you saw throughout the game, or did you do a little bit better than you thought?
I mean, I think he did very well for like 34 minutes of the game or something like
That's
that.
very specific.
No, like he actually
The 35, that was honestly...
the 35-20 mark, you know.
We'll get there in a minute. Yeah.
Like from start until there, like he farmed super much. He was on the top of the net worth. He played well. He kept jumping the right targets, had good teamfight execution. But then eventually they have this weird fight where he starts to join at the end while the two supports already died, and then with the solo death after. And I feel like until then, they actually had the advantage, but there they completely threw it away, and it was super hard to return from there.
Yeah, it was kind of a weird game where I think both teams had some moments of getting a little bit too relaxed in the game state, but for Dawn, this was a really good game in how they kind of set themselves up. Sure, IG had the early lead, but Docker is on the clock making the stacks in bot jungle, Sven utilizing that, and then they were able to just find the big team fights in the kind of the mid game that allowed to propel themselves around the map. The clockwork, he was very aggressive. Like, if he see hero, he go. He doesn't think, he just goes. And that just allowed everyone else to set themselves up. But unfortunately, like just Kezu just mentioned, I think it was that bot fight where the clock had died by himself going in once again. And then if you looked at the minimap, everyone was about 15 seconds away. Everyone was kind of rushing in rather than just disengaging. And then Sven died straight away after in the bot tier 2 sieging by himself. So I think those two plays completely prevented Dawn from winning this game after what was a beautiful mid game from them. One of the best games they've played so far in the DPC. But yeah, for IG, just you can see the experience and that consistency kind of bled through, because even when they're playing a little bit poorly, they find ways just to win out the game.
Yeah, they did a couple things like that were a bit poor. Like, there was that bot fight in the enemy jungle as well, like even earlier in the game where Darkseid was out of mana and like healing back up in the fountain, and they took a team fight then and like all died, which was pretty poor. They had some habits of like, you know, the enemies just wiped them all bot. And then that was literally after that fight, Darkseid then just walks bot and dies. And it's like, you can't be doing this. You have to have more awareness of this. You can't defend these towers alone. You know, you can't defend your base, for example, at the end of the game when your Sven is dead, because that's where all your net worth is. Like, these types of small decisions could be what could actually just tip the game into their win.
Yeah, like there were a few like small things early in the game that I kind of liked from both teams. Actually, I think first of all, the lane swap from IG was pretty cool. They put the Lesh into the safe lane with the Treant. It's better against the Darkseer. They put the SF mid. They had very good early rotations too into the mid lane to help out there. Then later the Sven brought it back, but then like we were saying, I feel like this game just kind of, in one play, it's gone.
So I was going to say, I just really liked Irving's Mars as well. Like,
Yeah.
we saw at the tail end of those highlights, the amount of times it was like Arena with the Shadow Fiend Fear, or it was Arena layering in with Emo just kind of jumping into the middle of it. We saw the Venn diagram as well.
I was going to say the placement of
Yeah.
the arenas was so
It was very good. And it's like, you need that style of play, because in the draft, we mentioned how Sven, he can win this game if he has a net worth lead. He did have, Simon, he had the net worth lead like the entire game. He was literally 1v9ing pretty much. Sure, the rest of his team was setting him up, but you needed IG to step up and make some big plays. And I think Irving on the Mars, even the Rubik with his save, like they all stepped up at some point to be able to kind of thwart what was a massive threat from Dawn.
That was obviously the later half after Dawn had gotten that Aegis. That's when IG was able to bring it back and close out that game. But earlier in this game, IG had that advantage. They had the Aegis. So what happened in between that time period of IG getting the Aegis and then Dawn getting the Aegis that Dawn were able to get the advantage upper hand a little bit?
I'll go with a one-word answer.
Yeah?
Just vision. Oh, wait, it's two. Two words.
Start again.
Two words.
No, just ask the question.
Okay.
Yep.
Two-word answer.
Yeah.
Poor positioning.
Okay.
That was
then-
two.
That was two.
Whoa, he just added another two.
Then
I was like,
I'm going and then go. Someone can.
Actually,
Use
I
it.
totally blank. I don't even know what happened in the 15-20 minute mark.
Oh my
It
god.
was just like Sven. That's it. That's all I got.
No, all I know is I was really enjoying the early game. Like both teams. Did you see the amount of initiative both teams took on their like smoking and stuff? This was like I think both these teams even have struggled with like making enough early game moves, and then other teams are like making moves faster than them, and they're like struggling because of that. Both teams were like at the same time smoking, taking the enemy's high ground and like putting a high ground ward, and then taking a fight off the back of that. And that's at like 10 to 15 minutes. You know, like I really like the fact that both these teams are trying to play more tactically and like make those types of moves. It's showing like a lot of growth.
I think one thing that also led into like the mid game swinging a little bit, on top of the poor positioning, I think that Sven actually had very nice items. I like that he went for a Blink Dagger earlier on, also to help out the clock, because something we mentioned before, you have this global. You can use it aggressively to like delay your BKB a little bit. And every time Dawn won a fight, it's because they initiated with the Sven. Sven is kind of a hero like Ursa. You want to go in and you need to clap a guy out of the fight right away, and then continue with like a surge onto the second guy. Every fight that starts in like a different way where Sven can join, like here again, Sven is in, gets one, gets two, then continues, fight is done. Same with the other fights. But whenever this doesn't happen, they're not going to win the fight. You'll see it here again, but this is the win condition for them to fight. When they don't execute it like that, they will not win it.
Well, it was a close game between IG and Dawn, but it was only game 1. Game 2 happening after this break. Dawn Gaming versus IG. IG got away with game number 1, but game 2 draft is underway. There's been already a few change-ups in the bans and the one pick that is on screen. The 2 picks now, but only one of them different, Kazu.
Yeah, so there's a SF first phase ban, which is perhaps a little strange, at least to me. But I think what's a little more surprising is that you have first pick, You don't pick Treant.
I was
but
gonna
you
say Tree's
pick
in the
Doom.
pool.
Yeah, so this hero's in the pool that is winning like nearly every game.
Yeah.
You don't pick it, and you pick a hero that is not
Zero.
good against this hero that you left in the game.
And then they get both. So like the scenario that we're mentioning here for Dawn at least, it's if you pick Tree, then IG will probably just go Doom Rubik, right? And
Right.
if you pick Doom, IG would happily pick Rubik or Tree, but like you wouldn't expect them maybe to pick both. Because on the second pick, you'd normally lock in, let's say like offlane +1. Like you don't normally see the double support, 'cause it's very telling. But the fact that IG go for it, it's like, why not? There's just such a broken support duo anyway. They're so independently good. And now Dawn has this Doom. They need to respect the fact that IG can easily go for this dual core style of play against it. Some Morphling +1, this OP, like we have double scaling, so your Doom will never feel too powerful. We saw that previously in the Chinese series, and I think that's easily what IG can do with a double defensive support like this.
I think like there's two ways that you want to help the Doom now, because as we said, there's counterplay already. You need either a second hero that can jump in within the game to like help him, so it's not like Rubik being like, I'll pre-lift you every time because it's only you.
Yeah.
But instead they go with Silencer, so it's like a different route. Similar to last game, you go in, I will global and help you out that way. I don't know if it's as good, but it's a good answer. Worked out for them last time. And Dawn, for once, I would say they actually looked pretty damn good. Like they could have won that last game.
I think with this Doom though, I would really like it if they have cores that can meet with Doom in the fights to, like when he initiates on someone, dooms them, have people that can join. Because I think this is a big way that Doom has struggled in past games, is that he'll go in and doom someone, that person will just walk away because the rest of the team can't connect. So having heroes like that, either like by blinks or have innate mobility, you know, we've seen Spectres a lot in China, that would be nice. Just more control. I mean, you have a Silencer again, maybe you could pair it with another like Clockwork or something.
Yeah, like Doom and Silencers, I mean, even both of them, they love to have heroes with them that when you pop these spells, you commit to the fight.
Yep.
It's not like you doom someone and you're like, oh, we're fine if this guy walks away. You want to use other people that like use the fact that the enemies are silenced or doomed to like keep going in and slap them.
I mean, you doom people who are important.
Yeah.
You want to be able to slap the important people, you know? So for Dawn at least, they probably need to ban out a Centaur. Because they're, you know, I
I
feel
was
like,
about to say, like, could a Cent work for their lineup? And do you run that risk?
I mean, not for Dawn, but for IG, it's like too good.
Yeah.
It's like, it plays itself out in regards to the draft. The question is Dawn going to respect that? I think, I like the Legion ban, honestly, in regards to tankiness. The fact that Legion, you would never be able to push out a lane, Silencer can't threaten. You'd always just take that tier 1 quite easily at minute 10. And then you will buy BKB, and you'll be able to dispel yourself, +1 in the global. So it's really powerful. But I think the fact that they haven't thought about the Centaur a little bit, I think they have to kind of, I guess, pick their poison here, because they're scared about the overwhelming offlaners, hence why they picked 3 very potent offlaners that just occupy your jungle and that side of the map. But again, I just feel like free Centaur pick for IGL.
Yeah, they can even just like they can just pick it right here out of the next phase because they have second pick and they ban Monkey King and other like really hard lane bully carries.
Oh, there you go. There it is.
Yeah.
So they're just set up perfectly for that pick.
Yeah, like it's a good call. They pick both their supports, right? So they need to open the phase with a core 2. Centaur just makes perfect sense. I don't think he cares too much about Silencer in the lane.
Nope.
High base HP region. You have the Stampede later. So for now, IG have a very good flow. They also have the 2 counter picks later, so they should feel pretty good right now.
I guess for Dawn as well, like they could potentially do some Slark +1 starter draft here. Try and go for lane. I guess the only concern there is IG can just go Bloodseeker at the end of this closing phase, and then I think the whole matchup of Bloodseeker Slark is always kind of funny because it's technically a counter, but I think some Slark players can actually play into it quite well if you have momentum and lead, like Simon had in the previous game. But yeah, again, a difficult position in draft, I feel like, for Dawn now.
I mean, I think with the shard as well that Slark has, I think it makes the matchup a bit easier against the Bloodseeker. Maybe there's something like... So the Slark Centaur matchup is a bit strange also because there's a Rubik. I feel like that lane could go in
true.
Centaur's favor. Maybe something like... I know people really hate this hero, but I think Troll Warlord is a hero that can work. He's maybe not ideal against Treant or whatever, but it's the type of hero that helps Doom a lot in the game. He plays aggressive with Silencer in the lane, can help you take objectives, and he shuts down the center a little more.
I'm a troll fan. I'm with you, bro.
Let's go.
I was like, I didn't know there was this troll hate.
Oh, there is. I think
On, like,
a
Reddit
lot
and
of people
stuff, they
hate
hate
Troll.
it.
I see.
They go with yours. Let's go.
Yeah, I was gonna say, don't hate it too. They're going the Slark.
Yeah, they're on my side. They don't like the Troll. Sure.
Thanks,
My
mate.
boy T.
Yeah, it's been,
mean,
a good 3 days, honestly.
True.
I'm enjoying myself. Yeah.
Could you pair the Silencer in lane with the Doom and just pick like a really hot like lane winning support for Slark, like an Undying?
They could, but then they will have the same situation of
stuns.
where's our stuns? Because
Yeah,
at the
you're
very
right.
start, they first. But this is the thing, they first pick a Doom,
Yeah.
and then we're like, okay, we need someone to localize the fight. They have global to secure the engagement, but they need someone
Yeah.
to lock it down.
Yeah.
Sure, they go for clockwork, which is fine now. They're going to be able to hook in, have vision. I think something that we didn't mention too much in the previous game. The reason why Dawn was able to always punish IG's positioning was because Docker's on his clockwork was just spamming flares, hooking in instantly. Like he was the vision game entirely by himself. I forgot about this here.
Yeah,
It's a pretty rough matchup for Slark.
Yeah, Lesh is very good in this game. Once again, I think the Chinese region, they really value like this tanky frontliner and enabling them with like other things around it. Once again, 3 armor, Stampede on the Lesh. Damage output from Dawn is not really that high. I don't think Lesh cares that much about the silencer either. You pop your ult, you get global, you don't care. It's still running.
Could easily be the carry or the mid. We saw Emo just
Yeah.
play it. For Dawn though, Mage Slayer on Slark, plus utilizing your setup correctly, hook shot into Doom on Leshrac, you can instantly remove him. So Slark has ways to play against this. It's not like a Slark Leshrac matchup with no kind of enabling kind of factors around it. So don't think Dawn's too concerned about it. They just need to execute in the game to be able to deal with it. And IG has last pick, so they need to be really respectful. Yep, there's the Bloodseeker ban. They don't want to overwhelm Slark with too many counters.
I think just what makes me sad looking at Dawn's lineup is the way that you look at a team like Tundra playing around Leshrac at TI is that they utilize like Mage Slayer, Pipe, Wraith Pact, and so on. But like for Dawn, you know, now we have mech back in the meta, but who's really buying it? You've seen these Maranas buying it. I don't think Silencer or Clocker are like great mech buyers. And Doom, he really likes to go the Blink Dagger, the BKB. He doesn't want to be the one buying your auras, your pipes and mechs and stuff.
Yeah.
So they don't really have natural heroes to help aid the Slark in playing against this matchup.
Yeah, like I think he's gonna have to kind of do it on his own. He has the global, sure. Maybe Doom can help out with the Lesh here or there. I think the like next incoming pick, the Bloodseeker ban, of course, it's good for Slark, as we already mentioned. But I think once again, I feel like Pangolier is a hero that later on in these stages just really brings these drafts together, right? Lesh wants to run at towers, Pango's good against that. Gives more teamfight to the Slark and Doom. I feel like that should be the hero that Dawn. Like they should probably be eyeing this hero.
I like how Pangolier has become what Kunkka used to be
Yeah.
like a year or two ago. Like you get to the end of a draft and you have skirmish and fight, but you're like, I need someone to localize a fight. It always was Kunkka, no matter what. And now it's just like, it's just Pangolier.
Yeah.
By corrosion diffusal, you do the exact same thing.
They're just banning hero, anti-mage. I mean, this hero is so rare, but they really struggle with their stuns outside of like a big ult like Doom. I mean, maybe like even a Morphling can abuse that same type of thing.
Yeah, I mean, especially when you also have like some potentially double melee lane, like Doom Clockwork. You have an anti-mage there with a Orb of Venom or the Tree who is Orb. I feel like these heroes can't lane. So it's a pretty good aim game. I would say that's a good ban from them.
Yeah.
I still think here like Pango. Kunkka is also good, but I think is a little too similar with Doom. Like this.
I like the Pango. Like,
Yeah, I
I'm
think
sold
so
on
too.
Pango
Yeah, I'm
right
sold
now.
on Pango for real.
Nope.
Oh yeah, it's our favorite initiator.
Yeah,
Yeah,
back
we've
to
seen this one
basics.
before. We
Let's
saw this one 2
go.
days ago.
Just to give context before people think think Zeus is
He's
initiator.
initiator.
No, I do. I
Do
do.
you wanna-
I've seen it happen.
Yeah, Dawn, when they came up against LGD, last picked Zeus in game 2, and he was their initiator.
It's better than last time.
No, I was
This
gonna
last
say,
time.
let's just
Yes,
say it
it's
did not
better.
work out in their
No.
favor. Does it add what you guys felt was missing in a Dawn gaming lineup?
It gives them skirmishing fight, which they already have, and overwhelming damage. I guess the issue is, again, for Dawn is they pick this draft where they need to execute in lanes to set the pace of the game, and they don't really have innate tower damage to enable these style of drafts. Normally, when you win lanes, you want to take early towers, so you play in areas that your damage feels good, because you're doing it in the face of your opponent. But with Dawn's heroes, that doesn't happen until, let's say, 20 minutes into the game. And with IG's heroes, with a Treant Protector or Rubik, these heroes will keep the towers alive long enough that Dawn won't be able to get to that play. So it's cool. It's what they want to play, but I feel like IG with this last pick, they'll be able to kind of really punish them, be it with some super late game scaling core just to punish Dawn's lack of tower damage.
Yeah, their mobility and reach though is like banging on Dawn. Like if you let's just assume they manage to make it to like mid to late game, you're able to start fights with like a clock hook, pounce in, the Zeus comes in with his Ags or whatever, like you're doing damage, you're covering it globally with the silence. Like you have ways to just quickly start a fight, maul someone to death and then just
Slap him, as Kazu would say.
Yeah. I mean, the thing with like Dawn's lineup is if they ever get ahead, I think it will be very easy for them to play the game. You have Slark with Zeus, so like easy dewarding. You have a lot of pickup with your Doom clock, so that's kind of what they need to aim for. I mean, when you have these drafts, it's not always the easiest to get there.
Is there a butt come in?
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I was like,
However-
You
I
know,
could feel it.
That's their win condition, and like for them, they should feel good about this. In a lot of the other drafts they had, I feel like their win conditions were really hard to achieve. You know, this one is not out of the possibilities, but this last pick Faceless Void is pretty sleek.
Yeah, it gives IG just comfort. I think for Dawn though, it's like if Doom connects on the perfect Doom's early game, like if Lesh out position, Doom him. If Void has no chrono, you can maybe ignore. Like Dawn has ways to be super quick and pacey in this game, but there will always be a point where they will go high ground. They will fall into the victim of, oh, we just got chronoed. So, yep, cool. Dawn going for their style of play, going for aggression. Can they execute this time around? Can they not make the mistakes they did in game one? Because if they make 1, 2 mistakes, it's over. IG win the series.
Yeah, IG have really good ways to disengage. They have really good control for their Lesh damage. They have that damage. They have ways to stall out lanes. I like their lineup. I think it's very easy to play and very well-rounded on IG. And the
Okay.
matchups are good hero to hero.
We saw IG take game 1. We're all pretty in favor for their draft here in game 2. So let's head on in. Let's jump into it. It's B Cup and Lacoste.
Thank you very much. We're coming into game number 2. We'll see if Dawn can even up the series or if it's IG's time to finally take one of their own. So both these teams fighting for their first victory of the year. And, well, we'll see if the turnaround comes for Dawn Gaming. They need back-to-back wins.
They do. Not sure if this is the draft. It's a very aggressive draft. It's we're gonna kill you type of a draft, hunt you down. My problem with this kind of a draft is like you would want to have some tower damage to keep the pressure. Like you can kill, but I'm not sure where how are you gonna kill the towers? Like I don't think you can even kill a tier 2 tower unless you take a full 5-on-5 engagement. So that's gonna be very difficult for them. And also you're playing against Treant Protector. This hero, this is a top tier pick for a reason. This hero has been under the radar after receiving buffs to his Leech Seed, and one of the reasons why this hero is super contested, it's either banned or picked so far in the DPC.
Ooh.
And this last pick, Faceless Void,
30 seconds
I
to
think
battle.
it kind of seals the deal. They have a decent amount of damage that they can throw inside the chrono. They have strong lanes, and IG, they did counter pick quite a lot in this game. Against Doom, they picked the Centaur, so you kind of need to Doom the Centaur, otherwise they're gonna run away. There is a way to like stop them with the leash, with the cogs, but and then again they picked Leshrac after Slark pick, so Slark's gonna have a bit of a harder time staying near the fight where Leshrac is, and it was also Leshrac after Doom, so you can still have your abilities running even after your Doom, so gotta be careful on that.
I'm a little disappointed in this Zeus build to start. It's not the patented B-Cop 6 Mango Sage's Mask to start the game.
These are professional e-gamers, B-Cup, and one thing that I notice is everyone has a branch, fairy fire, and a stick. These are good starting items. Pay attention.
I'm paying attention. Hey, my 6 Mango's Sage's Mask, it got first blood. Long time ago.
What are you talking about?
At the there. I'll let you know. It was my only game on a stage ever.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you did great. You did amazing.
Dire's courier has
Dawn Gaming. Not sure if they're gonna do amazing, but something they're gonna do amazing in this game is dewarding. They have Zeus and Slark. Maybe IG should not even get Observer Wards, because it's just gonna be free gold for Dawn.
So just go without vision the entire time?
Yeah, go in blindly.
Okay, I feel like that's fair. Yeah, you know, I remember when you talked about the 6 Mangoes Sage's Mask, you were like, this might be the worst build I've ever seen in my life.
I would remove might be. It just straight up is.
Wait, come on. Really? You've never seen a build worse? Oh, okay. All right. Damn. That hurts my feelings a little bit.
And
But I understand. I get it.
different build on MS this time. MS
What's he
going for
Ooh, Glaives.
early glaives. He wants to be able to hit back, but not sure how effective that is. It's good against Rubik, stealing his intelligence, stealing his damage, but still this lane's gonna be very tough for Slark. It's a ton of burst damage. He gets close, tries to fight against the Centaur, gets stunned, gets lifted, especially level 3. Centaurs these days, they don't go for retaliate, maybe like 1 value point, but mostly it's 1 point in stun, 2 points in double edge, then you use double edge 2 times, and it's way too much damage for enemy carries to sustain.
I'm interested to see MS's positioning, too. I feel like this is a lane that he can't kind of get away with that aggressive position that he likes to do. Telekinesis into a hoof stomp, especially later on when there's a Fade Bolt to follow it up.
He's
like,
a first blood material in this lane, for sure.
Yeah, like I'm worried. Because when he was playing that Dazzle, he was stepping up really far. And he's done it in a couple of these games, too.
We'll see, once they hit level 2, how aggressive IG is going to play in this lane. Top lane, 2 melee heroes, 4 melee heroes overall. So playing into Treant Protector, I don't think they can get a kill. They try to take a fight with Battery Assault. Treant immediately uses Leech Seed, Time Walk. So this Faceless Void definitely not dying in this lane.
Yeah, he seems to be fine. We'll see how Emo does on this Faceless Void, especially if the lane's going to stay like this. He's already 11-2, so things are going quite nicely for him. Which, to me, it feels like it's edging towards IG doing well in all 3 lanes, right?
Mid lane, pretty even. 11-11, 2 denies on both of these heroes.
MS? One shot from dead. No Fade Bolt to follow that up. It was on cooldown.
He's gonna die eventually.
Yeah.
Like he's definitely. I don't think we're gonna see unless he doesn't die and then they get a first blood with the Zeus hitting level 6, playing aggressive on the side lanes. But yeah, I don't see top lane dying. Emo way too tanky, and Emo's going for kind of a different build on Faceless Void. For now, just bringing Band of Elven Skin, but has a Ring of Health in his quick buy. I'm not sure if that's needed. Maybe he's thinking like 1 step ahead, that this is going to be Linken's eventually.
King Curse on Topolosin as MS goes to pick up the Bounty Rune. There's both Telekinesis and
Just
Fade
die
Bolt.
already.
Yeah. There it is. Right?
Yeah, he's dead.
Okay. First blood, Pelosin gets MS, as was foretold in the ancient writings. But he'll come back to lane, full health, full mana. We'll see what he could do. I'm expecting
He
the
can
party
do it
over
one
mid.
more time.
And then he's got to go mid.
Refill the bottle. Let's see if he decides to refill the bottle. He's pinging something out. Maybe Slark to drop his items. Yeah, it's the Slark's item, so he's going bottom.
Okay. Zeus. No bottle fill. He's very upset about that. Especially with Dust kind of covering this bottle, this water rune. Telekinesis, not going to matter. They bottle up the water rune, so now Pelosin as well as Dust are going to chase Dolphin in a bit of a bad position, and nobody really able to come over except for MS, but that might just be enough. As Pelosin continues to chase these early glaive
Steal
levels.
his int.
He's going to steal the int. He's going to steal his life. MS getting revenge. And revenge is a dish best served without a lot of intelligence. I think that's the same.
I can be a waiter. I can be a server, serve people. I have no intelligence.
Yeah?
How are other lanes going? Slark sitting at 16, Centaur 20, and 9 denies going into Vanguard next. So he's going to be super tanky. Once Rubik. Okay, so he TP'd mid. Refill the bottle, going back to the bottom lane. Will stack in the triangle before he leaves. Lane is in a good spot for Irving, so he doesn't need to be afraid that he's going to die.
Emo is getting a couple bashes up towards top. Pretty disgusting. Get a couple more percentages. Ooh, Irving actually getting a little bit low. They're trying to get the kill to Siamong, but they're unable to do so. MS with another kill. Ooh, Siamong into the trees. Can he get away?
We'll need another hit.
Yeah, he's going to survive with 10 health. As
That-
MS continuing to right-click with the glaive, starting to output a good amount of damage. Really close. But they end up losing Irving and said, who got the last hit? Was MS on that one? But still the gained 1 permanent agility.
This
Ready
is
to go.
infinite scaling lineup from Dawn Gaming. Silencer Slark lane. All they need is a roaming Pudge and an offlane Legion Commander. So Zeus is about to crack level 6.
Right.
Needs this creep wave, and then they're going to be playing aggressive, probably one more time on the bottom lane. So Irving decided to swap his items around, not going for Vanguard, instead going for Hood. If he had that cloak, maybe could have lived there, but was having Vanguard in his quick buy at the time. So changed his mind.
Yeah, going for something a little bit different. You think that's the better move over Vanguard?
You're playing against Clockwork, Zeus, Silencer, Doom. That's a lot of magical damage. Mid
Right.
lane, Dust trying to play a bit more aggressive on Zeus.
Yeah, so I would say this time around, Dolphin having a lot better game. Obviously, he's getting dove 3 times here to get back-to-back deaths. So things going well. He'll go to the ulti.
Okay, I don't see anyone dropping low.
Okay, sure.
Dire's courier.
Treads get delivered to Emo, but right afterwards, the
scouting
courier
tool.
dies. Yeah, I guess. I mean, everybody was sitting in lane. Bottom lane, they'll go for MS once again. You need to be careful about Siamong and the damage coming out onto Irving. Irving diving under the tier 1 tower, goes to the hook stomp, has the double edge, but it's not going to be enough. The telekinesis comes in. Maybe they can get the kill if they land the stun. But body block by Dacre, still going with that Pulse Nova, and will pulse him out.
That's going to be a
They've
double,
got the
maybe
kill.
even a
They'll get
triple.
themselves 2. They'll look for a third.
It's
MS
a
running
triple.
away. Oh, baby. It's a triple. Oh, no.
Paulson
Oh,
will
solid. Never mind.
make sure that it's not a triple kill, but a great rotation here from Dust. Being able to get stuff done, get 2 kills. They did lose a Centaur, but this can also be a tower if they don't TP to the bottom lane.
Yeah, he doesn't have a point in Diabolic Edict yet.
He just
but-
got it.
Okay, now he's got it.
It's a dead tower.
Are scanning.
Ooh. Catapult. Still hitting away, and one more shot.
One more hit, he can't deny it.
No.
Oh!
Radiant's
Power
bottom
treads,
tower
all right. An
is
extra
under
2
attack.
permanent agility, that helped out.
You tricked.
Extra attack speed.
I thought he couldn't get it.
It was close. And also Dust in the triangle, farming a relatively big stack that Rubik made.
That's a support job well done. About 8 minutes in, and a little bit of a net worth lead here for IG, and starting to kind of leave Slark by himself. He's all alone over Bind. We've seen what Siamon can do with some space in terms of farming. Like, I was really impressed with what he was able to accomplish with the Sven. Obviously, cleave and everything, and you have the ability to farm probably a lot quicker than the Slark at the earlier moments. But now, Chrono use top. They've got Dust and QIQX. They land the follow-up stun. They get the kill on a Sun Goku. Now they look over at Doc Craze, who comes in with the cogs. It's a round 2. Dolphin and MS are here. Arcane Curse, Time Walk away. QIQX on the run. Thunder God's Wrath still not going to get a kill, and he's able to walk it out.
Oh man, this is the second Zeus ulti. They get nothing out of it. Like, no kills. This hero needs those kills. Like, he needs the gold. It's a snowbally hero. It's a good hero that scales well into mid and late game if you're having a good start. But yeah, definitely needs those last hits.
Yeah, this is a little bit rough for Dolphin. Still, though, you know, maybe he can get something with the next one. He's going into the Kaya first. You've got Emo now moving and shifting over towards mid. He's going into the Battle Fury.
What year is this? He's going Battle Fury build. I would be okay if he's playing against, I don't know, Phantom Lancers, CK, then, but I'm not sure why Battle Fury. This is, I don't think I've seen Battle Fury in a couple of years on Faceless Void. That is like, it's just there are better builds.
What would you want?
Hand of Midas,
Mask of
Maelstrom,
Madness.
Mask of Madness, anything pretty much.
Okay. Well, Mask of Madness action. I like it. You know, some old relics still showing some power, some presence.
We'll see how powerful it is.
Yeah, certainly so. As he's gonna buy that Claymore, and he's almost at the Battle Fury. It'll
He
take
can
some time.
still change his mind if he wants to go Orchid Lincolns on Faceless Void. With these 2 components, I just don't like Battle Fury on Void, that's it.
What a build.
Smoke on IG.
Stampede coming in. They're going to go around onto this Doom. Easy kill onto Sun Goku. 4 heroes showing up to this one. Not sure Doc Reyes wants to walk into that. Emo has a really easy time escaping. Almost has Chrono back up. So he's farming bot for free at the moment. Sark back up into the jungle. Ooh, Arc Lightning stolen by the Rubik. He's already hitting that level 6. So He's going to start to get some farm and the ability to get some CS under his belt. So we'll see what he does with the farm that he gets. If he goes into a Blink Dagger, what does he want? Maybe Force Staff. We'll see. Nothing queued up just yet.
Force Staff, a lot of value.
Yeah.
Pushing people out of the cogs against Slark. It's a must-have item on both of these supports. Trend Protector going for one immediately. Last game, he did go for a Blink Dagger into Force Staff because he was playing against Sven. Oh, hook shot, but a good lift from Poloson.
And I feel like could have stolen it there too. Ends up holding it. Now Duckray stays close. Thundergod's Wrath, that will get a kill. The Chrono's on a Doom. Emo not hitting the Doom. He actually goes for the Clockwork, and I think he was aiming for the Zeus, and once he didn't get it, he knew he didn't have the damage to kill the Doom. Why waste his time? Go get a kill, get the Clockwork.
When I said good lift from Rubik, I meant bad lift from Rubik. Because he just tossed him onto himself. And that's it. He had the battery assault running, but thought he's going to go for a cheeky play. Didn't happen in the end. Died to Zeus. First Zeus usage of the ulti to secure the last hit.
That's kill steal right there. Always is, but always value. Interesting play there. I thought he was going to steal hookshot. I wasn't sure if he got the battery assault off immediately. Maybe you could have stolen it. But either way, the telekinesis dropping him on yourself is not the way out of that one. That's for sure. Blink Dagger being built for Son Goku. And they're going to chase Siamang. He's in some trouble. Goes into that ult. Pelosi nearby. Maybe they can keep some vision on him and get the telekinesis, but they're not able to keep up, and he'll just walk away.
There was still global silence available just in case it was needed. They're lurking around the mid lane with the global and a hook shot. They want to kill, but Dire using a scan and a good read from Emo. That's his Battle Fury done. Just needs to use the courier.
Here it comes.
Dire's middle tower is
Right?
under
No,
attack.
not yet.
Radiant structures are fortified.
One of these days. There it is. Coming all the way across, but QX is actually sitting in a great spot to block the hook shot, so that means it's off to the side. Overgrowth comes in, battery assault as well as the cogs. Doom going the other way, time walk in. That's a problem. There's the Doom with the global silence, and now this Faceless Void is dead.
Emo?
Dust comes in, and he's going to try and help out Irving. Lands the stun onto the Slark, but it's not going to matter. The Dark Pact is there, and they get the kill on Irving as well. So 3 heroes got on the side of IG. They only get a Clockwork. That worked out well for Dawn.
Very interesting time walk by Emo. Going in.
Into Cogs.
Into Cogs, into Doom. Now, Emo known as the question mark. Sometimes
Giving it.
we
sometimes
gotta,
receiving it.
yeah, we gotta ask ourselves what the hell that was, and no answers. Leshrac picking up Arcane Rune.
Yeah, this is going to be a bit dangerous if you want to go after him with the Arcane Rune, but he's within the cogs. Thunder God's Wrath again. Dust ends up dying to MS. Not before getting the kill on MS himself, but it's a 6-time kill streak out of his hands now. And MS, what's he at? He's got himself 10.
That's pretty good.
10 stolen intelligence.
Also has Veil relatively early on as position 5, so he's more farmed than Rubik. MS this time around having a really good game on Silencer. Like, he had some clutch global silences in the previous game, which kept on gaming throughout the mid game. Slark, Diffusal Blade done, sitting on 1,000 gold. He's going to be ready to take these fights.
Yules and Nature's Grasp with the stun from Dust. Son Goku not so tanky against these 2 heroes, and they get an easy kill onto the Doom. This is keeping space open for the Faceless Void with his Battle Fury. So maybe that turns into a Manta pretty quickly.
That's going to be his way of dispelling the global silence, potentially baiting out the Doom with the illusion. I don't think Doom is going to fall for that, but good stats because you already have a Battle Fury, so you... I don't know. Well, we'll see how this one plays out with the Battle Fury. Level 12 on him. Chronosphere is available. Hookshot connect.
Hit.
Where's the rest of the team?
Yeah, very far away from everybody. Okay, but Irving mid. So now the chase is on. The host stomp lands. Trying to run into the trees. Dolphin now needs to be able to be careful. Overgrowth comes in. and they should be able to get the kill here onto the Doom. So a bit of chasing from Dawn in a two-pronged chase, and now a Chrono onto the Zeus. Rocket Flare comes in, but they know there's no hook shot. The bashes are through, the kill is there, Dust kills Dolphin, and it's a double kill for this Leshrac.
Usage of the Chrono. Doom's out of position. Like, this is the second, maybe even the third time that he's pushing the wave way too deep, and he gets punished by it. And again, this time around, Leshrac is picking up Yule Scepter as his first item to set things up. It's a good way to buy some time, turn around a fight potentially, where they focus you. You have Pulse Nova, Edict running, Yule Scepter on yourself, and they're grouped around you. Good way to dispel the global. Not sure if I mentioned that, but yeah, just a good mana regen item, stopping the TP with, setting up things for your stun. Centaur finally finishing up his Blink Dagger, another hook shot from Dolchris.
Yeah, in the Pelosi, and the cogs will be stolen. Not sure how much that's going to help him, but he drops down another set of cogs to make sure that they're able to get the return kill. The Global Silence comes in, and they're going to look over now at the Centaur. He's silenced up, but surviving the aggression that came out, so it ends up just being a one-for-one trade. Blink, Hoof Stomp. Dolphin's ready for that one. Okay, Irving.
There's a lot of these deaths that are looking kind of weird, where Centaur with 300, 400 HP decides to jump in, tries to get something done. The rest of the team is not close. And Siumang, now he's trying to chase, see if he can find anyone.
Oh. Pelosin? Oh, he finished it. Telekinesis gets the pounce. Okay.
What a Chad play.
Yeah, that looked like he was dead to rights.
Dire's top tower is under
That was impressive. Stopped him with the pounce and takes it. That's how he leaves. So we've seen Dawn in this position before, where they have a little bit of a net worth lead to work with and trying to make something happen with it. It'll be interesting what they're able to do. They've got Falcon Blade, Diffusal Blade, and going into the BKB on the Slark, but do you think the bigger items are coming out for IG at the moment, especially if they finish this Manta up soon enough on IG?
It's not that big of a deal for Faceless Void being able to dispel Global Silence. Oh, quick reaction from Siumang.
Yeah, pouncing while stunned. Impressive.
They wanted to take a fight.
Hook shot across. Hits QIQX. Cogs also push him back. They go to the Stampede. They get the kill to Duck Race, and now they're going to look over for a +1. MS out of position. And eventually he'll fall. It's just a question of to whom, and it will be Irving. So the body blocks are there from Pelosin. And now Emo, he's got Chrono. Eventually, well, time dilation. Hoping for a bash. He'll just use the Chrono. The right-click damage is in, and
Look
a Fade
at that
Bolt
Battle
finish.
Fury
Look
go.
at that. Oh, Battle Fury doing a lot of
Hitting
work.
him and also hitting creeps in the back, maximizing the farm.
That's some
That's why
efficiency.
he picked it up.
Yeah.
I've seen this movie before, Clockwork and Silencer going in near the outpost, trying to make something happen. Both of them die. Same thing happened in the previous game when they kind of threw the game with that move, baited the rest of the team into a bad spot.
is under attack.
Yeah, that's an interesting move, and again, just losing your supports like that in situations I feel like you really don't need to, right? Like Sark was out of the engagement. You don't need to.
Yeah, they forced the fight. There was no Global Silence available. There is Global right now, so Emo,
Hook shot?
good hook shot from Dokras.
Yeah.
Global.
Cogs don't push him, but they've got the global anyway. They're gonna look with the Arcane Curse. Son Goku coming over. Time walk down south.
He just got his Manta style delivered.
Oh boy, he's trying to run. Time walk again. TP out. He's gone.
Beautifully done by Emo.
A little chef's kiss on that one.
Like, if he didn't have 2 creeps, he wouldn't have gold available at the moment, or if his career was dead, the outcome would be different. But his Manta style gets delivered and dispels the silence, dispels the Arcane Curse, gets away.
I think it was the creeps he got in the Chrono with the Battle Fury.
Yeah, those are the creeps.
Yeah.
MVPs.
Got him that Manta at just the right time. Battle Fury goated. Best item in the game, right?
After Hand of Midas.
Okay.
Shadow Amulet, Hand of Midas. These
Shadow
are
Amulet.
2 of my
alright.
favorites.
Yeah, we've talked about where you like to sit with the Shadow Amulet.
Inside Roche pit, setting up for a 5-man black hole.
Sure.
Smoke from IG. Dust getting close to his BKB. Does have a Bloodstone that he finished. And they feel like without a global silence, IG should take the next fight.
Might find Doc Race. Or even the Doom bottom. Force Staff Telekinesis should be as good as dead. Time walk in. BKB Overgrowth is used to secure the kill.
Question mark. I mean, Twin Protector's sitting next to him. Faceless Void does have Time Walk available and the Bash. There's Edict running, so I don't think you are getting away from it anyway.
Chrono if need be.
He gave it a test. It works. Down to 8 seconds.
Yeah, it works, but now it works a little bit less. Hook shot. A little off the mark. Irving now maybe even thinking about turning around. He's got the rest of the team over to the side. They'll use the Stampede. Can get in on this. No. Cogs. Ooh, time dilation. Dolphin's just TPing out. Oh, Emo had Chrono. He could have just thrown it, but maybe didn't want to
He
risk
did not see him there.
whiffing.
Definitely does not want to risk it. And this should be a tier 1 tower for IG. They are the ones making the aggressive moves, moving around the map, searching for kills when there's no global silence, when there's no Doom available. Good usage of the smokes, and they're also the ones controlling the runes. Arcane Rune just spawned bottom, so Leshrac will be picking that one up.
Arcane Rune. Easy peasy. Bottled up. And IG. See what they can get done with this. They're looking towards top. Simong, he's got his BKBs going into the Ags, has that double pounce once he picks it up. 4-man smoke coming in from Dawn, and we'll see if they can take a advantageous fight against IG.
They know. They know that they're smoked. Just got pinged out. Docris, he's pinging out the triangle, wants to get in there.
Coming over, Irving. Is this who you want? Doom comes in, Dust is coming over, Faceless Void's gonna join him. They go to the Thunder God's Wrath, and now they'll land the stun with the BKB being popped by Son Goku. That's not gonna last as long as he'd like. And well, with the overgrowth, they get the kill, and they've got the stolen Doom. So Pelosin should just be ready to drop that on anybody, maybe even the Slark if they can find him. And knowing that they have this immediate smoke, that's the right idea.
It's very difficult, like with these BKBs, Gen Protector, BKB piercing ability, and they found MS as well. Roshan, I think it's time to go.
Yeah.
They know that there's no Doom. They have more than enough damage, but okay, they want to make something else happen. Still looking for a kill. Roshan's being pinged out, but seems like they are hesitating.
A little indecisive, for sure. Take out some vision. They need to protect against this hook shot. We've seen it time and time again, and you can see Duck Rays coming over from the side. We'll see if anybody stands on the other side of the pin. They're all kind of grouped up at the moment. Son Goku coming over.
They see him with the ward. Irving ready to jump in, potentially, for now just blocking the hook shot. And it's going to be Aegis for IG.
Emo gets a free Aegis. Ags picked up by the Zeus. There should be an Ag soon for the Slark as well. They're still holding on to Doom, and gotta see if they get that off at one point.
Doom needs to find a different creep. There is one right now. Centaur Conqueror is available. He's been holding on to Speed Aura creep.
Gotta go fast.
Move faster, lose the game faster.
Yeah, that is how that works. I was never one to run fast, you know? Just didn't want to lose. 4 minutes left on this Aegis. Oh, there's the Lincolns you were talking about.
I thought it was just going to be a Lincoln's. Definitely did not expect this item build to come up from Faceless Void. But it worked. It did the job. Now, with also potentially a Lotus Orb coming out on a Centaur, that's going to be very difficult for them to use Doom. There aren't many spells that go through Lincolns other than Doom, and Doom eventually can buy Aghanim Scepter, so it's not a guaranteed protection against Doom anymore.
He's going Ags too. Do you like this Hags on Doom?
It can be very powerful, but sometimes it,
Feels underrated.
yeah, it feels, you know,
Or overrated.
overrated. Yeah, exactly.
Oh gosh, haste for dust. There's the Ags. So
For a situation like this, where you see people having multiple Lincoln Spheres, it's good, but if you can't run them down, if your BKB's down to 6 seconds, if they have BKB piercing abilities, it's not as powerful.
ooh,
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Seamong getting away. Looked like maybe Emo was honing in on where he was, but didn't end up accomplishing that. Time walk. MS 4 staff away. Seamong's nearby. And they're going to start right-clicking away at MS. They get the kill out of the silencer. They still don't find the Slark.
Radiant's
Really
top
hoping
tower
that they
is under
could.
attack.
And unfortunately, at the end of the day, for IG, they only come up with a position 5. But they could still push through towards the tier 2 on top. So that, they'll have a haste, Stampede available. Really defending here for Dawn might be a little bit too difficult for them.
It's a lot of tower damage. Retaliate is level 2, but with 4 points in Edict, it's more than enough to take the towers. Emo holding onto Aegis for 2 minutes, so he's really not afraid of going in and sieging the tower. They also picked up the gem. QIQX bought one. Emo is holding it.
Gotta stop them soon, or they're just going to start to take the high ground. They've got 2 minutes on the Aegis. They have Leshrac with the Diabolic Edict. He throws down those explosions, and nobody really looking to get anything done here on the side of Dawn. They'll pop the Lincolns. Slark and Doom are not here.
Dire's turret has been killed.
Trying to get the most out of the map. Creep skipping. Still a minute and 27 seconds left in that Aegis. Emo
Telekinesis
down to half HP.
Onto the Zeus. Emo comes in. The Global Silence is going to be used. There's the Manta. The Global is not going to be enough to stop Emo from getting the Chrono off. He gets the kill on the Dolphin. He'll look over at MS. That's going to be 2. Duckrace on the run. Triple kill for Emo. Here comes Seamong. Overgrowth is going to be used out of the Doom, so Doom's going to be stuck in place, and Emo's able to time walk away. They bought back on MS. It doesn't do them any good, and they still hold on to this Aegis. They don't lose anything on that. IG cleanly in, cleanly out.
Dawn Gaming,
not go
they
again?
used everything.
Oh, Pelosin. Follow that up with the host stomp coming through. Telekinesis. Slark is just going to be dead. He doesn't have buyback.
I don't think buyback would matter. How's Lash doing on mana? Has another Arcane Rune sitting at 300. So this should be a set of barracks without Slark. Zeus is out in 15 seconds. Aegis about to expire in 30. Gonna even pop a glyph.
This is the second time that we have seen Rubik kind of get away with having that War Stomp and making it so they can have that follow-up lockdown. They're going to go through. They've got the Telekinesis. There's the Hoof Stomp into the War Stomp. They've got the follow-up Split Earth. The stuns on stuns. Just means there's no way out.
Speaking of stomps, this is turning into a stomp pretty
Hook
much.
shot onto the back lines. Thunder God's Wrath again, not doing the damage to get the kill. They've got a Nimbus down as well as an Arcane Curse on 4 of these heroes. Emo backing away. 4 seconds on the Aegis. He needs to be careful. Arcane Curse is on him, and there is the Aegis expiring. They found the Zeus, the Bashes, Dolphin in trouble. Time dilation, 4 staff push forward. Dust is right on top of him. They get the kill on the Zeus. They've got buyback on 3 of these heroes. They're going to look over at MS, who bought back in the last exchange. So they put him up into the air with the Yules. They'll hit him with a Split Earth. They get a full team wipe, and Emo is wicked sick.
This type of a lineup from Dawn Gaming, yeah, you need to be able to execute. You need to be able to win those early fights. It's overwhelming amount of damage that they got, but when it comes down to sieging the towers, especially against the Treant Protector, you see they only managed to kill 2 towers so far. Can they even get Polos on here?
Yes.
He stole the pounce, but not going to be able to get away with it this time.
So 11k lead, IG. They don't get the full set of racks. Range rack still stands, but that'll mainly push in over towards top. And I feel like once they have everything up again, they can just go one more time. And they could wait for Roche if they really wanted to. 2 minutes away potentially, and we'll see what they end up choosing to do. But it's not looking like a necessity, right?
Definitely not. IG has a better scaling lineup into late game. They don't necessarily need to rush anything. Wait for second Roche. Chronosphere is available. And Emo he's been on point with those chronos. Like, this was not like, wow, he landed like 4-man chrono or anything, but he was going for the right targets, killing Zeus multiple times. So that, because the damage coming out from Zeus is something that they need to be afraid of. We've seen when they were falling back, one ulti does have a shard with Nimbus, couple of those arc lightnings, and everyone's down to 40 or 30% HP. They're gonna be ready to smoke again.
So yeah, 5-man smoke coming out from IG. They'll find MS mid if they really want to make that jump, and that's exactly what they're going to do with the 5-man smoke. They land the stun, and double edge, the right-click damage. Dust gets the kill there, pops the bloodstone, and, well, now they're going to go through mid. They're trying to break through and go to the high ground eventually. Emo still, well, now he's got himself the silver edge. Looking for an opportunity to go in. Son Goku with the Ags ready to go.
He wants Slark. Let's see if he finds him.
Simon, Chrono as he tried to TP back. So that's a problem because now they're without the Slark for 75 seconds.
The classic. This was type of a move that Faceless Voids would do 5-6 years ago. Going in with the Shadow Blade. Whoever pushes the side lane, you surprise them with it. But it's a long cooldown. It's a 2-minute cooldown, so people kind of stop using it. It's more of a team fighting tool. But overall, a good pick-off on Slark. Down to, he's not going to be out for 50 seconds. Next, Roshan. Ooh, it's going to be a long spawn, 2 minutes.
Again, whether or not IG need to wait for that is the question. Emo about to hit that level 25. They should be able to really put the pressure on. Probably going to be that backtrack that's picked, but I could see both being a good choice, right?
Yeah, like Chronosphere AoE can mess up your team a lot of the times because they get close, they get into it, they can't deal damage. It's very selfish level 25 talent.
Yeah, that's fair. So Slark respawning. There's still a minute and 30 to go on this Roche respawn. A lot of time. IG not taking anything too far. As are still close. As Dawn themselves smoke up.
They don't know when Roshan is going to spawn, so they need to go rocket near their own triangle. But QIQX, he's there, ready to break the smoke. And this is the bait. The illusion bait from Emo.
Well, that's because QIQX is there. He breaks the smoke.
Yeah.
They think that's real. Can't be an illusion, right, guys? Well, surprise, surprise. It's an illusion.
Moonshard on Emo. His attack speed during Chronosphere is going to be nuts. Moonshard and also the level 20 talent. About to hit level 25. Needs one creep. One big creep.
Ooh, ooh, ooh. There it is. Backtrack. MS over to the side. Let's see. Not really much for him to accomplish. The other 3 heroes are down towards bottom with top being defended by the Clockwork.
Under attack.
Roshan 10 seconds. Now Zeus joining him. As Emo goes bot.
Oh, yeah. Look at that tower go. Tier 1 tower. 35 minutes into the game. Second Roche. Respawned.
So Roche is up. They'll spot it. Probably ask for Emo to come over. He starts to cut across the map. They've got 4 heroes set up on the high ground.
Bottom tower is
And a
under
5-man smoke from Dawn Gaming again. Rocket Flare goes in. It's going to spot Roche, and they're going to try and move over. QIQX again in the same position. There is an OBS being taken out by the Sentry, but the smoke is broken on MS, and a 4-staff back from QIQX.
are scanning.
Not broken on everybody, though, so Simung and Son Goku are going to be able to wrap all the way around.
Doom has that Axe, so might be able to Doom Faceless Void. Otherwise, it's going to be a difficult task. Through the Lotus Orb, through Lincoln Sphere.
You got the interesting positioning coming in.
Radiant's top barracks are under attack.
They know. They saw where Rocket is coming from, and You can already see them drawing on a minimap.
Has fallen.
Top barracks has fallen. Zeus needed to TP back to base. This is a big fight. Dawn Gaming, they need to win this fight. Oh.
MS. He's fine.
Dust is sitting on 5.5k gold. Has enough money to buy a full Hex for now. Seems like he's safe. He wants both. He wants Hex and he wants buyback money. But buyback money seems to be more important for him.
Yeah, we'll hold that buyback money. Now they're going to go into Roche to try to take this Aegis and Shard. Looking likely that they get it. The positioning is right for them to block this hook shot. So not really a lot going their way for this one. The blink as well as the hook stomp comes in. The over's going to be used on 2. He dooms himself, and they're going to run in, though. Try to go after this Centaur. They get the kill onto Irving. Doc Craze goes in, but the Aegis is going to be picked up by Emo. The Chrono comes down on the Slark. The attention is on the Doom, and now it's going to be over onto the Slark. The right click's coming through. They're looking for the bashes with BKB being popped, and now the time walk in, the time walk out. QX is going to be caught by the get the kill on Sun Goku as well as MS. So without these heroes, they're going to be in a little bit of trouble, and they've got the buybacks. 4 heroes gone on the side of Dawn Gaming. Another buyback available by the Zeus. Dolphin on the run. Yules up into the air on Sun Goku, landing that split earth. Dust is there. A little arcane curse onto him and Emo. But Emo's going to pop that Manta, though. Buyback on the Zeus. The blink in with the Ward Stomp again from Pelosin. The Telekinesis is going to follow that up. They get the kill to Sun Goku for the second time. Time walk in, 4 staff away. MS able to survive for a moment longer, but eventually they should catch up to him and get the kill. That's 2 heroes down on the side of Dawn Gaming without buyback, and they should be able to push through mid.
This should be the game. They can't really punch back. They can't even kill one single hero on IG, and MS is going to be the one to call it in the old chat.
So there it is, 2-0 for IG over Dawn Gaming. Dawn Gaming dropping to 0-3 already, and it's been rough for them.
Not looking good. You know, this new system playing over 3 weeks. It's going to be 4 weeks because of the Chinese New Year, but like you need to be ready right now. You don't have enough time to, you know, figure out what's wrong because they already played the 3 series in a week. And seems like the things are not working out. They don't have enough time to fix this. Like they need to figure out quickly what's wrong. I feel like their drafts is one of the issues where they are getting better, but it's way too slow. Like they also play these cookie cutter drafts that has a little bit of everything, but it's mostly focused on getting the kills, not going for the objectives. It's looks more of like a pubish draft compared to IG with the heavy team fight with this Treant Protector. IG definitely outdrafted them in this series and outplayed them. There were a bunch of mistakes on both sides, but Dawn Gaming definitely made more of those.
Yeah, sure was IG looking the best they've looked so far. I think things looked really fluid, and this is really what a lot of people expect when you saw IG coming into the year. I think there is a lot to take away from this where IG can be like, all right, this is what we've done correctly. Here's what we need to do coming into these next few weeks where, you know, we don't have the benefits of only playing 1 or 2 BO3s. We're 3 in already. We need to find a way to not get relegated. Maybe sneak a major. Who knows? But IG get the victory 2-0. To break it down further, we've got the panel. Take it away.
A nice 2-0 for IG, but was it convincing enough for you guys to feel that IG have the means to come up against other teams like LGD or Asta later down the track?
Yes.
Perfect.
Oh, okay. You went for a straight yes. That's fair. I was going to say no in regards to I think that they've proven to be a team that can contend not to be 7th and 8th. I think the games they've played so far, they were deservedly in the bottom. And I think this series, at least, they have moments where if they get these type of drafts where they play with confidence and Emo is just styling, Dust is not playing Tusk, 100% they can easily be like a 5th, 6th place team for sure.
Right.
Well, so I think what I needed to see from them in this game to think that maybe moving forward they can do even better was that Dust shows up and that maybe they help him have a better game. I feel like he did that. He had very good rotations in this game. He played well in the first game. I think also Emo in this game, like I just feel like they looked a lot better today. Sure, they played against Dawn, but I also think Dawn themselves looked better in this game. So it's not like it was some free win, whatever, easy for them to play. So I feel like moving forward, I think their drafts were good. They kind of have the stuff figured out. Their offlaner plays some Mars Centaur. I feel like he performs very well on that. Polison on his Rubik and other heroes is doing well, and you know, Dust showed up. That's kind of what I needed to see.
Yeah, and this is the game from IG at least that they itemize and play for the same idea. Like Void going for the Battle Fury, him buying that, everyone else needs to respect the fact that he's not going to be present in, let's say, the 11-minute fight that normally Void with Maelstrom would present. You know, they're playing for 15, 20 minutes, and you could see that because Dawn, they were running into the jungle, taking away the map, but they knew that if Void goes Battle Fury, you then get to go Manta straight away after, you're going to have this insane timing and also completely out-farm the Maelstrom build. So I think IG just came into this second game, fully understanding Dawn and knowing what they wanted to do as a team. And that's what we've been lacking from IG the entire DPC so far, which has been 4 days. But anyway, like they found it in this game at least.
Yeah, and like his item build was so good, knowing that Dust is having this great game, knowing that you can just like completely rely on him. His build was so defensive. Like he's got this Manta and this Linken's, and he's fronting for his team and just saying, you can't kill me. I'm going to use my items to be able to go in and get the chrono off, and then my team will do the rest. And like, I mean, yeah, he's still doing damage, but like the fact that he can itemize like that, I think it was perfect for this game. And we just have so many items and things that make Doom's game so impossible. Like he feels pressure to go for this Ags on Doom, which just because Void has a Linken's or something, and it's not working because you also have the Rubik lift and the Centaur Stampede on top of it.
Yeah, like I think the beauty of Dota and itemization as well is that, so when you see him buy the Battle Fury, you're not sure, it doesn't look so good, but a lot of the time item builds are more about like the item set are followed up by it. I feel like him buying the Fury is what allows him to get the Manta after and kind of play without a BKB, keep the farm up, and I feel like he did something similar yesterday with Morph. I think he went BKB, which was like, yeah, looks strange, but then he follows up with a Silver Edge, which actually when you combine these two, that's like a win condition. So I think that was really good by him.
No, it's just so refreshing to see that from Dustin. 19-1-11. Like the last couple of days, it's always just been play mid, fall off on net worth. So it's just, I'm happy to see his kind of pub rank being #1, kind of carry over as well now into some actual competitive games. And it just feels like IG's kind of understand. Again, it is Dawn, so it's kind of the easier series potentially that we might see. We might be able to 2-3 weeks down the line if Dawn's unable to do it. But again, it's good that IG can produce this.
I was going to say, it's confidence. It's a win that is definitely needed for a newer roster like this for IG. I do want to talk more about Dawn, though, have a little bit of a chat. I know you've already mentioned that Doom, their sheep, but what about the windows and the timings? Doom had a really rough game, so was there this opportunity for them later in the game with the other carries to come online?
I think they tried to give themselves opportunities. Like you even saw towards the end there, they do that smoke where they just try and wrap around completely behind IG and like get a good position, but they didn't feel quite comfortable enough to walk up to the cliff to put the ward down, because that's the vision they need to start that fight. And because they don't quite get that, they just sort of hang around and then TP out. Like they're trying though. I think one of the big issues that Doom had that you said is like he's just taking every engagement at like around 10 minutes and dying in every single one of them.
Do you want to play some trivia quickly?
Sure.
Go for it.
I'd love to.
Who do you think did the least amount of damage in this game?
Doom.
Oh, we
Okay.
can
I don't actually think that. I just thought because we're talking
Doom?
about Doom.
I'm down to do that, Doom, yeah.
Oh.
Okay, I'll whittle it down to 2 heroes. Who
Okay.
do you think did the least damage now between Treant Protector and Slark?
Oh my god, was it
I'm
Slark?
too hard. I actually can't see it. I think Slark did more than 3, I know.
I'll say
Yeah, I'll say
Slark.
I'll go Tree because I feel like you want me to say Slark.
Bang! Slark actually had the least
Damn.
damage. 6.2k
It was a double bluff.
damage. Treant
Wow.
did second least with 7.4. I think that's also another thing as well. This Slark pick did barely 6,000 damage. Some heroes do that in laning phase, you know? And the fact that wasn't able to really get that into the hit game. You're against Void, you're against Leshrac, against Centaur. You never really want to lock onto these heroes for too long. And the lane is also really rough. So we've mentioned a lot about the Doom and the mid-game fights, but the fact that your Slark could never enter a fight, could never even produce the 18,000 net worth that he had to do anything, that's also an issue. So
Is that like a little bit of something that we can turn to a highlight for IG, that they knew not to get caught out, that they weren't really putting themselves in that position? Maybe their positioning throughout this game was some of the better we've seen too?
Yeah, like in some ways, for sure. Also, you have like the Stampede to like kind of play around it. I do think, so he had very low hero damage. I don't necessarily think it's his fault as a player. I actually think he played
It's a
really
team
well.
game.
Yeah, he played very well in this game and in the last game too. Like even he got his diffuser. I feel like he was trying to like pull his team forward and lead the charge, which, yeah, it didn't work out. But even in the last game, I would say he impressed until the very end, perhaps. I would say he's a bit of a shining star for this team. I think they should continue to, you know, build around him and kind of make things happen that way. But yeah, I think this first pick, Doom, please, it's gotta go.
Yeah.
I'm sick of seeing it.
I agree.
I hate it so much.
Okay, we say first pick. Is there still a way in which you could see it work in a second sort of phase pick? Or is it just this hero is really worked out no matter where you're picking it in a draft and it's so niche and specific at this point?
I think it can be a first phase hero if you're on second pick and you're doing Doom plus Rubik, and
Okay.
then you're picking a couple more stuns in second phase. It can also be a first phase hero if you're picking it on 8, which means your first pick, you pick one hero, you C2. The likelihood of you getting it on 8 though is low because teams will then second pick it. But still, I think ultimately first picking it, I don't see the value in Doom first pick over the trees, the Rubiks, the Tusks, like all these other options. And if you are first picking it, you need to first pick it knowing what the hero's weaknesses are, because then when you get later down the line, when you're first pick, you don't actually have draft advantage. You don't get to see things when you pick heroes. So when you aren't picking the heroes to enable the Doom, then why are you first picking Doom if you don't understand why you're first picking the Doom? It just feels more like, it's good, go pick it. So
Yeah, like also, I think if you first pick a core specifically, a lot of cores, they have requirements that they need from their teammates to be met that they have a good game. So if this is something that you feel like, we're not actually fully sure how to do it, you might as well just first pick a support or something you feel better with and then go from there. Because right now, I think a lot of the meta heroes or a lot of the heroes picked in this region, they're really good against Doom. Centaur, Rubik, Tree, and we can go on for days.
Also, like, we kind of brought it up at the beginning as well. Like this, sorry, just going off of Doom a little bit, but like your Slock, another reason he can't fight is because of all these items that no one can buy to help him fight. He got that Mage Slayer, but your Doom is like he's struggling to like help himself fight. Right, you're playing into Faceless Void. You have to get with the Lincoln Sphere and stuff. You're feeling like you have to go Ags. You're going all this Ags. Like you're just not helping your Slock fight, and then you're counted anyway. So like you're kind of making the Slock's game harder by being so hard counted by first picking your Doom.
All right, well, let's turn away from Dawn Gaming. Let's focus back on our winners, IG. Let's jump into an interview with them. We had their mid laner, Dust, joining us. Dust, congratulations, IG. You guys pick up your first series win. How are you feeling is my first question. And second is, why are there so many cats behind you?
Cats.
首先恭喜你们拿下了这赛季的首胜。想问一下，首先就是获胜了之后的感觉、心情怎么样？然后再问一下，为什么你们背景里面这么多猫？
赢了之后就感觉是应该的吧，因为，就可能大家从实力上是这么觉得的。然后猫很多是因为有人累积下来的，有人收养的，然后就越来越多。
I feel happy we win the game. I felt like we deserve the win because on paper I think we are the better team. Regarding about the cats, we adopt some cats and someone left the team, but they left the cats to us. So that's why we have so many cats.
Oh, well, the cats are adorable. I also want to know, what was the focus for IG coming into DPC? What were the main things you guys were trying to work on and improve?
我想问一下，这个赛季 IG 在 DPC 的主要的目标是什么？然后你们想要去主要改进或者你们的这个现在在努力的方向是什么？
我们就想把我们5人打得更像一个团队吧，目标应该是保级吧。就现在主要是大家互相磨合，然后找到适合每个人的打法，然后打得更像一个团队，然后就这样去做，慢慢来吧。
Our current goal is to become a better team. We need to communicate. We need to find out each other's best heroes, best strat, and we have to. We're working on to a better team, and our goal this season is to stay in tier 1.
Leading on the communication side of things, Emo has the most experience. Like, who is like the shot caller and like the captain of the team, and like who's kind of leading the charge and how you want to play the game within the game?
想问一下，就是说到队内交流这方面，然后 emo 的话，其实可能是现在队伍里经验比较丰富的选手，我就想知道现在的 IG 是谁在游戏内去做一些指挥上面的这种交流的？
大部分时候可能是emo，但是其实还是以每个位置有强势期和关键装的时候，大家都在说话，只是说他可能会偏向更多一些。
Mostly it's emo, but I think in our team, we still listen to other players, especially when someone has hit the crucial level, has a strong item, then we will talk a lot. But mostly it's emo.
Cool. Thank you very much.
I have a question. So in the first 2 series, I think you and your team looked perhaps a little bit shaky. But today, I think you and your team looked very, very strong. So I was wondering if there was a specific change from just a few days ago to today that led to your, like, I would say, sick performance in today's games.
想问一下，就是前2天 IG 的比赛看起来还是发挥比较不稳定的，然后今天的比赛展现出了一定的实力，打得非常不错。我就想问一下，你们是怎么来调整的？
因为我们之前可能都生病了，然后训练赛的质量不怎么样，然后暴露问题之后，在比赛中我们在打完之后总结，然后去解决之前没有解决的问题，然后做出调整才能赢吧，就是今天能拿下。
There were several players were sick last week, a couple days before, and for that reason we didn't have a good quality in our scrims. So we kind of exposed many problems during the real game, and I think we learned from that. We learned from our mistake and it improved a lot.
Great, thank you.
I would like to ask, as a team, do you come up with like a specific style that you really want to play or are comfortable with, or do you just try to be as versatile and just adapt it to different games on the as you go?
想问一下，就是作为一个队伍来说的话，你们有给自己制定过目标吗？就是想要去达成一种比较特定的风格，还是你们就是跟随这个比赛的节奏，或者跟随版本去慢慢去适应的一种风格？
我们有自己的一些目标和想法吧，但是现在在初期，我们还是得每个人都发挥出自己的作用，然后在赢了很多之后，才能去做一些特定的东西。就初期还是得5个人打出自己的风格和特点吧。
We had some plan and we had some strat in our mind, but like I said, we're still in a early stage. So I feel like it's too soon for us to push to that direction. I think for us right now, we just want to bring out each other's best aspect and just perform our best game. And then when we have many wins, and we can start have confidence to working towards the direction we want it to be.
Thank you so much, Dust, for joining us, and congratulations again on a well-deserved win.
感谢你接受我们采访。
谢谢。
Thank you.
Thank you. Info from Dust there on how their team's going. Unfortunately, there's health issues. I guess you could sort of see that maybe scrims weren't going very well for them, and these issues were coming out in officials. Do you think that this is now onwards and upwards for them, Kezu, that you're like, okay, clearly they're moving in the right direction, everyone's looking in high spirits?
No, for sure. Like, even before this information, I thought, they're performing now, they're looking good, but now they even had health issues or they were sick, like, leading up to this. Yeah, I mean, this team is going to be on the up for sure now. Like, if they were being held back by that, today they show up, they show me what they can actually do, then yeah, let's go.
They're unlocking Dust, I think that's the main thing.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I guess we do have confirmation now that it is Emo who is the shot caller a little bit.
I had a question on that. Like, the fact that it keeps sort of flip-flopping on whoever feels the strongest, do you think this is the best way to go about shot calling?
That's how, if you're a TI winning team or a tier 1 team, that's how it should be.
Yeah.
If one person's speaking, then they're not going to have all the information possible. Dota is too complex, so I like the fact he said that. I think my only concern is having Emo, your carry player, be the main voice in the early game, in the mid game. It can be hard whilst he's doing farming patterns. He might not understand the vision game, the smoke game, like kind of all the other bit smaller details that often the support has more time and awareness to lock onto. But the fact that they are understanding of other things and mentioning that, then it's fine. It's just they need to understand how to get the carry to do that communication. It's just uncommon in pro teams.
Yeah, like it's actually very common among like the top teams that people take over when they're strong, when it's their time. Teams that go far at TI, you have everyone's able to pop off and take over the game. Whether it's your offlaner, your 4, like whatever. Your 5 will help you with like the general calls, but other people, when they're strong, they need to feel like they can take over and also feel comfortable and confident in doing so.
All right, let's have a look at our standings with another series done and dusted. We are going to be seeing that IG will now have 1 win and 2 losses, bumping themselves up a little bit there into 6. And then Dawn, unfortunately, getting another loss for them is sort of, I don't want to say solidifying them in the bottom 2, but
Well, it ain't
it's-
looking good.
I was going to say, you're almost halfway. You're
Yeah.
around halfway-ish of your series played in DPC, so things are getting a little bit more dire in what needs to happen for them going forward. We are going to be looking to our next series, though, LGD and Ares. LGD with their win, but Asta Ares as well going to be needing a bit of a win for themselves, Sheep.
Yes, I mean all these teams need to win. I mean, everyone is so close. You can't like know exactly who's gonna win. But like, yeah, these teams that have taken 1 loss are gonna really need to start getting those wins if they want to make it to this major. For a team like LGD, they're just needing to like start to solidify their lead, really show off what they're capable of. I mean, yeah, win, just win,
Just win.
Don't lose, don't lose. That's bad.
I mean, I want to see more of LGD, right? We talked about it. They looked very strong in the first game. Now we get to see more of them. I think it's just these first couple matches are very important. Not just for the players, of course, to see, okay, our strats working, is our preparation working, but also like for me to actually get a better idea of what it looks like with all these new players and like, you know, a bit of a bigger break. I'm just excited to watch LGD. I always have been, and now with new players, you know, I want to see more.
All right, I mean, you guys excited to see LGD. They are going to be our upcoming series. We're going to jump to a break. We'll be back in, I say a little bit, it's going to be a longer break because we are a fixed schedule. So we'll see you guys after this break for LGD and Ares. Welcome back, everyone. We have our second series. It's LGD versus Aster Aries. Beside me is a little bit of a change up as well, as we do have Sheep, T-Gov, and now Lizard back on the end. Kezi was saying before when we introed him that he just doesn't have the muscles. Do you want to, I know he's listening in the green room, do you want to boost his confidence a bit?
Actually, he might not be. I muted the TV during the break, and I don't know if they're going to unmute it. So I hope...
We'll just give them the thumbs up.
Unmute.
Turn it up.
Unmute. Thank you. Up. Thank you. Okay, they've done it now. All right, now you can say, just so they...
No, I already like showed.
Oh, you did this?
Yeah.
All right, perfect.
He'll get it. He's a smart guy.
Okay. The LGD Aster Aries, though, let's talk about this series because we've been waiting very patiently for LGD to play again. They played on day 2. They looked great. You guys always put that stipulation. Yes, it was against Dawn Gaming. Now they're coming up against Aster Aries. Do you think there's going to be this elevated sort of gameplay or draft coming out from LGD at all, is it?
Yeah, for sure. But like we were talking, yeah, they played against Dawn. It isn't that great. Like they won easily because it's Dawn. But at the same time, like Dawn just played a very close game with IG. So my power levels are all over the place. I don't know what's happening.
Bro, Dawn got better. They got better.
They did.
They played different Dota.
They
It was a
got
different
better?
Dawn.
Yeah.
Yeah, yes. What was it them yesterday that had a better draft as well? They-
Slight
Yeah.
improvement.
So
yeah.
every day, in every sense, they're improving. It's
But
incredible.
LGD, we're going to focus on
Clean.
LGD.
Clean as hell. Would you like to take it?
Sure. Clean as hell.
Oh,
LGD.
now would you like
no,
to take
please.
I don't
Stop.
mind.
Okay,
That's-
we have to stop doing that bit. We have to
Please
stop doing that bit. Yeah.
LGD, very clean drafts. Like they have a very clear idea where they're going with it. They're very cohesive. I don't see many holes in their draft. Everything comes together. They're able to execute it very well too. Like as a team, they just move very fast on the map. Their support duo is strong. They go to where they want. They like. I think they really like playing around their mid. They prioritize mid quite a fair bit with their supports at the expense of their offlaner sometimes. But like that, by doing that, it then gives the offlaner space to come back like 5 minutes later. So they're kind of okay with it.
Yeah, it completely depends on who's that mid-game playmaker, right? And nothing to say usually is, if you look at what he's playing, those Embers with the Kotl, you can go on the offlane and just blast creeps and mess with your offlaner's CS, take it away from him, make him hate you, or you can be mid and just spam Chakra Magic on your mid laner and let him go ham.
I mean, I'm just happy to see, PSG's carry, of course, Shiro, replacing Arme.
The next army.
The next Arme. There's such big shoes to fill, but he had a first pick Lina. Of course, Lina is conceptually broken right now,
Right.
dominates on the hero. Then he has ultimate last pick, and we get to see Alchemist, which you don't really see too often from teams, but against the Rise and Furians, these like Silencer, Sky, Tusk heroes, a little bit squishier, not so jungle invasive, could potentially get a resurgence. So I think for PSG, it's so fun to see them play with that same style and confidence with 3 new players and just dominating. So again, this series, opponent, it's a step up. I think their drafts are normally, the best, at least in the region. So yeah, I just want to see some new things, some new elements come into play.
I mean, new roster, new LGD, but it feels like same consistency and stability. Hopefully, as to Aries, their opponents, though, Lizard, what do you think they're going to have to focus on, or where are their strengths to be able to take this series?
You know what? I feel like they might have a little bit of a repeat when it comes to the series that they're playing right now, because the first 3 games that they have played in the tournament were their opposing team drafted extremely similarly to PSG LGD. And Aster Aries kinda let it go through. They were playing versus a Treant twice in a row. They tried to answer it with a Phoenix. So basically what they're trying to do is they're trying to go against the meta. That sometimes works. I'm just wondering if Aster Aries is actually the caliber of the team in the China. They're definitely an amazing team. I'm wondering, do you guys think that they're the caliber of a team in the Chinese region that can go against the meta instead of with it?
I mean, that's what's gonna make you the best team. Like, I mean, maybe
Eventually,
you don't make, maybe you don't,
yeah.
maybe you don't make
Yeah.
it to the major this tour, but maybe next tour because you are figuring things out.
Experimenting.
Yeah, I mean, the one victory that they had against Extreme Gaming was this beautiful Darkseid/Ursa kind of tricore where you just run over your opponents, and I think that was the best version of Darkseid we've seen so far in Chinese DPC. I don't know if they're going to be able to emulate that against PSG, and I think the 2 games after is exactly what you just mentioned. It's very much in line with the regional meta, so if they can break away from that, that's like what you need to do against PSG. If you just come in with the meta, PSG, Zhao 8, they're going to have these drafts or understandings or concepts that break you down. That's why they were able to dominate for so long.
The other thing about Aster Aries, I believe they have a stand-in.
Oh, they do, yeah.
Do you guys want to touch on that a little bit? If you think that's going to impact some of their drafting as well?
It's a massive change, honestly. So to give context, TK, the position 4, is currently not going to be playing for this game. Hopefully he's all okay. And it'll be their coach OP standing in. OP, been coaching RNG for previous years, hasn't played competitively for like 3, does have a competitive playing experience, of course, from a very historied career. So yeah, it's, again, not going to be great for Aster Aries to have a stand-in. Luckily, it's a person within the team kind of group environment already, so it's not that too jarring, but yeah, when you go up against PSG, you kind of want to have your full team.
Okay, we don't see their normal position 4. We don't see a normal draft as well. Where's the tree? What's happening, Sheep?
Yeah, tree gets
It's coming right now. It's coming right now.
Is it coming?
I
Like
don't
with the
know.
tiny?
Maybe LGD don't rate it. I don't know. I really like the pos 4s and like their impact on the game by being able to move. And tree, I guess some teams just aren't as good as utilizing him. I don't know. Maybe they just want to be more active. They want to think, oh, we're going to run over Aster Aries instead, right? Like Triant can be a little bit more on the defensive side. This Tiny says to me, we're getting, and the Viper, we're getting our time in. We're going to run you over. We're going to win our lanes. We're going to own you.
Yeah, we're missing a lot of crucial heroes that we've seen in the past few days. There's no Mirana. There's no Tusk.
Yeah.
There's no Triant.
No, Doom ban, never mind.
SF is still in the pool. Meanwhile, on Aster Aries, I guess that's where the stand-in factor comes into
I was
play.
going to say the Shaker.
Right?
10 seconds.
Interesting because...
What do you think about the Shaker?
Oh, the Shaker. I mean, look, let me put my analyst pants on. Let me just say I have no idea why they're favoring a Shaker when things like the Tusk or the tree is still in the pool.
I'm sure Tigav is gonna enlighten us. That Prophet plus Shaker offlane.
Powerful. I mean, Shaker, because of the shard, you don't have too much of a need to always go blink. You can just go shard first. So in a rough game, your timing is now 1500 gold rather than 2100 or so. So it's like it's a lane securing hero. I think my concern with going Shaker DP is this response of PSG. Shaker is a hero that secures lane but wants to leave the lane. If you put Tiny Viper into a side lane, let's say you run this into that DP side lane, the Shaker can never leave, but also the Shaker can never protect. So this Viper will be able to punish a lot. But also, nothing to say he's been playing Viper in his pubs after, of course, I think it was
Alacrity?
Alacrity, yeah, playing it
Yeah.
on mid. So there is that chance that PSG's looked at Alacrity and gone, damn, this hero's kind of good.
Well, we had that
Kinda
interview with him too, and we talked about why the Viper potentially works. He's like, at the moment, who kind of beats Viper? You can still shuffle him around a little bit, and like, who in the meta that you can really pick is going to be able to shut him down in every aspect of a game.
Just
This
Lena
hero-
Light.
Okay.
This hero is just plain stupid. Forever it's been that way. They've tried to change him. They give him this. What's the shard called? Not the shard. The dive thing. What's it called?
Dive bomb.
Is it
Call
dive
it
bomb?
dive bomb,
Call
yeah.
it belly
It's just
flop.
dive bomb.
Belly flop.
Belly
Belly
flop, yeah.
Belly
They
flop,
give him
dive
this
bomb.
belly flop. They kind of make him, I don't know, it's endearing. Look at him. He has belly flop. I still hate you, Viper. You're still green. You don't do anything. You just stay there in the lane and you stink up the whole place.
What a very personal attack.
Very
Yeah,
aggressive.
he's like talking directly to Viper.
I'm watching him straight into his green eyes.
Oh, Phoenix.
Soulless eyes.
Oh, okay. I don't know if I like this too much. It's okay. So Aster Aries have now put themselves in a position where their draft, beautiful late game fights, mid game fights. It's kind of cool, but just how do you get out of lanes when PSG's already said we have a tiny Viper lane potentially, and you pick 2 supports that can't rotate? PSG, their domination against Dawn was winning side lanes, unlocking mid with supports coming mid. Aster Aries can't really do that with Shaker Phoenix. Shaker can throughout a fissure if you have the correct mid hero, but it's not like that dynamic duo that invades and fights together. So I think PSG, with reading the first 3 heroes, can just kind of lean in a little bit more to a bit more emphasis on winning the lanes, a bit more emphasis on we can just win every fight in the first like 15, 20 minutes.
Yeah, are they just assuming this Viper's going off lane and the Phoenix is meant to hit like a level 3 timing, you get 2 points in your spirits, and then maybe if they're picking here an aggressive carry, they can just go on the Viper and win the lane that way. Like CK, for example, I've seen in the past be used to just destroy Viper lanes.
Yeah, there's also the nature's prophet that we have witnessed deal quite well with the Viper in the mid lane, if it is the mid lane,
Well,
right?
maybe that's the other thing is you try and deter a Viper from being in a certain lane, so then you can try and preempt, like, if it goes mid, if we have to have this pick, who can we do that also does a good matchup in that lane?
Yeah.
Good example in regards to drafting here for PSG. If you pick up the Viper and win your first pick, you have this flexibility where you force Aries to now pick one hero, and they get to decide where the Viper goes. Even though you don't have the last pick in the draft, they're going to be able to see 4 heroes now, and then get to flex it that way because they have the confidence to pick up the Ursa. Because when you I mentioned the weakness of support duo. When you're second pick and you're doing this type of drafting, you are basically giving away the free core pick in the second phase. So this Ursa, you don't feel uncomfortable picking it because it's not like Aster Ares can just instantly pick up some counter to it, some Illu hero or whatever. Because also PSG's somewhat soft covered it with their bans, the Morphling and the Naga as well.
I guess they could. I mean, they would want to put this DP against the Ursa. I would assume, right? Because Silencer's not like got a lot of lockdown that it would be an impossible lane.
If you're playing with Shaker and that Prophet, I feel like you're fine there. It's, you won't struggle. Silencer and Ursa are fine, but DP shouldn't really have a problem with that lane. And now you get the Tusk. I guess this should be your mid lane Tusk, as we do see the 2 supports on the side of Aster Ares. It's decent, right? Like you get a way of getting on top of Silencer, and I've seen a couple of games in which Tusk completely eliminates Ursa's presence. You just get that Aghanim, kick him out to go into the fight, kick him out again. Just keep the bear away. You don't have to kill him, just keep him away from the fight.
I'm just confused. Is this a mid? If this is a mid Tusk now, right? Couldn't LGD just put the Viper mid and then Tusk can't lane?
I would assume so, yeah.
Yeah, maybe they're like, okay, we want to make our carry have a nice lane, so we're going to bait him into going for mid instead
Carry
to go
Tusk.
shut down our Tusk. I don't know.
Offlane Tusk. The problem that I see right now is you have this Ursa, right, and you have the Viper. Both of these heroes are really strong laners, and you have to be very careful what you pick against them. DP for me is not very flexible anymore. You kind of need to put her against the Ursa. You don't want to lane the Shaker with the Tusk.
Yeah.
So
When it comes to mid lane matchups, though, would you prefer the Tusk or the DP? Let's like not really look at the side lanes. Maybe focus a little bit on mid, right?
I'd rather have neither. Like I'd rather.
Oh,
have
okay. You're like they're
third
both
hero.
bad.
Yeah, it's what we heard in the interview yesterday. It's a Viper. Like, when this hero is good, when he's strong and in the meta, you can rarely win lanes against him. You kind of abuse him in different ways. He's very immobile afterwards.
I want PSG to go for like a Pangolier, Kunkka style hero, or even like a Leshrac. Like one of these 3 heroes that plays mid and then looks forward to just be annoying, you know? But yeah, sure, okay, they go for a voice. But I want them to just be annoying from this mid pick. Just be a thorn in Ares' side, because there isn't this lockdown, there isn't this like clean way to stop fights. And for PSG, you need nothing to say to be able to say, oh, it helps, to jump into the fight and go, use a couple spells on me. If you ever waste the Fissure or an Echo Slam, my entire fight's now free. So I think PSG, super strong lanes, super strong way to take Roshan, take out the map. And for Ares in this pick, I feel like they need to lean more on just doubling down on going for a little bit later. I don't think there's a pick or carry here that's going to go for it. Oh.
It's a solid one.
It's not too bad, actually. It's kind of in the middle between going for that mid-game fight.
This is the thing. Now they know that the Viper's in the off lane. I think this is the best pick. If Phoenix is going with him, like this lane has kill threat on Viper.
If you think they can actually take the Viper down?
Yeah.
It's like level dependent, right? It's like how do you meet in the lane? Who gets the denies? Who gets the advantage?
Who gets the levels first?
Yeah, exactly. But I still prefer PSG's lineup. I feel they just have so much poke and so much ability to decide when to fight that potentially that lockdown from Ares might be the issue. Like keeping the egg, they have shards to keep them like just close but not stunned, and they have Shaco. They're the main 2. And often we've seen that not be enough to deal with the speed in which an Ursa and a Void Spirit can just kind of get in and out and just dismantle.
I'm leaning towards PSG LGD more because of the name, right, than because of the draft. To be honest, like
I thought
it's a really nice name, PSG.
It just rolls off the tongue, you know.
Completely, just rolls. So simple. But Aster Ares, I like their draft. Like they have a ton of teamfight potential. I love the CK later on.
Same. And I think with that last pick, I think they get what they want out of their lanes. Unless somehow their safe lane's an absolute disaster, I think they should be able to get to these mid-game scuffles. And then it's just a matter of like getting your blink on your Shaker and then, you know, egg, echo on top.
It's the battle of mids, right?
Yes.
Who gets the runes from Void Spirit or Tusk? Who rotates first? Who then counter TPs and cleans up? So I think there's a lot of pressure on White Album to match Nothing to Say. Nothing to Say popped off in the previous series.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's a big ask.
It's like, it's going to be hard, but like that's going to be the 2 kind of heroes I'm looking at throughout this entire game.
Make or break for this draft. Let's make or break over to game number 1 at B-Cup and Lacoste.
Thank you very much. Yeah, coming into this one, Aster Ares against PSG LGD. It does look like it's going to be the battle of mids. White Album, we've seen him, pop off at times. It feels like he has proven himself here and there. but nothing to say is.
He's hungry. He's
yeah,
definitely
yeah.
hungry. You know, PSG LGD, they did not win TI last year. Anything.
Or the year before.
Or the year before.
or the
Yeah,
year
I mean,
before that.
anything that is not a TI win is kind of a disappointment for this big of a name for the players as well. And yeah, he's been popping up. Like, he's always been a stable mid player. He always delivers. I don't remember seeing him have like a really, really bad game.
No, I
Yeah, you can't remember.
Trying to, search my mind for a bad nothing to say game. I feel like he was one of the, probably with that old iteration of LGD, like the last person you feel like even it was like I don't want to rank him. I feel like that's kind of rude, but it was always like nothing to say last. Like you'd be like, oh okay, well maybe nothing to say kind of had a, but he's usually dominating his lane, doing well. Going up against White Album. White Album has experience in the Chinese region. I feel like he's done well in the past. Like when it's China v China, he does really good things, and I
He
think
does
that
better,
yeah,
for sure.
But internationally, maybe it's a little bit of that Aster curse. The second it goes into international land territory, maybe it's not as easy. But you're going up against, some would say, the best mid in China. Most would say the best mid in China, and nothing to say is on. Bit of a comfort hero, Void Spirit, but I feel like he's comfortable with everything.
Pretty
It's
much.
hard to say
We
anything
haven't
other than
seen
that.
too much of a Void Spirit. It's more of
Yeah.
like a niche pick when it's really situational. They do have, I mean, they have decent stuns. It's like CK stun, Snowball. These are not instant stuns, so Void Spirit should have a good game. On the other side, I mean, they do have a Shaker, so with the Fisher, maybe they can Fisher into another stun. Silence from the Dead Prophet, it's not instant. It has a projectile as well, so it's not going to be that easy to control Void Spirit. Yeah, just looking at the lane setup, they decided to go with the CK as a illusion-based carry. He's not, typical, Naga Siren Phantom Lancer type of a hero, but there's not much AoE. Battle Fury on Ursa, most likely on the menu. So you have, like, we've even seen Faceless Void with the Battle Fury in the previous series.
That was a good build. I liked it. I don't know, we'll see what Shira can do. I think last year, Shira was playing with eHome. Year before that, it was Phoenix Gaming. And one of the biggest things the community had talked about, or at least the Chinese community had talked about, is he the next Ame? And I mean, what better
These
shoes
are
to
big
try and fill than
yeah.
his exactly, right? Like, he's not coming in to carry for Aster. He's not coming in to carry for, like, IG or anything like that. He's legitimately coming in to take over where Ame left it. And I feel like that's the biggest test. How consistent can you stay? Because for myself included, I don't know if at this moment I see LGD as the top team in China. I think there's a stability questions, there's new players, and it's not just the Shiro question. It's a lot of pressure on somebody like Shiro, and I would say Planet as well. You come in and take over for someone as beloved as Jinkyu. Like, it's I can only imagine what that kind of pressure is.
Most definitely. I mean, coming out from a team like PSG LGD, every single player was a star pretty much, and it's a difficult task. I want to see how this team. We saw them against Dawn. Dawn seems to be a team that's most likely gonna be relegated, sitting at 0-3, so can't really take too much away from that game, from that series. It was a relatively quick series. I want to see them paired up against someone better, and Aster Ares, I think they're gonna be put to a test here.
Yeah, for sure. And Aster Ares for some, as we see Shiro get out, is certainly up there in terms of predictions. For me, at least, I had Aster Ares fourth. And it's kind of tough. You lose that first matchup, you come into this one, and now, maybe you drop to PSG LGD. For the most part, I am looking at the graphs of predictions, and everybody kind of has LGD shifting around that 3-4 and Aster Ares around that mark as well. So, like, this should be a relatively close matchup, and one for both teams to really kind of find their footing and find their place in the region, as White Album running away and taking some damage from Viper there. This Tusk scares me, right? Like, we've seen it time and time again. Seems to do really well in lane. Like,
yeah,
the
he's a
matchups are
strong
nice.
laner. Like, it feels like this hero doesn't have many bad matchups. He does manage to get the farm, one of the better heroes to rotate with. You do have like ways to instantly kill the creep wave almost instantly. On level 15, you kill it instantly, you get those levels faster, and also BKB piercing ability, Roche taking with the tag team, you build into Deso, you have a built-in save as well with the snowball. This hero pretty much has everything.
It's just a question of whether or not you get through that mid game, right? Like, he feels very fragile. You die twice or, you know, 2-3 times, all of a sudden it feels like your game is over, right? Like, you're just kind of there to be the save and hope to get something done. And, you know, that's not exactly what you want from your mid, right? You don't
It
want,
seems like you're
just a
referring
save.
to Dust's game of Tusk, because he had a couple of bad deaths, and then the hero does fall off. Looking at the CS on the mid lane, White Album doing some good harassment, sitting at only 2 CS. Nothing to say, going really ham on these first couple of levels and a couple of creep waves.
Yeah, like you said, he's hungry, and I wouldn't be surprised to see Nothing to Say kind of get a vast hero pool of picks for him. You know, picking up a Void Spirit here, not a hero we see too often over in the mid lane right now, and you know, Nothing to Say, he really puts the pressure on you to make something happen. It's up to his opponent to really break out. Otherwise, he seems to do everything pretty much top-notch, right?
He's the type of a player that puts you in uncomfortable position where you don't want to be. He sometimes plays like super aggressive, and then if you're not used to it, you do tend to make more mistakes. And look, yeah, he's just dominating this mid matchup, 13-6 against 6-1. But to look at the bottom lane, CK, he's doing all right, 8 CS.
Uwu doing his best there. He's up against Jiang Yu, and you know, Jiang Yu came from CDEC. He, you know, there was that run that CDEC made from Div 2 to Div 1, and they looked really impressive. I don't think a lot of people kind of had that expectation from them when they were going from Div 2 to Div 1, and they really broke out. It was really impressive.
Throughout the history, we've seen a lot of these like Chinese players that looked extremely good, like even teams, for a short period of time, and then they disappear.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of, like, Kama used to be one of those, although he stayed in this, you know, a long while. Somebody who played for VGJ Thunder. A couple other teams that were quite nice. Ooh, first blood there for Nothing to Say, and I mean, that is kind of what you expect from Nothing to Say. Lands the Aether Remnant and just gets an easy kill on White Album, and I mean, you expect nothing less.
He also does have a bounty rune near his outpost to work with, so we're gonna go there, get this one. Has a Boots of Speed, full magic wand coming, has a full level advantage on Tusk, so you know that he's gonna be hitting level 6 faster, which means that there's gonna be another kill threat from that Void Spirit.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if he tries to go for this again, or maybe even see Planet rotate towards the 4-minute mark. He's starting to head that direction, harassing Red Panda, going after this bounty. If we could see Nothing to Say, if he gets another solo kill, I think it's just going to be the Nothing to Say show at that point. We're going to see him really move around and start to make his presence felt all over
Level
the map.
3 versus level 5 now in a mid lane. He wants to go aggressive. He wants to get as much damage as possible on White Album. And you can see another Resonant Pulse available in 5 seconds. But White Album does have some region to work with.
Yeah, it does feel as though Nothing to Say is just a step ahead. And if he gets to that level 6, while White Album's still level 4, I sense another solo kill in the future of this Void Spirit. Toss up into the air. That's back towards the tower. Ooh, starting to get hit here by Jiang Yu as well as Planet. You know, Planet was one of those guys who also got a lot of expectations thrown at him after that season with eHome and Phoenix Gaming. As hold that thought. Well, snowball into the Aether Remnant action there. Is White Album still on the run for Nothing to Say? The Resonant pulls through. The shards actually keep him close. And I don't know if you want to fight that White Album. He's getting closer and closer to that level 6, so he'll just take that step and jump you. But for now, level 5 is really the only thing keeping White Album alive. And I say that, White Album just kind of stops moving, goes into the snowball, and is just trying to juke Nothing to Say out. He's done a good job of doing so, at least for the moment.
That raindrop keeping him alive. Courier just delivered it, but in
There's
terms
that
of
level
CS, he
6.
just got level 6.
Oh.
Okay.
30 health, 30 health.
Again, raindrop. Very
Shiro.
clutch.
Very fire to stay alive. And Y is on the run. OP with some blocks. And and it looks like they'll get this kill on the Silencer, so that goes well for the side of Aster Ares, and so does the fact that they take out GNU. So Red Panda getting a kill over bottom, and you know, I would say, going back to that point about Planet, I think a lot of people thought of him as, you know, maybe the next FY. FY's still playing, but, you know, here comes this guy Planet. He has a couple of games on Rubik where he really shows off while playing for Phoenix and Phoenix Gaming as well as eHome. And you start to get these expectations of who are the next future stars. And
I can see a couple of future stars in the Chinese region, mostly coming out from position 4, Salad and Felix. So far, in their 2-3 series that they played, they looked amazing.
And it's crazy to think that somebody like Salad, who has been around for years, I've said it before and I'll say it again, you know, he's, I think, the only one who's ever played for every newbie organization. Newbie Miracle, Newbie Young, Newbie Mr. Game Boy, like, Newbie Boss. There's so many orgs that he kind of went through with that organization, or so many teams that he went through with that organization. He has so much experience under his belt coming into a position like that. He looks so good so far this year.
He did. Back to bottom lane. Phoenix deeping down. Ulu does have power treads. Viper is not dominating this matchup. 12 denies on CK, and he's about to crack level 5. Has that built-in lifesteal from the Chaos Strike. And the first rotation from Nothing to Say with the Haste Rune.
Here they go. Aether Remnant. Locking up Ulu. They've got the toss. The TP's coming in, but how quick is it going to be? OP looking for the fissure. He lands it, but Ulu is still locked up and killed off eventually. Has Nothing to Say grabs the last hit.
OP's
so he'll
gonna
get the
die
kill,
as well.
and OP now in a bit of a struggle spot as the right clicks come in from both Jiangyu as well as Nothing to Say, and it's Jiangyu who gets that kill. So 2 kills in that lane, and you know, Y comes over to get some solo experience here mid, and that's going to push him to a quicker level 6, have that Global Silence ready to go. And
They're still
Avalanche
not
comes
done.
out. Red Panda now with a dive away. Nothing to Say has one more step if he wants to risk going under the tower, but Ulu is also here. Aether Remnant maybe saving the life of Jiangyu as he had a 2-second stun on him from Ulu. The burn is on, and Ulu needs one more right click.
Oh,
Gets
the
urn on
jukes.
himself and jukes away from Ulu. Planet dies to White Album. Here comes White Album potentially for a double. And all this time spent allows the rotation from the Tusk to come in and clean up.
That's his way to come back into the game, this type of rotation. But also the rotation from Shaker. This is what kind of kills your game, because you TP'd, you got nothing out of it, and you need to walk back to a lane. Let's see if they can put some pressure on Shiro top.
Snowball all the way out, and White Album mid. Arcane Curse on him, but eventually a Walrus Punch to put Nothing to Say into the air. Aether Remnant lands with the Astral Step, and now, just on the edge, gets the kill on a White Album as OP dies, and a TP back for Aster
Back-to-back
Ares.
that's on Earthshaker. He's going to have a rough time. I was watching the top lane and the mid lane simultaneously, so Exorcism used on Shiro, some good juking coming out from him. They do manage to get a kill from it, and yeah, with this Ring of Health, he's going to turn that into Battle Fury. We'll try to find some neutral items in the jungle for himself. Rotation coming out from Tiny. Planet Deadman. Oh, is that a solo?
It looks maybe like it could have been, but let's take a look. Yeah. Solo.
Level 6 Silencer, you said. He was collecting XP on a mid lane.
That's a quick 6.
Level 6.5, 9 minutes into the game.
Whew. Look at him. He's ahead of his own Viper. That is collecting the EXP. Grinding. Snowball all the way over to Nothing to Say. They've got 3 heroes here to try and get the kill here on Nothing to Say, but they've got the Avalanche as well as the toss. They toss White Album with OP, and now Walrus Punch, White Album on the run, but he's using all these abilities with the Arcane Curse on him. He's going to take out. Nothing to Say actually grabs him with the Aether Remnant, so it's a killing spree for Nothing to Say. And, I mean, the aggression just doesn't stop from LGD. It looks so foreign to what we've seen in some other games when we're waiting till minute 12 for First Blood.
They also rotated Shiro to the bottom lane. On the top lane, we see Viper, who's, you know, not going to say struggling, but in the middle of the pack.
Sends him all the way back. He gets silenced with that Icarus dive and right back into the hands of LGD. Y gets the kill on Red Panda.
Difficult game for Phoenix. He's playing against Ursa and Silencer, these 2 heroes. very, very annoying for you. You're not going to be able to get the egg off, the global silence. We've seen how strong last word is against the dive. And also one thing to notice about Nothing to Say is he built arcane boots, something we usually don't see on Void Spirit. But considering how far ahead he is and how much mana he consumes, like this is gonna, we've seen that, I believe, yesterday or the day before on a Dead Prophet. That one didn't end too well. But I think on Void Spirit, because you can turn that into Eon Disc later on against the instant initiation from Earthshaker, Octarine Core, depending how your game's gonna go. Like even Silencer has arcane boots. The boots are so cheap.
So now they're working top. Jiang Yu in a little bit of trouble with the global silence. And it's here with that experience that he took over mid. Crypt Swarm. Ooh, Jiang Yu just surviving. They go to the Supernova. And now, do they have the right clicks to get this? Not looking likely. It's going to explode. The snowball comes across both Planet as well as Y. And it looks like they should clean up not one, but two on that one. They already took out Jiang Yu. It's White Album to grab them both. As they throw the avalanche out, the Sunray right on top of Planet. He's going to burn away, but
Here
eventually Shiro and Nothing to Say are here together and in tandem trying to get these kills on the side of Aster Ares. They look over at Red Panda. This is going to be a fourth dying for them as Shiro gets a double kill. Ooh, the only one able to survive for the side of Aster Ares as he walks away from the hands of Shiro and Nothing to Say.
These are not good trades for Aster Ares. Losing 4 heroes, trading it for supports. All the cores inside of PSG are alive. Did they kill Viper? Maybe
Yeah,
they did.
yeah.
They did.
Just
All
on the
right.
edge.
All right. They did, but still not that good of a trade. Earthshaker just hit his level 6 on a mid lane. 3 points in Fisher, working towards his mana boots. That's going to be a tough ask. Maybe he'll decide to skip it if he dies one more time, but White Album, his rotations are on point.
Yeah, he's rotating again. The shards are in, and they're going after the one who's struggling the most, and right now that's Jiang Yu. They go to the silence on to this Death Prophet, but the Spirit Siphon, you don't really want to fight this with just your 4 and 5 position, and with the Viper already backing away, there's really nothing for them to gain from this except die. Echo Slam mid, OP, throws it down on Nothing to Say. Red Panda now, he's got the Sunray on top of Nothing to Say, as well as the Icarus Attack coming in, but he's going to TP away, so this Echo Slam doesn't do anything for them.
Not really. It's 1 point in Aftershock, so 0 point, less than a second stun, pretty much. Not enough creeps around him, and White Spirit is farmed. He has that Magic Wand, has that Null Talisman, going into Witchblade next. This is going to be some really nice timings on that Witchblade as well. But
Which one?
Witchblade, yeah.
Okay.
So Ursa, his Battle Fury is done, which means that
That's quick. Oh my god.
it's 13 minutes. Not just Battle Fury, it's also Phase
Phase
Boots and
too.
the Magic Wand.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, he's really farming up a storm here. I keep saying farming up a storm. I don't know what really farming a storm is, but I'll assume it's something
Radiant's
good.
bottom tower is under attack.
Farming a
See.
stone, you know, maybe if there's a hurricane, it destroys the house, and then you're farming the furniture from the house when it comes down. Not sure what it is. Could be.
Is under attack.
I gotta find another
Are fortified.
adjective, verb
Radiant's bottom tower
Noun?
is under attack.
for
Maybe if
Whatever
there's a
farming
storm
is.
spirit in the game and
Yeah,
he's
yeah,
feeding,
yeah.
you can say farming the storm.
Yeah, okay. I'll go back to it when there's a storm spirit in the game. So
Radiant's bottom tower has
hopefully
fallen.
one of these days we'll get storm again. And you can see Shiro here farm is up there, 7,200 net worth. Has that Battle Fury of course that we were just talking about. They've been really shutting down Jiang Yu. He has a little bit of the struggle bus at the moment, which I don't think is particularly on him as a player at the moment. We used to see this from LGD when Faithion kind of had his lane sacrificed as well. But it has opened up time and space for both the mid and the safe laner of LGD, and they do have a 3K lead. So things at the moment for LGD are looking good, but what do Aster Ares need to do to get back into this one?
Right now they're gonna smoke. I like that White Album is being very active. He lost the mid lane, but he's keeping up
Why?
almost
Snowball
with
shards.
nothing to say.
And there's an easy kill.
And again, yeah.
Radiant's bottom
Keep
tower
doing that,
is
what
under
they're
attack.
doing, until CK is gonna be fight ready. CK is going into BKB next. Usually it's Armlet into Echo Saber, but he might still swap things around. If he feels like that he needs a BKB before the deal against this Void Spirit Viper, that there's like even removing the global silence, he's gonna go for BKB.
Yeah, buying the Ogre Axe first, so he does have the option, right? Aether Remnant, nothing to say. He's by himself. He's not going to get this kill onto Shang-Chi, but that's a valiant attempt. So 12-8, nothing to say. Freely farming down here bottom. He's going into the Kaya. Finish off the E-Blade eventually. They are nearby. Snowball on a planet. He's trying to take out that Obs. Fissure hits. Global Silence is used. That means Red Panda, no Supernova for him. Shiro gets an easy kill onto Red Panda and maybe looks for more as the rest of the team is actually just backing away.
Yeah, one of the games where position 5 Phoenix definitely not gonna pop off. We're not gonna see Shivas or anything. He's under-leveled, level 8, 16 minutes into the game, playing against Silencer and Ursa might be a difficult task. Like, even nothing to say is Void Spirit, who can easily force a bad egg, and then Ursa hits it. They can easily disengage if they don't want to take this fight.
Avalanche, they were waiting for Red Panda. Oh, dear. Y's gonna get the kill. The snowball comes in from White Album, and now they're gonna look for the silence. The Echo Slam placed down on a nothing to say. Ooh, gets credit for the kill, and now they'll look over at Y. The chase is on for Master Ares, looking for this silencer, but the Avalanche from Planet, maybe a save, not enough. White Album getting a second for the side of Master Ares as Planet now needs to get away. And he's got a TP, but
not gonna do it. He wants to be able to farm his Blink on the next wave. Net Profit using Exorcism. There's going to be a glyph from PSG LGD, but not a bad fight. I talked about Shaker's items, that he's probably going to skip his mana boots, and he did. He decided to go for the shard instead, which I think is a good choice.
He showed up here with the TP and then tried to Tumbler's Toy away. Ends up getting hit by the Fissure, the Reality Rift, and another stun from Ulu, so he'll be pushed further from that Blink.
Some easy kills for Aster Ares. Shaker, a bit low on mana with this type of a build, because you're going into Fissure. Does have Arcane Ring to work with, so any neutral items, if you find the shovel, it's also really good. Now we're getting into tier 2 item territory. You will definitely want to find the Philosopher's Stone for your Earthshaker, so he can actually farm a Blink Dagger.
Get that Philly.
Get that big boy Philly, yeah.
Did he originally have Arcane Boots queued up on Earthshaker? He did,
yeah,
right?
But the game was not going well for him, and he already had like 900 gold saved up 12, 13 minutes into the game, so it's much better in most situations to just save up for the shard.
So smoke here from PSG LGD. Ooh, maybe even thinking about Roche. But they'll find Red Panda instead. Astral Step, Aether Remnant, and 2 shots from Shiro.
It's a Roche DD on your Ursa. Ursa is level 15 compared to CK's level 13. And this is going to be, I'm not going to say a freebie. Let's see if they decide to maybe contest it with the Fissure. But still, 15 Fury Swipe stacks on Roshan. Global Silence available, so definitely a difficult task for Aster Ares.
Not going to be available if he dies, though, with the Fissure Reality Rift and the kill. He only got the Global off just in the nick of time. And now they're going to look over as the jump was in, the jump was out. White Album goes in with a snowball. The Avalanche is going to stop him in his tracks. White Album now continuing forward, looking over it. Nothing to say. He'll land the shards, but they dissimulate over to the shards. And a 4 staff away.
Not too bad in the end for Aster Ares. They got BKB out of Ursa because he was standing on top of the Fissure, so did not want to get stunned. Maybe someone gets in with the snowball, steals his Aegis. Wanted to keep it, so good choice from Shiro to just pop a BKB. And they also lost the Silencer plus a Global.
He dies. He gets the Global off just to, like, with the split second he had. Very close for him to get that off. And it didn't really lead to, like, this massive fight, but that's probably because I think Aster Ares were a little hesitant once that Global came out. Now that it's not up, 5-man smoke fighting into the Aegis seems very dangerous, and they'll actually get hit by that Aether Remnant, so they know that the smoke's coming. Yeah.
What a play there.
4K lead. This mechanism picked up for Silencer. Ow.
We will see Mech pretty much every single game / Guardian Greaves. The item is cheap, gives a huge team fight, very easily bought on position 5. Like, this is if he had a bit of a better game, this could have been easily 15-minute mech. I saw some games where position 5s can get a 10, 12-minute mech. Nothing to say. Does have another Astral Step.
The shards are there, but he's in biz. Assimilate.
Attack.
Another step. Actually, turning this on OP for a second. Fissure lands, snowballs in. And now he doesn't have a step. He doesn't have Assimilate, so they'll Echo Slam, they'll get the kill. Nothing to say, getting a little bit greedy with how he was trying to get out of that
He was
one.
trying to toy with them, but underestimated damage coming out from White Album. This is the first Deso reveal. Extra 2 damage on Deso. And another smoke. They're not afraid to fight when there's no Void Spirit holding the high ground. PSG LGD.
Avalanche toss, Fissures in, Global Silence used, and Planet trying to get the kill here on a White Album. It'll be a last shot right click from Shiro. Now fighting Ooh, who pops the BKB to run. It's on the side near the tier 1 tower. Exorcism. Okay. Y's just going to TP out. Fissure lands on a Planet. Planet's there with Shiro as well as Jiangyu. Sengshi throws a silence onto Planet, but that's not really going to lead to anything. Exorcism used.
He tried to go for a solo kill and Silencer rejoin with the team, but Silencer understood. There's nothing to stop the TP with. Gets out.
Ambitious.
Yeah. I like that Shiro's not hesitating to use his BKB. He finds out the real CK immediately, even after him using the Phantasm, knows that he's not going to be able to get stunned or anything, and just try to chase him down. The only one who's kind of struggling on PSG LGD is Zhang Yu. Right now, still in the middle of the pack. Like his item progression is, you know, slowed down a bit, going into BKB next, but he's super tanky. He does have Pupil's Gift going into BKB next, and a bit of a save with the Force Staff.
Yeah, he's middle of the pack. He's right there with the Death Prophet, but it did feel like his game stagnated a lot with the couple of deaths that he had over bottom. So we'll see if he can kind of regain that. The map's not really for him, though, right?
It's most Ursa takes a lot of map with his Battle Fury, so there's not much space for him to farm. Same goes for Void Spirit, one-shotting the creep waves with the Astral Step and Pulse. Going into that E-Blade that you mentioned, getting very close to it. Needs another 400, 500 gold.
Should have it soon. He's got the gold just about, and there it is. So gets that gold ready to go, and should have that E-Blade. We'll see how that helps him out. You know, picking up that level 15 outer Dissimilate ring.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
So we saw it as he Dissimilated the last time for that creep wave. We'll see it go a little bit further. There it is in action again. Thank you. Nothing to say. Appreciate you being a good example there. Shiro's here with Planet to push in this bottom lane. They've actually got 4 heroes with Jiangyu as well as Y, and they're going to bring in Uwu. OP moving forward, looking for the fissure. Uwu's there too. And they've got Planet over to the side with the BKB pop. They go to the Global Silence, so now they're in a little bit of trouble. Planet, he's waiting for his moment to potentially go after the BKB. All 5 heroes are here for Aster Ares, and it will just stop.
Global was used, but oh, Planet, he got found. Blink. He's out. They were still thinking about getting in because CK used his BKB and Ursa still had his.
Right.
But they don't need to rush things. If they can get a pick off, next Roshan might respawn in 2.5 minutes. He dies so quickly with Ursa, and also Ursa does rely on getting his shot. Like, you don't want to buy a shard on Ursa when you can get it for free. And I like what I see from Shiro so far, pretty much having a perfect game. Not using BKB early on when it's needed to get the most out of it, and you could see him holding a BKB in the previous fight, understanding that you know, there's a Global Silence. They only have 2 BKBs, but I still can't die to it. And also going into Aghanim Scepter. So if they try to stun him, he can still get the Enrage off and mess up with the Shaker's combo.
Yeah, truthfully, going into the next Roche, if the timing's right, he could potentially be there with, what, both Ags and Ag Shard hitting at the same time. Like, that's going to be a massive power spike for this Ursa. Pretty disgusting, truthfully. If it all times right, you know, 1.5 minutes to potentially get Roche and Is that enough time to farm up
They just
2,000?
got Viper's BKB, so they're going to be ready to fight again. Smoke from PSG LGD. They're going to do a wrap around.
All the way up? No. OP's over to the side. Planet looking for his blink in. Might actually just find himself Shanxi, and they go in. They'll look over at OP. They've got the right-click damage with the BKB being popped. They go to the Exorcism. There's the Arcane Curse out of the Death Prophet, who pops their own BKB. Viper Strike thrown out as well. They've got the Supernova in a decent spot.
That's a
They'll
bad
look over
egg.
at Y, and immediately taken out. I thought it was going to look decent, but then gets cleaned up quickly. So, Sangshi goes down. They've got Red
Bash.
Panda. They look over at White Album,
That's a
toss him
full
up into
team
the air.
wipe.
They'll look over at Ulu. It's going to be 4, make it a 5th. It's a full team wipe here for PSG LGD. And it all comes up clean for them. They lose Y, but it's position 5, and as I've been told before, yeah, that doesn't matter. So LGD, they do it well, and they do it clean.
It was a good
A lot of
initiation
damage
from
for
Planet.
Ursa.
He was the one who planted down Observer Ward from Fog, which they were thinking about getting it denied because there's a still sentry. Yeah, and finds initiation, and look at Shiro. BKB immediately. Viper force-tapped himself to be able to use ulti on Dead Prophet.
It
And
looked
Egg in the middle of
okay, yeah.
all PSG LGD members. Without Shaker, you can't really defend the Egg. And after all, Planet will deny that Observer Ward that he plays, but they got the most out of it.
Radiant's
White
top
Album,
tower
TP
has
top. Not sure that's the direction you want to go. By the way, Roche, it's up. And Ags, it's on its way. So a big
Radiant's
power
bottom
spike
tower is under
for Shiro here, and you can see the level 20 talent, the 12 Fury Swipes damage. You like that one over the -2 second Earthshock cooldown?
Yeah, it's pretty standard on Ursa. You go for Fury Swipes reset time. Unless you don't build a Battle Fury, then you are running out of mana. So I've seen, if you're like having a bad game going into Diffusal, then you pick up the Mana Regen talent. Or if there's Mana Boots on your team, you can go for the other one. But other than that, it's pretty standard. So as you said, pretty big power spike for Shiro, having that Aghanim Scepter and Shard, plus a Global Silence, plus a Force Staff, toss back from Tiny, another Force Staff on him. So I don't think this Ursa, like this is a game where Ursa ends this game with 0 deaths.
Definitely feels that way, and yeah, there's the Ags showing up. He's actually going right into the Ags Blessing. He wants to keep that slot open, put the Basher back in. Guess he doesn't plan on losing that Aegis ever.
Gonna hold that forever.
This is mine.
I think it's a correct choice. Because he still wants to be able to use his BKB, have that in inventory, and also have a Basher.
Radiant's top tower is under
Maybe
attack.
if you're holding, like if you needed a slot,
Are fortified.
get a Basher, get the BKB in the backpack, but he's gonna unlock a new slot, so it's all good for him.
So the vision's there. They can spot OP coming. Avalanche comes out with the BKB. Ooh, God, with the Battle Fury. The damage coming out on the Red Panda, and OP goes down. The Walrus Punch is going to be out onto Shiro. That buys him time, but is it going to be enough time? Shiro turns this around. He's got that Ags. He goes for the Enrage. The Yule's up into the air. They look for the Aether Remnant, but it's not going to land. The Supernova's on the back lines with the BKB being popped here by the Death Prophet. They back off, and it looks like LGD, they might just re-engage after this. They've got the Vision down. It's going to be taken out in just a second by White Album, but Shiro, he goes in. He looks for
Oh, the
and he
cleave.
cleans him up with the cleave coming through on a Red Panda, as well as this Death Prophet. Echo Slam comes down, but it's only just the Aegis. They kill off OP. They look over at White Album. The only one alive is Red Panda, and LGD clean it up to a GG call from Aster Ares.
What a
LGD,
clean performance from PSG LGD, and what a performance from Shiro. Nothing to say. Kind of carried the game for the first 10-15 minutes,
Yeah.
and then Shiro took over.
That was a really impressive buy, nothing to say. And you saw it early, the solo kill that comes out on a White Album. It really just opens up the opportunity. For a second, I thought maybe Aster Ares were pulling it back because they had that fight over bottom. You remember White Album comes over, cleans up a couple of kills. It looks like, oh, you know what? The Tusk game's not as over as maybe I thought it was. And it opened up so much space there for Shiro. And in true Shiro Ame fashion, Shame, he's the new, yeah, he's Shame. All right, you know what? That's patented. So I'm going to keep that. And, he farmed up a Storm. Battle Fury. You know,
I don't
does
think you
everything.
can ask for a better performance on Ursa. Also, blessed by Gaben a little bit there near the Roche pit, picking up a double damage. Gonna help out. I mean, the outcome would probably still be the same, but yeah, just in terms of how PSG LGD is playing, I don't think much has changed. Even though they changed the players, you can still see this aggression. You can see this precision, how they're moving around the map, going for the objectives. Everyone in the team knows what they're supposed to do, and looks really good. Like, this is the third game that we see them in action, and so far they've been looking very crisp.
Yeah, so LGD, they get the victory in game number 1. And to break it down further, we've got the glorious panel. Take it away.
Thank you guys so much. I do have my glorious panel here beside me and LGD. We were all so excited to see them play again. We finally get to see it. And was it everything you expected, Lizard?
It was everything I expected. Everything.
All my dreams have come true.
All my dreams have come true. Everything I ever wanted was to see a Tusk struggle versus a Void Spirit on the mid lane. It kind of made me feel like I'm not the one, I'm not to blame. I know.
It is the hero.
It happens to the best of us as well. It happens to White Album. Like, the lane went so poorly. It didn't go nearly as well as I thought it should at the beginning. And it did lead to a couple of rotations. To be honest, it did lead to a couple of good Tusk rotations. Maybe he decided that he needs to leave the lane a little bit earlier. He goes bottom, he gets a couple of kills. It was solid, but it doesn't negate the fact that Void Spirit is just completely free farming on the mid lane. Nothing to say, he's having a great time. And if he's having a great time, usually his whole team is as well.
Just absolutely love the playstyle of PSG and also like draft. When you get to this second phase and you're able to pick Silencer after seeing Shaker and Phoenix as a support duo, insane Silencer game paired with the aggression of Void Spirit Ursa, who are just dominating their lanes. Ursa, Void Spirit pretty much top net worth the entire game. You have, like, it's just all these highlights. It's Void goes in or Ursa goes in, you just set the pace. And for Asta Ares, their lineup, they kind of want to be the aggressors with the Tusk and the CK. They want to be equally as explosive, but they can't. They don't really have the damage or ability to take the fight. And unfortunately, we've now seen another Death Prophet game, which you aren't able to take the early tower, which you aren't able to set the pace of the game because you just don't have that extra something to get you through. So I think, yeah, PSG, their drafting is clean, their play is clean, and yeah, it's just so good.
Yeah, they're just moving to the right places on the map. Nothing to say. Anytime someone comes mid, he goes on them. He's keeping up pressure there. He's making sure no one can sit there happily. So they're like, okay, we'll move to different parts of the map. He matches that too. He's going top. He's fighting there. He's defending his tower, getting kills. And then they just kind of like know that their next timing is when Ursa feels comfortable to come smoke and take a fight. They get a DD. They smoke into the enemy triangle to look for a kill there. That's when they kill the Phoenix, get the Aegis, and snowball off the back of that.
Do you feel like there could have been a little bit of a change up for Asta Ares? They picked Death Prophet Shaker in their opening draft, even though there were still, I guess, more meta post fours that they could have picked up. Do you think the Shaker change up would have helped, or you actually kind of liked how the Shaker played for them?
I feel like what Chipo was talking about is that PSG LGD felt completely comfortable playing. Meanwhile, I feel that Asta Ares felt completely comfortable drafting. I think what they have drafted for themselves is completely in their comfort zone, but sadly it's just not synergizing well enough versus what PSG LGD is bringing to the table. It's good for them, but not necessarily that great versus like T-Gav mentioned, the Silencer. It has an amazing game. Like, whenever you play a Phoenix into a Silencer, look at the Phoenix. He has a fluffy hat and a magic wand, right? Like, this guy needs...
Oh yeah, that's rough.
Yeah, this guy needs at least one item to get rid of the global. He needs a Lotus or a Eul's to actually be able to position his egg properly and not just kind of wing it the same second that global silence disappears, because he has to. He has to do something in the fight, but it's already too late.
It could also be comfort, right? Don't forget Asta Ares are playing with a stand-in, OP.
Yeah, for sure.
The last time he played competitively, 2020. Would you like to play a bit of trivia?
I can see
Yes.
your screen, so I know the answer.
Don't answer.
I won't.
I can't see it.
What
Did you see
hero?
it?
I'm learning around.
No.
What hero did OP, aka the POS 4 player in this last game, play when he last played competitive?
I'm gonna say Shaker.
Yeah, it was a pretty easy trivia. So 2 years ago, he played Shaker.
Good job, good
and
job.
now he played Shaker again. So
Congratulations.
potentially-
Did he
Please.
win or
A
lose,
clap.
though?
He lost.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
did. So
Double trivia.
it could just be like a comfort thing. Again,
Yeah,
like he
right.
doesn't actively play competitively anymore. You're standing in for a team. You're going against PSG. What do you want to play? Just give me my Shaker, right? So I think it's the first Shaker I think we've seen in Chinese DPC at least. And
Yep.
yeah,
Yep.
we might just see it again out of comfort. I don't know if I'd want to see it realistically. If they do pick it, I don't want to see it paired with another support like Phoenix, because these two supports kind of do the same thing in the fight, kind of fringe engagement heroes, but then when the fight breaks out, they want to be in the heart of it. They aren't really enabling and supporting other heroes. And you kind of see here, these type of highlights, all of Asta Ari's fights is, we're kind of here, but like we need everyone else to do the damage for us. And yeah, the speed in which PSG rotates comes in and also brings numbers, yeah, insanely strong.
Yeah, with this stand-in, there's going to have to be some sort of compensation when it comes to drafting. Hopefully, they can have this little bit of a break to talk about it, think about it, and come back stronger in game number 2. LGD versus Asta Aries. We've got our game number 2 coming up very soon. You're leaving me. She's shuffling
I'm in your
over.
shot.
Come more into my shot. Perfect.
There we
Okay.
go.
We like this panel a little bit more.
Okay, I'm not moving.
The-
This has
Okay.
made the camera people very upset.
The other guys are like, do I have to frame up this other one? I don't think they're not gonna. It's fine.
Our draft, it's going to pop up on screen, but before it does, quickly, is there going to be a Viper ban?
Just gonna screenshot that one. That's my new Twitter picture.
Is there a Viper ban? Yes, no?
Bye, Nat.
No. Yes.
Yes, there is.
No, you cheated. I saw you look. I saw you look.
Guilty. Yeah, I did look. I
Yeah.
thought it was an actual question, not like a prediction
3.
question. Might be.
Tusk 3.
Yeah, Tree's still in. Are they going to pick it though?
No,
They-
no one
I-
likes Trian.
I was going to say they sort of glossed over it last time, but this Viper ban, do you feel that it needed to be first phase? Was it a really big issue for them to deal with?
I feel like it was. Yeah, you just get rid of that nasty hero. Like, do you know what's wrong with Viper? He comes into the lane and he just stinks. He does
He's just afraid of
absolutely
the
nothing.
Sting. And you have like a just hand him some deodorant, man. It's fixable.
It's not fixable.
Gamers,
not,
if you're
not with
listening
that
right
odor.
now, it's fixable. Deodorant.
Stink? The
Google
stink
it.
is fixed.
I mean, it's.
It doesn't
it's
help if he
showering
doesn't
first,
shower.
Technically.
Yeah.
Shower as well.
You can't-
Both.
Do
Yeah.
both.
So for Asta Arrows at least.
These are clean. Like when I look at Lashrak, he looks very clean. Like,
Yeah.
he's basically straight out of a thermal place or a sauna or something. You know, like he's just glowing.
What about Tiny?
Sparkling.
Going back
Sparkling.
to your Viper question,
Yeah.
so for Asta Ares, at least a ban, it's I think a team that knows how to beat Viper wouldn't even care about it. But I think the issue is they're too afraid of it being offlane, it being like the versatility of it. They're like, okay, let's just get rid of it. And hopefully, because of their banning out Viper, more of the meta goes through. So that's why you're seeing them get Tiny and Leshrak. Tree completely ignored in this phase. I think PSG honestly are pretty happy in this position because they can put their Tusk mid, Phoenix just whatever support. And they're going to still have this exact same playstyle that they did in the previous game, but just with 2 different heroes. They haven't changed up their playstyle based on these picks now. It's still the same.
Just seeing these 4 picks, sheep.
Okay, I'm looking.
A question
I'm
for
thinking.
you.
Okay, go.
Would you rather be a Phoenix in this game or in that last one?
Just based off the
Just
four
based
picks.
off these ones. Yeah.
Oh, this game because there's only 2 heroes I have to play against.
Only
instead
2
of
heroes
5.
that can.
It's a 2v2.
It's a 2v. It's not bad.
Perfect answer. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I love it.
The Leshrak being first phase, though, I think that is another talking point for Asta Ares. Is this more of a deny pick? We don't want to let it get through. We're really comfortable on it.
Well,
we think it's OP.
It's not a deny pick and it's not OP. Like, yeah, there is the Bloodstone build still, sure, but it's all right and it's very versatile with Tiny. I think that's the main point. You can still put it on the offlane even, but like to answer my directed question to Sheep,
Hi.
Phoenix here looks amazing. Like it's
yeah.
a completely different hero in this game than in the last one. Not only because you're extremely strong versus Lash, both of these heroes do not touch your egg, but you have a hero that has very low cooldown disables in the Tusk.
Well, now they can counter it.
Now now everything changes and Sheep was right.
I mean, yeah, when there was only 2 heroes and not 5. I mean, that's the problem, right? You pick Phoenix, people will pick some Ursa, some Snapfire, some Mirana, some Lina, some anything with fast hit.
I think it's just too obvious though. This Snapfire pick, like, it might
Yeah.
look cool, but I think it's on face value, it's just bad. I think because PSG their response, Brew Rubik, the Brew when you split, you can always be able to tornado. The fights of PSG are so messy with these heroes, and also Rubik playing on the fringe, Tusk getting in the middle, the split of Brew. Like it's not as simple as Snap beats Phoenix. When you actually think about the fights,
Yes.
Snap will never get to Phoenix. So this pick, sure, it helps with one aspect, but I don't see that aspect ever arising unless Asta Ares are like heavily in the lead in this game.
What kind of a player are you, Sheep? Do you like playing on the fringe or do you go all in,
I
full
go
Davai?
all in. I'm a piece of shit.
You're
I
full
just
Davai,
wanna
yeah.
punch
that's
people
small.
in the face, man. I'm mad.
Let's go. Spirit Breaker, Undying, Tree, and Tusk.
Maybe we should have put
None of
those 2
us.
next to each other
Yeah, I
too.
feel like I
go.
really am just like a rift in the panel. I'm just like, yes.
I'm a blink Snapfire buyer.
Yeah, you just
right
go in.
All right, so Snap, sure, maybe that one niche thing that it deals with opens up a few other issues. Is this solved sort of a little bit by that Slark, or
You can see how they're trying to draft here, because Asta Ares, when they picked Tiny Leshrak, it's how they drafted against Extreme Gaming in their victory. It's why you see PSG with that second phase Darkseer ban. That's what unlocked Asta Ares to actually win that game against Extreme. And I feel like they're also drafting for the exact same style, which is a run and gun. You know, after laning phase, you're just going to keep poking, keep punishing them. PSG, if the Brew doesn't have split, if the Phoenix doesn't have egg, Asta Ares will run over them. Like, they don't have perfect stuns. That's why Slark looks pretty good. You have great save as well with the shards. So, yeah, I feel like this Asta Ares draft is great. I think the Snapfire pick will be amazing early damage. It's not for the egg, it's just for the game. So honestly, I do like Aster Ares draft. Can they punish PSG and actually execute what that type of lineup that they have?
Yeah. The only thing that I feel is like greatly missing is just some like Lestrak pairs well with heroes like Mars. Obviously, so does Snapfire, but it's like this hero that keeps things in place for you to do your damage. Otherwise, like LGD can just buy things like 4 staffs, and they're going to be able to completely control like the mobility of the fight versus like the Slark, the Lestrak. If they can just get out of that immediate range, it's kind of hard for like Ares to output all that damage.
Yeah, it also comes down to initiating, right? Because on one side you have Phoenix and Brew. These aren't really the heroes that like to poke and get out. They kind of commit. You commit with the ultis.
Yeah.
So I definitely can see your point, and that Aster, it's easier for them to set up a fight, but it's also harder for them to keep people in place, right? So if they poke every now and then, get a couple of ultis out, it's possible. We'll see. Yeah. Do you recommend anything as their last pick to help out with that? They have an offlane, right? Still in the pool. Is Mars an option? Is he banned?
No, he wasn't banned. I was pretty hype about it.
Okay.
I mean, it seems like the most obvious.
He's
pick,
not
yeah.
banned.
Yeah, he's in.
He's in.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were saying he was banned.
No,
and I was
no.
like, is he? I don't see him.
No, he's good.
Okay.
Yeah, no, Mars would be my number 1 for Ares, for sure.
They kind of need some nice stun to be able to deal with the Brewmaster. And okay, I was gonna say, are Ares gonna ban out the Bloodseeker as well? Oh, we actually get last
Just a
pick.
Slark counter, yeah.
This is a bold Alk pick, just in regards to the idea of protecting jungle, because of course Slark, Leshrac, these heroes, they like to poke their heads in. But for PSG, they have so much great wave clear with all their heroes. And even in lane, you just can't put Acid Spray down in lane, you have some Phoenix, like it's a self-sufficient lane, Rubik as well in the other lane. Like they actually have great ways to delay that it's gonna be quite hard to kill off this Alk.
I feel like for me, Slark eventually wins the game, like later on. But the problem is usually how it goes versus an Alchemist, you don't get that late. And as a Slark, you like these engagements in which you get a pick off, you reset. Alk doesn't let you do that. He gets his items way too soon, 20-minute mark, and he's all in.
It's like, how decisive do you want to be? Is there like a Beastmaster? Beastmaster's banned. I was going to say, Beastmaster for Aster Ares would be good here. You need something to pressure that lane and take over the tower, take over the jungle.
I'm still seeing the Mars, I guess.
They go Tide.
They go Tide instead. Okay.
It's like, you have to just think about, you need a hero in offlane that just delays Alk's farm a little bit, because by the time that Slark has his timing of Diffusal, maybe Diffusal Ags, Alk will have, let's say like Radiance, Blink, BKB. And that alone will just offset that matchup. And then if Slark finds that 1 kill and delays the next item, he's able to catch up in effectiveness of items. Of course, he will always be an item behind or so, but I don't mind the Tide pick. It gives a little bit of pressure. I like just how clean PSG's lineup overall is. You have the Brew as well to lift up the Tide in the mid-game fights. Yeah, I think I still prefer PSG just because they're performing also a lot better. But it's a nice draft from Aster Ares. It's very unique in its aggression. So if they execute, for sure, they could still maybe win this game.
Yeah. Do you think it's going to be able to get to that Space Lizard for them to execute the way that they need to?
It depends. If Slark has a good game, well, for Slark to have a good game, Tide and Lesh also have to do the majority of the heavy lifting. If they do get to that super late game, I think Aster Ares can take it. But
What's the super late game like? What's that timing?
It's like
That's-
22 minutes.
yeah, with Alchemist, that's like 35 minutes.
Yeah,
That's
okay.
super late already. If they can surpass
40
that
plus is
timing,
kind of
40
like-
plus, yeah,
Okay.
where Slark is actually hitting hard, I think they can take this. But I just don't see it happening. Alchemist feels like such a good pick.
Alk.
Awesome. Thank you, Alk. That's a question that we're going to have to ask our casters too, B-Cup and Lacoste. Alk? Question mark?
Alk.
Alk. Yeah.
Alk. All right.
Wise man once said, when it's an alchemist game, it's an alchemist game. This one we'll have to see about it, because if they make some stacks for alchemists, there are a bunch of heroes on Aster Ares side that like to take the stacks, that can move around the map relatively early on. This is Tidehunter. This is Leshrac that can get easily in the jungle. And on one side, we have relatively big ultis with Brewmaster and Phoenix. The only one on Aster Ares' side is Tidehunter. Even with the Snapfire Kisses down, they can still take the fight. Mostly it's going to be about that Ravage. So we'll see how Tide's game's going to be. He is playing against the Alchemist. Looking at some of the items, he's starting with the Ring of Protection, because he knows that Acid Spray lowers his armor. This is a good spell. This spell got buffed by quite a lot. Mana cost is decreased from 160 on level 4 to 130 at all levels, so 10 per level, which is a really nice buff for a hero like an Alchemist who doesn't have big mana pool. And looking at some of the other heroes on side of PSG LGD, yeah, the Tusk, again, I think we're going to see more of this hero. It's been super popular so far in the Chinese DPC. We talked about the hero not having too many weaknesses this time around. Nothing to say. We'll play it, and he's going to need to be the playmaker. He needs to move around the map. It's going to be about him and Rubik. Phoenix also a hero that doesn't move. OP. Let's see
Sliding
if
away.
they can put in some extra damage. Shiro did not want to get stunned level 1. Did not want to get baited.
Yeah, took the acid spray, which is good. It's the good first pick. A-okay. Looking over mid, nothing to say. Oh, look at it. Bugged ethereal item. Woo. Trail of the Burning Doom, that's going to be on the fist item for nothing to say. That is similar to the Bleak Hallucination that you see on FY. That is why he is on fire. There's nothing wrong with your screen. It is all according to the way the bugged item works, but it's really cool. I do like that. Nothing to say on that Tusk. One of the things I want to talk about is Planet being on his best hero, Rubik. This is how he's basically gotten a name for himself, is with said Rubik, and I'm excited to see what he does with this hero. We've seen a lot of good Rubik performances already. Can he even live up to the standards of what we've seen from players like Felix and Salad, right?
Yeah, they have been dominating on the Rubik. We've seen so many good plays. I thought Planet got the name from playing Earthshaker, not Rubik. Because he was using Planet, the Arcana of the Earthshaker, and then that's where the Planet comes from.
That is also true. You're not wrong. But it was a little bit of both. I would say probably, yeah, more so the Earthshaker than the Rubik. You're not wrong. But he has really shown up to be a very hype Earthshaker Rubik player. And I've said it already once this series. Who does that remind you of? Potentially, Ethel. If you said that, you may have been correct. But
Is this a trivia?
it's in between game rolling trivia. If you guessed C, you were correct. OP just trying to mess with these heroes of Y and Shiro. Shiro on this Alc, we'll see how he does. Right now going one of the Acid Spray, has that other one under the Grieval's Greed. So just farming here up against Shanxi. And how do you feel about this Alc?
Oh, Tiny might be in trouble. Let's see, 2 more Fire Spirits.
Does he have it?
Not enough damage. With the Tango, it's going to be enough. But he is giving Shiro complete free farm, and that's why Shiro decided to get the point in Grieval's Greed that you mentioned.
Yeah, right now just pretty much free to do whatever he wants, getting that extra gold, and really already sitting top of the CS chart, and it really doesn't look like there's anything to stop him. So, over mid, this is the biggest matchup I think we've talked about. We've talked about how nothing to say really needs to be on it. We've seen a lot of Tusks move around and then try to get and put their pressure down. We'll see if nothing to say can do that here. Up against this little Shrek, how do you think this lane is going to go?
He's doing better than I expected. We saw in the previous matchup when he was playing Void Spirit that he completely dumpstered it. Last Track should have an upper hand, but nothing to say seems to know the matchup, keeping up with the Lash, being able to last hit. Ulu bottom. Ooh, that Thunderclap misses. Oh, it actually hit him, but it's only level 1.
Not too high just yet. As this is Jiang Yu on this Brewmaster. And it always feels like it's just so easy to be like, okay, he's playing Brewmaster. What would Faith Beyond have done? It just feels like that's going to be the question that they have to live under, right? Like, for Shiro, Planet, and Jiang Yu, they're always living under that for probably the entirety of the year.
Pretty much. They're going to get compared to old PSG LGD members because they have been so successful.
FBD. What would Faith Beyond do? Nice try. Is really the mantra, I guess, of that bottom lane. So we'll see if it works out.
A little bit of Kale, but they want to go.
It's good to be back, Kale.
Missed that word.
Yeah, I actually do a lot. It's nice to see. But, it's just going to be a quick pause. We got the Gs going ready. Here we go. Shiro back into it. 24-2 here for Shanxi.
Doing good. I mean,
Yeah.
he's not contested. He can't really die to Phoenix Alchemist. Alchemist who just put the point in Unstable Concoction, level 4. So, Tidehunter already
Xiangyu.
tanky enough.
Bottom lane getting really low. How can he escape this? It is very tough for him. He'll salve up and try to walk away. Ulu and Red Panda unable to get first blood there. But kind of close. Still, though, nothing to say, as well as Shiro farming up really well. You know, you do have Shexy doing what he can in this lane, but will it be enough, I guess is the question.
He becomes almost unkillable. Like, you need to rotate 3 heroes. One of them needs to be Tusk with the punch to be able to bring down this Tidehunter, who does have 2 points in Kraken Shell, and Tiny stacking up some jungle for Leshrac, like even Tidehunter. Both of these heroes can farm it.
Oof. Looks like a lot of creeps here in the triangle. And a lot to farm. As you can see, the stacks being made in the dire side of the jungle as well. Good amount of stacks being made by Y, and those will eventually be cleaned up by Alchemist, and that will really bolster his gold.
That should help.
Might be something that Aster Ares want to get aware of and throw potentially OP into the jungle to get some vision on that, right?
Yeah, as we said, they have Leshrac and Tidehunter. Oh, Tusk, rotation, does
Yeah.
have a punch.
Has some help from Planet, and White Album going to be in trouble. One more right click needed. Y gets first blood over White Album, and the rotations from the supports, which is something that has been a common sight in the Chinese region, bringing the party over mid at about 6 minutes in.
Pretty standard from what we've seen in the last couple of days.
Yeah.
Both supports rotating mid, securing the rune for their mid laner, and it's going to be a haste rune for nothing to say.
Jinyu can buy that stun. Pounce leashing. Some trouble here for the Brewmaster. Fade Bolt, Telekinesis saving him. Ooh, throwing him closer to the Brewmaster. And, well, let's see. They've got the shards. They'll have the Walrus Punch. Ulu getting low. Dark Pack not going to be enough. Nothing to say with the kill here on Ulu. And to kill me, to kill bottom. All of a sudden, nothing to say. He's made some big impact already.
And the wave is pushing in on a mid lane, so nothing of value was lost. Tiny with the Avatos combo. Why you smile? Oof.
What?
A bit of a miscommunication there. He thought Tiny's going to toss him on top of him.
Yeah, the stun, it looks a little bit weird. I guess we understand the concept of that what should have happened. So just a bit of miscommunication, missing out on a kill there on the Phoenix. But nothing too terrible at the end of the day.
Shiro also stacking for himself the small camp. He wants to have that efficiency. Grievel's Greed, level 1 at this point, and the farm with the acid spray. But most importantly, when you have Alchemist, is to keep them busy between like 8 and the 12, 13 minute mark, where this hero starts to excel at farming. So expect more rotations coming out from PSG LGD.
Yeah, wouldn't be surprised seeing Shiro now trying to stack again. I wouldn't be surprised to see nothing to say make another move in just a second. So using the acid spray, pretty efficient. This is like the coolest thing, I mean, honestly. I like seeing efficiency. Yeah, you get the big Echo Slams and Black Hole and Chronos and whatnot, but it's the little things that impress me the most.
Efficiency. That's a good word, man. I love efficiency in Dota.
How much?
10 out of 10.
Yeah, there it is. That's an efficient number there, too. So, you know, we see the efficiency, we give the efficiency, and, well, Planet Telekinesis on Red Panda goes invis by picking up that rune. 8 minutes into the game, Alchemist finally taking over at the top of the net worth as he took that stack. And you can see where Ulu is in terms of farm, and it is not looking that great.
He's in the middle of the pack below Brewmaster, and first usage of the Brewmaster ulti. He wants to punish Slark being level 5, and they're going to get it.
It looks like he's going to do so, and Xiangyu gets the kill. You know, Xiangyu, who is really quiet in game number 1, and almost a net negative, I would say, on that Viper. And unfortunately, it was just his lane got bullied. Cookie from the high ropes, and here comes the side of Aster Ares to get the kill on a Nothing to Say, just from the top turnbuckle, slamming down that Cookie.
This time around, they executed perfectly. OP toss back onto White Album, who stuns himself this time. But yeah, getting a kill on Tusk, who is the playmaker for PSG LGD. In this one, they need to deal with this Alchemist. Alchemist has been free farming. Oh, died.
See that stat.
He wants to steal some of the farm from Alk.
They need to bring everybody over here, and that's exactly what they're going to do. They know that they see this stack, they'll throw the shards out, and now they're going to look over as Y in some trouble with the snowball. It's a little bit of a save. They go to the Ravage. That lands on nothing to say. They've got the Sunray on and nothing to say with the Walrus Punch coming in as well as the Sun from Shiro. White Album goes down. The save was there for nothing to say as well as Y, so they get both kills. First, it was the snowball save, then it was the Sunray save. They're looking like goalies out there.
Yeah, Shiro even decided to join. That 4 points in Acid Spray, reducing their armor by 7, dealing damage. They could not take this fight, and now Shiro can farm this in peace. They're not going to go for this again. Tidehunter, no Ravage, and they learned their lesson.
Yeah, they're definitely learning their lesson. Meanwhile, Cookie stolen by Planet. Not bad to have, honestly.
It's a good spell. Yeah, it's a level 2 Cookie, but it's still a good spell. There's some really nice spells to steal this game. Mostly Avalanche, Stun from Leshrac,
Ravage.
You can easily steal Mortimer's Kisses. Ravage is going to be a bit difficult to steal, but the other ones are relatively easy, especially the Snapfire ulti.
So right now, Shiro back in getting these golems. That's always nice for an Alchemist. Split up, get some more gold. Top of the net worth now by 1,100 gold. Fire Snap Cookie. And he does have Supernova, but never a chance to get it off as they have 3 heroes. Nothing to say comes in with shards, blocks in Shanxi as Mortimer's Kisses gets used. And they're going to have Planet stealing that immediately. Like you said, it's very easy to steal. The Kisses going in green globs right onto White Album.
Got a solo kill.
It's a solo kill on a White Album. Shards are there. Red Panda drops 2. And Shanxi able to TP out, but he leaves the rest of his team there for death.
And most importantly, Shiro gets the free farm. TP's back to bottom lane. A bit of an overextension by Aster Ares there, I would say. They tried to make too much. They did manage to kill Phoenix. But other than that, big W for PSG LGD. Shiro TP'd bottom. Only needs to get that Talisman of Evasion, and Radiance will be ready. Compared to Slark, Slark struggling, as you mentioned, sitting at 4,000 net worth, going into Echo Saber, which he will disassemble, get that Axe. But playing into Alchemist, the Acid Spray, and Radiance Burn, it's going to be a difficult task. Yeah. Our panel talked about the late game scenarios, so they need to drag this game without losing too much of a map presence. Good thing about the lineup from PSG LGD, from Ares' perspective, is they don't have that much tower damage.
Avalanche toss, Sunray, Supernova. They've got the telekinesis on a White Album before he died, and the chase is on, but Ulu's coming over. Shiro, this might be way too far. Stuns in, Leash is there. Sunray! Oh, Shiro just surviving. Walks away. Ulu uses that ult to also get some distance, but nothing to say is coming over. He might want to be a little bit careful as, well, the only one here is Y, and he doesn't have that Supernova to work with.
That was close. I thought that Shiro might die there. Joining a fight, not having a Radiance there, needs like another minute to farm his Radiance.
Yeah, he's now, Pounce gets stolen as they get a kill into Ulu, so Y gets credit for that one. Planet using that Pounce, having the telekinesis, and the Fade Bolt, and Planet just making it happen with the help of the rest of the team and getting another kill on Ulu, slowing him down. This is, look at where he is. He's behind Jiangyu.
That's not good. Brewmaster, Jiangyu going for a bit of a different build. Usually we've seen Raid Packs. It's not that great here anyway. But going for a Blink Dagger. It's been a while since I saw Brewmaster picking up a Blink Dagger as a first item. I guess what he wants to do is get a good split and control Tidehunter with the Cyclone, so they know that there's not going to be Ravage. He can easily blink into backlines, control Snapfire, stopping the Mortimer's Kisses.
Toss Cookie Scatter Blast, but not enough to get Jiangyu at all. Nothing to say comes over, almost the perfect shards, but close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades. As they go to the Primal Split, they've got the Cyclone onto the Tide, just as you were talking about it. They get the kill on a Red Panda, they'll bring him back down to Earth. Walrus Punch, the control is there. And Shang-Chi
A
doesn't
bit
have
low
the
on mana.
mana for the Ravage. Now finally gets it back with the Arcane Boots as the Primal Split's about to run out. Uwu looks for the pounce, but the blink away from Jiang Yu. They toss this Phoenix up into the air. Phoenix does have Supernova. If they continue to chase, they've got White Album coming over. Shards hits all 3 heroes. There's the mech. The right clicks in. Jiang Yu getting low, but able to retreat enough. Is Planet now coming into the fight? They've got the telekinesis coming through onto the Tidehunter.
Good egg.
There's the Ravage.
There might
The
be able to
Supernova
bring it
is
down.
used, and now can they get the egg out? Yes, they can. They get the kill on a Y. They look over at White Album. There's nothing to say. Comes over. The stolen Ravage comes in from Planet. They get the kill onto Shang-Chi. They'll take out White Album and OP, and this turns around on Aster Ares. LGD coming in big, and ooh, can they stop the TP? No, they cannot. Ooh, gets away, but only just barely.
Man, they're so disciplined. There was a cute little play there where they're trying to find a way how to save this Brewmaster who was slightly in trouble, so they give vision of the neutral creep camp so that they can use the snowball, run to the side if necessary. We're going to see that again. But yeah, look how well they're running back, and this is the play that I was talking about. So Phoenix is going to provide vision on the neutral camp just in case. Pushes it back, and then Egg looked good, but they didn't have enough to protect it with, and great steal there.
Yeah, just as he's using the Anchor Smash. Before it, though, gets the Ravage, and it hits, it cleans up, it helps them get White Album as well as OP. Planet on a whole different planet in that fight. Up a little bit higher. Did get hit by the Ravage, still got the steal off, and he's going to hold on to Ravage and maybe have it for a second time to fight. 7,000 net worth lead here for LGD as this Alchemist is rolling. Blink Dagger picked up by Nothing to Say, and I'm gonna clean up these creep waves. BKB almost finished for Alchemist.
Oh. Slark just finished Echo Saber. On the other side, we have Alchemist with Radiance and the BKB. So PSG LGD, they're gonna try to take another fight with Ravage.
Gonna say getting another kill there on OP.
Get another fight, potentially turn that into Roche.
This could be Roche. Tier 1 tower is probably going to go down, and no contest coming in from Master Ares. They have Uwu just farming bot. He really wants to find a way back into this game, and it's very difficult with just this Echo Saber. Jiang Yu going into the Blink, and then the Axe. So he's got the Blink, he's got the Ogre Axe. 3 components left on that Axe. Koskosko looking for the Desolator. Ooh, with the Pounce attempt, not going to land it there. They're waiting. They kind of want somebody to move up a little bit so they can get the telekinesis out. They have Ravage in just a second. So catching this Slark is truly a possibility.
Red Panda did scout him out.
There's the
Shiro.
smoke.
Yeah, being very aggressive. He's alone. Rest of the team is smoking away from Shiro.
Taking the far route. But they'll eventually meet up with Shiro. They are still smoked up.
Again, maximizing the farm, dragging the creep wave into triangle, then farming it with Radiance. I guess the play was fake it that they're behind him, because otherwise he would not make a move like that. And the rest of the team smokes to the top. Maybe they find someone else.
They're going to come forward as Shang-Chi blocked by the shards. Stun charged up. Shiro? Can't find anybody. And now that means Uwu is going to get the pounce. So Shiro's in trouble. Ravage comes in and Shiro's just dead. This is all because he stunned himself. They'll go into the Primal Split. They don't have an Alchemist to fight on this one. This is a dangerous proposition here for LGD. They've got the Cyclone out onto the Snapfire, but they need to get away from this. They look over as the Brewmaster is in some trouble. Just the last Panda. Great shards, but still a pounce. Tumbler's toy, and he's got the blink. They lose Shiro. That was a bit of an overstay.
Yeah, first Brewmaster blinks in the triangle. They do have vision. Look at PSG LGD's vision. They have 3 wards near the enemy triangle, but didn't get the most out of this. So Alchemist will have his Blink Dagger available. A bit of a mistake, as you said. Not able to use a BKB there, but we'll be ready for the next fight.
And he's up, so let's see if they go again. Could be tough, though. They have to find the proper alignment here with the Alchemist. They don't want that to happen again. Back-to-back deaths like that could certainly put Aster Ares back into the mix.
OP managing to find some gold, getting his Blink Dagger up. So now the tower defense is going to be much easier. They will have another form of initiation.
Yeah, it's finally having the Blink Avalanche toss. Nothing to say. Ooh, Scatterblast. Okay. Off the mark. But Blink. Avalanche on 2. Pounce, Weesh. And that is onto the Tusk, but nothing to say. Not bothered. So, over mid, White Album taken out. As it's Jiang Yu who kills off this little Shrek, and they're still looking towards top. Nothing to say. Under a Sentry Ward, and that's going to allow them to get the Avalanche as well as the toss, but it doesn't line up with the Cookie, so that allows him to go
Slark
and
is
get
waiting
into the Snowball. Blinks away. Pounce is going to be a little bit short. The rest of the team is following this up. They need to be very careful. OP, is this the time to use the shovel? I'm not really sure about that. Telekinesis into the Walrus Punch. Sunray on Ulu. Pounces away. Snowball comes out onto the Tide Hunter. Shang-Chi in trouble, but he's going to pop the Guardian Greaves. And now OP with the Avalanche out lands onto 3 heroes. They get the kill on OP. They'll take the Tiny. Looking over at the Tide Hunter. And this stun is charged up. The stun is thrown out. The Walrus Punch is there. And Shang-Chi will die, as Nothing to Say is now dominated.
Understanding that Ravage is still on cooldown and playing very aggressive. Also, Tidehunter, he's tanky, but he's not that tanky, especially when you play against Tusk, who does have 3 points in the tag team. If they bring numbers, he dies. And straight into Roche Pit they go. They want to give this Aegis to Shiro, because we saw what happened. Radiant using a scan. They know something's cooking. Tidehunter is gone for 15 seconds. They're not going to be able to defend this one.
No, they're not even trying to. They're on the other side of the mid lane, and they're just going to concede this first Aegis. So for LGD, now they can work with this. They're up 8,000 net worth. You see where Shiro's at in terms of gold. Now it's time to push on forward. Ooh. Still searching for this Ags.
Does have it now. We'll disassemble the Zeko Saber by a point booster in the secret shop.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
You'd like to think so. There it is. So has the double pounce, but he hasn't been landing many.
He's 0-3-1. Does have that 1 permanent agility. He needs to stay away from Alchemist in these fights. He also needs to stay away from Tusk, Sunray. There's a bunch of spells. Like, they don't have like a real counters to Slark, where it's like a Bloodseeker, a Chronosphere, Lashrak that he needs to play on the different side of the map or something, but it's a difficult task as well.
Blink in, Walrus Punch, OP already dead, and they're going to look for a second in White Album. He's burning out, burning it into his death, and that is a big issue for the side of Aster Ares. This is another kill for LGD, and it's here too.
Slark can't really just stay and hit Alchemist, especially Alchemist with Aegis. Evasion, burn damage, and he does have...
Ulu? Spotted, dead! Whoa, nothing to say with the double damage, and the Desolator just blew him up!
Some big punches.
Oh my. Gosh. That was a lot of damage coming out real quick. Just straight 1,000 off the Walrus Punch. Beauty of a kill there for Nothing to Say. Like you said, he was hungry in the first game, and he really hasn't stopped feasting, has he?
Yeah, I wanted to eat some fish.
Yeah.
AC done on Alchemist. So that's going to be easier way to siege the towers. This is a type of a game where you misuse the Ravage, you die on 2 core heroes, and the game just might end. They have more than enough tower damage now with the AC, Deso done on Nothing to Say, as you mentioned, going into BKB next. Shiro, man, he's very keen on using that BKB to try to get something out of it.
Yeah, jump in, and the Cookie is what sent the Lashrak back far enough where Shiro didn't feel comfortable in going for that. So there's the Ags for the Brewmaster, the Primal Companion.
It's very annoying. We can see the siege demolish. trying to get the most out of it. If he feels he's in trouble, we'll blink away.
Okay, free tower. Didn't get the last hit, though. A little upset about that one. Avalanche toss into the stun. Nothing to say. Well, he'll be saying nothing as he is dead. Stun comes out from Shiro. That's going to land onto the Sark as well. They'll look for the follow-up stun from Planet. Split Earth lands, Pounce up onto the high ground, but Pounce down to the low ground. Not too confident in that move. Another Pounce across the hill. Charging up the stun. Dark Pact used. Blue's in trouble. Pounce, but it only gets him a little bit further away from that stun. They've got the Avalanche in the toss. That lands on a Y. They get the kill there, but the stun comes out from Planet. Now they look over as Shiro's getting a little bit low. Jiang Yu, he's there and trying to help out. Goes into the primal split. There's the blink as well as the stun. White Album in trouble. Another stun that lands from Planet, but they get the Aegis out of the hands of Shiro. Pounce onto the backlines. This is looking good for Aster Ares.
Can he time it? Yes,
and they've got the Ravage. They've got the timing. They should be able to get the kill once again, but the BKB comes out from Shiro now on the run. Planet trying to help out. The stolen Ravage! Again, he steals the Ravage and go after White Album. They're going to get the kill here onto both him and Red Panda. Ooh, still trying to clean up Shiro. Shiro on the run, but he's leashed up. So Ulu takes out this Alchemist. It's Planet just going ham in this fight. The snowball from Nothing to Say, but a Pounce again. Planet sticking
Providing
with
vision.
him. He sees him. He's got the Dark Pact now. Brewmaster looking, searching, Nothing to Say. Over to the side. Ooh, with another Pounce. He's getting away. He goes to the TP.
Cyclone. He's going to find him.
Ooh. Almost
so
had
close.
him.
Half cast animation. Man, Shiro did not have his Chemical Rage ready for 2-3 seconds. If he had it, that would have been, I think, a different fight. But nicely timed Ravage from Tidehunter, forgetting to use Anchor Smash after. And one more time, Planet stealing Ravage, turning the fight around.
God, he has done this twice already, and let's see it here. Because he's going to do Ravage, and then stolen immediately. And he hits this onto like 3 heroes. Look at this, goes away from Shiro and lands it, but meanwhile, on the live screen, getting another kill here on the Y. He's starting to bolster. He's starting to fortify those stats. He's getting there.
He's playing aggressively. Does have that depth shroud as well, so he can have some extra regen. It's like another life on a Slark, and you can also save the teammates.
Avalanche toss. And here comes the primal split. The rest of the team will follow this up from LGD. They've got the Cyclone onto the Sark. They're going to need to be careful. And, ooh, no, they're going to leave him by himself. They'll go to the Walrus Punch on a White Album. They get the kill out of the Leshrac. Telekinesis, Dark Pact used. Planet trying to get away. Dark Pact's himself. Oh, around the bend, but he can't get away. Ulu's still on him. Now they're charging up the stun, but Shiro's going to stun himself. They've got the vision down. They do spot. Ooh, they've got the Walrus Punch as well as the Snowball. The control is there, but they don't have another stun from Shiro. It's not going to matter. They've got the right clicks to get the kill. They'll take out
surrounded
Red
him.
Panda falls. They look over at OP as well as Shang-Chi. They continue on with the Sun Ray. They'll land that Thunderclap. The Gush is used on to the Brewmaster, but it's not looking like it's going to matter. The Snowball comes in for Nothing to Say, and the right click just from the Walrus Punch knocks him out, and they'll take away OP. Full team wipe for PSG LGD.
Man, what a turnaround. These Rubik players, they're on some other stuff. Like the Chinese Rubik players so far in the DPC have been amazing. If they split up a fight like that, and Brewmaster is doing exactly that with his Primal Companion, with his Primal Split, Snapfire, ulti. Let's see if Rubik decides to steal it. He's not there. He TP'd to bottom. What a chat. He's like, yeah, you guys have this. I'm going to farm up some creeps.
I'm going to get my Force Staff.
Force Staff, none so far on side of PSG LGD, but they definitely need it. Against Slark, against all this initiation, it's the best item you can buy pretty much, but they decided to go for something different, you know. You see this Guardian Greaves on Phoenix to tank things up a little bit, and now with the 2 Force Staffs queued up on PSG LGD, it's going to be a different story for Slark. He's not going to be able to leech, connect onto a target, leash it, and then deal damage. There's going to be a double save, a snowball save potentially on top of it.
They're chasing, and they've got the Cyclone. It's on OP. The Pounce is coming through. They finally get the Pounce and the leash out onto the Brewmaster. Jiang Yu on the run. Gush again, coming up from Shang-Chi. They land the Split Earth, but they've got the stun coming in from Shiro. Uh-oh! Now Now they're going to go in. They've got the damage on to Shanxi. They'll get that kill onto the Tidehunter. The Snowball comes over on a Uwu. They just need a right quick Walrus Punch to get the kill, but they look over as the Sunray's going to be on a
Body
Shiro to get the kill on a
blocking
White
Slark.
Album. Body blocking Sark. Uwu on the run. Now he gets onto the low ground near the tier 2 tower. Red Panda with him nearby, but the Pound's getting him some distance. That Snowball's not going to land either with the shards. Toss up into the air. They look over, but the Avalanche comes in. It's going to land on Nothing to Say as well as Jiangyu. But the Walrus Punch knocks out Red Panda. They'll take out OP. The only one alive is Uwu, and he's the one to call GG. So LGD, they take it 2-0 over Aster Ares, and they do it confidently in both games.
What a performance, man. They did very cool job protecting the Alchemist. I said, you know, around 8 to 12 minute mark, they made some stacks for him. Aster Ares, they try to invade near the enemy outpost, and this is where the game kind of turned around. Like, you could see in which direction he's going to go. Shiro didn't have a single death. He did manage to farm those stacks. PSG LGD, very disciplined still. Even though they did change 3 of the players, they still look like the same team.
Yeah, it's new faces, but not a new strategy, as they just are down the throats of Aster Ares. There was no chance for them. Where do you run? Where do you go? I just don't... I don't know.
Aster Ares did play better in game 2. First game was pretty one-sided, with, again, Shiro having a complete free farm. But bottom lane was kind of a disaster. Slark didn't get too much out of it. Brewmaster, pretty impressed. You know, I'm not a big fan of the hero. I think the hero is very situational, but he looked extremely good in this game. The way he itemized, also like Blink Dagger into Aghanim Scepter, and did some cool stuff with the Ags.
Yeah, Jiangyu, you know, like we've said about Shiro, there's a big shoes to fill there when you're coming in from Faith Beyond and Ame. And game 1, maybe not the best look. That Viper kind of got smacked, but he was the only one who really got shut down in that first game. And so second game, he comes back with the Brewmaster, looks really clean, really good, and they get the 2-0. And it was really impressive. So, you know, I think there are people on the panel that are very impressed. We're going to throw it over to them. Take it away.
I think we can safely say everyone is impressed with this new LGD roster and how they have looked in the 4 games we've seen them play so far. But here, game number 2 up against Aster Ares. Rubik, Planet. I feel like that's all I need to say.
I am so good. Again, these Felix Xiaoba yesterday. Today, we have Planet, like, just positioning, the patience. I think you can tell if a player is good on 4 on how smooth they walk around the map, right? Like, in the fight, he's just kind of gliding. Of course, he's playing Rubik, it's kind of easy to glide, but still, like, the fact that he just positions so perfectly, always on the fringe of the fight, always ready to get the big spell stills, and of course, PSG, the communication they have as a team, understanding when to fight, when to retreat, when to bait and turn around. Like, I didn't expect, with 3 new players, to have this level of just synergy after, you know, 2-3 months from TI, you know, but they are looking immaculate.
Right, and you like kind of contrast that a little bit where, you know, Ares make good moves, for example, like warding the enemy jungle and seeing their stacks, but the way they contest is, you know, misunderstanding of their own strengths. They don't bring enough heroes. They're not
A little sloppy,
yeah,
right?
they're just a bit sloppy.
Yeah. Like, this is a tale as old as time. You pick a counter to the Alchemist for the late game. You never get to the late game. Minute 33, 35, Alchemist is already hitting your base with an AC. Couple that with Aghanim's Brewmaster that's just sending his Earth Panda over there, and couple that with Dezo wearing Tusk from the mid lane that's one-punching your Tidehunter. He's literally playing, you know, that mobile game where you slice the watermelons and fruits. Fruit Ninja!
Fruit Ninja?
That one. He is literally playing that in this
Oh
game.
my god, homie's 40 years old.
Also,
That's so brutal.
Hey, that's my favorite game.
you are a pro in that one as well. But no, for like PSG as well, like they make these stacks as well. They understand how to get their draft online and how to fight into the skirmishing of Aster Ares. And like even when Aster Ares were invading the jungle, they bring 3 heroes, PSG bring 5. And I think all the highlights that we've just been watching now is PSG as 5 dictating the entire game. They're never allowing Aster Ares an opportunity to group up, put Tide up front, and then make a play themselves. It's always just, what's PSG doing? How does Aster Ares react? And when that's the game plan, when that's the story of the game, it's so hard to play, especially when you're the team with the Leshrac, with the Slark, with the Tiny, the ones that kind of want to be the aggressors.
how do you move forward from here as a team that's going to be coming up against LGD, seeing them be able to essentially get away with almost every draft in a manner that you're never going to get to your timings, you're never going to be able to make these rotations and capitalize on them in the later part of or in the early part of the game?
I feel that whoever is going to play against Nothing to Say in the future has to shut him down. It's like PSG LGD, they're a team, but this mid laner is just having way too much on any hero, pretty much. Like in the last game, he was playing with Void Spirit against the Tusk. This time around, he's playing Tusk into the Lesh, and he's just crushing it. No matter what, he gets his items. He's rotating. He doesn't just get his items. He has more than necessary for him to actually perform. And Nothing to Say, he doesn't even need that. He performs even when he has a bad lane.
Yeah, you gotta focus on like either taking. I mean, it's not even as simple as like taking away his runes. There is just kind of like a skill gap.
Just bring everyone mid.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, sure, you have to kind of do that, but it feels like a band-aid fix, right? Because even if you look back to game 1, he's solo killing Tusk. It's not as simple as like, oh, make sure he doesn't get haste from so he ganks our side lane. It's like we need to just fundamentally not have a massive like net worth gap and XP gap in the mid lane in the first place. So not very easily fixable, but yeah, you can like band-aid fix it with like focus on him, make sure you're bringing enough heroes to your fights so that he can't just like TP in and just.
Maybe just pick heroes that don't lose mid lane.
Well, I was going to say, it's if you get your hands on it. But it's not even the fact that it's just Nothing to Say that's popping off on the mid, because if you put all your focus there, the side lanes, right? The carries off lane, like how much impact are they having, T-Gov, when it comes to, I guess, the whole roster and playing together as a 5-stack?
Too much. They're having too much impact. And that's kind of where I was going to lean towards my answer to this. It's just, you ban out, like, say, Nothing to Say, but in the draft, there's so much crossover between Nothing to Say, Hero Pool, and Planets. And I think Planet is becoming, like, the star player on the team. I didn't expect the 3 players of PSG to get this good so quickly. Again, they are playing up against maybe the weaker teams. I'm still waiting for, like, next level up when they play Extreme or Aster. But the fact that, like, ban-wise, you have to think about Planet's Kotl, Planet's Rubik. He plays the Tiny. He can play a Tusk if he needs to. If in that draft, you now have 4 or 5 heroes that he can play really well on. If you ban them, suddenly you're now allowing Nothing to Say to play Ember, to play Storm, to get a last pick Tinker out. There's like, I think the fact that PSG, or like Zhao Wei, they found players that have such strength, it just gives them the drafting strength. And I think they're a scary team. And I think we haven't even mentioned Shiro too much, but he is so consistent as a carry. I think I've mentioned it so many times where a consistent carry is so hard to find who doesn't make mistakes, and like it just feels like flawless carry gameplay as well.
It's funny that you mentioned Shiro, because we do have him for our winners interview. We get to talk to him, have a bit of a chat. Shiro, congratulations on this win. You guys are looking amazing at the moment. I have to know, who do you feel is the biggest threat in the DPC for LGD?
首先恭喜你们拿下这场比赛的胜利，然后你们打的也是非常有统治力的。那想问一下，就是目前来看，老干爹觉得整个 DPC 的赛季里面哪一个队伍会是你们最大的对手？
我觉得没有最大的对手，只要我们正常发挥，谁都能赢。
I think there's no specific opponent we are looking at. I think if we play our best, we can win everyone.
Very true.
So right now in your games, you guys are looking very together and coherent. How do you settle disagreements in your team? Like if you play scrims and stuff and things are going badly, how do you guys work through that?
目前来看的话，就是比赛里发挥的队友之间都是非常有默契，打得非常协调嘛。但是实际情况，如果遇到了一些发挥不好、状态不好，或者在训练的时候没有达到想要的预期的目标的时候，队伍里会怎么来沟通解决呢？
一般都是靠教练来指出问题，然后我们大家一起讨论吧。
Usually it's a coach who point out our problem and we have a discussion together.
Do you want to go? Yeah, you can go. Shiro, you look like a very reserved, guy, like you keep your emotions in check. What I wonder is, can you tell me how excited were you when PSG LGD invited you to come over and play for them?
就是想问一下，是因为你平时看起来还是一个比较含蓄情绪都比较收敛的这个选手，但是我想问一下，就是当老干爹决定选你去作为新的1号位的时候，你当时有感觉到很激动吗？你是什么样的心情？
挺激动的。
I was pretty excited.
Fair enough.
I was gonna following from that. Like, how long did you know that you were playing for PSG? Like, how long ago did you know? Because of course, like roster lock is quite close to the start of the season. Like, how long have you been able to practice with PSG and form what is a like insanely strong team in such a short amount of time?
那想继续问一下刚才的问题，就是你是大概什么时候知道自己被老干爹选中转会的？然后因为这赛季的转会锁定期跟那个实际开赛日期隔得也比较近嘛，然后你们是通过了什么样的磨合，让队伍达到了一个目前比较强势的状态？
时间的话应该是在就 TI 结束后的一段时间内吧。然后磨合的话就是顺其自然的，我觉得就是也没有什么特别的准备。
It was a short period of TI. I knew I got invited, and the effort we put, I think we just let it play out, and we didn't really put too much effort to get everyone together. It's just happened naturally.
Oh wow, that's impressive.
Sure, thank you so much. Congratulations again on this win. You guys are looking fantastic.
感谢你接受我们的采访，你们真的打得很棒。
谢谢。
Thank you.
Perfect. There we go. Shiro giving a little bit of insight there on their team, and he knew kind of around the TI period, but they put no pressure on themselves. It's this formed naturally.
I mean, it's more the fact that they've got this, the natural synergy of the play, and also the fact he's saying like so soon after TI. It's like they've been together probably longer than any of the other teams, because normally it's very last minute. It's like, oh, who do we bring in? Who do we bring in? But it's clearly they've been like, all right, they've already been picked up. Zhao Wei, he found the lads, put them together. Like, this is my team, and we're gonna crush. And they've been playing for way longer. It feels like maybe other teams have done the same, but PSG have been the most effective in bringing new to the tier 1 stage.
Sheep, if Puppy was about to bring someone new to his team, and he looks at you and he's like, Sheep, I really like your meepo. You need to play for a team secret. How excited would you be?
I'd be scared.
He's so calm. Like, I don't know, sure, it's just so calm and collected.
Yeah, I guess that's the part of the persona that you need to have to be that consistent as a carry, right?
He's only 21. Like, he's giving the impression of like some like 28, 29-year-old like seasoned, Dota Pro player. He's like, yeah, I've seen it all, I've done it all. But like, no, he's a young lad. He's playing under like the coaching of Zhao Wei, and that's a scary feat, honestly. Like the amount of prestige there, but. Yeah, if he's that calm and collected and performing like this and consistent in game, that is the making of a very good carry player. Not going to get carried away. It's only been 2 series, but still, I'm going to be slightly excited.
Yeah, I mean, it's a high ceiling. So
I can't believe they won the entire Chinese DPC.
Oh,
and they're qualified to the majors. This is crazy, guys.
That feels like we're talking about it
team.
That way. But LGD, Asta Aries, the series all done and dusted now in that 2-0 fashion. We're going to have a look at our standings once again, and it will be no surprise at all that both eHome, or maybe that part's a surprise, eHome, LGD, both up there with the 2 wins. Does mean that Asta Aries does have 2 losses next to their names, unfortunately. And we can see that the teams that haven't played 2 series yet are Asta and Extreme. They will be our 3rd series of the day. The series coming up next. Do believe it starts at 7 p.m. CST, which is going to be in just over an hour. Yes, Tigo?
Do you want a little bit of trivia?
Oh my gosh.
Couldn't be
It's
a
a question.
T-Gov segment without a trivia.
All right, guys, so please, out of the 4 games that PSG has played, please could you tell me how many have lasted longer than 30 minutes?
1.
4 games.
2. 1.
Okay, Nat going with 1. Sheep?
0.
0.
1.
1. The answer is 0. It was like 29 minutes, 29 minutes,
Close
17 and 22. Yeah, the fact that they have 4 and 0'd, less than 30 minutes, that is
do
insane.
the lobby remakes count as well, or
Whoa,
no?
whoa. Then it's like PSG has the longest average. Who knows? But no, yeah, it's impressive. The fact that sub 30 minutes in all 4 games. Just wanted to close it out.
His trivia is very obvious when you find the pattern within it.
What do you mean? Like, as in...
I I mean, you have like a 50% success rate right now. So
Yeah, but like that's because I
let's see
didn't
if
know
it
the pattern
continues, you know?
before. It was like,
Don't-
oh, who has the least amount of damage in the game? Well, now you realize, oh, obviously it's the carry. It's
Alright,
like the
fine.
obvious
But-
angle
but
of his
now
trivia.
you don't know
Now
next
he's gonna
time.
shake it
yeah,
up.
exactly.
Yeah.
Who
Now
has-
he's gonna make it
yeah.
less obvious.
Fine, I'm gonna go back to my trivia now.
Yep. All right. You know what? You do have a little bit of time to prep your trivia there, T-Gov, as we're going to head to a break. We come back. That third series, Extreme Asta, we're going to buckle up. We're going to get ready. We're going to do some prep, and we'll be back in about an hour. Welcome back, everyone. This is our third and final series of day number 4 here in the China DPC. It's going to be Extreme up against Asta. Joining me is another little bit of a shuffle up on the panel with Kezu coming back to join us, and T Lizard still here from series 2. Were you in the back room having a little bit of a look at that LGD series? And do you think anyone can contest how clean they're looking?
Perhaps when we see the winner of this series, when
Then
they
you'll
go up
know.
against
That's
LGD.
the cheap answer. Go.
No, that's
bold
a
prediction
great answer.
right now.
Ehome will give them a good match.
we're gonna wait for this.
That's a bold prediction.
He wanted
though.
the bold one,
That's
so
a
I'll
bold
give
one.
it to him.
This is easy. You know, it's 2 obvious teams, so I respect it.
All right, do you have a bold prediction for this upcoming series then, T, between Extreme and
I
Asta?
stole yours.
I'm gonna go.
Wrong.
Got him. Asta. I think Asta.
Asta win?
Asta wins, yeah, and we're gonna be maybe wrong later down the line. Oh no, but Extreme support you're so OP.
True.
But then Asta, money. Okay, now I'm gonna go with Asta. Even though I prefer the support duo of Extreme, there's something about Asta which I think just has a bit more grit. And both teams finishing 2-1 in their previous series, I think Asta gave me a little bit more confidence. But honestly, this is such a close series. It's anyone's game. Us whimsically predicting a team, it doesn't matter because
I was gonna say
it's a 50-50, honestly.
it is very whimsical. What isn't whimsical though is your knowledge on Asta's lineup. T, do you want to run us through who is going to be playing for them?
Just 1 to 5, all right. So it's Monet, XWY, XSS, Baboka, and Pichu. Yep, done.
Done. Great. Moving on. No, I'll give you some more information about Asta. Why did they give you a little bit more confidence despite going to 3 games in their last series?
I think just that game 3 against Knights, it took a lot of discipline and execution to overcome them, especially because Knights with this like Faces Void the Refresher, they ran the Ember Kotal lineup that we've seen PSG run. Of course, Asta run it twice. It takes a lot of just synergy to get that draft throughout the entire game and to keep executing on it, especially when you trade off like a lack of team fight. So yeah, as we see through the players here, just again, they're working so well together. I think even against the hardest of games, they're going to find ways to keep themselves in it.
I also think like if we look at Aster, I feel like sure they have like your traditional lineups for this type of region, but I still think they have some different heroes in there, right? Like this Caudal that's always paired up with this Ember. They even had a PL. Haven't seen that one before. I think they played the TA carry as well. So I think not only are they very good, they have a very competent coach, and I think they're just busting out also some of their own things.
Yeah, and they are Team Aster after all. This is the team that wins in Chinese region no matter what. Like, on the global stage, perhaps they don't perform as well.
We're not there yet.
We're not there yet.
We can enjoy our moment,
This is literally where they shine. And I love that T-Gov mentioned the duo on Extreme Gaming. My favorite duo, PYWDY, right? But at the same time, on Aster, you have Baboka and XXS. And one of the reasons why they're able to pick these position 4s such as Kotal, that's literally just standing on the mid lane and feeding the mid laner mana, it's because they understand each other really damn well, and he understands when he can leave XXS.
Yeah, I mean, like, if you look at XXS, his hero pool it's actually quite big, I think. He does benefit more, and I think he plays the best on like these more team fighty type heroes. But he played the Pango, I think, yesterday. They paired it up with the Caudal, and like you were saying, I feel like you can really clearly tell when people have the synergy to like know, okay, this is what I'm good at. I know exactly when you can leave me so that you also can do what you have to do and what you want to do.
And so easy to get a combo of heroes when, like you said, XSS, he plays everything. Like this guy has played from Legion, Centaur. His Legion is amazing. Legion, Centaur, then he transitions into your micro heroes, your Visages, your Brewmasters and whatnot. Like he's literally a jack of all trades on the offlane.
Let's take a step back. Let's run through Extreme Gaming because they've had a little bit of a roster change. So for those who didn't get to see them play 2 days ago, Lizard, who have they swapped, I guess, got new on their team? And how is it working in your eyes as that new Extreme Gaming roster?
Well, it's quite different, right? Like with JT, with Paparazzi here coming, JT from IG, Paparazzi coming from RNG, Ghost as well, if I'm correct, from RNG joining the team. So it's quite a significant change, but the 2 cores have played together already, the 2 supports have played together already, and everyone knows about JT. Like, you play against him every single game, and he's the offlaner. So I think it shouldn't be that difficult for Extreme Gaming to form this synergy and this compactness in the team, especially because of the 2 supports. Like PYW and DY, these 2, even back when Vici Gaming was playing, I believe, with who was it, Ori or White Album, I'm not sure.
Ori.
Someone was dying a lot on the mid lane. I won't name any names, but PYW and DY would always bring their teammates back into life, back into the game, just by the sheer power of their rotations, understanding. A 5 rotates mid, then a 4 rotates mid, then a 5 rotates mid. They just know where the pressure points are, and they know how to resurrect the team.
One of the issues that Extreme felt they had in that last series and why it sort of went to those 3 games was team fighting. Are you worried then coming into how we see some of these other teams play, maybe especially Asta, that they might be able to capitalize on their team fighting struggles?
I think for Extreme at least, we even heard it in the interview when we asked about JT's enjoyment when playing Magnus. You know, so after such a rough game, then he starts hitting the spells, he got a bit excited. I think they're just kind of calibrating themselves as a team, understanding where they want to sit, and I think JT is, like we've already mentioned, he's kind of the star so far. In all the drafts, he's been the initiator, the person who has to start the fight. If he executes, they're going to win every fight. If he doesn't, they often lean on someone else, but they don't always have that component in the draft naturally built in. So I think Extreme's drafting so far, it's JT versus the world to start a fight. And maybe they continue that today. Maybe they give a break and maybe have 2 initiators today to simplify that a little bit, but we'll have to wait and see. I mean, the draft has just started.
That's what I want them to do for sure on Extreme.
Okay.
Like you have JT on this mag show, he hit some RPs here or there, but I feel like in the game that they were playing, it's not all, like it was not easy for him to just go in and do it. It was more so, the enemies are attacking us, now I can RP. When instead to have ease of execution, make it easier, you want like a Tiny that can go in, an Ember that can poke, you know,
Something
stuff like
first, something that gives vision. That
yeah,
goes
exactly.
in.
Like don't make your guy like play hard mode, you know, like give him the easy mode game.
Even though he likes it, he laughs a lot after he hits those RPs. He's not going to be hitting any in this game. Magnus banned out.
I was going to say, you mentioned it, and they were like, Asta just did not want it. They're like, we're not going to run that risk at all.
So, Nat, would you like me to do my trivia time now or after the game?
We could do both.
Okay,
No.
we can start now.
Yeah.
Which 2 players on Asta share the record for most games played in the history of Dota? As in, like,
Are you only
together.
asking me, by
No,
the way? I
I'm
was
just
gonna say
looking this way to be polite, but no.
XSS and Baboka.
Baboka, yeah.
And how many games have they played?
1200.
Wait, no, I actually feel like
That's
I have this
solid.
in my
So-
notes.
I think
Wait,
solid
let me-
average.
I
like,
So 1200?
approximate.
Blizzard, how many?
1100.
1100?
Wait, I'm going to say, my notes literally say a lot.
It's a big number. No, yeah, so they have
Oh, over 1600.
close, 1,584.
Kazu wins.
Accounts.
Kazu wins. Yet second place is Y and Faith Beyond, of course. Faith Beyond retiring, won't ever be able to beat that. But yeah, you mentioned it in the pre-show.
Well,
It's this
wait. What
combination.
do you mean he won't ever be able to beat that?
Maybe he comes back.
He's
Fair,
coming.
sorry. My
Come on.
bad. But no, yeah, it's we touched on it a lot during TI because again, like they've been together for so long. But it's just so much fun seeing players stick together and through roster shuffles for everything. The fact they're always together is like nice, and they're in the same lane, so it's like even better. Like the synergies, like the lanes that they can present because they played 1,500 plus lanes together. Like they're gonna have experience
Wait.
so much together.
When they started playing, it was still like a tri-lane and the solo off lane.
Yeah, true. Yeah, maybe they weren't properly laning, but.
But they did start playing
They were
as a
there.
3 and a 4. Yeah, afterwards.
So imagine like in lane, like Baboka's like, imagine that. Remember that time in like game 30 we played together where I left you? That doesn't happen again in game 1585 anymore. We really fixed it and ironed that one out.
They definitely did. I mean, they've been a duo that, I don't know, they've always looked solid. But right now, the draft going underway. I don't know why I struggled with that word. Tusk Silencer, and then Tiny Brood. We've seen a lot of Brood bans. First time she's getting it through and picked up, though.
Yeah, like we see it banned all the time. Now it's one of the first times where it goes through, and it's also a good closing pick to the first phase. I mean, we mentioned it in some of the other drafts. Silencer just doesn't do anything to these summon heroes or illusion heroes. Brood falls into this category. Tusk is like a bit... I mean, he can clear spiders, but he's not necessarily amazing against Brood, I would say.
I guess it depends if the Tusk's mid, because a mid Tusk with levels, if you have 4-point shard and then snowball, and then you rotate into the lane after, and you can apply pressure that way, it's okay. But I think for Silencer, he needs a carry that can now fight the Brood.
Yeah.
If you have a farming style carry with Silencer, you're conceding the lane where Brood's weak, and then you're really relying on this Tusk to rotate and fix.
This is pretty much why Team Master picked it as the second pick, and now you have Monkey King banned out. You're gonna have most likely the next 2 bans oriented that pretty much is protecting the Brood Mother.
Yeah, like to go back to the Tusk. So Tusk, I think he can negate some of the pressure, but Brood is not really a hero that should die to you.
It's
because
temporary pressure. You're
yeah,
alleviating.
yeah, like he has to like snowball on you, so you're not really gonna die, but he can try to help hold the lane a little bit. When you do draft against Brood, in my opinion, you want to deal with it in like 2 different avenues. The best thing you can do in order to facilitate this is 1, You have a carry that lanes well and then can maybe semi-stay there.
Like
That's
a Naga?
Yeah, like a Naga, maybe Sven, Kunkka, whatever. And then the second option you can have that maybe you try to combine those two. You have a different hero that can later take over once your carry wants to like...
Just chill on that lane, defend it, don't let the Brood push in. Yeah.
Exactly, because eventually your carrier's like, all right, boys, my job's done, peace out, I go farm somewhere else.
Like, there's only so much you can get from +3 and +9 gold.
Yeah.
Sometimes the Ancients are a little bit better for the carry.
That's true.
So you do want to leave that lane.
Are these bans from Asta the ones that you expected, the ones just to protect the Brood?
Yeah.
Kind of leaning towards it, right? Like what Kazu just mentioned, the Monkey for lane, the Mars to rotate in after. Also, Mars always finds Brood. Just throw down that arena. You clear out all the trees, so Brood can't kind of play on that fringe.
I have to say I love the Disruptor ban as well. Like, with the Brood invading, with Tiny being super aggressive, you really don't want to have Glimpse just being there, you know. You don't want to have a possibility of being drawn back into the spiders. It reminds me, do you guys remember Balkan Bears Corleone?
Yeah,
Do you remember the stack?
Yeah, I do.
No.
I do.
It
What is that?
It was
Enlighten
literally
me.
it was literally a team where we started, like Weha, and they were
This guy.
constantly playing Brood Mothers and Brood Mother plus Dazzle, Brood Mother plus
Pangolier.
Disruptor, and it's literally the same way. Just go invade the jungle and glimpse the targets back.
Wow. Very quick drafting. So I was thinking of Pangolier for Extreme, just because of course you wanted that Brood counter. You can then put the Brood in the mid and off lane. Extreme are keeping it a little bit more flexible. And Asta just, without any major thought, instantly, boom, Naga plus Mirana. And we've seen this style of drafting regards to Brood +1 from Evil Geniuses when they're in the NA team, because they would go Terrorblade plus Broodmother. And why it's so strong is Brood takes over the safe lane tower and occupies the jungle, and then you'd have an illusion hero who does fairly well and invades the top side with his illusions. So now, the pressure that you're facing is spiders skipping bottom, illusions skipping mid and top, and you have no waves going towards the side of Asta. So it's impossible to actually make any plays or make smokes without giving vision through not being on the map. So it's a very prominent pressure-based lineup. Even though it doesn't look like it pressures, if it comes out a lane, ahead or even, you can just destroy the game through just farming.
That's one problem, though. The only thing that you said in the end, it has to, I would even say that it has to be ahead.
Yeah.
Like, if it isn't, if the Brood Mother is just kind of there, not really successfully taking down the tier 1 tower and invading deeper into the jungle, then you find yourself as a Brood that's kind of useless, while Naga wants to take over that side as well, around the Ancients, around pushing the illusions throughout the jungle and towards mid-tier 1. You kind of are way too compact. There's just too many units on one spot, too little farm.
It's where, I would say Asta just needs a mid hero, like obviously Ember's banned, but the Ember style of mid that can just connect to the Naga illusions or the Brood Spiders or something, just to overwhelm them, and then you never allow Extreme to make that play. But Pangolier is going to be super OP in this game. The Corrosion Diffusal, he can set the pace of this game and destroy Asta's AFK style they're trying to present.
Yeah, like for now, if you look at the Asta draft, if people have watched TI, which I'm sure they have, then you have seen these exact 4 heroes together once before.
Also true.
Yeah, like you split up the map as much as you can, and then you have this Moonlight Shadow with the Tiny picking people off, and that's like, it becomes very hard to deal with at some point, right? Because you have to deal with this, you have to deal with that, then they go invis, they can kill you. So now for Extreme, this is kind of why I like the Starks here quite a bit, actually. So the way you can counter this is by having heroes that can push waves themselves without actually being there. So Ion Shells or Illusions yourself, you can move around the map pretty quickly. So I think the Starks pick is pretty damn good.
This could also be you said it earlier today, I think, Troll? Maybe it was, I can't remember who said, but I think this could be a really good Troll game for Extreme. Like, this is the game where Troll feels good, in my opinion, because you pair well into Naga. You can get a little bit kited potentially, but you are a strong laner against Broodmother. You can also utilize that Iron Shell and Dark Side of the Surge to get into the fight. The fights are chaotic enough that Asta can't cleanly lock you down, and there isn't immense amount of team fight to punish you. So I actually think some super aggressive, lane-hungry style of carry would be good for Extreme. I think also Slark actually...
Is Troll a problem? Like, do you have a problem of playing a Troll if you pick it?
Depends on the carry, mate.
I think if they're...
Do you like playing Troll?
I mean, I'm not a carry player, but I wouldn't mind seeing a Troll. I'd pick a Troll here.
It's a good Troll game. I'm just feeling the Troll isn't that great, that's all.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's not in the best spot, but...
It's just a hard hero like to make work, right? He has a lot of downsides, I guess, or like the ease of execution isn't really always there. But I think luckily for Extreme, they can wait a bit because Asta have to, pick first. I think right now, if you're them, you need to kind of look at this Pangolier. Like, this Pango currently has a super free game. I think you need to deteriorate this a little bit, maybe some mid-Ember, something like this. At least you can slide him in the lane, annoy him a bit. there's a silencer, which could make it a bit annoying. But right now, if I'm Aster, I'm looking at slowing down this Pango and then trying to help deteriorate the Darkseer a little bit in the side lane.
I guess like a Void Spirit would be the option. Unfortunately,
Sure.
Ember's
I was gonna say,
banned out.
Ember's banned out.
Sorry about
so is Void the best next option, do you feel?
We just saw Nothing to Say pop off on the Void Spirit. Same concept. I think you need a mid laner that can start the fight with some form of lockdown, be it buying yours and then putting a Remnant on top, or at least going, please use Rolling Thunder and get away from me. So I think any of the Spirit heroes would be pretty good here.
Any playmaker.
Pretty much,
really
yeah.
from mid, like
Puck
even
as well.
Puck
Yeah.
comes into consideration because of when they ban
there's
it
the ban,
out.
yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like one that normally gets banned in the last phase is Co-op. I don't know how she would work for them. If you just think Void's going to be a better option overall.
They just need. I'd like to see a little bit of stun. We've got a lot of presence, sorry, but we don't have that. Let's start a fight outside of Tiny. Oh wow, that is the opposite of what I was thinking. I guess Tiny. Yeah, okay, sure. Tiny technically is what we were describing. So yeah, actually that's fair. And now Entry Darkseer, it's actually pretty good.
You actually can't Iron Shell any longer, so
Yep.
it becomes a little bit difficult to play that lane too.
Okay, I think the
That's
Entry
good.
is
Yeah, that's
not
really
a hero
nice,
that I thought of at putting it safe lane against Darkseer. I think that's...
We forgot about
Kinda
Tiny just going mid.
Yeah.
I was blindly just thinking Tiny 4 because I completely forgot about the mid.
I was kind of thinking about it, but I didn't really have this 4 coming in. Woo, let's go.
They go with the troll.
Let's go.
Let's go.
I like the troll pick, so
I
what
like
else?
the troll pick too.
Yeah, I feel like you guys have talked about it. Lizard, do you like it?
It's fine. Like
He is not impressed.
So not impressed. He's like,
it's just one of those situations in which troll is a great hero. I just don't believe a great hero for the game, but I don't think he's a great hero overall. What I'm worried about isn't really the troll, it's about the laning and how well they can set up these lanes for success on the side of Extreme Gaming. Can they perhaps dodge out the Enchantress with the Darkseer? Can they switch things up?
okay. Which lineup do you feel, T, is a little bit more volatile, one that might be a bit harder to execute?
I'll have to go with Extreme. Just the Ench countering Darkseer is a slight concern, but I really like Troll. It's anyone's game.
I think the same. I think like this Astro lineup is a bit easier to execute. Eventually, even if the troll is a super good game, there's some ensnare into arrow if he doesn't build Ags. Could be hard, but if Extreme win, it's because of the troll pick.
Because of the Troll pick. 100%
It's
because of the Troll
all
pick.
on the troll. All right, well, we'll see if you guys predicting a pick will result in the team win, team loss. It is going to be game 1 between Extreme and Asta with Fogged and Lyrical.
Thank you so much, Nat. And a very contentious panel about the troll. Who is it that's really the strongest carry for him there? I like the pick in some regards, and I think I'm kind of on the Lizard's boat where it's like, is this hero really real? Is this a good thing? I don't know. What do you think?
It can always just be a bit of a risk, just depending on how they play around kiting him, right? That's always going to be the case for the troll, and how fast his item timings come in versus these heroes. These, this Noggin Brood. It's going to be a game where you're just going to start getting surrounded by summons, even an Ench thrown into. Get a creep in there, so there's going to be a fast tempo, I feel like, set by Aster, and let's see if Extreme's able to deal with it, because they also now, they got kind of counterpicked in lanes, right? That Enchantress versus the Darkseer.
Oh my god.
I know you, as the Darkseer.
It's like literally one of the worst times I've had ever playing Dota was running into that lane with a Lifestealer instead. I can't imagine with Naga, it's a heck of a lot better. Like, I wonder, because it's Bobica that's playing it though.
Yes,
So
I
did
did
they
see
just
that.
put him in the safe lane then? The game's paused, you're not missing anything, don't worry.
I mean, yeah. You probably just should do that. I would imagine so. Otherwise, it would be a little weird. But they also could, I guess, Mirana can just arrow the Ion Shell.
Dude, there's no...
I mean, that sounds a little weird. But still, we've seen so much of these 5 Miranas too. But yeah, we'll see which. I mean, it's obvious they picked the Enchantress for it. So let's see. And I'm always looking forward to see, honestly, Darkseer. I really do love the hero. We've talked about it so much. I'm glad it's back in the meta.
Totally.
So yeah, we're going to see the Greaves, or the mech build probably on him. Probably a mech/Greaves build on the Broodmother. So both sides will have that. And
the other thing that's going to be interesting to watch with this is that it is the Tiny put in the position 2 in the mid, right? Yeah. So that little swap up, we saw, who was it the other day that played it and like got like a 12-minute blink or something like that. He was absolutely owning it, but this like early momentum that we've been seeing be really nice. That could be really cool, and pairing that together with the Brood, I feel like there's so much pressure that's going to be applied on the map with that and Naga, and then Tiny just comes in when somebody tries to clear creep wave.
Yeah, I actually kind of like I think I like the Asta one just because of that aspect of there's so much distraction. Like we said, the summons and everything, right? Brood's going to be causing a nuisance. So is the Enchantress. Tiny, if he gets a good timing, then Naga's got a super open map. But it's going to be up to Paparazzi, right? I think this Pango is probably the key one for me to look at. Just how much space he's going to be able to make and how much he's going to be able to prevent the Brood, because at some point in this game, right, he's going to go bottom. He's going to have to be the one that deals with the Brood push and all this kind of stuff. So it looks like we do have, still paused up.
Dude, it's interesting because normally there's way more spam. It's just spamming voice lines right now from the players. There isn't any like text spam of like start the game or anything like that. That's what we were getting yesterday. Emo was really upset that the game wasn't starting.
Yeah. Well, there's no Felix either in this one too, who's always been like chatting it up in the things. But okay, looks like Baboka is back. Should be getting underway. You see the Darkseer starting items, by the way. So
no, what's that?
Just want to point out he's got Quelling, Sage's Mask. He's got what? 2 mangoes and Quelling, so 2 mangoes and Tango.
So
cool.
He's going to be going in for the Bassi early. We'll keep our eyes on it. I'm assuming that this is going to be like into either the Vanguard or maybe a Cloak or something. Then he's going to, like you said, have to go in there and deal with the Brood. But it's going to be interesting to watch how this one goes as we are going to get underway in just a moment. Don't worry.
Just kidding. Baboka's on again. See you later, Baboka.
That's fine. You know, he's played enough games. He doesn't need to show up for another one.
Now it's like, this is the funny part about some of these too, though. It's like, now the teams have all the time in the world to theory craft these first like 10 minutes. It's going to be like, okay, like if mid goes good, then I'm going to rotate top. If mid, like, depending on which one's going to deal with the Brood, right? Depending if the Darkseer has the good game in the laning phase, or if the Pango does, which one's going to rotate, or if they even need to, right? Because they do have that troll matchup versus the Brood, which could just work really nicely, but we'll see how that lane's actually going to end up going.
Well, and for me, the other thing about this game that really stands out, and the panel was touching on a lot as we are getting into the game now, this is, to me at least, the top 2 teams in the region before I saw LGD play earlier today. LGD looked absolutely insanely good, but these 2 teams are incredibly strong. Extreme, Aster, a lot of high hopes out of both of them in this region.
Yeah, I definitely I'm in the same agreement. I think a lot of us, if not all of us, put Aster Extreme as like the top 2, and then we're seeing LGD playing. We're like, man, you know, we saw the 3-player switches. We know how good, you know, Planet and Shiro have proved themselves in the past. I think a lot of us had question marks about their offlaner. Those question marks are gone. LGD looks amazing, so let's see how this one ends up going. This should be. I'm still really excited that we get to have this matchup this early in the DPC though. Extreme and Aster.
Totally.
2 powerhouses.
Well, and I think also the meta that we've seen kind of develop, I feel like we're getting a better idea of where all these heroes rank relative to each other. You know, we've seen a lot of developing over the last couple of days. Like it started and it was like Rubik Doom. Doom's gone now. The Brood has consistently been the thing that's been banned out in that first phase, and it's finally let through. Extreme say we're going to give it to XXS, see what he can do with it.
Yep. I'm glad you mentioned the Rubik too. I know it's not in this game, but I'm always happy to see that hero. And right now I think he has like an 85% win rate across 8 games. The hero is definitely back. So looking at this, Monet, he gets the D ward right away on the mid lane, so no ops there.
And him and Baboka gonna head on towards the top side of the map.
All right, let's see how they do. Let's see how JT and PYW play around that versus this annoying dispel that's gonna be coming out from Baboka, of course.
JT, PYW, XWY. I've got Alphabet Gaming coming in here.
Oh, DY, who else, right? XXS.
There's a lot of people learning their ABCs in this region. And we'll see how this ends up going now. Because the Tiny has pretty consistently just been able to dominate these mid lanes against, it feels like everything except for Tusk, pretty much.
Yeah.
And Tusk in this game, but playing out of the position 4 with the Darkseer.
XWI's had some really good games as well, too, so I'm looking forward to see how much he's going to be able to do at this space. Baboka actually takes Impetus level 1, so opting for, at least at the start, wants to go for some different type of play, just going for a more harassment than preventing the early Ion Shells. But in time, we will see, of course, that Dispel and him grabbing some creeps. So let's see what PYW looks to do with this.
Hold it on over. Actually, that camp spawned. The creep didn't quite body block it.
He was a little... I mean, he was trying to get more of the creeps, but yeah, actually could not. All right.
Well, that is really scary. Keep our eyes on that, because also that's the ghost creep that spawns. So next level for Enchantress, although PYW getting some good damage there onto Baboka and trying to force him back.
Yeah, that could be really problematic, the fact that it didn't block. And we saw the glance down bottom. There's a really strong lane, even though Silencer can sometimes get bullied in some of these. They have the Troll, so that they have that super strong laner that's really good versus the Brood.
And JT gets level 2, goes right on in with the vacuum, trying to do what damage they can, but just level 1 and Ion Shell on both of them makes it kind of tough to get any substantial damage in.
They are being annoying, though. Monet, he's got 4 creeps under his tower, so could get up to 7 last hits, but at the moment he was only at 3. So definitely having a much harder time than his opposing carry.
I kind of wondered if we were going to see PYW come over and try and kill this creep camp with an Ion Shell, but instead they give up the Ghost, and that's going to be able to bully back a little bit here.
Wow, that's a painful creep.
Yeah.
Only 23 seconds that it does last, though, but will be pretty annoying. PYW, it's like no way that you can go for any type of creep pull now versus this creep.
But so far, so good in this lane for the Tusk and the Darkseer. Between the two of them, they're at 8 and 3. Last hits and denies. Down bottom, XXS facing off against Ghost with a little bit of help from PQ there.
Should start to get better for the Brood once he gets like the level 3. Right now he's already starting to catch back up quickly. So, and they're just constantly just arrowing the range creep. So you can see that they're not really playing for pressure. They're just playing to get that farm in the lane.
Ooh, almost missed the range creep hit there, but they still get it. GT has to back away.
Oh, a little bit of miscommunication perhaps there. Didn't get the chase off, but Boca used the enchant afterwards, but either way gets off the on-shell.
So some good pressure mounted back that direction. And in the mid lane, oh my
I know,
goodness
I was about
gracious.
to say the same thing. We saw this the other day
God.
too. Paparazzi playing his sniper versus Death Prophet. I think it was versus White Album, and it was also similar situation, just really struggling. SWY owning.
Dude, all these new kids, they come on in, you know, taking down the old man now.
It is their year.
And
Up.
Boca chased, getting some good damage. The tag team paired together with it. Is it going to be enough? Yes. PYW drawing first blood, and now turning on to Monet. It's some good damage there, but it's not quite enough.
I love the way that he played it. He hits 3 and he uses both his spells as he hits 3. He skills up the tag team just because of it. And now Monet probably
Chase
going down.
Level 2 Ion Shell. Just walk right next.
Ooh, nice tree.
Did a little bit of a misplay there. Really good stuff from Monet as he drops the tree down, blocks the pathing, and that stops the chase.
Oh, and he goes and eats the tree again too, so he gets the double regen, double benefit from Monet.
That's really good.
I love it.
Yeah, that must have just been the pathing change after he dropped the tree.
Yep, that's what it looked like.
Dang.
Great block. Mid lane.
Oh, see?
Almost gets the toss. If he does, it might be enough. Actually, he had range drop probably, but close.
It sounds cooler, though, if we think it's, you know,
Yeah,
the fake hype is fun. I like that, too.
But we did see the checking of the runes, of course, so we saw that Paparazzi wasn't able to get the refill.
And
constant aggression. The arrow.
That's not fake hype anymore. That's going to be a kill. Bring on down Paparazzi. DY battling it out now. Siamese Cat. And PYW uses the snowball, but this is fully encapsulated here. Do they have enough? No, they can't get him.
Net was used before that, so can't quite get onto him. Troll. We're seeing he's a big winner, though, of course, and they're probably just going to be able to leave him down bottom versus the Brute alone. So we'll see what PQ does with all this information, how he's going to mirror the movements, as we see. Yeah, both these two, Silencer and Mirana, playing versus each other.
Whoop. Ooh, that's a lot of damage, too.
He's got Stick Fairy. Should be fine.
Okay. So far, so good up top for JT, even killing off the Enchantress creep there.
Big money.
Yeah, he's having a great start to this laning stage. You can't ask for a whole lot more. And I can't help but wonder if that enchant early, I mean, they still might have been able to, you know, get away with what they were doing, but the impetus didn't really shut them down as much as he was hoping it would.
No, agreed. I thought perhaps they would try to go for it, but they're playing the lane really well between JT and PYW. Super aggressive.
Yeah. Stomp. Couple punches. The net there, too. Has impetus again in a sec and throws it out, but still not capable of getting the full amount of damage into it.
See these power runes. Are they going to be... They're not going to help Paparazzi right now. They're not checking for him. Okay, DY is with him, but...
Move on in. Arrow there. DD. Wow. Okay. As Paparazzi go for any more? He doesn't have level 6. A bunch of leaps to get out of there. PQ's away.
He's got a third one, too, so it should be all right.
And Paparazzi's still chasing? Dude, he's going to miss a whole wave over here.
I mean, it's going to be a level 7 Tiny versus a level 5 Pango in a second.
Okay, he comes back. TP's back to lane. But still, this is not gone the way that Paparazzi was hoping it would mid.
He's getting... Look at the net worth. 3,400 to 2,100. I mean, this is crazy. Now, XWI, he's got phase boots and DD. He can make moves anywhere.
Yeah, and that tree throw, if he decides to use that, is going to do so much damage with this DD. He's hitting for over 300 right now.
Hey, the Ghost actually just gets bullied out. He wants to jungle there, and he can't now because of this rotation.
Oh, scary, scary.
This could be pretty big into this mid game. And you were just, you were mentioning before about the early Blink Dagger, him having this great of a start, it's likely that he's going to be able to get that 12-minute or so, just like we saw. I think it was nothing to say the other day that got that one.
Well, 7 minutes in and 1,000 gold lead. Obviously, not the be-all, end-all. You've got things going well in a couple of different lanes. Tiny, obviously, rocking it mid. Up top, it's Darkseer, who was having a pretty good time in terms of levels, but has started to struggle a little bit. And now going into the Vanguard, most likely, as you mentioned earlier, to take over that bottom lane, make sure Brood doesn't kill the tower.
Good. I mean, it's even a potential game that he could. I'm not going to say that, actually. I was going to say maybe the Crimson Guard eventually, but I don't know. That item always just feels weird. It's too expensive. D ward, PQ, finds that mid ward. They're putting so much emphasis onto mid. You're seeing this as Marana, Siamese Cat, or PQ, whichever one you want to call. Whichever you remember him as. He's just doing a great job of leaving XXS bottom. Sure, XXS told him, like, I'm fine down here, and then just playing around his big Tiny. So now, 8-minute Power Rune, they've got constant kill threat with these two.
Right, and Ghost is having a good game. You can see already about halfway towards that Battle Fury being completed. He's right up there with them. Chase, kill. DY, done.
It's easy for them. These pretty much any of the heroes that rotate, if they just get an initial stun arrow combo, they will just get brought down. Paparazzi also has to be a little careful every time. It's a level 8. Look at this.
Dude, he's just running in. Does not appear to care that much.
So confident. I like it.
He had the haste rune ready as well. So talk to me a little bit, because obviously Tiny's going to be the one that can be more active, but how much does it matter the Troll getting off to a good start like this?
I mean, it's very important. He needs to have that good game to be able to actually scale versus this Naga. So I think this build, his Battle Fury, it's very necessary this game. But definitely has some pretty scary stuff he has to deal with because this Tiny's just having such a good game. Could see XWY just make a rotation down and go for him. He actually does not have ult also. He does have a skill point saved, okay.
The ward dropped back behind the tower. And we are getting closer. That Vanguard just now being brought out to the Darkseer, if I'm not mistaken.
Now they got to make the move.
Doesn't. He went Arcanes instead.
Okay, so he's just going to do mech. It's a casual ring for later. Maybe he goes something with it as rotation bot.
Finds themselves one. Not an easy kill with 3 leap charges. So Marana gets away, no problem.
Smart by PQ also. He scouts the rotation, right? So now look at XXS. He now sends the spiders, the 1x1s, to give all the information while he's going for the push. And he won't feed too many of these spiders. Hopefully for himself. Let's say Paparazzi. If he gets a good swashbuckle, maybe cleans him up. But here comes the Tiny, that haste rune.
Making the move. Spiders there to scout.
Paparazzi.
DY immediate. Oh no!
See you later.
How unlucky can you get? That swashbuckle back at just the wrong time. DY does find the D ward, but now with PQ coming in and a very fast Tiny, this looks like it might be about the end for him. PYW, snowball save. The avalanche, the toss, isn't enough. No,
the
DY,
tree.
oh, the tree.
It misses.
No, just barely. DY should not be alive right now.
But this is actually such a crisp rotation. It's exactly what we were talking about, how someone has to occupy bottom, and it has to probably be either the Pangor and Darkseer.
Yeah.
They see the rotation, XWY moves, and now he's got Blink done, actually, even before the 12. It's like a 10-minute Blink dagger.
Well, and we mentioned sort of the decision there. It seems like the team decided, okay, Paparazzi's not having a great game. We're going to send him down there instead. And then the Vanguard switch away back to the Arcanes to get more farm. It is a little bit of a swap up.
Yeah. This is a painful start, though. And, this is how I felt like a lot of this early game would start. It's just a lot of space now going to be made for Monet to do Naga Siren things and have this explosive farming pattern.
Right. The other thing that we just saw right there is that Boboka's just following the Darkseer and taking over the Iron Shelled creep.
And this is typical Boboka, too. He's just farming, right?
Yeah. So that is the other way that they're trying to shut this down, where he's not even really able to farm that effectively.
Yeah, I like it. He's almost level 7 on Boboka. And immediately takes the creep, yeah. He's just constantly doing it. He's actually, JT has to be a little careful up here.
Yeah. He could very easily die with the rotation, and XWY moves in, and JT gonna skip to his Lou to get out of there.
Yeah, that was really cool. Boboka almost, if he was level 7, Boboka actually solo kills him probably with just max impetus.
God, he's gonna be a monster in this game.
This is problematic. I'm seeing a pretty difficult way for Extreme to actually play pressure-wise unless they bring a lot of numbers, and that's gonna just open up the map for Aster to just continue to farm on one side or the other. So these next few moments does feel like Aster's just gonna have quite a big domination.
Yeah, interesting little action going on there in the jungle too. You could see that there was the Rana and Tusk playing around each other, but decided to head away. Ghost just going to take over this top lane and try and be the one to go against the the Enchantress, but even that's not easy for him to stay here. He's going to get whittled down too. Paparazzi moves on in, picks himself up a rune, and that's important.
Finally, he gets himself a rune. He's having such a hard time. But immediately move, Aster. They saw the troll up top, perhaps trying to set up for him with an arrow combo.
Yeah, they want to get these kills with that early blink. Make that investment worth it.
They know where he's walking. This could catch him perfectly.
Do they spot him in time? Does he manage to pop his ulti? Jump, Abba, toss, has stick charges too. Ooh, doesn't pop ult. Pop stick instead. Gets punished. Paparazzi moves in. He can't do much of anything. XWY just saunters out.
Oh boy. Yeah, I mean, XWY's game is so damn good. He's really just going to make all the space in the world for Naga and Brood. Monet's just going to have a free one. And now slowing down Ghost Battle Fury timing. He's actually got it finished, but yeah, slowing him down where he's able to farm is going to be pretty huge.
Yeah, 4,000 gold lead here at 13 minutes. Just by virtue of moving around the map, shutting down the areas where they can farm, and Brood taking over that bottom corner there. It's basically no man's land. We're going to see here these movements back to the lane. PYW still going to kind of babysit Ghosts here.
They still don't have DY's level 6. They still don't have global at 13 minutes.
Dude,
that is brutal.
Feels real bad.
Because sometimes like you could initiate, right, with the Tusk or the Pango, and then you can get the global coverage. You can make an over-aggressive play, but they don't even have global. They're actually so far behind at this moment.
Yeah, and the timing for when things could maybe change, you're looking at like PYW's Blink Dagger, perchance, or, you know, your Diffusal Blade's almost done for Pango, and that's kind of something, but, you know, this is against a Naga Siren, getting absolute free farm now.
It's going to be tough for them to start a fight, because if they do see the Pango roll coming, they can just, you know, they can just sleep the opposing, the rest of the heroes, and kind of initiate around it as more pressure now onto mid tower.
Dude, Baboka is level 8. That guy's a monster.
It's so typical Baboka. He's not playing Coddle, but he's still going to farm.
Send the spiders out. Get some vision. Success. Farming up mid. Getting the tower damage in. And finally, that top tower is going to be taken. Ghost was able to finish it off on the troll. And Aster, after they see numbers mid, they'll back away. Farm out the jungle. And feel confident nursing this lead right here.
Yep. Don't need to be too over-aggressive, but if you see an opportunity for it, definitely can. This Mirana Tiny, constantly getting these kills. And XXS, he's just chilling. He's almost got Greaves, so it looks like Greaves are going to come out when Global comes out.
Oh, that feels bad. Damn, dude.
Yeah, pretty brutal. And is that a... Wow, is that actually what I think it is? Is that almost a full Echo Saber coming out for the Tiny too? Holy moly, XW. Okay, it's not the full yet, but good lord.
JT got mech and is queuing up the Greaves. He's getting closer to it, but again, his farm has also really been suffering since those early points of getting his creeps taken over by the enchant.
Yeah, this feels, I mean, it feels pretty painful, really, for XG. They just can't make aggressive moves, and like you said, it's like they kind of need PYW to have Blink, but that's going to happen. That's going to come so late. They have to start perhaps looking to make some moves with Paparazzi. But it's pressure on all fronts. Like XXS is always mid. They know Monet's farming, and then these two, the Menaces, are always looking for kills.
JT toss up, needs to dodge that area. They actually move in now. Paparazzi just barely. He's going to be able to tank through that arrow with a roll. This is huge. This is the type of kill that they needed. And XG, they find a moment to counterplay. Initiation's hard, but if they run into you, that's when you can take a fight.
Little overextension there, but at the same time, Aster gets something out of it. XXS, he sees 4 heroes rotate bottom. He's like, okay, I can just take mid tower.
And now PQ. Oop, no chance for a root there. Although,
might
can he
still
do
just
anything?
get chased
Okay.
out. Yeah, he's dead.
Oh my god. He still had one more leap, but yeah, first hit there on the root, a little rough.
Nice and efficient, too. He's got the battle trench to clear up that stack a little bit at the end there, too.
But Greaves are out now. So Aster, after losing a couple and losing a little bit of that momentum, we'll see what they decide to do now that they've taken the mid tower. He's going Aghanims on Ghost.
Okay, interesting.
Dire's bottom tower
There is a lot of little annoying things that are going to be there for him, like the, you know, the Silken Bola and whatnot, and like the Nat, but interesting. I think he's going to switch. Yeah, he switches it. I was like, that's a bit of an interesting one. Because he could just get slept and then toss comboed or whatever and just constantly controlled in the fights without BKB.
So, and also you can see the timing now of Darkseer after getting involved in that kill. He's got Greaves coming out to him as well.
Okay.
Although, with Baboka moving in, force staff forward, tried to vacuum up to the high ground, isn't going to be able to do it. Has Surge back up after the enchant, and will be able to get away. So lucky there on the timing.
Max Surge. Lucky that he has it all skilled up like that rather than going for it. We've seen a couple of these Max Vacuum, but most of the time it is that Max Surge. We'll be able to make sure he gets away. And now the Echo Saber's done for XWI. So even more burst potential to any of these kind of squishy targets. Everyone is feeling pretty fragile except, I mean, even Darkseer's kind of feeling fragile as we saw there. And Monet is enormous. I think that's the Orchid finished, Orchid Manta. So he can kill pretty much anyone he finds. They have a huge window here on Aster to kill any target.
And they're going to find one right at the start. DY goes down. Can they get Ghost afterwards? Looks like he's away. So they'll take that kill every day of the week, losing their silencer for that big rotation. Scan connects onto the Roche, but then turns green. So XG realize they're not actually going for that.
They can, though.
Maybe they will.
They can pretty much at any moment with the creeps and all these, you know, minus armor from Riptide. They could look to force it at some point soon. XG. Might be expecting it, too. They smoke.
Okay. And heading in.
Master's not even doing it. They really think that they were. Yeah. Heads up play for Master.
Just backing out. So not a ton of vision in this area, but you have the spiders, and that's really, as you see them running across the map, kind of cheat code you have unlocked with this Brood. And XXS spots PYW shards will not stop that spider.
There's a big reason why a lot of teams are banning this hero, especially versus the specialists. They just are so good about this, the split up. It just gives so much information, and it feels like the macro game really for Master has just been almost flawless. Besides that mistake bottom, slight mistake bottom from the Tiny. Monet free farming, constant pressure on all fronts, and just, full, look at the spiders. Just gives all
They're everywhere.
They're just, hey, look, Ghosts up top. Silencer and Tusk are also around there. They have all the information in the world.
It is a little bit of gold, but like 3 gold does not really
9.
matter in the grand scheme of things at all.
So it looks like for XG, they're going to wait to make a play really around the BKB timing of Ghost. But I mean, they're just getting so out-farmed. Well, like, will they even have damage at some points? Monet is gonna start getting close to points where he's just unkillable.
Yeah, that Naga Siren is definitely going to be an issue. And I mean, the other thing about it is that you have the troll there for like the max right-click damage and all that good stuff. But if Monet's getting towards, you know, whether it's a Butterfly or a Radiance later or something else like that, it could be a problem with Ghost also staying on target with the extra force staffs that they're going to have eventually.
Yeah. Thankfully, they will get a Darkseer wall illusion, so maybe the illusion of the Naga Siren could be something that's amazing. But you know what happens? They just Enchantress steal it. So then, there's always going to be answers, it feels like, for Aster. Aster just got everything kind of covered. And up top, there's the Orchid.
Snowball save ready to go. Keeps them fine and dandy. Arrow not going to connect onto Monet. The Walrus Punch and then the walk away. Don't want to fight into this song.
Oh, all right.
So at least some answer there.
Yeah, PYW in the right place at the right time. And that's the Orchid. That's the first. We've known he had Orchid for a while, but that's the first reveal.
You know, I'm going to be honest. I don't know exactly what you do at Extreme to stop this. It feels like there's just chess pieces being pushed around the map by all these spiders, by the Naga Siren illusions, and they're not even really getting a chance to play Dota, it feels like. It's just whack-a-mole with these spiders.
Yeah. Like now they have the blink on PYW. It's actually come a little earlier, I would say, than I expected, but still pretty slow. But now they're going to have to look to make moves. So global plus the initiations. The thing is they always have to watch out for the Naga. If Naga's in the area, pops Manta, songs, resets everything. XG, let's see what they find.
And right now, they run in, smoke up as 4. Can they find anybody? DY puts a ward up on the high ground, catches sight briefly there of maybe the Tiny, but success, the Moonlight Shadow. Oh, man. Everything working against them right now.
They read it, right? They read the map. They see this troll showing mid. They're probably pretty convinced that there is going to be a smoke rotation because they
see everything
so
else.
much info. Yeah, exactly. So
it's like, this is the only place they can be.
And look at, Baboka's taking bottom tower. He's got the rally. He's got the Dark Troll Summoner.
Dude, this is brutal.
And look at the scaling too, right? We were talking about Baboka being super greedy. He is almost the net worth of the Darkseer.
Yeah.
He's a core of his own.
What's really interesting is that it has not really been that much bullying. It feels like almost an amoeba or something. That's the Aster lineup. Like, you push in one place and then, you know, they spread out and go to the other places to just farm up the entire map. And it's because if they ever split up on Extreme, they have such good pickoff heroes with this Tiny.
Yeah, it's really just suffocation. It's a really good, like, strangle play, really, from Aster. Just forcing Extreme to have so little of the map, and it's always known by Aster exactly where they're standing.
Ava, toss, punch, Greaves there, but not enough for the save. They roll back, trying to do what they can to this Tiny. Can they bring him down? PYW, still not enough. Slowly whittling him, but eventually the BKB out. That might be enough to secure this kill onto XWY, and in fact it will. So they punish the Tiny. Monet using Song, but not give him enough to take Roche? It seems unlikely.
It just seems like Aster, even when they, you know, again, they lose the Tiny, they're getting something out of the map. Aboka's just like, down bottom, takes the tower. And now Monet, he's got heart. So, you know, I was mentioning how I feel like it feels like they might run out of damage. It might be that case. It's going to be a lot up to how much Pango's going to be able to do in these later matchups. Oh boy.
A very interesting type of game where,
yeah,
I mean, there's obviously a lot happening, but it feels like nothing has happened and they're losing so badly.
Yeah. I mean, it's amazing macro play, and it's really the summons just overwhelming. Extreme being able to do anything. Look at the map. Like, I feel like if we had like the heat map of all 5 heroes, I feel like it would be right around this triangle kind of mid area for the majority of the game. They're all just hugging each other.
Don't have many options. And of course, the spiders are not going to make up for all the other creeps that Aster are capable of hitting.
See what they can do. They're going to go for another smoke play. Global on cooldown, 40 seconds.
And I were they standing on those spiders when they smoked?
I think it may have just... I didn't actually see if it caught the vision of them in that moment.
Well, they are running away now, so it seems like Aster knows what's up.
Yeah, and they get the D ward as well that was placed earlier around the triangle.
I mean, you can't hate on them that much. There's everywhere on the map right now.
And look, yeah, they're waiting. You know, you see PQ kind of standing at the ramp, waiting to see if he breaks the smoke. And the lead continues to grow.
11K now. Illusion heads on into the pit, and another smoke with nothing gained. BKB now done for the Tiny. So that gives him some avenue also to, you know, get out of jail free if things go poorly. And follow up.
They're scouting.
And moves on in. Snowball is there for the save, but he's not going to get it in time. The Global, the Greaves, vacuums them both up onto the high ground. Misses the wall, though. Not how that normally goes, as did connect onto the Tiny, but wasn't able to stay on top.
Oh, no, paparazzi!
No. Okay, that feels bad. The buyback is there, but they are not going to win this fight off of this buyback. And Ghost, in fact, he might be in trouble. The chase, they're there. Ava, toss, arrow, done. XG do not have an answer, as they are going to try and run him down. Good blink out there by the Tusk.
Oh, man.
But Aster are just absolutely destroying this game.
That was just the Spiders. The Spiders were scouting perfectly, giving all the vision. XWY gets the jump. They get a kind of cute vacuum, but as you mentioned, you know, the wall doesn't really catch them, and they have ways to push. You know, they have 4 stabs leap from the Mirana. And now Roche, game getting it pretty impossible, it feels like, for Extreme. And, you know, even, like, I can even project, like, a little bit of what could happen later on. Like, Monet, as this Naga sign when you're playing versus Pango and Troll, eventually he's going to be able to get Aghanims, and these BKBs that they are super reliant on are just going to be non-existent. Not going to do anything, really.
And that's even if you can get to the point where you can get a roll on target and stay on the target. It's all feeling pretty bad. Now, they are going to be going for the Aghanim Scepter on Paparazzi too, which can maybe help out, since particularly because the Naga Siren isn't going immediately for that Ags herself.
Yeah.
But to me, I think the big thing that I'm seeing in this game is what we talked about at the start. It's, okay, everybody bans this Broodmother. Everybody takes it away from the specialists. I understand in a best-of-3 wanting to give it up and try and see if you can beat it, but I mean, after this game, I don't want to see Brood again.
No, I don't think so. Also, a lot of these games too, we've seen Naga Siren taken out in the like 3, 4, 5 bans afterwards. But this one, it's a Brood plus a Naga Siren, and it's overwhelming really how much pressure they're able to put with this.
They run into the Enchantress down bottom a little bit here. See if they can kill the Ench, who is above the Darkseer now in terms of farm.
He almost has a BKB on the book.
PYW, TP's in, JT's there too. They've got a good opening here for a vac wall if they want to use it. Walrus Punch to start, waiting for follow-up. They all want to get on top of them, and there they are, but the Avalanche to interrupt, they don't find it. Vacuum onto the Naga, able to interrupt that song before it comes out.
Now it's out, and it's a heal.
Paparazzi, oh, he's got the shard.
He's got the shard.
Oh, no, and then he dodges the blink away. They get him out of there. Don't manage to find the arrow, but Troll not really doing all that much in this fight. JT hoping to get out of trouble as Ghost is going to fall. XG, they lose more, and if they don't change things up soon, they're probably going to lose this game. I don't know if Aster stopped. The high ground's ready for them.
Yeah, it looks impossible, really. Aster's just playing so well, covering each other perfectly. Waiting, they tried to like combo to get the Tiny at the very least, but yeah, not enough timing for that BKB, it wears off. And Monet, he bought the shard, I believe, just before that fight too, so a little bit of extra healing. Farewell, DY.
Toss back, the poor Silencer. Never will you be able to steal int. No int stolen in the game feels pretty bad. 17,000 gold lead, 4-12, and it does not look particularly close at any point. As an Avalanche, they connect onto Darkseer, but JT won't be the target that they go for.
There's a word I like to use that I don't get to too often, but when
yeah?
it's a game is quite perfect, it's like the crisp. It's just a very crisp game, it looks like, from Aster's.
Like an apple.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a beautiful symphony of disgusting information from either these illusions, these summons, or these spiders and stuff like that. Yeah, it's just dream play, and really a lot of it have to give so much credit to that mid, right?
Yeah.
XWY, Tiny, unbelievable. He really set the whole tempo for this game, it felt like.
And what's weird to me is that I'm not sure if there were that many bad plays by Extreme in this game either. You know, like I'm trying to think of like big mistakes that were made, and I can't think of that many because it was just Aster setting the tempo the entire time.
Yeah, it's like perhaps, I think maybe the one that I would look at is they probably should have had PYW maybe playing more around looking for the runes and everything, because that's the kill threat. When they have Tusk and Pango, they can actually kill heroes, while Silencer, Pango's a lot harder to actually do so. On Aster, they had the Tiny Mirana constantly checking those runes, constantly posing kill threat. But at the same time, too, would that have even mattered in the grand scheme of things, because there was so much space for the Brood and Nagas. 20k gold lead.
Aster are going to play this one safe. Again, a huge matchup for both of these teams in terms of the potential for them. Both teams looking to get to the major, want to be one of those top four. And of course, if you can win a match here against one of the other top teams in the region, things are going to be feeling good. Well, the Walrus Punch in the midst of the leap, so a good interruption there. And now Control going to bounce back and forth, try and bring down Baboka and Monet, still hanging on to that song. JT moves on in, wants to find something, what they can, burning through the mana. Monet starting to drop it lower and lower. Ghost right on top of this Naga Siren, and it's enough for the kill.
That's one.
Can they do it again?
Uh-oh.
Yeah, XYW right on top of both of them, and no more ulti on Ghost. He does get surged out of there. The server's dying from the Iron Shell with all the little bugs. But Paparazzi, he's going to be the one that falls down. They lose both the Pango and the Tusk, and Aster looking to clean up this game number one. The big smile there I saw as GG is called.
Yeah, pretty flawless game. That was really impressive from Aster. Even I love when you see these type of games too. It's like really flawless, and then you see Baboka's just like having the time of his life, farming. Not a coddle this time, but the Ench became a core as well. Yeah, I don't think you could ask for more from Aster. That was top notch. Yep.
Squashing bugs the other way. It's bugs squashing them. Dang, man. I don't want to see Brood anymore. It's too much. that here's crazy. Like, what the heck? You just get to send spiders everywhere and then you see everything? It's map hacks.
It gives you so much, really, because it gives you the information, and then also it's this really pesky hero that when you're playing a carry, you're constantly, until you have BKB, you're just getting this bola constantly throwing you, this miss rate. You can't actually look to fight. It's really pesky. I think Aster actually got way more than they probably should have, getting the Brood and then the Naga in the middle of the phase. Not enough that Extreme has to deal with all this constant pressure. And then, you know, the Tiny, of course, setting the tempo made everything perfect.
It was a really good like movement down bottom to try and knock the Troll out, like you were talking about, and then they ended up catching Paparazzi right there too. So it was like even after that laning stage went poorly, the rotations also were punished really hard. It just felt like the game didn't go the way that they wanted, and then everything sort of snowballed from there. I mean, do you think that we're going to get a more even matchup in the next one? Or was it like just sort of outplay?
This one felt, at least for me, it felt like a really strong draft advantage, and especially with the Tiny having that good start, it felt really hard for Extreme to have any type of catch-up. So I think we'll probably see the Brood Band at least, but yeah.
Yeah, we'll blame that one not on the troll, it was on the Brood. So let's head on back to the panel, let them break down that action.
Trolls Ball, Brood OP, at least in this matchup. Where are you landing with the Kazu? Which one are you going to put the blame on?
It can't be the troll, because we said troll would maybe potentially own the game, but I think in reality, I feel like at that point, it's already really hard to perhaps salvage the draft. I think it's already a very, very rough position at that point.
High five. High five.
Why are you high-fiving?
It's a sarcastic.
He
high
said
five.
troll is trash.
Yeah, right, okay. I was like, Lizard, weren't you on the opposite side of what they thought? I get it now.
This Tiny though, XWY, insanely good. Like when you have this type of lineup from Aster, which is very passive on the map in regards to killing heroes, but you're just killing a lot of creeps, you need your mid laner to pop off, to play around the map, to do literally everything for your team. And I feel like this Tiny, of course, greatly enabled from the Mirana sitting mid multiple times, really punishing Paparazzi. Of course, Tiny by himself, 1v1, demolished Paparazzi. Mirana coming in, further cemented that position, allowing him to outlevel. And it just felt like that the entire game. If this game was a little bit closer, that BKB troll timing, that could have been a contest at Roshan. If Naga doesn't have Aegis, the time in which troll does finally kill off Naga, it isn't going to be, oh wait, she's back alive, we've lost. It's, wait, we can now progress on the map. So I just think this Tiny, insanely opening up the game, and yeah, the entirety of Aster just a really flawless game.
Yeah, like I think that they really understand. I feel like this is a big similarity to what I often see also from LGD. They really understand who they need to enable in the early game. Again, you have Brood, who is very static. You have Naga, who's very static. So who do you need to help and open up to then later on help those heroes in the side lane? It's going to be your Tiny. That's why they bring your supports middle. You have the Mirana with the Tiny, as T already said. And he's the one that kind of breaks the game open, because we said in the draft, yeah, sure, you need to pick the hero that then later goes against the Brood to hold the lane, right? Well, that's where Aster are already one-upping you, because they know eventually we bring our Tiny there when you do that, and then it doesn't matter that you have your Pango there.
Yeah, the way I see this game is sometimes we talk about snowbally lineups, like there are snowball, these DKs, that prophets. This isn't a snowball from Aster, it's an avalanche. Like you, you have illusions, you have Brood Mothers, Spiderlings, you have Enchantress creeps. It's all just slowly crushing you. You aren't really weak, but you can't fight it as well. It's not like you got crushed in the laning stage. It was okay, but it doesn't matter. Like when you look at the scores as well, you have what, 4 kills max on a player. It's the score itself. What did the team have? Like 20 kills, maybe not even 20.
So it was 15 kills for Aster, and
15.
Tiny was part of
So it's like
13 of them,
it doesn't matter. You're just slowly choked out, just crushed. And you can't really do anything about it.
It's funny because it's not like a snowball lineup where they go together and then overrun you. It's more like they slowly get... It's like a snowball in a different way where eventually you just feel like you can't do anything.
There's just
There's
creeping
no
up.
map. There's like just nowhere that you can go even as a 5-stack.
This game is the perfect demonstration in regards to draft and play in how pushing out lanes is so fundamental. And if you have drafts that can't push out lanes, this is what the punishment is. Because this game, when the waves are in your face, so many times they were smoking as 5, and then the troll's like, no guys, I have to push out this lane, because if we're not showing for 2 seconds, they're going to know we're smoked and we'll fail miserably. So this is a type of lineup that if you aren't playing at your best, if you don't go even or win your lanes, you are just completely choked out by minute 12, it feels like. And unfortunately, it is Paparazzi versus XWY. Like, it literally is whoever does better will allow their team to play at the best. And because Paparazzi wasn't able to perform as well as the Tiny, again, matchup is a bit Tiny favored. And it's a 2v1 because Mirana was sitting mid. That completely destroys Extreme Gaming's ability to even play or do anything, because again, no creeps equals no plays.
Yeah, I also think that this Darkseer is maybe, I was saying that it could be good. Like, I can see the idea of it. It gets to push out lanes, but I think Darkseer against Naga, it might be fake. I feel like it's actually not that good. The shells just die to illusions anyway. They counter pick up with their Ench later. I feel like with how Dota is played right now and the items you can buy, like Naga just buys Orchid, Heart, Mage Slayer. She actually doesn't care about this hero, so I feel like it's a fake answer that Extreme can learn from.
Yeah, I feel that they were also a little bit too eager to pick the Darkseer without thinking through the possibility of Tiny being mid. You pick that Darkseer, you're thinking, yeah, they can't counter us, then they pick Enchantress and put Tiny mid.
Yeah.
And all their problems literally are solved with the one last big position 5. So I agree, Darkseer didn't shine, but you know Kezu, like if you're playing into Ench, into Oracle, into heroes that purge your Iron Shell, it's really rough.
Yeah, because a lot of their tempo will come from either Paparazzi doing well or the Darkseer, and yeah, it just didn't happen.
Slight overlook there from Extreme Gaming, but game 2, it is brand new. They can do whatever they want in that draft, have a little bit of a break to think about it, because we're also going to be jumping to a break. When we come back, it's game 2 between Extreme and Asta. Extreme gaming up against Asta. It is game number 2 very soon. Game 1. That slow sort of overtake you guys were saying from Asta secured them that win. Does that mean we might potentially see either a Brood,
Yes.
Tiny, Naga? Which one? All
Brood.
of them?
Brood.
Brood.
Get her out.
Lina Brood will probably be the first phase bans
Opening?
if the pick order is the same.
Like after this game was over, someone said it in the cast. I think maybe Fogged or Lyrical. It was one of them.
There were only 2.
Exactly. They said that they didn't get to play Dota, and that is true. This is actually where you get out of this game and you can say, "Yo, coach, what the hell? I didn't actually get to play. Let's
Was
take
that
You're
even a
blaming
game?
the coach. This is all coach's fault.
No, I'm just giving them an easy way out. You know, to
Ah,
just get
yeah,
in the
true,
next
that's true.
game.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, it wasn't us. It was the picks. I mean, to be fair, this Brood made it hard.
It's always nice to have a scapegoat, right?
Yeah, right.
Oh my gosh. You guys are the worst.
Coach
You're like,
walks-
out of every game, you're like, okay, who do we blame here? Yep, nope, the
It's
Brood.
you.
I mean, you don't want the players to be blaming each other because imagine if you're in the next game and then JT's thinking about your paparazzi, man.
Just give them,
Pangolier, bro. What you like? You don't want that happening. You want the coach to take the blame after the series. That's when you iron it out. That's when you watch the replays.
True.
Okay.
Very
Yeah, that's what you did when you were playing pro?
There's different ways to go about it. But, I played with Quinn. Let's not, get into it. I'm just
I hope he's still in chat. Is he in chat before?
He's always in chat. He's Pepe Wing right now.
All right, well, draft is going to be coming up soon. Team Asta having first pick, which means definitely very much going to be that Lina Brood first phase ban from the side of Extreme.
Yeah, most likely. Again, Asta was first pick in the previous game, so you would like to think that Extreme respects that Brood mother. There it is. And
Oh my gosh, straight up.
Lina feels like the hero that we've not seen enough to see answers to. I feel like there are answers out there, but it is so broken in concept that I think teams will just go, let's not try and test it on the stage. Yeah, exactly.
It's like gonna be the situation where you need to let through either Lina or Treant, and you need to have an idea against one of them because one of them is coming up.
They get the Lina? Okay. I guess.
Are they going to pick the Lina?
I mean,
pretty sure they will.
You'd be kind of crazy not to.
let's see what teams have actually first picked Lina. I think it's
LGD.
been LGD have done it once, and
Dawn.
And Dawn did it. And both times, of course, Dawn, even though they lost that game, the Lina was like 14-3 or something. It was an insane game. And the reason why Lina is so potent is because...
I love the way they let the clock run down. And we're thinking,
Are we
guys,
going Lina? Are we not?
Are we going to
Now.
pick Lina or are we going to pick Lina?
This is the point where it's like, they're talking like, is it a bait, guys? Do we actually want to play the Lina? Do they have a plan against Lina?
You're a game up. Like, you're a game up, and you've given a chance to pick the most broken hero at the moment.
I
think
don't see why you wouldn't pick Lina.
You pick it, and you
But
try your luck.
RTK is there right now going, let's not fall for that bait, and there it is.
Okay.
So now Extreme Lina +1 maybe? Or both teams just ignore it, and we finally overcome the fact that everyone loves this hero.
I was going to say, I feel like Aster have let through the Lina before. No, they haven't.
just go Lina Tusk here. You have that option.
Yes. Lina Clock as well. Good safe lane. Yeah, just Lina plus melee. There's Lina.
That's
Go for the
pretty
melee,
safe
yeah.
bet. Yeah. Lina plus a melee hero that can either frontline or protect. I think, Aster having first pick and not taking it, obviously they must have an idea. I think having any first pick that has the potential to aggress the hero throughout the game, like some Tusk or Tiny, I think it fits the bill, so we'll just have to see what
And
else
there's,
they want to go with.
and there's always game 3 for them, right?
That is true. You might just be like, oh, well, oops, sorry.
The thing is though with Lina carry, and we saw it when Dawn lost with it, we saw its weaknesses in regards to global collapse. Like you have a Fury and like an Ember, you have a Master set up. Sure, the lane might be difficult, but as soon as you have some point and click stun on her, she will go down. So they pick up the Naga Siren. It's not in any way the point and click stun, but it's something that can, if she pops BKB, use Song, she's now by herself. If you Song and get on top of her with multiple heroes, she's going to die. And we mentioned how Vision's so critical. This Naga Siren, same game. Push out lanes, Tiny always looking, scouting around. This is going to be a closed-off map for Lina.
There's also that part of the game in which you Song, you pop your illusions, and then Lina just kills you in 2 seconds.
That's true. So just don't die. No.
That can also happen.
But no, I really enjoy multiple jumps against Lina. I think, sure, she's very powerful, but she's relatively greedy as a carry. Because like Maelstrom, Falcon Blade, BKB, +1 item. It's like a lot of items for you to become this like turret. Even if you crush lanes, you don't leave lanes and just occupy the enemy side of the jungle. You're still like a backwards farming carry. And that's where assassin-style heroes, multiple forms of them, be it Tiny, be it Fury with the Siege, Naga with the map pressure, can make a Lina carry feel a little bit underwhelming.
Yeah, like I think these bad rider type heroes can be good against Lina, you know, with the jump, with Aster again. So it looks like their idea was, we're going to take the Tiny. We know that you're most likely going to pick Lina, and we're going to play the same game again with our Naga. So now they'll have to find 1 or 2 replacements here, since the Marana's getting banned, so at least you don't have the Marana Tiny, the Marana Naga. But their idea is, okay, we'll just run back the game with very similar heroes, and we'll beat you.
Extreme's got to ban out Rubik, I feel like right now.
Do you think Extreme might have the potential to fall into like a 4 protect 1, or it's not really there with that clock? Do you think they're going to take a very different approach to having a Lina on their team?
It's not necessary even to protect that Lina that much. Like, you guys are talking about all these assassin heroes, but there are reasons why Lina is constantly picked in the first phase and why she's winning even versus assassin heroes. The mobility of this hero is insane at the moment, so it's easier said than done when you have a sniper-like hero moving at 500 movement speed around the...
And tanky as well, yeah.
And tanky, and it can fly eventually if it wants to, so...
This surely just feels like Rubik plus Centaur or Rubik plus Doom, or just something to...
Rubik Cent sounds really
Just give
good.
yourself a strong, robust offlane, and then it's a free game for Rubik. Lift out of cogs, lift your hero. Like, if someone gets hookshot, you just, with the shard, just drag them back away. We've seen, you know, again, Planet, Felix Shabar, like so many of these players just dominate on Rubik. Still NSA, feels good.
Like, I'm thinking, and let's see what they pick. So Disruptor, okay, I guess that kind of fits, right? You have the Naga Disruptor with some song. Again, it fits a similar build. You can pick off, you get the team fight. I was thinking, again, there's a way where they can go Lycan. It's a little similar to the Brood. I know that they perhaps don't like it. So they'll just get both supports, and you got your little Rubik.
Oh, thanks. I do like my
Your little Rubik.
Yeah, you got your Rubik. Yeah.
So it's just a tiny mid, again. It's a very similar draft to, you know, such as we had in the last game from Aster.
Very much so. How Extreme looking to close out this one? What do you feel needs to occur for them in this core that they'll have to pick?
Some more mid lane AoE damage and backline burst would be perfect. Like, we do see Ember still in the pool. We are playing into Static Storm, Lift, so there's a lot of control. You are playing versus a tiny mid lane too, so maybe that's something you have to think about. But how do you guys feel about Kunkka? Like, a hero we haven't seen way too many times, only once so far.
I think Kunkka could work, maybe some Ember type perhaps. I don't know how great people feel about it. I think anything that allows the 2 supports to link up mid and a hero that doesn't like get comboed down by the Tiny and the whole game is good. So I think Kunkka fits the bill. You also have X-Mark against the Glimpse as well. Defensively, you have the boat. So I think one of those 2 picks could be good, but most likely it should be their mid hero because you see it's their mid, then you hold your you know, other pick for later.
For a bit longer, yeah. I'm a bit worried for Extreme at least. I just don't know what their offlane will be. Because I'm picturing right now, like, you don't want to go Centaur against Disruptor. You don't want to go, let's say, Underlord against Rubik. And you don't want to go, like, obviously, like, Enigma route. You need, like, a frontliner hero. They've banned out Mars themselves. Tide is already taken away. Like, yeah, a lot of bans are actually focused towards JT. Okay. The forgotten hero, Timbersaw.
Forgotten for a reason.
Yeah.
So you have one of the strongest heroes in the game right now on Lina, and then you have Timber on the other side. Like,
maybe he balances out the Timber.
Does it balance out?
I think so.
They don't feel so dirty now, but
Definitely not.
Timber's like a forgotten hero just because there's a lot of counters in regards to like these Slarks, these Ursas, very prevalent, and it fully counters. But when you get to this final phase of second, you already see 4 heroes. You see the carry that you're going, they see you mid lane. They can't really now pick these heroes to counter this Timbersaw, and Timbersaw hasn't really been changed. He's still very tanky, still can take over games, just dominate and push out a Naga Siren. I think for Extreme, it just puts himself in a position that they are going to play mid-game centric. It's going to Lina wins her lane, Timber wins his lane. They group up together and they take over the map.
What's very interesting is that they ban out the Monkey King now, so they're expecting maybe even the Lina mid.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess it is an option, right? I guess we don't have to default to the Lina carry just because it's, you know,
popular.
Some pop meta. I still think like this is a test for Timber. This is a good Timber game if you look at like Naga and Tiny, but I still think these 2 supports they cause a lot of trouble for you. Rubik can see your spells, it's pure damage and all this stuff, and I feel like Lina Timber synergy is not really, you know, there. So if something goes wrong, I feel like that lineup can crumble really fast.
No, I liked the Extremes draft when they had one pick in, and maybe Clockwork.
Yeah.
The Lion and
You
the
can't
Timber.
say that.
I like the Lina, you know.
I
And
like
then,
the leaner, and then everything else kind of went downhill.
Like the Lina, the Timber and the Lion for me are a little bit peculiar, but Lion obviously is pretty solid here with Hex and everything against the Naga works all right, but
Do you think they went the Lion, because of the burst and the lockdown? Like, why Lion as the +5 than what else we've been seeing?
there's a ton of reasons. It can be a 4 as well, and you can deal with the illusions. Also, it prevents Team Master from picking... Well, it doesn't prevent them, but it maybe dissuades them from picking these Embers and Pucks on mid lane.
Right.
Yeah, even though they have opened up with Disruptor and Rubik in the second stage.
There's a Viper ban. Can someone help me figure out?
It's just...
Who beats Viper? That's what we had in the interview.
No one beats Viper.
I guess that's
Alacrity
just ban
said
it
it.
every game.
Yeah.
Can't beat it.
Okay, negative.
Okay, these teams are definitely trying hard to balance it out. You know? Both sides. Doom. What's the win rate, Nat?
0%.
0%.
In region,
okay.
yeah.
For real?
Yeah.
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 For real?
Actually, I think we've seen it. I'm going to say 5
And
times.
it's picked
6
quite
times.
a lot, yeah.
Yeah, and lost every single time. I think this might be the 7th time we're seeing it.
Okay, so the monkey ban is good. They were prepping for the Doom pick. If they do put Lina mid, what other carry can you take here that makes you feel good?
Can you not just play Lina Clock still safe lane?
I'm sure you can.
Yeah,
I'm
works.
just like looking for this. We just need to look for either the mid or the carry that makes
Yeah.
you
It's
like
like-
feel really good about like you having this last pick.
Like Pango or Lesh are still the ones that come to mind.
Lone Druid, you didn't call that one, T-Gov?
No.
I would not have been able to call that.
No,
hero
I wouldn't
either,
have ever
think.
called that. I
don't
think
think- yeah.
my top 20 probably wouldn't have involved Lone Druid. It's Extreme have now put themselves in this style of play, which is, again, Lone Druid carry, Lina mid. They don't really have team fight. They just have really robust heroes that walk together at some point behind a Timbersaw and just walk from objective to objective. So it's how well can Extreme do that? Or can Aster get to that same point in the previous game where they're kind of choking Extreme out just on pushing them into their own base?
I feel that Extreme's draft is very reactionary to what we see. We see Naga, we go Timber, you pick Doom, I pick Lone.
Yeah.
But I feel like they lost like the synergy, and trying to make something good for themselves instead of just being good against the enemies. So I don't like their draft too much.
Maybe if they manage to snowball behind Lone Druid like very early on before Naga comes online, but it's just harder to execute, in my opinion.
They don't have Tusk to do that either, so I don't think they can snowball.
Put themselves on... Oh, okay. Worst joke
Calm
ever.
down, Lacoste.
But yeah, they put themselves on a timer. We'll see if Extreme are able to execute this draft. Jumping into game 3, it's Lyrical and Fogged.
Thank you so much, Nat. Yep, third series. We're here. We're taking a look at what was pretty freaking rough in game number 1, Fogged. And a little bit of a change-up. No Brood this time. Instead, it's going to be the Lina playing out of the safe lane. So that's the other broken hero that they decided to give that usually gets the first phase ban.
Yeah, but of course, it's going to be the mid Lina this time around.
Right.
But Aster, they've actually got the two of the cores that they played last time perfectly. And I mean, their draft just looks more normal. Extremes, I think they've gone very outside the playbook and just trying to figure out what they can do because this Naga picked like, okay, Lion works versus it. We had DY on this Clockwork so that we can also have these initiations and stuff like that. And then they're trying to just like adapt, right? They're like, oh my God, let's get the JT Timber and then let's switch things up. We need a ranged carry to benefit with the Clockwork in lane. They can do decent versus Doom. Ooh, yeah, this looks like perhaps another rough one for Extreme, but I'm also just not really seeing where... I'm just unsure of Lone Druid, really, because I haven't been seeing it too often.
Sure.
I don't really see it play too much, so I'm hoping to get at least some information out of this one. But Aster, it looks like a clean one, and maybe we'll actually see a Doom win, as Nat said. It is
Who knows?
0-5.
Either
for
that or
somehow.
Timber, right? One of the two.
Or Timber,
The battle
that is
of
true.
the bad offlane heroes. We'll see which one ends up working out here as we get into this game number 2. I will say that one thing that I like a lot about that last pick, the Lone Druid, is it feels like it's within sort of the realm of the world of Timbersaw. Snowball the lane, snowball the game, try and take over and just shut down that map if they can away from that Naga Siren.
Yeah, I mean they've got to do some like fast plays and just get quite a bit of an advantage. It feels like in the early game, or it feels like they'll just get the out farm thing, right? The Naga, the Doom, they'll just start to out efficiency them all over the map, and yeah, let's see how much I think the big one I'm going to be looking at is mid, right? Because we saw that immense disparity last game between XWY and Paparazzi. Not Paparazzi, he should win the lane. He should have a really good time. It's the Lina versus the Tiny, so he should be able to at least make some rotations and actually set tempo for his team, which I feel like last game he actually just wasn't able to do anything. He was read like a book.
Well, and if you watch back at XWY at the end of that last game, literally as we were going back to, us standing there, he had an enormous smile.
Yeah.
I haven't seen a player smiling that much after a game in a while. So definitely feeling himself, gets to play the Tiny again, and going to be going up against that Lina, like you mentioned, Paparazzi. It's been a while since we've seen it out of the mid. The last time it was here, it was Paparazzi that was like the be-all, end-all strongest player out of mid, and hoping to get back towards a little bit of comfort.
Yeah, and wondering what type of build we'll see also from the mid, because a lot of times when you see it mid, it's more the spellcaster build.
Sneaky.
He got the Baron.
Nice. Dude, that thing walked all the way around the whole map.
Yeah, he started it from bottom, wrapped behind the mid tier 2, and actually found his way to the bounty. Good sneaky play. So 3 for XG. Looking at starting items, Baboka starting Hedris with the Doom, so wanting to prevent that kind of harassment, I guess, from the Clockwork and Lone. Let's see how they do down here.
What are they going to be able to make happen? And again, the thing is we're getting some eeks out from Monet. Doesn't like that lane, apparently. Up top, we'll keep an eye on that one from JT. PYW, obviously later on, can do a good job of dealing with those Naga Siren illusions and stopping the split push that can sometimes accelerate Monet's farm.
Yep. The Shard, definitely that 15-minute timing that he can look for to just, I mean, it increases your farm so much, but it also slows down the Naga, so that'll be nice for PWY. And JT, overall, we'll see we'll see if Timber's actually going to be good versus Naga Siren, because in theory, based off matchup, like it can be, but I just haven't seen the hero too much, and it just feels like a really tough one to make work now.
And what I'm wondering is if Lina just goes for kind of the same build that we've seen out of this hero, as look at JT having a pretty good time up here against Monet. If that's just a very similar build, because he's already beaten away at this Tiny, trying to take advantage of that low armor. If you just go right-click, it could be pretty strong, as Q takes a lot of damage from Monet, getting those trees torn down, and then has to back out from there.
Yeah, I'm wondering the same thing, which build Paparazzi is going to go for this time. Since they do have that Lone Druid for like that right-click, maybe he does look for more spellcasty, but also you can see the argument for just the Falcon Blade Maelstrom kind of build anyway, since he's playing versus Naga Siren. So yeah, we'll see what he opts for.
DY pops Battery Assault, going to be forced back by Bobka. And Ghost playing on the Lone Druid, another one of those heroes that we haven't seen all the time in terms of these pro games, but does have sort of a unique style of play that he could potentially take advantage of here. Try and just bully down these lanes before Aster can even come online.
Yeah, bully down those towers, which at some point, I mean, you can look at Aster's draft, and they do have some limited ways of actually setting up and defending towers with, like, deep push, as we call it, right? Those, like, long-range nukes. They only really have the Rubik, the Fade Bolt, to slow down those pushes unless they bring numbers and just go for any type of jump. So, yeah, maybe we could see this Lone Druid setting some tower-pushing tempo. But right now, he's struggling. He's got 5 last hits down bottom.
Yeah, he's not having a good time. That is not what they were hoping for.
I think the constant, a couple Fade Bolts hitting both him and his hero and his bear were actually really limiting him from getting last hits.
And DY trying to push back that Rubik at this point. But XXS perfectly content at this point, playing on this Doom. Already has 7 armor, at Ring of Protection going, and also Swiftness Aura. Get in there if things get a little bit tough.
He's gonna be real farmed on this Doom. He might even, I mean,
PYW?
Oh, PYW.
Ooh, I don't know. It looked like he might have caught a chain lightning or something there from one of those creeps.
Yeah, it looked like it too. I thought I saw the same thing. Yeah, no, it did not use mana actually. I thought the same thing, but
PYW eats away at him. Was able to survive through the first salvo, and now instead it's maybe going to be the Disruptor going down. It's a big whirl in death, and it's enough for the kill. JT draws first blood.
Ooh, 5 trees right there. Nice little bonus 55 pure damage. Nicely done from JT. Good job from PYW really baiting him, and let's see, does PYW just suicide? He's like, I do not want to stay up here. I do not want to walk back to base. Yeah, he's just going to give it up.
So talk to me about what it is that makes Timber... Wait, did he get involved?
Monet got... I actually think he got the XP.
Take the fight recap and we can see if he got XP or not.
Yeah.
He did.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, no, he didn't.
No.
He didn't. That was
I
the other
thought
one.
he actually was pretty close to the range of it, though.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, either way.
So tell me what it is that's so rough about Timber nowadays, because it seems so far in the lane as if he's perfectly fine.
Lane things I think is okay. It's just in mid game now, building up your reactive is how do you 40 stacks? You know, it can sometimes you can just run into these fights where you have like.
Sorry,
I just saw the fight recap. Yeah, you can't build up your stacks. You get squishy, and there's just at some point you're not as tanky as you used to be. You know, you used to like show up and you're invulnerable, but now it's just not the case.
So it's mainly the reactive armor and getting whittled away really quickly by just dying before he's able to get the armor up.
Yeah, and they've also nerfed all of his spells, right? Over time, they have been constantly nerfing how much damage and mana cost, etc., and stuff like that. So yeah, we'll see. I'm like I said, I'm looking forward to see if we can learn from it and what we can actually get, because I do see some players still playing it. I know Whisper, one of the big Timbersaw players that people really love, the Kai Assange build, he does it a lot, and he does make it look good, but I don't really see too many other players making it look good. And not any pro games I've really seen it. So
well, that's something to watch for later. And of course, as Kezu and the panel was talking about, against the Naga Siren, against the Tiny, it's pretty nice. But particularly these supports, the Rubik, the Disruptor, they can mess it up. And in the later mid-game, you're going to just see him maybe get doomed.
yeah, that as well.
JT trades some damage there with Monet. Down bottom, double stun with the rotation coming from PYW. Can they get any roots from Ghost? Wants to chase him down, but the battery assault, the right click comes through. Ghost takes down Bobica.
Nice move from PYW. That is the one thing about... Oh,
Toss
wait
back.
for a second. Paparazzi.
He's in some trouble. They have Glimpse ready. Pulls him right on in. XWY, does he have the damage? PYW there. They don't quite get away. PQ, the one that picks up the kill.
Nice move from the Disruptors. I think he's starting to recognize also on Disruptor that it's now like this 1v1 matchup, JT versus the Naga. Then that's where what I was saying, like, this is the nice thing about Timber. You can leave him alone in some of these lane matchups. That's where it's going to allow Lion, PYW to make moves. But looking at the double check of the runes again, Aster always emphasizing this when they have Tiny.
And will find themselves a tasty little Lion. Throws out the Earth Spike. Paparazzi moves in. DY right on top. XWY in some trouble there, but gets the toss away. And PYW walks up to high ground. Another Earth Spike in a second. Does he connect? He does.
There's an Avalanche.
Just barely able to follow up onto him, but XWY a little bit too quick for him. 330 movement speed gets him away, and maybe
DY might get him.
Find something here. Does he have a toss away again? He does. PYW won't get caught, but Ghost, you're in the pain train now. So the gank goes from mid all the way down bottom, and they deliver a kill.
All right, works out though for sure for Extreme. And now top, it's JT level 6. Now he can probably just push Monet out of this lane.
Yeah, not easy. Obviously, Naga Siren depending a lot on that armor to keep her survivable in the laning stage. Chakram does not care about that one bit.
Things looking infinitely better, of course, for XG this game. They even have a huge push coming in mid lane right now, too. Baboka, he'll take the wave, though.
Fade Bolt, easy peasy.
But yeah, looking at Ghost, he's having a pretty damn good time. Everything is recovered after that little bit of a weird start. And, ooh, up top, actually. XWY, he's making the move. He sees JT low.
Can they bring him down? Has stick charges, tries to survive. Chakram gets away!
20 HP!
Oh, a couple more hits, but 24 reactive armor stacks. That keeps JT alive. That is exactly what they needed there from him.
Oh, the dream. XWY now. He's the one getting slowed down this time around since he's versus that tough Lina matchup, and now a failed rotation is going to slow him down even more.
And we think about the things that were really problematic for Extreme Gaming last game. Paparazzi not having a laning stage. Not the case this time. Also, the shutdown of the map. They haven't been able to do that with the Brood, and it doesn't look like Naga's going to be able to force out the Timber anytime soon. So everything looking a lot better for Extreme.
Yeah. They don't really have great ways to push towers at all on the side of Aster until way later on.
XWY caught there for a second, moves in, the clock surrounded, 4 heroes, but the Earth Spike connects. Do they have enough damage? They lift, they try and force him away, but they won't stop the pain train coming from Paparazzi. Bobica slowed for the moment, steals the Dragon Slave, and will just be able to walk out of there.
But they get Tiny again. After he makes the top rotation that doesn't come out successful, he moves mid, gets caught too, so painful start for the side of Aster, at least on the Tiny, of course. The Doom having an excellent game, Monet having a pretty decent game, but it's going to slow down this Blink a lot. I mean, last game he almost, in 2 minutes, in a minute and a half or so, he had Blink. He is 2,000 gold away.
Yeah, this is much more what XG were hoping for. Timber Chain pulls
Nice.
them long range, and that does mean indeed the PQ is going to go down. And this is very nice for them. So some extra pressure onto the tower in a second here by taking that Disruptor out of the lane.
And yeah, you see the item build queued up for JT, the Kai Assange. He's having an excellent time. He's going to be pretty much level 8. And he will be able to push this tower naturally. And on the side of Aster, they can't actually go for a push themselves. As we mentioned, it's going to take them forever to really go for any of those type of push. So like durable draft.
Ooh, Bobica
He's got
stealing.
It's a big one.
Pulls him back into it. Is it enough for the kill? Not quite. Throws back Chakram the other way now from JT. And this is the double support combo that's so hard to deal with. They move on in, find Monet Illusions. Q playing around with JT a bit there. DY the one that's interrupting, and it looks like he is going to be the sacrificial lamb as they glimpse him back in, and does end up falling there to Bobka.
Almost, I was going to say the Hellbear might actually clap and steal the kill there. That was pretty close, but they do get the finish off. And now bottom, there's also pressure from Ghost. Even though they do lose something up top, there is always going to be something to get out of it. So, all right.
Yeah, all 3 cores from Extreme having a very good time. Doom is behind all of them, but is getting close to that Midas.
He's got it done. It's coming on Courier now.
That is going to be a bit of his catch-up potential. But likewise, it does mean with no Blink soon on the horizon, XXS is not really going to be able to be that tempo setter. It's going to still rely a lot on that Tiny and him getting that Blink dagger.
Yeah, I think most of this game is going to be determined on how much success the Tiny and the 2 supports really have to make these rotations to start slowing things down. XG, they've gotten away with this early game beautifully, and now they can start actually perhaps looking to shrink the map a little bit, making rotations, going to top, take that tower, and then maybe even look to play around mid. But Aster, they're actually going to look to make a heads-up move. They have XXS who's saving a skill point, perhaps for the Doom if he needs to, and they're both rotating down.
And Ghost, does he sense that this is coming their way? Radiant are scanning up on the top lane.
He looks aware.
Yeah.
He looks very aware.
Yeah, he's back behind the tower.
He's got True Form skilled up now, too. Just put a
Bobka
foot in it.
moves in, finds him with that. Wait, misses the Earth Spike, but the Hex is there. And hook shot from downtown. So Bobka doesn't have an easy way to get out of there.
Great moves from the supports. XG. Really crisp early game.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, look at the rotation, the Disruptor and the Tiny. They want to look for something down here, but yeah, as we said, yeah, Ghost is gone already. And now they're pinging mid. So onto the next tower. We'll probably see JT maybe look to rotate and come behind there too. Who I believe has a, oh, is that a full Kaya for the Timber too? So explosive damage.
Ghost moving in. They're going to pop the Glyph. They get vision on the Rubik. They know he's there. Paparazzi ready to move in, but not quite on time with the LSA.
It's a big steal whenever you have LSA. Now Rubik can solo defend these towers for the most part. Just double blast them and there's going to be no creep wave.
Well, and that's the thing that was interesting is it feels like Paparazzi thinks he has to go for this still magic damage build against the Naga Siren. It does give away another potential opportunity to kill off these heroes with the Rubik.
We haven't seen fully yet, right? I mean, he does have the max Dragon Slave, but we haven't seen the full determine of what build, because he's got BKB queued,
right.
So we'll see what he does. Still hasn't given up fully, but yeah, it does end up giving away the double, you know, the max Dragon Slave constantly with the Rubik, which will make the Boca happy.
And actually still very split up right now on Extreme. It looks like they're waiting for that next item before they really take an aggressive stance. Maybe BKB on Lina or, you know, whatever it is that Ghost is queuing up next for his old bear.
They definitely want to keep tempo going. Glyph on top.
Jace got him caught for the moment. Is it enough? XWY throws out that avalanche, but a couple more punches coming from Paparazzi is down low. Barely going to get clipped by that at the end.
What a shot. Nice play from JT. Yeah, Boots of Travel, they're setting up these plays. I want them to keep playing fast like this with this type of draft. Looking to pressure towers when they get any type of kill. This is really nice moves from Extreme.
Yeah, I mean, I was looking away for a second to see what it was that they're waiting for, and immediately they run at him again. So literally nothing is what they're waiting for. UAW glimpsed back. Ooh. I thought maybe there was a chance that the Rubik could have sniped him, but didn't end up happening.
Huge. Is that almost... Okay, not almost to Deso. Actually, yeah, pretty close to Deso. Yeah. 600 gold or so, and he's going to have it finished up. That's going to allow them to open up Roshan, too, once they start getting this type of space. Since they got top tower, mid tower also, they have tons of information. Once they have Deso, plus Deso on Lone Druid, BKB on Lina, I think they can walk into that pit.
And getting closer and closer to this Sanjin Kaya being completed for JT.
Yep.
He's a little low right now next to XWY. With a lot of heroes in the area. Yeah, and JT, you can see being very careful about playing against this Disruptor. If there was any chance he maybe gets glimpsed there, it could be really scary.
Power Rune. Aster not even checking them at the moment. Looks like they're just really trying to emphasize, we need Tiny Blink before we can actually do anything. So XWY, he's looking to finish that, and XG getting this lead built up a bit more and more.
DY down here bottom next to XXS, who has been left completely alone.
He's huge. I mean, he is going to be top net worth probably for the most part of this game until they, if Extreme's able to actually bully him at all. Almost has BKB done.
Yeah, it feels like this is very much a known quantity that they're giving up, and him getting towards BKB, at least it'll keep him alive against the initiations, but still trying to make that sort of aggressive play themselves is going to have to wait for his Blink Dagger.
Yeah, him or the Tiny. They'll have a timing at least around that. Oh, he switched it up.
Whoa.
JT, I mean, we mentioned he had this
Okay.
Kai Assange kind of going in. He's going for the mech for more team fight for his team. I actually kind of like this transition.
And into Greaves. Very cool.
I like it. And up, do they go just straight for this Roche? They might just try for it with that Deso.
I mean, that's really neat, because now you've got like other ways to sort of sustain the team, keep them alive while this fight's going on. Ah, the scan is going to connect on Illusions. Monet's on the low ground. UIW drops down a ward, maybe? No, not going to do it. We'll see if they go into the pit now.
Aster did already scan it out. But yeah, they're going to probably waltz right into that one. And Paparazzi, we did see, he is kind of going for right-click build. I mean, he took the damage down. He's got BKB queued. Could still slightly transition, but I think we're going to probably just see him go for right-click. And Roche, they can't make it in time.
It's interesting, though, because I feel like a lot of times when I saw the Lina build, it was the LSA max, not the Dragon Slave. But maybe I'm just crazy. Regardless, Roche starts to fall, and
give it a Paparazzi, and now the jump mid.
Hook shot in. They've got Glimpse ready for him. Drops down the Static Storm. That's going to be Lion. Very low, but not all the way dead. And does finally get brought down. A double kill from the Disruptor off of the initiation. Root onto Doom. Still hanging on to that BKB. So that was not the fight they were hoping for. And in fact, now Ghost, he's caught somewhat alone here, but after the true form, they don't feel confident. Oh, they get onto Lina. BKB not there. That's Aegis already done.
It's on the courier. It's right next to him right now.
Ready to go in for this one if they want, but Doom is also ready. Ghost chasing XXS. He gets Doom on to JT. They're losing absolutely everybody. And PQ, he is the one that finally goes down, but you've lost so many heroes on the side of XG. It's not the way to take the Aegis fight. A great recognition by Aster.
Look, I mean, they were just constantly poking and then resetting and poking and resetting. Great play from Master there.
And not often you see the Naga Siren do that much damage at this early point in the fight. Has that Orchid done already? Let's take a look at the replay here.
They took out, what, I think both of the supports right away, right? So the fight becomes a little awkward for XG to actually do much of anything. Their heroes can't catch anybody once they lose those two. They're just kind of walking into these fights. It's all great play from Master, good recognition by them to know that they can still look for these fights. And yeah, it was right before the BKB Lina comes out for the initial go.
Could have made all the difference in the world. And of course, if Lina is out of there, I mean, and sort of under control at this point, JT is a very easy Doom target to go for.
Yeah. And just to go back to, actually, we're going to wait a second because top they might look for Ghost, but. Yeah, they will find him. Okay.
They're still chasing here. No, they're not going for it. No.
The supports, DY, they'll find a D ward right away, but the Lina thing that you're talking about, the Lina from safe lane, you want to max light strike rate because you get the cooldown. You only need 1 point in Dragon Slave because it's 9 seconds at all levels. Then you just stat it up. So for mid and safe lane, there's a little bit of difference in the right-click oriented kind of skill build, but still going to be going for right-click. He's just not a Maelstrom guy.
Gotcha. Fair enough. And you can see here, Ghost, you know, obviously not a ton of sort of that big AoE damage that you sometimes see from these lone druids in terms of radiance or what have you, but the Deso definitely will take down these towers if left alone.
Yeah, this is the build that, I mean, I want to just give it to like Koikfa. I think he was like that big lone druid one that just, I think he was one of the first ones that did this. Is Mask of Madness Deso, you always push towers. That's from a couple years now that a lot of these players do like to orient the lone druid around now.
And are they going to go for more? Again, no Aegis at this point, but they might feel confident at least trying to force some people back. We'll see. But Paparazzi, he's showing in the mid lane. So they will reconvene in a moment as down bottom, push out the wave. And Naga Siren, having completed that Manta, this is the moment where I'm kind of curious with this only like a 2-3K gold lead that we've seen. Do you start to get worried at all for Extreme if things go bad in a fight?
They have to keep pressure up. So I like that they were pushing the top and still looking for a little bit more. I think if the game starts to get slow, starts to get stale, Aster starts winning tremendously with their type of draft. This Naga and Doom just really start to become too much to deal with. And yeah, I mean, this is where I think all of us are asking is like the test. Is the Timber and everyone going to be able to end the game before this Doom Naga Siren just start to take over?
Right. Well, Greaves are done now, so another defensive option here. Still can very much get doomed in these fights. Can the rest of those supports also sort of survive through it? Them dying at the very beginning of that last fight was pretty rough. Disruptor, a really solid play there with that Static Storm. And you can see DY just queuing up and bringing out another Bracer right now.
Just trying to tank up anything small that they can get. They were pretty poor. I mean, PYW does have his Blink at the very least, but no Shard yet on the horizon. Another 900 gold or so.
And now
Aster, they're on the hunt. Blink Doom, Blink BKB Doom.
JT, there's a haste down bottom that he could pick up to join the fight pretty quickly here, but 4 heroes all together.
You see Aster, they're not looking to make like a full jump here. They're playing a bit more of a defensive posture because I'm pretty sure they're saying the same thing. It's like if the game just continues to stale out, Monet is going to start being happier and happier.
You do see on the net worths here, though, a pretty big disparity between the Lina and the Tiny in terms of the net worth that they've got. And that still is a bit of an issue, but Monet can just be all end all like you're talking about.
Yeah. And it is still, you know, if he gets the toss back on Alina, right? If Paparazzi doesn't get BKB, it doesn't matter, right? The difference in net worth might not even matter if he does just change the positioning of this Lina. But definitely a little hard, right? XWY has had a bit of a rougher game, as we expected to, versus that Lina is.
Ooh. Get a first finger stack, not bad. And Stolen Whirling Death. Ooh, just barely off the mark there.
Oh, that would have been a huge one, actually, to catch. They had the Timber to follow up.
So Aster, after Disruptor goes down, do they decide to back away? It seems like Extreme aren't confident going in and trying to sort of put forward a presence on the map over the river until that second Roche, it looks like.
Yeah, I would imagine the same thing. Just still... it's still scary always versus this Doom. You overextend once or twice. His lead, you know, if you lose that fight, it's just going to accelerate that much faster, him and the Naga.
But look at Monet. Moves on in here. Getting full vision. It can very quickly go south and feel very oppressive with Monet's movements. He's trying to get in towards that heart.
He's getting really far. He's finally overtaken that top net worth spot.
And a Hex. That's a good one. Bobaka. Good save. And Stolen Hex.
I feel like this DPC is the first time I see that Shard just utilized at its absolute best. Like, I mean, Rubik, as I think we talked about, is like 8 games, 80-something% win rate, I believe it is. I think this Shard is something that people weren't using that much before, but now it's just been constant.
Well, it feels like that's a planned move in a way almost, right? He's like, I'm going to go check Rune. If they jump on me, you save me. And it feels very... that people are playing around it more.
Yeah, feels great. Rubik just feels really good. It's crazy how like these small like base damage buff makes heroes
right totally
feel more viable again.
And between the two of them, Rubik and Tiny, they actually have a full core. Still holding on as a unit of 4. Aster not really capable of making the farm happen for themselves that much on those other heroes, but Monet keeps it up definitely on this Naga Siren.
He's the one that matters. Him, as long as he's farming and XXS is using Devour and Midas off cooldown, they're probably pretty happy.
Yeah. PYW is getting close to the Shard, but still a little ways away.
Yeah, that's, you know, this is the reason the Timber and that line's been picked, so I mean, we'll start to see that timing pretty soon. Another smoke, yes, sir.
What are they going to look for this time? Send the illusions out up front and center, it looks like. They have Hoof Stomp ready with XXS. Has been able to stay out of these fights. DY, the one that's on there. Find him immediately with the Stolen Hex, but now Hex on Hex. Earth Spike connecting, stun, the lift away, and DY goes down.
Yeah, the Shard. And they can maybe go for another glimpse. Do they get the vision? He's trying to give it.
Ooh, just barely out of range. PYW open to escape, and they can't get him.
Scary thing about trying to go for these aggressive plays too. If you make like 1 or 2 mess ups, a glimpse after glimpse after glimpse can be chaotic.
So Roche capable of respawning 40 seconds, a relatively early spawn, and it's going to really depend upon you know, the map movements now and where Aster decide to position themselves. If they can come and contest this, because if Extreme get a couple of moments alone, that Roche will fall so quickly.
Yeah. I don't know if I think Aster's going to look to contest it for sure, though. I mean, Monet is starting to get to realms of being perhaps almost unkillable. The heart, again, it's done at a very early timing. They do at least, as you know, you're saying, they have this, the Lion, of course, to be able to clear them out. They have the Timber that can do pretty decent, but the rest of the heroes are going to do almost nothing.
And the same build going for the Shard next.
Yeah, I like it. I think it's really interesting, because then even if you can't jump the Naga Siren, and then anyone else you jump just gets healed up and saved even through their BKBs and everything, so I like it.
Yeah, it's a very unique way to play, and feels like something that Monet's been messing around with a bunch. Very, very cool stuff from him. But Illusions will head on into the pit. They see that Roche is indeed up, and the standoff is going to begin. Also hitting 25 minutes, so those bracers starting to come into a little bit better performance for the Clockwork.
I think he's the only one who has any like Bracer or Wraith Band. So I clicked on everybody. I think nobody else has a single Bracer or Wraith Band this team. I think this is the first one that we see
crazy.
that. Usually it's like 2 or 3 Wraith Bands get purchased up now at this moment and brought out, but not
See,
the case.
this is when they're going to buy them. Exactly. That's what has to happen, right?
Yeah, sometimes, especially with Lone Druids too, you look at their inventory, they've got like 4 Wraith Bands or something. But AC is finished. High physical damage now.
Yeah, if they can get a couple of minutes to just eat away at some people, it'd be really big. And in fact, this wraparound that's coming, XG, who will they scout? Again, they should have the vision advantage when you're playing around with that Clockwork, but playing into this ward now, things are going to get pretty spicy here.
2 wards set up here for
There's so
Aster.
much. DY immediately throws it out, finds the hook shot. No, not going to connect, but they get the Rubik. Static Storm comes for round 2 of this. Do they have the damage through it? Bobaca under control, but the silence is there, and the Doom down onto the Timber. They're going to try and retreat away with Doom used and nobody killed yet. It was BKB already popped for Paparazzi. He's going to start to fall in trouble indeed, and the Avatos is there for the kill. No buyback for him. Everybody's dropping lower and lower, though. XXS almost gone. Monet, he's able to live through all of this. It doesn't really matter that much. They buy back on the Disruptor. They can keep this fight going. Ghost is turning, looking to fight, has the root. JT turns onto him. The damage over time, and DY keeping him isolated. The jump in, XSS can't save him. Woo. Ghost is too strong. Ultra kill for the Bear.
Maybe a Rampage.
Chase on down. 5 PQ, and yes, indeedy duty. The Bear man is strong.
They go for the rego with the I think XWI was TPing out trying to say like let's not go back in, but they get baited by Paparazzi, and now Ghost able to get the full cleanup. I think the initial go, they get the root, I believe, on JT, and then they try to go like the silence and the Doom, but he actually gets the dispel on the root with the Greaves. As the Doom comes out, he's able to reset positioning. So we'll see that in a second over here on the right. So look, he gets netted, gets the Greaves off, and then Doom comes out. So he resets his positioning fully, and they just get to fully like just play around this one with Ghost.
Yeah, and getting stuck up there. XWI actually ended up trying to TP out, but then goes in for a second round with that Avalanche.
Yep.
They think that they can go because Paparazzi's dead, but the Lone Druid just does so much damage.
Yeah, Ghost was the real problem. Monet, he held his song, and then DY does the best job ever here of getting him inside of the cogs, because otherwise he probably gets the song off and gets out. So we'll see that right there.
Yeah, really impressive stuff. And of course, without that song being used, it was all ready to go for Ghost. Good play by DY to get back in there. And again, these types of moments in these games, when you get a big win like that, look at JT, he's always so happy. He's like, as you see, I lived, I got the Greaves off. They keep him alive. Yeah. And a 6K gold leave, tower taken mid. The game, again, not out of the woods yet for the Extreme Gaming. Aster's still looking very strong, but they bought themselves definitely some more time.
Yeah, Extreme looking nice now, because now it's like the Tiny now is making that difference, right? Him being that far behind, it's a lot reliant on Monet, who's playing into 3 big cores. They need to get a bigger Doom on the side of Aster if they want to have better success in the next fight. That one was just a Doom and a walk away.
Yeah, I mean, that's the kind of question, I guess, is Ghost so much of a problem that you have to think about dooming the Bear? Or does that even, I mean, dooming the Lone Druid? Or does that even, like, it feels like it doesn't do enough.
No, you can't do that. He'll just heal up from his Bear hitting people.
Tough stuff here for Aster to deal with, as Extreme Gaming, after banning out that Broodmother, and they are given the Lina, it actually ends up being the lone druid that's really setting the tempo of this game.
Yeah. Had question marks about it, but it's looking excellent. Ghost 8-0 this time around. And JT's Timber too, right? He's 3-1-4. Has done quite a lot. Also has a BKB and level 18 already. And he has Flamethrower, so even more things that he can use to deal with this Naga Siren.
It does always get scary when there's that point where, you know, do they have enough damage to deal with her? Avalanche somehow catching him when he's up in the air. DY in trouble. Toss onto the bear. And they find that kill onto Clock. Aster would have loved to go for more, but they'll take that one.
Feeling a little scared. I think they felt like they were so much stronger because Monet had that heart the last timing, but they had the damage to be able to pierce through him anyway. So now they're being a little more careful.
Wonder now as well if we're going to see a switch up. I mean, Doom, I was wondering if Doom was going to go all the way in for the AC so they'd have one of their own. Right now, at least, he's still going for the Octarine core. But game looking tough for Aster. Does this 7K gold lead at this point for you make it feel like Extreme are in like a really comfortable position? Or like if they lose a fight, are we swinging back the other direction?
Yeah, I feel like they're in a pretty comfortable position because they'll have these... The Lina is going to start getting better and better versus the Naga Siren. Timber is already hit critical mass of being good versus the Naga, and the same thing for the Lone Druid. So it does feel like the scaling is going to be there for Extreme this time around, even though it did feel like Aster, you know, they're playing that sit back and wait a little bit, let our efficiency, our Midases kick in. We've seen this a lot lately where the Doom just isn't able to have that type of impact even though he has this farm.
XG, step forward here. Gonna start to eat away at this tower, and even through that Fade Bolt, can't really do much to stop this one. Tower is almost gone in a matter of seconds.
Power of Lone Druid.
Hero still seems good. An Abyssal Blade coming up soon.
Definitely if you can get in the right situation. Ghost is making it look quite marvelous.
I love how the bear is called Sun Bear Bear. It's it's just, you know, it's the way it goes. And was that an Aghanim Scepter I saw queued up for the Lion? Am I crazy?
No, yeah.
No, okay. That was JT's Aghanims. Okay.
Yeah. They're getting so much out of the map here. Even though you see the gold lead not going up that much, it means a lot because they're playing versus the Doom and the Midas and the Naga. So they are still getting so much out of the map and just scaling excellently on their 3 cores. And the Lion is just constantly getting those illusions. So it is preventing Monet from getting too much extra farm or split push.
He's definitely a thorn in their side, and in these fights can become really difficult to deal with too. And Aster, you can see, they don't feel comfortable at all heading out. I mean, that's the other thing that's kind of crazy about this is, you know, Naga Siren, yeah, very farmed, but look at the levels. Only level 16 on Naga right now.
Yeah, these illusion cores, sometimes it gets to be the case. You're constantly just sending illusions to farm, so you're not actually getting that XP yourself. They will buy him a gem, and Aegis will time out. So let's see if Aster thinks that this is a moment where maybe they can get aggressive.
They'd love to be able to make something happen here as Lina queuing up and looking to complete pretty soon here a Lincoln Sphere all the way done. So could pass that over to one of her allies, or she wants to. I'd see everybody. They see absolutely everything. The catch onto both, but where's the rest of the team? They're not quite there in time. Paparazzi walks high ground, pops BKB. Doom is out immediately onto him.
But he's out.
Monet trying to run away. JT running down Bobica. Monet hoping to kill off DY, but there are bigger fish to fry, and one of them's a bear. JT thinking about chasing XXS. Is it enough for the kill? No, didn't have it.
Still, though, I mean, the Clockwork goes in, gives his life, gets the 2 supports, and forces quite a lot from Aster. The Doom comes out, and Paparazzi just walks away from it. Time and time again, we're seeing it.
Does not appear particularly concerned.
Now Tower, look at how fast it goes down. Rack's gonna drop just as fast.
And those illusions just taken away so quickly as the bear hits them. Can they stop this? They can maybe go for an Abba toss back, but they already have the Lincoln Sphere onto him. It doesn't look like it's going to be enough to get him out. Ghost in trouble, and Ghost going to die.
Do they get glimpses as well?
Looking for more. Timber Chain, long range. JT knows how to do that one, but can he get out again? The toss back is there. Silence onto Lion. LSA just barely off the mark, but with those Greaves, JT can keep his distance, and now they find Monet, in fact, chasing forward. A Clockwork Hook a little bit off the mark. Up the Aeon Disc, they chase down and trying to kill off XXS, and yes, indeed, they'll kill him too.
It's like, yep, you got the lone druid, but also remember there's Alina, who's also a monster of a turret. Paparazzi able to hold his ground and just beat on them there. 4,600 damage done. Trying to go for the Timber there, also a bit of a tough one. He is incredibly tanky this time around.
Almost has that Aghanim. It's actually coming out to him right now.
Yeah. So Monet's game getting harder and harder. And Extreme looking good.
You know, it's good to see Paparazzi come back to form after all the struggles that he's had in the first 3 games that we've seen him in. Looking much better and much more comfortable on this hero. He's always been one of those players that just plays the carry role out of whatever role he's in. And this time playing mid, making it happen on Lina. But likewise, it's all 3 cores from Extreme.
All 3.
They're so freaking farmed.
And they all deal with, now, especially at this point, they all now do deal with the Naga-san, all 3 of those cores very well.
Well, Roche capable of respawning. We'll see how quick the respawn is. 2 minutes.
Okay.
So a little bit of time there to work through. As Paparazzi going to go on the hunt again.
I'm trying to think how Aster approaches these fights. How they can actually get the proper jumps, because they're too tanky on the 3 cores. And XG, they're always together.
Dude,
and
they go
DY,
in. Good catch. The stun there. Disruptor ulti comes too late. They're able to pull out one, but the Doom is left behind. Now the chase, the song. I mean, to try and reset the fight, but there's really nothing here for him.
DY is a menace this game.
He is having a hell of a one.
Feels like he's getting 2-person cogs every single time he jumps. Maybe Aster's sticking a little bit together too much, but either way, XG playing this one to perfection this time around.
And you can't afford to give up another Rax here. Doom has buyback if they want to use it. Does have Doom available too, so there's a chance that they can make something happen there. And in fact, toss back onto one. Doom buys back now. They need to break the Lincolns, try and jump onto somebody. It's a silence there and a glimpse to pull in JT, but he pops the BKB, and that's also XXS's BKB.
Oh boy. They know immediately. They're like, all right, use buyback, see you later. Economical damage done. Back to farming it up, back to picking up. I mean, everybody has, what, 2,000 gold or so on the side of XG to finish up an item.
Normally, death by 1,000 cuts comes from Naga Siren. This way, he's going the other direction. Every little bit of it's annoying, and PYW is like, oh, please, illusions. Thank you very much. More and more gold.
He also, in the middle of the fights, did you see what he's doing too? Because he has the mana drain restores allies.
Oh.
He's just walking up and using that on his teammates, so he's BKB'd in the middle of the fights as well, even though he doesn't see any enemies. I
That's
like it.
awesome.
Yeah, I love when I see lines doing that.
And it's great for JT. I mean, that's one of the big problems this hero can sometimes run into is so much mana being spammed.
Yep.
So, very cool. 19 to 13, and this 13,000 gold lead doesn't really feel like it tells the whole story of how much of a dominant position it feels like XG are in. So they're going to head on into the pit, take down Roshan. And yeah, the Pent-Edge sword. It's gotten everything that they could want.
And a full refresh. Ooh. Give it a DY. Give DY that refresher shard. He's earned it. That's fine. It's fine on whomever.
I feel like this is just PYW going to pass it over to Lina.
You
eventually.
probably should give it a paparazzi. Yeah.
That's fine.
But we'll see.
You know, if he waits until Paparazzi needs it after the Aegis, then, it, you know, you don't have to worry about the backpacking.
Yep. Could also just not be holding a Falcon Blade at the moment on the Lina just to have that. But yeah, I mean, we'll see what they end up doing. It's not like they need to nitpick so much in this one with this type of lead right now. As Glyph's still on cooldown, looking to knock on the door again.
MKB. Yeah, Paparazzi's huge.
Yeah, so Trickster Cloak, I believe, was just picked up for Monet, so a little bit of evasion. Yeah, no longer. There's now that MKB.
They just need damage. Monet at least has gotten towards a Scotty, so he's still been able to develop his gold advantage to some degree, but will it be enough to right-click down these big tanky cores and heroes that are hard to stick onto? That's feeling pretty rough for him.
It's feeling like it's him versus the world, really, since his Doom, having to buy back, has fallen significantly behind, and as we mentioned multiple times, XWY, he's been having a much bigger struggle this time. Cutting some waves or some couriers here.
Doing what he can. Maybe he goes takes the tower. I don't know.
He's just got to get back.
With that MKB in hand, XG ready to go.
Aster fully reliant on toss-back plays, it feels like here.
Full vision. They see XWY ready for a moment. PYW jumps in. BKB immediate response. XWY is in no man's land. They have vision on him. A couple more punches. He gets out of range of the sentry.
Monet's in.
Right on top of Ghost, trying to kill him off. The Disruptor ulti's there too, but XXS starting to die to the Lina. They keep him alive long enough, and actually the Doom is there onto the Lone Druid. Don't know if it's going to be enough to bring him down.
Healing.
XWY is starting to fall. The Bear keeping his Lone Druid friend alive. And just like that, the entire fight has gone poorly. Maybe they can kill DY. He's the one that goes down, but buys back immediately. Second support potentially going down here. PYW gets punched, gets pummeled. He will fall. JT, though, shows up saying, how dare you go after my support? And with this song, I think it's going to be their swan song, as Aster don't really have an answer for this.
They'll go for the Bear.
Toss. LSA, maybe a lift, a net, kill the Bear. TY gives his life for it. He's going to maybe fall here again. The Clockwork trying to get out of there.
He's alive.
He's trying to escape. They pass over the Lincolns onto him. Aster hoping for any type of a play here to keep these buildings alive. They're trying to stop this Bear on the resummit, but Ghost, he's not going to. Actually, it might not even be that. They pass the cheese over. Monet turned upon. They kill off another Disruptor there, but Monet, there was never a chance. Paparazzi starts beating into him. They buy back now onto both. Gonna smoke forward, try and do what they can. Paparazzi too strong. Monet turns now onto JT, but the fear comes out from the Lone Druid. And, well, with eyes on the prize, Ghost gonna try and take down these buildings. Paparazzi lifted, starting to get put into the Swiss cheese grinder. Growing lower and lower, and JT's actually stuck over in the trees too. Maybe they can. They kill off Paparazzi, but Lone Druid hitting the building, hitting the Ancient. Can they stop this guy? It doesn't look like it. Paparazzi and him are going to pair together to bring down the Ancient, and this one's going to a game 3.
All right. It looks like it worked. I know a couple of us were maybe doubting the Timber, the Lion, and even the Lone Druid, but the switch up works. Putting this Lina mid, having that excellent mid matchup versus Tiny, and then that Lone having a... is it a flawless game, actually? Let me check really fast.
I'm sure it was.
9-1-4. I mean, pretty much a flawless game. And yeah, Extreme. It looks like a completely different team this time around when they're not playing versus that Broodmother, the oppressive stuff that was going on. Good
they
stuff.
got to play Dota. I mean, that's really the big thing. It's one of those moments where it's like, okay, yeah, if you take out the hero that everybody's been banning, maybe you will end up in a decent position there. So very impressive stuff. Extreme Gaming. This is going to be their first game going to the 3 games, I think, today as well.
I believe so, and also it's another game where Doom loses, right? And XXS is usually one of those players that makes all these any offlaner really look amazing. Again, Doom 0-6 now in this DPC.
Rough stuff. We'll see if they can find some more success as we go on back to the panel now. Then break down this action before we go to game 3.
Extreme and Asta, that game number 2 going in the way of Extreme, which means game number 3 coming right at us. And listen, you said it so wisely when we saw the end of that draft.
I've never been so wise.
Oh, at least Asta have game number 3, right?
Yeah, they have something to look forward to.
What was the, I guess, bigger downfall to the lineup that Asta had? Was it this bait Doom pick once again having that 0% win rate?
Look, I'll go with the simple one, and then you guys
okay, I like that.
Analyze the details and say how there's more to it. You know, they picked Lina.
They won.
Hero is broken. They won.
Okay, it's more on how well Extreme Gaming drafted.
Sure, you can talk about the rampages and all that stuff on other heroes. For me, Lina is still the star.
I mean, I think like in this game, of course, so the Lina is strong. Doom is still, I mean, yeah, please shelf it for once and for all. But I think the support duo on Extreme, I really feel like they got this game rolling in the early game. I think PYW. So I questioned their draft a lot, but I think there's a lot of upsides that we could see once it was playing out. The Timber allowed the line to move around. I think they had a lot of tempo. And I think what happened in this game is that XWY on his Tiny, he didn't get online at all, which is the complete opposite of what happened in game 1. So Astra's draft just really never... I feel like in this game, they were kind of the ones who didn't really get to play Dota.
Yeah, and we got to kind of see why Lina's often banned out, because you put it mid against this Tiny. These Tinies, these Tusks, these heroes that want to sit mid, they often pressure the mid lane, either through kills or playing on the map. And when you can't ever kill your enemy mid lane, and then you don't really want to leave the lane either to defend because you want to lose your tower to Alina, it makes it very uncomfortable for XWY. So I think that alone was a big, I guess, upset for Aster. They relied heavily on XWY to open up the previous game to allow that kind of AFK farm mentality to push out lanes. And in this game, it didn't happen. And of course, Ghost on his lone Druid, he's only played it, I think, like 7 times in his career so far, like
Really?
70% win rate. But look at how amazing it was, like 9-1-4. I think this is the first Rampage as well in the DPC so far. And yeah, just a really clean game from Extreme. Not a lot of like team fight, not a lot of control, but just really robust lanes and playing well together, making sure you're not getting picked off and giving cheap kills. You're going to be able to punish Aster.
One problem that I saw as well in Aster's draft is actually Nat asked, okay, they picked Lina on the side of Extreme Gaming. Do they just go for Protect 1, right? Like, do they just protect her and that's it? That's not what Extreme Gaming did. They picked a lone Druid that played his own game, that had a ton of impact. Meanwhile, on the side of Team Aster, it truly felt like one of those Meeple lineups that I'm so familiar with. Like, you have 4 Protect 1, but there are counters to your hero, to that one that you're all for protecting. So it doesn't really matter that you're pouring all this gold into her, into the Naga, when eventually all her illusions are just dying to the Lion. Eventually they have just so many ways of dealing with her. And we did see a couple of teamfights in which, yeah, they do manage to use Song of the Siren to kind of get away, but Lina just pops BKB and destroys Naga anyway.
Yeah, I felt like there were a lot of moments where that song was being popped. It's like, what do we kind of do from here? On Extreme as well, the other question that I have is that Timber, you guys are like, what is really happening with this hero? Is this the time that was a really great niche pick for them? Or is Timber potentially going to be seen a little bit more?
I think in this, the final pick in the second phase, that's when we're going to see it most. I think this was actually, because of the Lone Druid pick finishing out the draft and how they played it, it kind of ties it together. Like, you're picking Timbersaw, you're picking it to give your 4 a really good game, but you also need to get out of the game quite quickly because you don't really want to play a 45, 50-minute game where team fights are crucial, right? So I think they understood how to utilize Timber. They set it up nicely with a Lion, and then they also just made sure that the Lina and the Lone Druid could actually utilize the space and pressure that Timber provides. So I think it's just a really well thought out draft that I feel like they've practiced this set of Tricore or something before in a scrim, and they've executed it really efficiently.
Yeah, I feel like they had this like follow-up to the pick, which made it like all kind of come together, because the hero itself, you know, is still like up and down. I think we'll see it a little more, but you definitely got to know what else to pair it up with.
Yeah, Extreme Gaming had a vision for that draft in Game 2. It got them the win, which means Game 3 is happening after this break. Extreme versus Asta. Really putting to the test how even they are here as we are heading into game number 3. A lot of people put these two teams probably in the top 2, not really knowing the form from the roster shuffles of all the other teams, but it really does go to show just how equal on skill level they are, Lizard.
Yeah, this is pretty much the clash of the titans when it comes to the region. This is the first big game that we have
real
gotten.
big game.
The big game. Yeah, Extreme and Aster, they were always fighting for those top few positions. Well, not always, because Extreme is kind of new in Division 1. Like, they only got there a couple of seasons back. But ever since they did get to Division 1, they've always been top contenders.
After Asta losing game number 2 there, do you think their first phase bans are going to be changing up, Tiga? They had Mag DP. I think there's going to be some focus on the Lina now.
I'd like to think so, but again, it depends on who's first pick. I'm not looking that way, so I don't spoil it for myself. I'd like it to be... Oh, I'm going to look this way instead.
Look this way. It's there.
Ah, okay, fair enough.
They do change it up. Lena's not going to be let back in. Extreme sticking to Tree and Brood.
Asta is second pick this time around, which means they do need to do different bans, right? Of course, they'll be going out Lina Extreme. They've been banning out with the Brood, the Tree, the Brood, the Lina. So, of course, with them having first pick, they now get to do the Tree themselves. Otherwise, they'll be able to do it for Lina. So, I think Asta.
Do you ban the Rampage?
The Lone Druid, maybe. You can. There's
if
the Tiny
very
still.
Crazy.
If you're very crazy.
I wouldn't want to see him. Okay, they go SF. Okay.
I mean, the one thing I want Acer to put a little bit more focus on, something that they did in game 1-2. I feel like their early game and their mid hero were like the deciding factors of the last 2 games. Were your supports able to move mid? Could your mid hero capitalize on it? So I think having a nice combination there of supports that can check runes and play with your mid, I want to see more of that.
Yeah, this Death Prophet was 100% predicted by Team Aster. Like, they banned it out in previous games, they let it go through. Like, that Prophet is such an easy, the go-to hero really for JT. They can play it mid too on the side of Extreme Gaming, but you pick this Death Prophet and you just combo it with any brawler type 4 and you're already set up for success on the offlane.
Question is, Aster, they haven't had to play against Death Prophet so far in the DPC. This will be the first time they are going to be going against it. I'd like to see what their answer is. Other teams have opted for...
The problem is they already banned out the SF.
Yeah.
That the other teams have opted for, right? Like, usually it's the SF plus whatever on the lane and you kind of dominate her, but there aren't too many heroes that do that.
No, yeah, of course. In lane, you can counter. Of course, in game, I think just high speed and skirmish also helps. I think one of the better examples was PSG's lineup earlier today when you had Ursa and Void Spirit. Anything that can initiate and then disengage quickly. Because with Death Prophet, if you pop ult one time accidentally, you've now got a 2-minute window pretty much where you are a walking creep. So I love heroes that have poke, and yeah, Aster immediately going up with the Ember. Slight chains into Arrow, you always need to be mindful.
I'm surprised they went into Arrow instead of into Kotl after picking up Ember, but this also works. This is also pretty solid.
I guess they still can go Ember later if Extreme allow them to have it. I would assume that they will end up banning that hero.
You mean Cuddle? Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. What the hell did I say?
You said Ember? And I was
Yes,
like,
Ember
Ember's
with
already...
Ember
Yeah, I'm
is
like,
very
Ember's
good.
already picked.
So game 3 new rule.
Better than
yeah,
one Ember,
you can
2
actually
Embers.
just re-pick a hero you've
Take
already
back
picked.
I'm 5. But to go back to it, so Ember, yeah, it's a good hero. Obviously, you know, he has slide, chains, play with arrow. But DP, if you lane into the hero, you're pretty happy yourself. If you end up picking a Dispel, we've seen this before, that's something LGD has done. This is definitely one way where you can just help your DP to be like, yeah, I don't really care that you have these 2. And then even though your first pick, you know, you feel pretty good, even though they counterpicked you.
Extreme Gaming's turn to
What did you talk about, Tiga? I'm sorry. You said that if you take that DP, right, and then you have heroes that poke and disengage,
then you have a good
then
time to
she
beat
isn't
her.
that great. Yeah, she can be useless.
Are you getting somewhere?
Yeah, but
Thick
when you have
limbs.
this support, maybe, with her,
10 seconds.
It's a bit better, isn't it?
it's a bit
In
better,
it.
right?
In it, bro.
I was like, where is this going?
I was
got
waiting
it.
for some great... No, but
No, I
no,
got
you are right. Picking up a Disruptor helps a lot because if Aster are trying to be a bit cheeky and poke and prod, Disruptor can just punish you on that, glimpse you back in and go, nope, you're not allowed to run away from this engagement. It also kind of helps DP a lot. I think they still
Is it
need...
good versus Mirana maybe as well?
I mean, it's it's pretty good against...
I'm not gonna lie,
Tiga,
every
you're
time-
just so smart.
I mean...
Yes.
Sure, I'll take the freebie. Yay!
I was gonna say every time there's a Disruptor Mirana, I just have like
That's
Lizard's
true.
voice in my head,
He's ready.
and it's just like, yeah, Disruptor's really great against Mirana. It's just every time.
I mean, how many times do you see Mirana?
I said it once.
No, I definitely have it so vividly in my head. You've said
I did
three
it
times.
once, and then I just make Tiga say it the other times.
Okay,
He
I'll
like
try
kicks
to-
me underneath the desk, like, mention the Disruptor Mirana, say it! I'm like, okay. But no, it's honestly pretty good. Please,
I'll
take it
try
away.
to say something smart.
Don't say it.
Oh, no, come on.
rally it back up. I think
Disruptor
there's-
good versus Mirana.
Absolutely, great point. So I think that what Extreme need, wow, this is really great. Why did you stop?
Oh, you want to? Okay.
He didn't say no.
There's two heroes that they need to
Be jealous, man,
watch out for, but they only have one ban left. There's Caudle, which is very good for Aster later with the Ember, as we already pointed out, but there's also Drow Ranger. Range carries are super hard for DP to deal with. It's also one of Monet's better heroes. So I think this is definitely, I feel like one of these two heroes kind of needs to get removed here.
Ban one, pick the other. Take the Drow
Maybe.
Ranger together with
Lycan
the
ban,
Disruptor.
Not too bad. Caudle Disruptor can work.
I said Drow.
Pick the Drow themselves for Extreme.
Yeah.
Can work.
Can work.
Sure.
Aster
Why
had
not?
first pick coming out of this.
Clock Sniper though for Aster.
Yeah, there's just a lot of other heroes that are
Oh,
still
true
left in the pool.
sniper.
Yeah, man, I'm down for a Clock Sniper on Aster. That's
Can work too. It's like
Can
a
work.
similar story.
Yeah.
As later with the Sniper Drow, very similar archetype of hero.
I feel like for Extreme, it's very telling with their bans in regards to like Beastmaster Lycan. Again, these aren't bans that we've seen a lot come out from teams, but bang, we get in the second phase. I think they're maybe respecting the Death Prophet's weakness, because Death Prophet's a hero that you really want to be the only tower siege in the game that's clean. So then whenever she pops Exo, everyone in the game is looking at her, rather than it be, ignore her, go trade here. So maybe that's the reason for the bans. Maybe these two bans are covering something in the future, like the heroes that Kezu mentioned. I'm kind of excited to see what the picks are going to be, because then it's telling if they're banning backwards or forwards. Okay, so far they're banning a little bit more towards what they're picking. Nyx obviously hates playing against anything push-based, so kind of covering both angles here.
You're also getting a hero that can initiate on top of Amber very easily.
Yeah.
You sneak up to him, you hit that carapace.
Wow.
And this is... Okay, so Enigma, I was waiting for it perhaps even in the second game, because it's been ignored in the first one, in the banning stage. However, prior to today's games, we have seen a ton of Enigma being banned.
But no picks. This
No
is the
picks,
first pick.
yeah, because there were so many bans, and I mean, honestly, I have no idea what to expect. I just want to see like, where this Enigma. This is obviously an offlane Enigma, with the Nyx Assassin kind of helping out, and DP is the mid lane.
Bring back the Rubik. Offlane Marcy, pause for Rubik, go. Done. Chinese Rubik, you can't lose.
Yeah, sometimes it does feel that way. Like, okay, we're gonna get Rubik versus an Enigma, and then you'd never black hole. You just go full utility, and you still dominate the game.
Yeah.
It's like, but Rubik, in my honest opinion, right now is so strong that it doesn't even matter. Like, they can go for
Oh,
it.
they go for the sniper. Nice. Yeah, snipers. Oh, it's so good here. To be fair, when taking away the the Rubik memes and stuff, we're talking about strong carries. If Marcy's, let's say you're 5 here, or even just you're pause 4 laning with Sniper, Sniper is the hero that you pick against the Zoo heroes, the Beastmasters, the Lycans, the Enigmas, whatever. Like if they go to that lane, you instantly cut off their Eidolons, their summons, and you don't allow them to ever get to your tower and to take it away. And when you take away a Zoo-style offlane's ability to take a tower, they feel like a creep. They have to like somehow move to mid lane or do some like insane map move that they're not used to making. So I think it's a really comfortable pick for Aster here.
Yeah, you also make it very hard for the Enigma in the game, right? You have super high range. It's not always that easy to catch you. I mean, right now they have some catch, but it's not like, the one where it's like, oh, I can go wherever I want and like overjump everyone. What I need from Extreme because of this is a carry that can go in and follow up. Like I'm looking at a type of, I'm thinking Spectre is perhaps too greedy, but like some Wraith King, CK type of hero that...
Even Spectre maybe, right?
It can work. I'm a little afraid. I feel like they didn't fully ban for it, so it could be dangerous. But like Wraith King, CK, someone that in the mid game is gonna make it easier for your, the DP and Enigma to play their game.
Yeah, it's still like the Slarks. They always kind of through at some point,
Sure.
especially with the Shard. This is when we get a big patch. Slark Shard will probably get removed and/or changed.
Yeah.
Because at 15 minutes, if you can just save anyone on your team and just help them just survive through that initiation. Aster, they have 1.5 forms of initiation. That's either Marcy jumping into the middle or Ember jumping in the middle. And I say half because it's not like a clean stun. It's more like they're kind of rooted or stunned just in this one spot. So
Yeah, for Extreme though, there is a ton of control. At the same time, there is not enough of damage. From my perspective at least, when it comes to the burst damage, they're really low on it. So even if you catch one of these heroes, that's why I like the Spectre idea. You need that extra oomph coming from your carry. Slark also works, but I'm not sure. I still think that they might struggle in that mid game.
I struggled on the Rubik in second phase. I felt like I had to bounce back in some way. It just felt wrong.
I was gonna say you said you struggled. I was gonna say you said you struggled. It got banned. Do you feel that like Extreme weren't really knowing exactly where everything was going for Aster because it's a Pengalier and then a Rubik ban?
No, I think it's respecting very meta heroes right now.
I think they knew that they only needed like one hero to kind of cover, and then the other one was like, okay, what's left? I feel like from mid heroes we don't really care. Let's
And
look at
both of these heroes do deal with the black hole, right? Like you have Basher on one side or Rubik with just the steal. So.
Well, Mars being the last pick up for Aster, is that enough for you guys to be very much all in favor of the draft and execution?
I think they just have good lanes, right? You've got most likely the Miranda and Mars should go together. The Marcy and Sniper should lane together. And these lanes are just going to be very powerful. Sniper should do really well against Death Prophet. I think it goes back to the how does mid lane fare? Death Prophet versus Ember. Death Prophet naturally should do really well. If Ember ever rotates, suddenly that EXO takes tower. If DP gets 6, you have to defend tower quite a lot. So I think for Aster, their draft is overall a little bit better. But they can easily get outmaneuvered, outpaced, and struggle to stay on the map and keep the Sniper alive.
Yeah, I'm in the same camp. I'm camp Aster, but they have no ways of dealing with the black hole later on. Besides Sniper just standing so far behind that he never gets caught, and he just pew-pews the Enigma while the black hole is even running.
I'm in camp Extreme.
Oh.
I believe in the Mr. Paparazzi on his DP. I feel like they're going to help him. They're going to have some free black holes. This guy's going to be fat, Enigma's going to be fat, and then they're going to win.
Yeah, you know what? I kind of flipped.
No, absolutely not. You're not allowed to change now. This is.
Oh, whatever. All right.
Said all for Aster. I feel like this
Aster's gonna win.
One of the first times we've had a little bit of a split on the panel. So Fogged Lyrical, which camp are you guys sitting in for this game number 3?
I don't know. I'm in Camp Darkseer. It's not in this game, though, so I don't know what the heck to believe. What about you, man? I feel like, you know, T-Gov, the biggest Aster fan now ever, definitely didn't want to switch his prediction over. But how you feeling about the Enigma? No answer for it, really.
Yeah, no BKB piercing stuff. Both drafts look like both teams got like kind of what they wanted in this one. I think both of them have a lot of different push and pull to be able to play at any points in the game. I just would, of course, you know, the BKB black hole late game might be enough, but if Sniper's big enough, like they were saying, Sniper might just be able to peep if he's not caught inside of it. So I think this is actually the most even kind of draft that I've had, for me at least, between the both series. So hopefully that is true, and hopefully it'll be a very close game and a very fun one. But what camp I'm in is actually Camp ET, which is nothing because there's no that hero doesn't even exist because he's garbage. So. But let's see how this goes. They get the first jump. UIW.
Oh, there's the stun though. And running. PYW, you can live. I believe in you. Stick charges as well as Fairy Fire. He's baiting them into a bad situation. Surely.
What a stun.
Damn, dude. It's a hell of a Nyx game. Like,
it is.
Between Sniper, between Ember, these heroes are going to end up, like, you know, I'm sure getting caught out at least once by some Spike Carapace shenanigans.
Absolutely. And the other thing I'm looking forward to see is how much impact Baboka is going to be able to do. I think I haven't really seen too many support Marcy's after the nerfs, so I'm going to keep eyes on him because he's probably going to transition into a core because it's Baboka.
Good old Boboka.
Baboka. All right. Looks like it's going to be 3 runes, though, for Aster with this setup. They had this. The Nyx got sent back to base. Also, there's an Enigma on the side of Extreme Gaming, so your level 1 is... Their level 1 is actually extremely weak. They also have the Slark, so 3 heroes that...
I see what you did there.
Can be placed. Yep. You're welcome.
Aster, 3 bounty runes. Look at these folks. They know what they're doing. Made a little bullying maneuver over that direction. You know, what we have been seeing, a consistent theme in this sort of whole DPC has been JT smiling, and I feel like if he hits one of those big black holes, we're going to see those pearly whites yet again here.
Yeah, he seems to be one of the few players with emotion.
Damn. Holy shit.
I mean, come on now, everyone else.
Like,
did you see Ghost in the last one when he got the rampage?
Yeah.
Deadpan, nothing, no reaction whatsoever. So yeah, I like when I see the players have
They're
more
machines,
reaction.
you know.
So looking at these lanes, first of all, for Aster, I love the setup that they have here. The Mars and the Mirana should be pretty strong. Not to say they're gonna like, completely bully the Slark, but should be strong. Bottom is an incredibly strong lane though. The Sniper plus the Marcy versus the Enigma, you can constantly kill off these Eidolons. So JT, I'd imagine he is going to have a bit of a tough time down here.
I only see 2 of them alive right now, so I feel like something happened when I missed, but that is another nice little stun there. again, you need those stuns to make this lane somewhat playable, because otherwise things can go south very quickly. And as you mentioned, so you're saying that you feel like the Mars lane is eventually going to be able to bully Slark a little bit.
Just at least a little bit. It's not like they're gonna get pushed out or anything. Like XXS should free farm, and Ghost should have pretty okay farm. Like, it's not like they'll probably just kill the supports, honestly, in this one, back and forth.
Okay. Well, that'll be something to watch for.
Yep.
And if Ghost can stay on target and get some of that Essence Shift stolen away, always a nice thing to be able to do. XYW, in the meantime, he's being blown back quite a bit by that Paparazzi DP, but Bottle is coming out, so he'll be fine.
Yeah. DP favored matchup, but Ember can, of course, once he has 2 points in the...
BYW, not quite level 2. He needs it soon, but Bobica instead getting hit, getting brought down low. So is Monet. They got some good damage there out onto the both of them.
They have to be careful when those Eidolons split. That's when they have to be cautious about how aggressive they go. But, oh, he actually gets PYW again. Orb of Venom.
Yeah, that's just going to be a dead Nyx Assassin unless something really bad happens. Oop. Nope, can't juke it out.
Ooh.
Played.
That's big for Marcy, too. He can actually get boots super early, or he can even go for Bassi to get the mana regen so that Monet can constantly get the shrapnel spam out.
Right, like you were saying, this is already a tough lane, but now getting that extra first blood gold, it makes it even more difficult.
Yeah.
So 8 and 4 on that Enigma, and the other 2 lanes going well. So that's the sacrificial one. The other 2 lanes for XG likely to be in a better position as this game goes on. We're going to see if there are any rotations towards mid later. Obviously, Marcy, one of the queens of that move.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, easily always able to set up for early rotations. The old of Earth Spirit, as we used to call her, of course. Earth Spirit used to be the one to make the moves. Now it's always the Marcy's. Looking up top, they can't put any pressure on Slug. I think a lot of this is because of the early for PQ. DY is just owning him in the harassment. So the Mirana actually don't think he's gotten almost any right clicks of harass onto Ghost, which just means he's going to get free farm. So nicely played from DY.
Heading over really early towards mid on PQ, though. And not sure if that's going to transition into, I guess, just getting the bounty run.
Arrowing a creep and getting bounty rune because he's like DY is just a menace right now after him.
Yeah, throws that arrow out, gets it. Still chasing. And gonna hang out here and make sure that the Mirana can't come over and secure the water rune.
This is really good play from DY. He knows that the Slark's gonna be fine in a 1v1 versus the Mars, so this is really heads up play. As now, should be able to secure the top rune as well. But we do see Baboka. When we see all these movements they're definitely communicating. It's like, okay, now I need help bottom rune, blah, blah, blah. So Baboka does make his rotation over, and we'll have those supports all check it out.
QIW. And of course, this means the side lanes are going to be left alone for a moment. Mars getting farm against the Slark, and JT doing a good job of denying out a couple of creeps there. It looked like can they do anything?
Can they get the glimpse?
Just barely out of range. Only level 1 on that glimpse.
Super close. Ghost tried to get him to slow down with the pounce forward, but either way, you're seeing the effect of the Miranda constantly getting pushed out of lane. Slark, 28 and 5. So all 3 lanes looking pretty good. Even the Enigma, those Eidolons starting to build up since Baboka had to move.
Yeah, if you get some free time there, the Eidolons, I mean, obviously you get the natural deny that comes out just from being Enigma, but then also those things have pretty good base damage.
Yeah.
And, well, another deny. Taking away the farm from Monet. What's going to be the answer for Aster? Is it just a matter of trying to find those 6-minute runes, most likely?
Ooh,
PYW?
Good toss back, but there's Eidolons there.
There are, and they split right on top of him. Went in pretty hard on that one and is going to get punished. One more punch is all they need, but the salve!
It was instant.
Dude, Bulbica right on top of it and somehow dodging the ring around the Rosie. And now JT's maybe in trouble. He still has the salve going there, but the double stun and now the turn tries to bring him down. Bulbica in trouble, gonna die, but JT.
What a play.
Buys enough time to make sure the Enigma goes down.
It was like the instant after that auto attack hits him, the salve gets popped and he perfectly jukes and rings around the Rosies. Holy crap. Baboka. That was beautiful.
That's what we've come to expect from his play recently, but it still looks special every time we see it.
Yeah, that was... I haven't seen that type of like ring around the Rosie juke after an instant salve in quite a long time. Definitely sets up the kill for Monet. Looking at mid, seeing Paparazzi, that big differential versus the Ember though.
Now, of course, having to TP back bottom means that there was an opening that if it spawned bottom would have been an Ember rune, but instead, Paparazzi will be blessed, gets the regen.
He's 6 also. They're bringing both supports. They might be able to set up. XWY is not 6 yet.
JT losing every one of his Eidolons. Yeah, if those supports leave for a moment, although this is big. This is a huge win for him before level 6 comes in, and now tower starting to be hit. There's not even a catapult to arrow here for PQ.
Pop the glyph, try to hold on to it a little bit longer. Excellent rotation from the 2 supports. Yeah, they're killing it right now on XG with that.
And Bobica moves in, finds PYW. Paparazzi still feeling comfortable hitting away at this. Has
half damage on the tower.
That's really nice. And we'll get the full regen afterwards from the ghosts coming back in.
Really good moves. I like that they're playing around the strengths. They're like this, they did the same thing last time too when they saw the Paparazzi was having a good game on the Lina. They just double bring the supports and make sure that they can punish. And they did it right before the Ember hit 6, so couldn't have asked for a better moment. And now the Disruptor, DY, he's like, all right, Slark, Ghost is fine on his own. Now I can start maybe looking to pressure Monet. 3 heroes down bottom. But Boca will scout it.
And they get the stun. Also going to hit that shrapnel stun off of the Spike Carapace. Still looking fine as the TP rotation comes in from Mirana. Bobica chases, get a couple Eidolon kills, and back away. DY there, but Paparazzi also moves in now. So they bring 4 heroes bottom.
Okay.
Also spotting XYW's just farming away in the jungle, but it won't turn into anything.
Trying to just slow down Monet as much as possible. Now maybe, with all those rotations, can they get something at the XXS? They've got a glimpse.
Pulls them right on in. Do they have another pounce here? XXS.
He looks sick, he's all right. Oh, PYW.
Arrow. Follow-up stun. Spike Carapace. Fine time. Disposed. Pushes him right down to the low ground. That was really nice. Not level 6 yet for Enigma. And don't know if you want to go for that move anyways. Paparazzi heads right on in. Can they get this kill onto Monet? Trying to slow him down. The Spirit Siphon would have been nice, but just barely out of range. He's still moving pretty quick, and there's the Spirit Siphon. It's up with the body blocks from PQ. Means that Paparazzi can't get that kill and gets the bonus movement speed. Tried to cliff him there on Bobica, but doesn't quite get it. And now, instead, it might be Bobica who's in trouble.
He's
Does
joking
another
again.
juke around the corner, and Paparazzi, where'd he go? Didn't have enough mana anyways for the kill.
Protect Monet, and off of this too, with this big rotation, UCXWY finally getting back in the game, gets a DD rune. Some good damage on the tower here too. Nice port from PWY, fills up the bottle of Paparazzi since he didn't get the power rune. And now XWY. What do you call it for 3 heroes here? See if I don't see what his remnant. Yeah, he does have a defensive remnant down, so he will be okay to play super aggressive.
Particularly with that DD. Hard to deal with this.
You can almost just kill TY, yeah.
Oh, man. Does he go in for it? He's thinking about it.
He's going to jump away.
Okay.
Okay. I forced a lot of reactions, so we're seeing the effect of that on those side lanes. Monet starting to take over at the top, and JT starting to get slowed down a ton on this Enigma down here.
So this was the question that I was going to have for you is what do we see as the item build? Because for a long time it was Wraith Pact. There was a while where we saw the Midas getting queued up for the Enigmas and being that like late game answer like a Doom is. What do you think of this option, going in for the mech instead for JT?
It's the new build on the Enigmas that we've been seeing in a lot of pubs for the pro players. It's just, yeah, Greaves. The item is just too valuable at this point. Back to the old school ways of the Enigma. Although eventually, you know, you will probably see that Blink BKB build afterwards, because as the panel said, there's no BKB disable unless they get some type of like basher or something on like one of these heroes. They'll just have to kill him through it with the sniper.
Sniper basher. Dreams.
Hey, it's
Dude, 4 heroes. Is PYW really going to get out of here? He slowed for a moment. Dive. Okay, no, they got him with the dispose. Well done. Farm out this double stacked camp too.
Oh, but the courier. Wait, what? One of the.
I don't know.
One of the neutrals killed that, I think? So I think that was the arcane boots on the Mirana. Okay, that's actually pretty. 1 minute.
Annoying.
Yeah, 1 minute gone that he can't restore the mana of the Ember and stuff like that. So, okay.
JT still farming away down here, but like you said, very much behind. He's actually about even with the Ember, which is kind of interesting. So different priorities and farm in terms of these different positions.
Yeah. XXS is having an excellent game, though. And he's been left alone a lot, top versus Ghost. Ghost is having that better start, of course, but yeah. Pretty damn good for the Mars this game. There's now rotation. Another one. I really just... Paparazzi's just a menace this game, just really trying to emphasize going for pressure. Really wants to kill this sniper and get a tower push going on this siege wave.
And DY is about like 5 XP or something short of getting level 6. Gets it right now as he walked into XP range. So Monet pairing together with him. Do they get the vision to pull him in? Yes,
Yes,
indeed.
they do.
The glimpse is there. And a quick kill. And, well, if they're not careful, bringing in more heroes, they could also die. So, Bulbaka, Ghost, Chase, Glimpse, still on cooldown for the moment. But with the vision, 3, 2, 1, they pull him back on out. Yes, DY catches and going to be able to kill. Now Mars moving in. He's silenced.
Still
Can't
silenced.
get the arena down. Ghost tries to escape but just walks away. Paparazzi's fine. Ghost is fine. Do they have any sentries down? Doesn't look like it, but XG forced everybody else bottom. And they will be able to walk out of that one perfectly okay.
Big moves, right? Huge from Paparazzi, just being able to get the vision for these glimpses over and over again. And I have to give the credit to the Disruptor. But XXS can't quite connect. A painful first wasted ultimate.
Arrow going to hit now on to the Nyx Assassin. Control for the moment and kills off PQ. These last couple of minutes, things are definitely coming off the rails a little bit for Aster. They have to be careful not to let it get away from them.
Yeah, XG is doing an excellent job of actually pressuring, and now perhaps we'll be able to go for this bottom tower with the Eidolons and with just sheer numbers, it looks like. But nope, Aster does not want to lose this tower. They're bringing the squad down.
They have Black Hole with no Exorcism. Aster maybe feel like that's going to be enough of a leeway for them to take this fight. And XG going to respect that movement over, even without the arena. Just not wanting to come on in if they see numbers head down south.
Yeah, I mean, just the slight little movement like that does stop Extreme from trying to go for any type of push here. And XJT, he did switch the build, by the way.
Okay.
So Lens is the first choice on the Enigma, and then just queues up the straight BKB. I guess he's just decided, whatever, we're having this type of game right now. We don't need the Mac. I can go greedy.
DY drops the Disruptor ulti down, can pull him back in a second after that glimpse. No.
He got arrowed.
Doesn't have it. Doesn't have it. He has to be careful. And Monet walking up front and center. The sentry is down, but it's just out of range of PYW. If he steps too far forward, he'll get punished.
They saw him for a split second, though, so they do know he's in the vicinity.
And has to be careful, but still could open up on XXS here. Does he realize the positioning? Spike Carapace stun right away. Knight pulls down, Bulbaka pulls back one. There's the Disruptor,
Arrow.
Glimpse to pull him away. PYW dead, but the Black Hole solo onto the Ember while Ghost is forcing away the rest of them. But he doesn't have enough for the kill. XYW lives through that. Now Ghost is in trouble, has to get out of here. Has a pounce to try and escape. And head assassinate not skilled from the sniper. Oh, man.
We see that a lot of times.
Yeah.
Not getting the point in it. Would have probably been valuable this time around, but it happens. Same thing for Paparazzi, right? If he had Silence skilled up this time, maybe they get the kill on the Ember, but 4-0-4. So we'll see a couple of back and forth wasted ultis.
I'm just saying, I'm glad that, pro players don't ping each other's items when they don't have it skilled or low levels.
But in pubs, they do.
Oh, yeah.
In pubs, you'd see probably Paparazzi get pinged and the sniper get pinged for both of those. But either way.
This sniper.
Yeah. But these things happen. This is XWY, continues to try to push his limits as the regen. So tower did get brought down, the important thing for Aster. And did get some really nice arrows. I think PQ actually saving the day a little bit with 2 of those, so otherwise they may have lost more heroes. Woke up.
Got him.
They've got a dust.
And building up those stacks of Essence Shift. Now this does signal, hey, maybe a kill potential. Arena 20 seconds away. Ghost knows that they see him now. Spear connects, didn't use it, and is going to get caught, finished. That hurts.
Success, quick jump forward. Now maybe they can put some emphasis on the tower themselves. A little bit harder for them to go for any type of tower pushes in comparison. But I mean, Paparazzi might actually look to fight. He has BKB done already on Death Prophet, so let's see what they opt to do. If they just go for trade or if they go for actually battling. Might just be trade.
I think that's something else that's going to be interesting to watch here. This dynamic of Slark versus the Mirana ulti. Mirana ulti using just an easy way to get on top of him and set up for a kill without having to commit that much.
Yeah, he's got to be really quick on the fingers, right? I think this one was just too fast from XXS, how he got the spear off to get the Dark Pact.
So tier 1 tower gets hit. They bring in DY.
Whoa!
Glimpse away one, but just going to die for that. Yeah,
And-
vision was there.
And they're going to know that ward's there very likely, too. They won't get the tower at the least, but yeah, DY making that one a little bit obvious, gets caught out.
PYW not by any sentry wards, though. Okay. But it doesn't look like they're going to try and make a fight happen right here. Instead, just going to run on in and kill that Mirana.
Yep. They do get the D ward, though.
Okay.
Yeah, DY made it, obviously. Now PYW is actually walking into the same sentry. He will ping it. Okay. It's going to be like, oh, God, no. The sentry, the best sentry ever, right? X success. Blink is back.
Should recognize that this could be the move that they're making. And PYW walks over by the sentry ward again. Was laid down. Has to run away. But getting closer and closer to a Blink Dagger. This Nyx Assassin is very farmed.
That could be pretty explosive to get on top of the sniper. We'll probably, as we usually say, right, versus sniper, you should see a lot more Blink Daggers in the game, so it could definitely be the case this time around. But a very even game. That's kind of exactly what we wanted. Both towers dropped mid and top, and mid and bottom on the opposing side. 8-8, pretty much even gold. Couldn't ask for a nicer even game.
You know, the thing to me about it, too, is that in, like, Game 1, obviously, they let through one of the heroes that people thought of as broken in the Broodmother. Game 2, it was the Lina. Obviously, the, you know, Lone Druid made a bigger impact in some ways than the Lina even did. As, well, now they drop the arena, just tries to get out of there, but Glimpse pulls him back in. Arrow is not going to catch on to Paparazzi's. He's BKB'd. So that is a lot expended and wasted for XG.
That's huge for Aster to get away here. Both the BKB, the Static Storm, and the Exorcism.
Oh, silence timed not quite perfectly there with it. DY can't get vision to try and glimpse back in.
Oh, and JT actually switches it up again. He goes for the Blink instead. He wants to have a little bit more catch to synergize perhaps with the Nyx. Maybe because PYW is getting close to Blink, he wants to have that double go so they can both jump on top. Cool.
I mean, this means they have to really fight around these, right? Or is it not as big of a deal because they still have strong late game?
I think it's not as big of a deal. I think both teams do have. That's why I was just saying during draft, I'm like, oh, this is going to be a really fun one because I feel like both games have kind of equal strengths of late game. It's like depending on if the Black Hole catches the sniper and if he kills the Enigma with Black Hole and BKB and stuff like that. So yeah, it's pretty cool.
Regen picked up for Ember, almost level 12. He's going in for the BKB. So all of these timings will kind of be coalescing around the same moment.
Yeah, definitely needs that BKB this game versus the Disruptor and the Nyx and the Death Prophet, of course.
Just all of them.
Yeah, pretty much.
They're all annoying. And our poor boy Disruptor, just bottom of the net worth pack. Boots, Wand, and a Dream.
That's all he needs. The Dream especially.
Yeah, eventually he'll queue up that Aghanims, I'm sure.
Yep. If he gets a Philly.
So the current state of the game, waiting for that next big ultimate to be online. Death Prophet 50 seconds till EXO.
Yeah.
While Ghost and DY run around together and hunt. They've been doing a good job of just sort of farming up this this Slark with, you know, basically off of Mirana, it's felt like.
Will they be able
kills.
to find Monet here? They might actually get some luck walking over here.
Yeah, he recognizes it, hides away for a second.
But off of this, they know, since, as you said, the Exorcism's on cooldown. BKB was still on cooldown too. They do at least make him push down bottom. Master will get that tower. But now, Extreme back to ready to fight. I think Exo's back up in 10 seconds or so. And the blink on the Nyx and the blink on the Enigma are online. So they have reach. They can get on top of this sniper. Monet has to be very careful with his positioning.
Ghost right there. Stun onto 2 and the double catch. Black Hole down onto both of them. Is it going to be enough damage, though? Can they kill off this Mars in time? I think so. Success there. And now Ghost starts beating away at XYW. Has to be careful, though. The DOT is coming in, was quite strong. The stun is there. Ghost able to Death Shroud, keeping himself alive. Paparazzi pops that BKB. Ghost eventually falls. Monet just planking away constantly at this one. And in fact, they have to pop the Exo just to ensure they escape.
Oh, boy. I mean, they have to fully escape. Off of the start, the way it looks, too, they get the two of them. But Monet, he's literally just in downtown just shooting freely. Oh, now he gets a growth bow as well, too. The Dream for the sniper. Okay.
Yeah, that dagger.
Yep.
Extra damage there was really strong.
Yeah, he had the wrist duel pop the whole time while he was just wailing on them as well, too. That was close to them even losing more on the side of Extreme Gaming if they didn't actually have the Depth Shroud that was purchased from the Slark before the fight. But now it's Black Hole's down, Exo's down, all your ultis are on cooldown. They're going into Roche.
There's not really much they can do to try and stop this one. Yeah, a huge window here for Aster. And that's one of the dangerous things about this Extreme lineup. You use all those ultis in a fight, and suddenly you can't really come on in and contest these things, even without the BKBs available.
Yeah, unless you got like a big win in the fight, right?
Right.
The thing is also, as XXS died, he didn't use any spells. So if they try to go into this fight, Mars has everything available.
Very tanky Mars. I guess that's the other thing to think about here is, right, double bracer with the Ogre Club, Soul Ring. Like, if he dies more quickly in that fight, maybe they just get out and it's instead Extreme that run to Roche with Mars dead.
Yeah, absolutely, because they would have had Exo if they did get that kill a little bit faster. Definitely. All these little things definitely making a difference. And XXS, if he gets once he gets BKB, right, then it's maybe he doesn't die inside of that instance at all, and then they full turn.
JT glimpsed away. And that means tower is going to be hit. They actually glyph the wave now and going to try and keep it alive. No, after the glyph, they can't do it. What do you think about this Witchblade build on Paparazzi? I haven't seen that before.
Just want some type of armor. I've seen it a few times on these Death Prophets. Just any type of small armors that you can get to. It's nice. And it synergizes well with the little slow in the Spirit Siphon. I've seen a few players go for this type. It's a really good item. I mean, everyone loves Witchblade.
I guess she is a witch, too.
Yep.
It's lore appropriate. That was a long time ago that witchcraft was a spell of hers.
That is true. A long time ago.
Right, 22 minutes in, and Aegis in hand, Smoke running across the map, trying to find one. Paparazzi's there, has BKB, can't get it off in time. Follow up. No, he gets the BKB out, and the Depth Shroud's there, too. So it was always going to be fine. Didn't panic pop Exo. And, well, decided to run in for a second.
Oh,
now,
no.
Monet right on top. They saved you. They saved you, though. Oh, TY TP's out right behind the tree. That keeps him alive.
Oh, man. Oh, the snipe. Is it in hit?
Oh,
it
JT, no. He's going to get caught and going to get killed.
Oh, what a big mistakes coming out from Extreme. Paparazzi, after being 6-0.
Yeah, that one hurts.
Yeah, a couple back-to-back mistakes, right? The Exorcism earlier, and then BKB and kind of stands around, still back in the area. Oh, man. Now, PYW. Okay.
That's the blink.
I was about to say, oh, no, the consecutive, like, kind of chain feed almost in a way. That would be disastrous, really, for Extreme.
It is nice to be able to kill off that creep wave, though, slowing down this push that you know is coming. It doesn't really end up mattering. Creep wave's still there already. But a 3,000 gold lead for Aster.
Pretty big one, too. Like, it's only 3,000, but it's the items that they get out of it. It's a BKB done for Mars, BKB done for Ember, and the BKB that was already done for Monet. So triple BKB cores.
They still have more timings to hit.
Yes,
you know?
they do.
There's the BKB for Bobica eventually, and then you got quad core.
Yeah, well, of course, that's going to happen at some point for him. And yeah, JT having to hold on to a lot of gold. As we said, he's gone for like the blink lens for more aggression, going straight for BKB, but them not having the aura,
yeah,
you're definitely going to start to feel the difference in some of these fights where the Mirana has mech and the side of Extreme does not.
Good blink away there. And they just need to cede ground, basically, until that Aegis is down. And I still like, in a lot of ways, their fighting potential, you know, once it's sort of on even footing again with the Aegis, and particularly once the BKB is there for the Enigma. But I don't know, Sark just looks so fragile in that last fight that we saw. Not sure what it was. I guess having to use Depth Shroud to save others at the same time, but he's definitely the power of Monet is not to be messed with.
Absolutely. Ghost now does have Ags, so they will have some good timings coming together. The BKB, JT, Ags, Slark, plus what looks like to be the blink on Paparazzi, perhaps. But
dude, they find him.
Oh my God.
Right on top. PYW tries to get out of there. The dust had clipped him.
It got him.
They know. They find him and gonna bring down that pesky Nyx assassin.
How did he see him? Did he
I don't even know.
Was it the ward on the left caught a second of vision on him or something? And then I guess so. And then he just jumped forward blindly.
That's crazy. He was invis.
Yeah, that was high success.
This guy's a monster.
Yeah,
look,
Mars.
He does that play again too, right? Waiting and hoping to find somebody over there in that tree line.
Smart stuff. Monet, glimpse.
Stun to start. Trying to burst. Can they get the kill? Yes, that's Aegis. JT, does he have enough to jump? Looking for it right on top. BKB Black Hole killing off Monet, and that is what they needed. Silence immediately onto XXS. They got punished hard.
Oh, you know, it's actually such a cool little, it's a mini glimpse. It's like Monet's like, I'm not BKBing this glimpse, and it actually causes him to probably die and also lose the Aegis plus the Mars. That was beautifully done.
That is what they needed. The BKB reveal from JT.
It was everything, though. They committed a ton of spells there. They committed all the ultis again, the BKBs as well, too. So when they do respawn on the side of Aster, I'd imagine it's go time for them. They're going to look to smoke and probably look for an instant engagement.
And look at this. Dota plus probability favoring Extreme after that high ground failed push and a double jump. Finds a nice target here, Bobica.
Invis.
Will wisely just back away from that one. So Ghost has better initiation capabilities like you're talking about with the Aghanims, but XYW is also getting closer to, well, he's still about 3,000 gold.
Yeah.
A reasonable price.
Potentially waiting for next Roche, or if they want to, just that ultis to come back off cooldown.
Yeah, they right now want to play a bit passive on the side of XG. So Aster, it's up to them to make the aggressive move. They have the smoke ready, so let's see if they do like to, if they would like to try to take advantage of these cooldowns. DY might just get caught here in the river. Arrow.
Ooh. Getting out of there. Does he actually escape, though?
Nope.
Yeah, that's a negative.
And they actually probably think that there's a ward now in the high ground because of how he walked, but there actually is not. So maybe a little bit of a bait there. DY.
Oh, and XXS going for this build again that we've seen a couple of times out of Mars. The sheep stick next. That one is so cool.
Hex XS, right? I mean, I'm not gonna steal. I'm not gonna say that's my credit.
You
I mean,
literally
B-Cop
stole
said
it.
it. I mean, B-Cop said it the other day, but it's still
I thought
really
it was
good.
Lacoste. Oh, it was probably B-Cop.
Well, don't
Sure.
give Lacoste credit. It was B-Cop.
Okay, got it.
I think he said it because he was like, he's building it so you can say it.
Got
so
it.
I think B-Cop actually got it before him. And now Smoke. So still ults on cooldown, 15 seconds on EXO, 50 on the Black Hole.
Who they find it? JT immediately queues up the refresher. He says, all right, I need it more than once here. PYW.
Ooh, they're going to get sandwiched here. Oh!
Somebody's going down.
Long TPs. He hits
Oh,
both!
he got
No way!
XXS, you monster.
What?
Oh, wow. Dude, the most value shard. What the hell?
He got... Oh, my... He got... I mean, I don't even... There's no words for that. That's too good. All right. 56 seconds. No nicks. They have vision of paparazzi also. They have that river ward just now, so maybe they can look to go for more. They didn't have to commit too much out of it there. Still have the arena ready. Wow.
Yeah. That, I mean, speechless.
Yeah.
Really.
I
If that happens, it's like, all right, well, I guess that Dota doesn't want us to win today.
Yep.
5K gold lead. The next tier of neutrals are up and ready to get claimed, but XXS looking for another opening. I'm just expecting him to just blindly spear paparazzi right now.
I'm honestly thinking the same thing. I think he might just
Yeah.
like jump onto high grounds the way he's been playing so far. Is spotted though. DY gets a defensive ward.
And hide away. DY.
Does he glimpse him just to be annoying? They get the pounce.
Okay.
Are they going to do it now? He's going to do the glimpse, I think, right? I love it. That's a good play. They keep the outpost.
Dude, but now they know that the ward's there. But I guess it doesn't matter. Oh
no,
my god.
He was clicking the outpost. He sees him.
Okay.
Now they're going to counter smoke.
Are scanning.
Ults at the ready.
Very annoying stuff coming out from both of them. BYW, he's right on top. The vision advantage. Stun there on to the Ember. Do they have enough? Disruptor ulti whiffs that one. BKB was already out, and the stun, the control. Nyx, he's fine for the moment. That Depth Shroud keeping him alive. Monet's moving in, though. The big, bad sniper, hard to fight into, and with the Nyx already dead, do they have the extra control that they need? JT sizing him up, waiting for his moment. He gets it broken. No Blink Dagger for you. Can jump in for round 2 of this, but Monet jumps forward and they find him. Ghost right on top, and they break it. Oh, his BKB wore out, and now Ghost is caught. Ghost in trouble. JT popped it too early and gets punished.
And XXS continues just to be a monster as well. Always there at the right time to get these cancels. He cancels the initial blink, right, with the rebuke, and then he gets the spear after the BKB wears off. My God.
Listen, when you're playing Mars, you're not supposed to be able to cancel BKB Black Hole. He did it twice in that fight.
Kind of in a way, yeah.
Unreal.
And Monet with the full data list, you see how much damage he's doing if they don't stick on him. JT, it's the right move to go for that jump, but now ult's all down.
Dire's middle
Damn. Oh my god, that's such a huge moment. XXS, the difference maker.
Yeah, absolutely MVP in this game.
What a freaking stud. I was looking at that Mars and I'm like, why Mars? You know, he doesn't feel like it does anything particularly special. There's a bunch of melee cores, you got a Death Prophet, but he is making this hero look so good.
He did the same thing at TI so many times too, where it's like, Mars, okay, it's not maybe like the most amazing pick or something for this game if you don't see anything special, but XXS just somehow makes it look so damn good.
Such a good performance here. And yeah, the Depth Shroud used early. And what's interesting is Monet was just kind of chilling for a long time in this fight. And then this is the moment right here where JT spots it, thinks he can go on in, and just
gets rebuked.
Canceled.
Yeah, and then look at the BKB trickling down. He's telling his team, BKB like blinks on cooldown, gets a jump, but then it boom, wears off. Yeah.
Immediately. Right on top of it. And that would have been one of the defining moments that could have changed it around. If Monet dies right there, I feel like Slark maybe can even clean up. Well,
perhaps. But now they still have ults on cooldown. Aster is full ready to fight.
Oh, careful. 50 seconds on Black Hole. They walk up high ground. XXS, he does it again. Stun. They're all caught in the arena. Death and damnation. Oh, wow.
Paparazzi, he's trying to run away too. Baboka's on the chase.
Ghost has to jump out of there. Paparazzi gonna get followed. There's the dispose. Catches a wall, and, well, the Death Prophet is no more. And guess who is up and ready to go? Good old Roshan.
All right. Everyone bow to XXS. This guy is just making all the difference here. 10k gold lead now. The game is completely ripped open. Monet, of course, gets a DD right outside the pit too. Roche gonna drop in seconds.
Does he go for it? He's opening up a slot. Ghost.
He probably feels like he has to at this point.
He has to. 5 seconds until Shadow Dance, though, and it's not gonna happen.
Oop. Shard.
Giving it over to the Ember.
Yeah, he just got his Ags. Perfect timing for him to level 18. Everything just hitting on all cylinders, really, for Team Aster right now.
You know, I'm used to thinking about Whisper as like the best Mars in the world, honestly, but XXS is putting on such an unreal performance.
At TI, he was doing. I was like, this guy. I mean, he's so good on some of his select heroes. XXS just has, for years and years and years, has been looks just irreplaceable. And yeah, seeing it again.
I go for the refresher instead.
He switched it up. He was like, screw it. I'm rich.
Let's do it. How close are we to that refresher on the Enigma? He's still a ways away. And again, you know, we think about the way that fight went. Still very much... All right, it swung back the other way. We think about like how badly that fight could have gone for Aster. If they rest on their laurels too much, you know, no lead is safe with this type of a lineup. But it seems at this point as if Aster are just hitting their timings better and can play now with a little bit of extra safety around that Aegis.
Yeah, the Aegis is really the big one, because then they only have the one black hole right now, so they will be able to survive the most of it. And XXS, yeah, his refresher is he's probably gonna get the jump every single time, as he has even before that anyway.
Yeah, you feel so much more free there. Those moves, but high ground, always a scary proposition. This is where Monet got glimpsed earlier and ended up dying with his Aegis.
I don't think he'll take another step foot on that ledge again. Not for now, at least.
Steps on in here with ultis back up again now. And a Blink Dagger done on Death Prophet.
Okay.
They have more ways to start these fights. You also see a Disruptor Aghanims queued up. And
Pipe Dream.
2,000 gold away, yeah. I mean, without the Philly, it becomes a lot more difficult to get that.
Yeah. And it's just getting scary for them to go outside because of how strong Aster is and how much catch they really do have. Monet is going to kill anybody in seconds if he finds them.
Scotty done, and Moonlight Shadow now, along with the smoke. They're waiting to find an opening. Paparazzi's there. They spot him right away, but the blink away interrupts.
Oh, the Cloak of Flames actually gets him Carapace.
That will hurt you. That
was actually pretty funny.
I wonder if he takes that out.
I mean, he's probably like, grumble, grumble.
So they continue to build their lead. That's the other thing to keep in mind here with Aster.
Yep.
Is every second that's going by, they're making more and more happen. XYW did not have... Oh, Paparazzi sent his courier over to try and farm up this item. Yeah, and they spotted him. Don't get that D ward, though. So Monet steps up high ground now. Or rather
on the
low
ledge.
ground. Stun there, immediate jump. Don't have an answer for this though. Monet low, but not gonna die. Living through that one. DY in trouble. Bulbaka just ripped him to shreds. Ghost on top of Monet, tries to kill him. JT hanging out in the back, ready to jump in with the BKB black hole if they can find the opening, but Paparazzi still barely surviving, ends up falling. He was getting zoned out the entire fight, couldn't do it. Ghost maybe can come on in though and finish him up. Monet, he gets barely away from him.
They keep canceling the blink too. I think he gets hit by I think the remnant tapped him like 2 times in a row. These just random remnants from the Ember. Stops the blink. He pops BKB, gets hit by some random other ability. Oh man, no BKB now for JT.
People have just gotten so good at playing around the BKB black hole. It was like incredibly strong for a really long time, and man, Aster just coming up with the perfect answers here.
They know to make sure they're stopping that blink dagger constantly. Either it's XWY, XXX, or Baboka. Baboka was standing in his face at the same time as XWY throws the remnants. And an important thing to point out too is the remnant, when you throw it out with shard, it instantly does that damage. The DOT damage that is, so it does stop blink daggers instantly.
Very hard to deal with, and of course if you use that BKB and then can't get the jump, we saw what happens.
Yep.
So he's getting closer and closer to that refresher. How far away is it on JT? I mean, you might even think about trying to sell some items here or something in a second, and indeed he will do that. Sells his wand, has refresher orb, double black hole, 15 seconds until BKB, but the moment is gone.
I mean, structural damage as well too. They've lost any possible capabilities of scaling, and we'll see that one again. Keep your eyes on JT. I mean, there's a lot of things happening in here, but watch this Enigma. Look, he's getting hit by these remnants. See, that's the first one. Baboka's kind of is in the face. Another remnant's on top of him up on the north side in the part that you can't see in this fight.
And Baboka is still just right there with him.
Yeah.
So hard to play into this and keeps the damage on him. The sleight of fist from XYW was the other thing that canceled it out.
Yep. And another remnant like thrown forward. I mean, it's perfect execution really from Master of how they've adapted to how they're playing versus this Enigma.
I wonder if maybe even like a pipe or something might be a decent answer for it. Or like a hood and pop it before the fight or something to try and stop it.
Just to like absorb that little bit of damage or something. I mean, it's tough to say. He just has to have better positioning. It's hard, but that's what it's got to be for him.
Game is hard.
Yeah.
And Aster playing it perfectly.
So rich. Hex now for XXS.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's pretty hard to play into now. Refresher Hex with the arena and everything else.
And they've got all these auras too, as we mentioned. You know, it's kind of an invisible effect that it's going to always be having, but they have Vlads, they have mechs, so you see that Monet, even though he had Paparazzi on top of him, he's able to kind of fight back with that little bit of lifesteal. And he's about to have Satanic, so huge amount of items, of course, coming out for Aster.
Well, if they don't get to press their buttons, then maybe they can win that way. And
Maybe.
Black Hole does that well, but the scan is there. They immediately know they're in the area. So W, they just start with the stun. Ghost trying to bring him down. Monet in position. Arena down, catches on to Ghost. He's BKB'd out. Chase continues. DY drops the Disruptor. Ulti is going to fall. JT up on the high ground. Blink Dagger not broken yet, but now broken immediately. Has to pop the BKB. Try and run away. Black Hole only catches one, but second round he just gets dropped. Monet says, no please. Dies before he can cast a spell, and with that, Aster are just going to run it down the lanes. GG called. Ooh, they make it look so pretty.
Ho ho ha ha. I mean, the game exploded at one point, really. It seemed like kind of even, and then this whole bottom situation happened into consecutive chain kills over and over. XXS playing like an absolute beast, always in the right place, catching the right heroes, making Monet shine. Damn.
That was so good.
Cool.
I mean, you love to see it. I think that's one of those heroes, the Mars, that can look so cool or just look terrible. You know, I've seen so many Marses just like miss a spear or whatever, and XXS played it perfectly. I will say from Extreme, it's been a little bit like back and forth. The series looked a lot better from them.
It did.
Overall, I would say, and I still think that this team is quite strong, but disappointing here for sure to lose out to Aster, but still losing to one of the best teams in the region.
Absolutely. I think the one thing that I would take from it is like Paparazzi is starting to look like some, you know, he's having some of these pressure moments that is starting to build up on him. We saw it happen when he was playing in this game, and even when he was playing in one of the earlier matches, the first game. So yeah, he's definitely got he's always this player that people are always thinking as like stable, but he's been having a little bit of tougher games. These young guns, they've got the blood out for him.
Trying to at least. Well, an impressive series. We end the day with a best of 3 that goes the full 3 games. The brains fog a little bit there, but it's all good. As we're going to head on back to the panel and let them talk that through and out, and then also get the interview with the champs. On back to them.
We'll give you a little bit of a break, Lyrical. We'll have all the big brains, clear minds over here breaking down this game for... You went into the rest one, not yourself,
No,
Cassie?
only these two. My prediction is wrong.
That is true. That is true. I guess I should direct this question to T-Gov then.
Okay. Flip-flop, Governor. Yeah, no worries.
Yeah. Asta, why were they able to be so dominant throughout this game? It felt like at every moment they always had this sort of control in team fights.
I guess, Baboka and his Marcy always in the middle of the engagements. I like the fact that he went... I've never seen Brown Boots drum before on Marcy, but he does that, then BKB after. And just the way in which they're always punishing extreme, making the fights feel very chaotic. You have XWY as well with his Ember, with the Remnants, with his Ags, with his Shard, always throwing him out to try and get a little bit of tick damage onto Enigma so he can't blink. And Monet's positioning on Sniper, I think this highlight is the perfect example, right? He's playing on the fringe of the fight, throwing in the spells, your XSS just punishing this Enigma, his BKB is already being used to run away, he disengages his top side of the fight, blinks in, guess what? I'm still in range for a spear. No thank you. Asta's going to win the fight. And that is like the story of the game from this point onwards. Perfect kiting, perfect positioning, and Asta just outplaying Extreme in pretty much every team fight.
Like, I would say that this game was... Like, both teams have what they need in order to win the game. But I feel like eventually Extreme didn't really find the way to, like, truly execute the fights as they want to. So Aster, like, I feel like they just outplayed them throughout the whole game. From, like, after 15 minutes, they made it super hard for Enigma to get into the fight. And yeah, I mean, I would just say I think they were just outclassed in this game.
Do you have anything you want to add? Lizard being a little bit silent over there, even though you got the prediction right?
He's basking in the glory.
I'm just basking, yeah, in the right prediction. No, for me, there's a couple of things here. Like, one of those is something that I've noticed from these two teams in different series. If they have to rely heavily on one core to really carry the game like they had to on this Slark in a game such as this one, it eventually fails versus dual cores. Like, you have the Sniper, you have Ember, they're just doing way too much work together. Meanwhile, one Slark, even though like he's supposed to be your hard carry, he's not playing like hard carry. Like Ghost here, he's buying the shard, jumping in, saving his allies, dying for his position 5s and 4s. Like, you can't allow yourself to do that when you're supposed to be the richest man on the team, the one that actually dishes out all the damage. Because let's be real, on their side they had a ton of control, but they truly lacked that burst damage. They truly lacked those heroes that can eliminate one or two heroes of the enemy side instantly at the beginning of fights.
Yeah, like, I think if you do buy the shard, which we've said it before, it's a very good one on Slark.
Yep.
But if you buy it in this position, I feel like you need to have a better plan and then also execute, which is not really what they did. I feel like if you buy it there and it's like, okay, you can now black hole anyone you want, I'll pop the shard on you and Sniper can't kill you, then you're like, offsetting the fact that they did actually pick Sniper into you, but that was never the fact. It looked very, very reactionary, and I didn't really like that.
And the only fights that they would win were those reactionary fights on high ground, where they could really set everything up. Sniper was standing somewhere on the stairs, so you can catch him out, you can get him out of position, but besides that, I just didn't see it happening. They tried to itemize for it, like DP with the Blink Dagger, Witchblade as well, something that allows her to jump with Enigma in the backlines, but it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, interesting that you bring up the DP there, because I want to ask you guys a little bit about it. You thought that Paparazzi was going to have potentially a better performance on the DP and help out Extreme Gaming a little bit more. Was it down to how he was playing that DP, or just a testament to Asta and how well they knew how to play around that?
Probably a little bit of both. I think that Paparazzi, the first 15 to 20 minutes, he had a very good game. They had a very good smoke to the bottom area where they got some kills, they got the Sniper, they opened up the tower for his Enigma. I think his itemization was good too. But eventually his tempo kind of fell off when they just didn't take teamfights properly, I think. And at the same time, Aster, we need to give them some credit, because I think they made it harder than perhaps many other teams would have made it for Extreme with their positioning, the way they canceled Blink Daggers, and just overall how they maneuvered in the fight.
I feel so bad for JT, honestly. Like, the games that we've seen him play for Extreme, he's always getting put in this position, like the Magnus, the Enigma, and then the rest of the draft, it's like we have skirmish and fight, but like if we want to start a big fight or we want to really crush them, it's all on JT. And it's so hard in these games, especially the heroes that we just mentioned, the playstyle that we've been talking about. For it to be one hero to do all of that, that's so hard to do. And I think this Enigma pick for them, it was a comfort pick, but they missed that one extra hero. Like, you could technically say DP is also that style of hero because you just get into the middle of the fight, but when you're against Mirana, Marcy, Ember, 3 heroes that just disengage so easily, even Sniper with Shard and Hurricane Pike to some degree, again, an impossible game it feels like for JT to actually find the Sniper. Like, sure, in theory, if he gets the Black Hole off, Sniper dies, but finding that moment in a game of chaotic mess in Dota is like, that's really hard. So I feel like in the future for Extreme, if JT is playing these heroes, have like the Clockwork, the Spirit, that style of hero. Sure, you got a Nyx, but you need that extra one piece of the puzzle to take a bit of pressure off of JT.
Could there be a change up in the itemization that, or on any of the other cores or even supports to help have that Enigma have more of an impact, Lizard?
I don't feel that the itemization was a problem. Like, it's barely to the way the game is played with these heroes. Like, even if you look at PYW and the Nyx Assassin, he's kind of trying to cover what Tigav is talking about. He's a Nyx, he has Vendetta, he can go deep, plus he builds a Blink Dagger so that he can initiate first. And he did have a couple of sick double impels, but still, they lack damage. By the time they kill a hero or two, they're all falling low. Sniper is just pew-pewing from downtown and
halfway across the map,
like, from the parking lot.
It's a good point, actually. You know, like Enigma, it's about kill inside Black Hole, and DP and Slarker kill across a fight. You know, they're like 60-second carries, but Enigma is like the 5-second offlaner. Like, if you don't kill my window, then I'm nothing. So I think maybe a disparity in how the cores enable each other could be another thing. But yeah, unfortunate for Extreme. But to be clear, Aster, insane positioning. And like, if you ever want to learn how to play as a team for positioning and fight, watch back that replay, watch back those mid-game fights. It was just a sight to see.
All right, a little bit disjointed from Extreme, but an outstanding performance from Aster. Is there anything in this series overall? We are waiting for the interviews. Anything in this series at all across the 3 games that stood out especially well, or a player for the side of Aster? I know, I'm making you guys think, because you're like, God, I thought we only had to talk about game 3.
No, I think maybe the support duo. I think actually even for both teams, I think stand out the most to me, because I feel like they, again, just like in game 1 and game 2, they really set up everything from division and ganks and like setting up their cores. I feel like they're the most standout to me. And then Aster as a team, I mean, we've pointed out many times, they just played very beautifully.
The way they itemize as well. Like, the supports are never greedy. You don't see any Aghanim Scepters, nothing like that. You like, Tigav has mentioned the drums, like something that you can't
Vlad's
get
on bottom at the end.
Vlad's on bottom together with the mech, 4 staff. You just get all these small little items that help your teammates out.
Sorry, I had it in my ear. Just having a look. We have an interview, the winner's interview. It's going to be with XWY.
Okay.
I was a little bit distracted there. So we get to ask him some questions. XWY, congratulations on the win for you guys over on Aster. I'm going to have to ask, though, what happened in game 2? Why do you guys feel that you weren't able to win that one?
想问一下，首先恭喜你们这场比赛的胜利，然后就是想问一下你们第2场比赛，你觉得你们哪里没做好，要给对面的这样的分？
第二把感觉就有点难干到人，然后没憋住，团战可能也打得不够好，好像是。
So second game， 你能让队友稍微安静一点吗？是反应有点大。
还是这么说，就采访的时候尽量先通过。
Right, so for the second game, I feel like it's hard for us to get kickoff on the map. Also, it's we didn't manage to drag the game into super late game. That's why we lost.
I also want to know a little bit, I guess, about the viewpoints you guys have on Doom and why you feel there is this sort of importance on this hero in the China region, even though it's not doing so well.
我想问一下，就是这2天比赛看下来，中国区特别喜欢 Doom， 然后也一直在选嘛。你觉得这个英雄的话，为什么就是队伍都普遍觉得优先级非常高呢？但是胜率其实一般。
因为刷钱刷得很快，这英雄刷钱实在刷得太快了，就在对面的话就可能会有点受迫。但是其实这英雄打起来可能没有实际上大家想的那么厉害。
I think this hero always secured you to have a good farm, so it's pretty annoying to fight against that hero. But the hero's power level is not as strong as people think. That's why the win rate is not that high.
Okay, I would like to know whose idea was it to leave Lina in the second game, and would you blame that person for the loss?
是，我还想问一下关于第2场，你们是谁想好了要把 Lina 放出来的？然后现在回头看的话，你会就是 觉得这兄弟就是提这个放丽娜出来的这个兄弟是一个鬼才吗？就是你会怪他吗？
没有，是我们好像大家稍微说了一下，然后就放出来了。这个，而且我们肯定是经过讨论，然后就觉得放出来可以打，但是没打过。
It's not a specific person. We definitely had this discussion about letting Lina out, and yeah, I think it's a team decision. We thought we could deal with her, but we didn't.
Of course, thank you.
Again, congratulations on the win. You previously played for Aster Aries and now got recently kind of promoted up to the main team. I was just wondering, is there actually any like behind the scenes stuff between the two squads? Like, do you do anything specific, like more scrims or anything, more communication between the two rosters, or are they very much like two different teams?
就是我想知道，你之前也是从 Aris 然后来到现在的队伍的嘛？我想知道，就是两个战队的话，作为兄弟战队之间会不会有一些比较亲密一点的联动，还是说可能平时训练会多一些，或者游戏有什么样的这方面的交流，还是你们就还是像平时就正常的两支队伍来互相相处？
是平时正常两支队伍，因为我们其实基地没有在一起，然后平常训练也偶尔会经常，就是可能偶尔会练一下。
Yeah, we have a pretty normal relationships because we didn't live in the same boot camp, so it's just like a regular same with other teams, and we sometimes we do have scrim together.
Okay, and one last question from me. You said you had a good relationship before with Team Aster when you were Team Aster Aries. Which one of these players in Team Aster works with you the most to adapt you to the new team that you are in?
之前其实采访你的时候，你说过，当时你在 Aris 的时候，你说过你跟 Aster 队员其实各个选手关系都还不错。那现在你来到了这个 Aster 之后的话，你现在跟哪个选手关系你觉得最好的？
没有，大家都差不多，没有什么关系最好。我来之前其实和队员都不认识，只是这次就新接触到大家，大家性格都比较好。
Actually, I wasn't quite familiar with the players on Aster before I joined them, and I feel like everyone is so nice right now. I got a chance to know them all as well.
Okay.
Perfect. Thank you so much, XWY. Congratulations again on this performance from Aster.
感谢你接受我们的采访。
好，谢谢。
Thank you. XWY letting us into the background of what it was like moving from Aster Aries up to Aster there. Everyone's really nice. Do you think it was shocking to hear his viewpoint on Doom, or you're like, nah, kind of makes sense?
Yeah, it's kind of a chill viewpoint.
Yeah.
I think it's the idea of a hero in paper does really well, does well at TI, and then it doesn't really get nerfed too much, so people are still going to want to play it.
Has that value on it?
And yeah, it's like, I think like it's just a TI effect on heroes, right? Everyone has to understand the hero, otherwise you just didn't watch TI.
Alrighty. Let's have a look at our results, our standings after our long day here on the China DPC. We had the first series with IG Dawn being a 2-0 for IG, LGD Aster Aries also a 2-0, and then this third and final series being a 2-1 in favor of Aster up against Extreme Gaming. A day that I would say kind of played out as you would expect, Kazu.
Yeah, I would say most of the matchups, you know, the last one, perhaps a swap between...
Could have been, 50-50
like,
on who did the 2-1.
Exactly, like this team wins 2-1 or maybe Extreme. But I think the other matchups pretty much what you would expect.
Yeah. The leaderboard here really not changing too much throughout the day. Lizard, do you think we're going to see bigger shuffles in how we see the ladder, the leaderboard right now over, I'd say, the next day that we have for the China DPC?
Well, we still have a couple of big games left, right? Like first one, Extreme versus eHome instantly, PSG LGD versus Knights. This is really where things heat up.
Yeah.
And we truly grasp the right power levels of all the teams. So I'm not sure. We can go anywhere from this point onwards. Like PSG LGD can be on top. It can also be like the bottom of the top four, so fourth. Okay.
This schedule is going to be for the 10th, so the Tuesday we are going to have a day break from the China DPC, but it's going to be that Extreme eHome starting at 4 p.m. and then LGD up against Knights later that day is a fixed schedule if you guys are hoping for one of the two series to be watching. But Tiga, bold predictions right now. You get a whole day buffer. Whatever you say right now doesn't matter when we come back on the 10th.
eHome beats Extreme Gaming, PSG beats Knights,
2-0?
then PSG then beats eHome, Aster then beats Ares, Aster then beats Dawn, IG then beats Ares. Somehow, Extreme Gaming then beats Knights, Aster beats eHome, PSG then beats IG.
Thank you.
Do you want all the predictions or?
No, I meant just those
sorry.
two.
My
That's
bad. It's got carried away.
miscommunication
No,
there.
it's fine. I just gave you predictions for the week. So
Can you give us
For
for
the whole
everything
year.
else as well? And can you give me my lotto numbers as well?
yeah, so Secret isn't going to be able to win next TI, nor is Aster, but PSG will come
What
second.
6 numbers do I need?
12, 42, 77, 69, nice, and 3.
They're wrong. I just
And the color?
Blue. Don't steal my bank information.
That was actually his credit card.
Yeah, it
Thank
was.
you.
And his password. Do you guys want to add anything else here? Because it has been such a long day. Anything to recap hero-wise, team-wise, or are you just ready to close on out this day?
Ban Trion, stop picking Doom. Thank you.
Oh, true. Okay.
Pick Lina. if it's not banned, just pick it. It wins games. It's
But-
as simple as that. Don't let it go through.
That is the summary of day 4 here on the China DPC. Remember, we won't be here tomorrow for China. We are taking a day's break, so we will see you guys on January 10th for some more action.